On the first day back in the wealthy family, the fake young master accused me of stealing the family's gemstone necklace. When my rich parents found out, they immediately made me kneel and admit my mistake. And my 6 sisters wanted to drag me to the police station. Since you all refused to reason, don't blame me, the cultivator, for teaching you how to be human again. Just as I was about to act, the blind old man's whip lashed out. With a crack, the whip grazed me, making a sharp sound. Before Yi Jiangwo could react, my fist had already smashed into his face. A dull thud echoed, and Yi Jiangwo's vision went dark as he fell straight down. The room fell silent, with Yi Jiangwo curled up in pain on the ground, while everyone else stood frozen, staring at me in shock. No one expected that the usually silent and useless person would suddenly rise up in rebellion. I, however, acted as if nothing had happened, leisurely took out my phone from my pocket, and dialed 110. Hello, is this 110? I want to report a crime. Someone has broken into the Shangtian Manor on Binhai Road and stolen a gemstone necklace worth 11 million. Also, someone here is assaulting another person without cause. The moment I hung up the phone, it was as if the room had been pressed play, when one suddenly stood up from the sofa, pointing at me and cursing. You useless person. You've only been home for 3 days and already stolen things from the family, and you still have the face to call the police. Yi Huayan also put away his earlier sarcasm, pretending to be understanding. Mom always says that family shame should not be aired outside. We know that your adoptive parents are poor, and you may not have seen these things, but stealing your sister's necklace to sell is really too much. If you call the police, the amount involved is over 10 million, and you could end up in prison. His voice grew quieter and quieter. I noticed that my phone's camera was aimed at them. Why aren't you talking? I sneered, shaking my phone. It's fine. Anyway, it's already recorded. Every word you said is evidence in court. With over 10 million involved, it really is enough to sit in jail for a few years. You bastard. Who allowed you to record? Yi Ruyan suddenly jumped up, angrily rushing towards me, reaching out to grab my phone. I nimbly dodged, raising the phone high with my left hand while blocking Yi Ruyan's attack with my right, adjusting the angle to capture both her and the entire room in the frame. I'm telling you, this is an invasion of my portrait rights. I'm going to sue you. Yi Ruyan screamed, her voice piercing. You clearly stole my necklace, and saw you come out of my room this morning, and the necklace went missing. If it wasn't you who stole it, then who could it be? You disgusting guy. Maybe you even did something bad in my room. While cursing, she frantically scratched at me. Soon, my arm bore several scratches and bite marks. You worthless piece of trash. Yi Jiangwo covered his swollen face, picked up the whip on the ground but didn't dare to strike, fearing he might accidentally hurt Yi Ruyan. He shouted towards the door. Old phone, what are you waiting for? Call Wang Bao over. Hearing the name Wang Bao, I made a quick decision, releasing Yi Ruyan's hand, grabbing her shoulder with my left hand, and choking her neck with my right, dragging her to the corner of the wall. Then I picked up a porcelain plate from the table and smashed it with a loud bang, pressing the largest shard against Yi Ruyan's neck. Don't move. Wait for the police to arrive, or I won't be polite. My voice was cold and firm, and the room instantly fell silent. Steward Feng and Wang Bao had just arrived at the door and dared not act rashly upon seeing this scene. Yi Ruyan struggled a few times, but my arm was like a vice, making it hard for her to breathe. What are you going to do? Yi Ruyan's voice trembled. I didn't answer, just coldly stared at everyone in the room. The porcelain shard pressed tightly against Yi Ruyan's neck. Yi Jiangwo was furious, his voice almost squeezed out between his teeth. That's your sister. Sister? I sneered, my gaze as cold as a knife. Yi Jiangwo never treated me as a son, and Yi Ruyan never treated me as a brother. Why should I treat her as a sister? I'll say it again. If anyone dares to take a step forward, I won't be polite. Since I'm a worthless piece of trash, then I'll use my life to exchange for your daughter's noble life. The doorbell suddenly rang. The piercing sound felt particularly jarring in the silent room. My nerves instantly tightened. The ceramic shard pressed firmly against Yi Ruyan's throat, already cutting into her skin and oozing a bit of blood. I didn't dare to relax for a moment, fearing this was a trap set by the Yi family. Is it the police? I murmured to myself, my eyes vigilantly scanning every corner of the room. Then I saw a maid rush over to Yi Jiangwo, whispering a few words. Yi Jiangwo's face instantly turned ashen, his gaze shifting back and forth between me and Yi Ruyan. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let them in." Not long after, the maid led in 2 men dressed in police uniforms. The tall one shouted as soon as he entered, "Who reported the case?" The short police officer pointed at me, who was holding Yi Ruyan hostage in the corner, with a tone of surprise. "Look, little brother." The tall police officer pretended to calm down and advised, "Don't get excited. If you have any grievances, tell us. We are the police and will help you seek justice. Can you let her go first?" I coldly glanced at the 2 of them, already having made a judgment in my heart. Then I sneered, my tone full of sarcasm. Yi Jiangwo, you are really stupid to the core. Impersonating a police officer is a crime that adds to the charges. How are you talking? The short police officer immediately retorted. We are legitimate police officers. Is that so? I sneered. I entered the police academy at 18, graduated at 22, started working at 23, and before I crossed over at 35, I had 12 years of experience as an old police officer. You two still dare to pretend in front of me? Call 110 on your phone and report your police numbers to the dispatch center. Seeing the two hesitate, my sarcasm intensified. Yi Jiangwo, don't you even do background checks? My adoptive father is a retired police officer from a government unit. I've seen a lot. The prison labor education number is 7 digits, starting with 01. Are you from the Supreme People's Procuratorate, the court, or the Ministry of Public Security? With your appearance, do you even deserve to be called police? The room was silent, with only my voice echoing. My gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, and the shard of porcelain in my hand was still pressed tightly against Yi Ruyan's neck, as if ready to slice her throat at any moment. Just then, a person in a security uniform hurriedly ran to Yi Jiangwo's side and whispered a few words. Yi Jiangwo's face instantly turned pale. Do you dare to let the real police go? I sneered, applying more pressure with the porcelain shard, and Yi Ruyan's face was already starting to turn blue. Then you can collect your daughter's body. This time it's the real police. Yi Jiangwo's voice was filled with panic, clearly caught in a dilemma. After hesitating for a moment, he finally softened his tone. Xiao Tang, let's talk this over. There's nothing to talk about. I refused to back down. Once your whip fell on me, there was nothing to discuss. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If I can't see the police, then you can collect your daughter's body. I coldly stared at Yi Jiangwo, my tone full of sarcasm. A father forcing his own son to harm his own daughter. If you are happy to see this drama, I am more than willing to perform it for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo's face turned from blue to white. He couldn't understand how I, who had been at his mercy just a few days ago, had suddenly become so strong. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Let the police in." The maid hurriedly left. Not long after, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached, and a middle-aged police officer and a young police officer walked into the living room. How come there are comrades who arrived before us? The young police officer asked in confusion in a low voice. As soon as the middle-aged police officer entered and saw the scene before him, he immediately raised both hands and spoke in a gentle tone. Little comrade, don't panic. We are the police. My police number is 036663, and my name is Song Jungyong. You can call 110 to verify my police number. Trust me, Zhanghai City is not without reason, and we will definitely give you an explanation. My nerves relaxed a little. Based on years of experience, I could basically confirm that they were real police, but I still cautiously said, use your phone to call 110. I want to verify your identity. Okay. Officer Song immediately took out his phone and dialed 110 in front of me. The other end quickly confirmed Officer Song's identity. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the shard of porcelain in my hand also loosened. Yi Ruyan lay limp on the ground like a puddle of mud. I reported the case. I pointed at Yi Jiangwo and the others, my voice firm. They abused me and falsely accused me of stealing their things. When one immediately rushed forward to hug Yi Ruyan, crying heart-wrenchingly, what kind of sin did I commit in my past life to give birth to such an ungrateful wolf? We kindly brought you back to the Yi family, gave you food, gave you drink, gave you the best things, but look at what you have done. Stealing your sister's necklace, refusing to be disciplined, and reporting false cases. Family shame should not be aired outside, yet you insist on. Yi Ruyan also hugged her mother and cried. He wants to hurt me. I have said long ago that as long as there is one younger brother in the family, that is enough. He is an ungrateful person. Police, you must arrest him and let him sit in prison until. I endured the pain in my body and took out my phone to pull up the video. Police officer, this is what happened. Their family's adopted son falsely accused me of stealing a gemstone necklace. While playing the video, I explained everything in detail. Zhang Yong finished the matter, and when he saw the two Zhao family security guards pretending to be police officers trying to run, he took an arrow step forward and grabbed the collar of these two people and yanked them back. Look, comrade policeman, this Zhao family actually dares to impersonate a police officer. I really don't want to do such an extreme thing, but if I don't even dare to think what the consequences will be. You're looking at the injuries I have on my body, all from that whip from that Zhao Yan who claims to be my real father. Zhang Yong took off his shirt to show the police his injuries. Zhao Yan said I was his biological son, but once I came back to let me live in the basement of the utility room, where it is damp and dark, is not a place for people to stay. That ridiculous adopted son slandered me by saying that I stole Zhao Ling's necklace, but I've only been here for 3 days. On the first day I was ordered to warn me not to go up to the second floor of the villa. and on the second day I wanted to go out with my friends, only for the foster son to say that my friends were unsavory street hustlers and lock me up in the basement until just now, without water or food. Let it out and say I stole the necklace. But I'd been locked up in the basement utility room from yesterday until today. So where did I find the time to steal a necklace from their house? Your bull ******* ting me. Wan Yu Yun angrily rebuked. It's clearly you who want to go fooling around with your unsavory asshole friends. And you even said that you're going to bring your gangster scoundrel friends to the house. And the house will lose more than just necklaces if you let your asshole friends come to my house. How can my Zhao family style tolerate such a bad style from you? Officer Song. Zhao Yan also hurriedly said. I know that I did hit a little hard today, but this child is after all my own flesh and blood. He was wasted by his adoptive parents, but we can't let him become a small-time punk who steals chickens and dogs, and follows unsavory street scoundrels, right, jerk? Zheng Yong was satisfied in his heart. He glanced at his cell phone. Everything had been recorded. Who said that? Zheng Yong looked around and said, it was Zhao Hao, right? Where is he? Why is he missing? Just didn't think about it. Now a look as if from the time he hijacked Zhao Ling, that Zhao Hao ran has disappeared. It feels like it should be specifically run to delete the video to go, but it doesn't matter. You talk. The more you say the more you're putting yourself in harm's way, brother. Just at this time Zhao Hao ran into the living room panting, followed by a middle-aged man. He had an anxious look on his face and wanted to say something but he was confused by the look in front of him. What did you do? Zhao Yan was a bit angry. He hadn't really noticed Zhao Hao running away just now. Dad, Zhao Hao said with an innocent face. I saw the urgency of the situation, so I went to find Dr. Lu, who is a psychiatrist as well as a negotiator, and I thought that he would definitely be able to calm my brother down by coming over. What did I do to forget this? Zhao Yan slapped his head, and there was even more appreciation and favor in his eyes. Or we how smart you see I'm in a hurry to forget everything. Uncle Phone, look at this bad idea you came up with. Let someone pretend to be a police officer. This is really a misunderstanding. Zhao Yan said to the two policemen. This is really a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding or not, we'll investigate ourselves. Officer Song looked at Zheng Yong who was all wounded, in addition to what appeared in the video and said, I won't talk about the kinship between you guys. If what this little comrade said is true, then you guys are already enough to be illegally imprisoned, intentionally hurt, and the police report said that they lost a necklace worth $10 million, which involves a huge amount of money. We will investigate all these. You just need to cooperate. Officer Song gave his protege another wink and said, you go and take statements with both Miss Duke and Mr. and Mrs. Zhao's family. Also Mr. Zhao, I'd like you to provide the security footage of your villa. This. Zhao Yan just opened his mouth. Zhao Hao suddenly interjected with a smile and a modest attitude. Uncle Song, my home surveillance happens to be broken in the past few days, and this is supposed to be our family matter. And Mom and Dad only hope that my brother can have a better circle of friends and make real friends instead of fooling around with some street punks. So that's not really a fault, is it? Just a little too much education. But isn't that normal too? When I was a kid, my mom locked me in my room and wouldn't let me go out because the friends I made were bad characters. 2. Uncle Song. Zheng Yong waited for Zhao Hao to finish and saw that it was all recorded before he said, my adoptive father is called Zheng Jiangwo. He retired from the provincial party committee the year before last. The friend who called me yesterday is called Qin Feiyu, and his father is called Qin Lihan who works in the city's public security bureau, so you should recognize him, right? Said Zheng Yong, pulled out the album, flipped out a few photos of himself and Qin Feiyu's on the basketball court to Officer Song said, we are all students of the 3 middle schools. This year together with the college entrance examination, we are still in the same class. Moreover, you see this family posing as police officers, illegally detaining and assaulting people for no reason, with $10 million worth of property unaccounted for. Is it really just a matter of making a statement and calling it a day? Also Uncle Song, I recorded all the words just now and sent them to Feiyu. Officer Song's face immediately grimaced. Lu, call for backup. Chapter 3, The Capitalist is Forgetting Something. The Zhao family is the first rich man in Shanghai. The Zhao family started with shipping. Riding on the east wind of reform and opening up the shipping business expanded rapidly, but also used the convenience of shipping to expand their business to tourism, catering, hotels, entertainment and real estate. Until this year, the taxes paid by the Zhao family's Shang Richong Group and its various subsidiaries had accounted for half of Shanghai City's total tax revenue. Shanghai City's GDP since the reopening of the city has been able to rapidly surge at a rate of 10% per year, and its biggest contributor is Shang Richong. According to the Somerset Group Helping Society, 2018 edition, released by Somerset, from this year to 2025, Somerset and its subsidiaries will provide more than 4 million new jobs across the city of Shanghai. According to its forecast for the future direction, in the future, Centillion will also create 147 new occupations and predicts that its output will account for 60% of the city's GDP in the next 5 years. Putting it into ancient terms, the Zhao family could already use the title Zhao Half City. The Zhao family drifted, but they were entitled. At least that's what they think. In this acre of Jianghai City, they are deservedly big brother. Is the kind of Zhao family sneeze Jianghai City's economy will have to catch a cold existence. The Zhao family seems to have forgotten one thing. This part of the continent is a little less like the rest of the world. The netizens of the previous life referred to this lesser part of the mainland as officialdom. Zhao Yan has completely forgotten the continent of this official position special. Since he was born, since his old man and grandfather put all this point is too good. Since he took the helm since the front of the father and grandfather to him to pave the way for a good network. There is a whole group of massive funds mobilization. So he has never been money to open the way. Connections to follow. There is nothing he cannot handle. And even those in the government in his eyes and his family's servants are almost the same. They can be called to the dog to drive at will. To say that there is any difference is that the government this huge dog to be the biggest price just. All it takes is a little bit of money and a little bit of hustling to get through today. But times are different now. Zhao Yan is destined to seriously experience the characteristics of this officialdom of the continent. Seeing the two officers call for backup, the first thing he did was to call the Qin family over to try to explain that everything would be resolved afterward. Available results. What's going on? Zhao Yan mumbled to himself as he looked at his cell phone in a haze. Is it a meeting? Or is there something else going on? The phones are all busy and will be answered later. Honey. Zhao Yan looked at his wife again and asked, did you get through to old Qin's wife on the phone? Wang Yuyan also shook her head in confusion. When Zhang Yong said that the friend who approached him yesterday was actually Qin Feiyu of the Qin family, she had realized that the situation was not good. Looking at the 6 calls she had made, all of which had gone unanswered, she remembered that her father seemed to have told her when she was a child that this part of the continent was a little different from the rest of the world. No matter how big your business is, never underestimate the people on the government who don't make as much as your pocket money in a year, and never offend them. Tick tock tock tock. Soon the shrill sound of sirens rang out from outside the manor. This time there was no need for anyone to be informed and a large number of police officers soon came in. Mr. Zhao, MS. Zhao, and the 2 young comrades, please come with us. The one who spoke was not the officer Song who had just been there, but the new police officer, but not wearing a police uniform, and it looked like he should have rushed over in a hurry. Your deputy Zhou from the Jianhai district branch? Zhao Yan did recognize this man at a glance, and he rushed forward like he was grasping for a lifesaver, wanting to speak, but no sooner had he taken a step than he was stopped by the 2 new constables. Zhou Deputy Bureau of the face of no sadness and no joy look faintly said, Mr. Zhao, we are also considered a bit of friendship. Today this thing it you are also a decent person. Do not let me be difficult. No hard feelings. No problem. Zhao Yan was stopped by 2 police officers a little anxious. He stretched his neck. Hands forcefully want to push away 2 police officers. Today this matter is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. It's our family matter. Zhou Deputy Bureau. It's really no big deal. I know. This is a misunderstanding. Deputy Zhou waved his hand and said, let's talk slowly when we get to the bureau. Then give 2 police officers a look. These 2 people directly on the handcuffs will Zhao Yan directly racked away. Let Zhao Yan how to shout, how to resist will not help, not to no avail. But there are more police officers came together to escort him away. The other police officers who arrived at the scene to see the situation also directly to the Zhao family a few handcuffed all escorted away. Seeing that the people had left, Deputy Director Zhou commanded the blockade of the scene while having the police officers go and extract evidence, including the surveillance, the confessions of the Zhao family, and all the fingerprints, hair strands, and other things that could be found in the room of Miss Zhao's family's 6th young lady. Less than a moment's time Zhou Deputy Bureau will walk to the front of Zhang Yong. He carefully observed Zhang Yong, was still very indifferent to a kind of boredom forced to work overtime in an instant was converted into a heartache and love, especially looking at Zhang Yong. This is a body injury is the earliest of 2 police officers reprimanded. What are you 2 doing to eat? Didn't see Zhang this all over the wound? Not quickly sent to the doctor. Give him a quick treatment by the way to do injury appraisal. Glancing at the duo again, he said, why don't you hurry up and get in the car and go to the Jianghai 1st Military Hospital. Jianghai City, the 1st Military Hospital, now called the Southeast Army 4th Military Region Jianghai Hospital. The older generation will teach the 1st Military Hospital. The younger generation more called the Military Hospital is the first 3 hospitals in Jianghai City, but also the most powerful hospital in Jianghai City. It is also one of the hospitals qualified to issue injury appraisals in cooperation with the Public Security Department and the courts. Zhou Xiaolu was still a little confused, but the Song police officer was snapped in Xiaolu's head full of apologies. Said, Zhou Bureau, this child is only this year. A little stupid. Is the first time to face this situation. You do not get angry. No offense. Deputy Zhou waved his hand and said, "Why don't you hurry up?" After saying that, he stared at Zhang Yang for a while and asked, "Child, can you still walk?" "Aha." Zhang Yang nodded and said, "It's okay. Let's go then." Deputy Bureau Zhou accompanied Zhang Yang out of the Zhao family manor, and on the way Zhou asked a lot of questions about the past few days until he reached the car. "A $10 million necklace, ah." Deputy Bureau Zhou then sat beside Zhang Yang and said, "How many years has it been since we've had a case involving such a large amount of money in Zhanghai City?" Zhang Yang froze. In his previous life, he was also a veteran police officer who had worked for many years. How could he not hear the meaning of the leader? "I'm going to make soup out of this." Indeed, if you think about it carefully, if it is simply because you are beaten, the basement is closed, really do not need to send so many people in such an organized manner. But, it's a bit of a pity. Zhang Yang also sighed and said, "The probability of this being done by that Zhao Hao." Zhao Hao is the adopted son of Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun, and the two of them along with the Zhao Ling who lost the stuff doted on this person. The probability is that they won't pursue the charges, and the most I can do is to charge him as a violation of my personal right to honor. But so that words from the criminal into a civil case. I'm not enough of this injury and was locked up for a day and a half is probably enough to meet the public security management punishment. Completely failed to meet the criminal standard. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to rub it in. Chapter 4, I become a Daoist master. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Deputy Director Zhou didn't say anything more. He had understood the causes and consequences of this matter, and it was true that the round soup was not very good this time, but it did not mean that it could not be rubbed. Zhao family these years a little floating. Zhou Fu Bureau on the former helm of the Zhao Old Master almost no contact. The helmsman of this now Zhao Yan also not much contact, but he himself plus he knows colleagues and friends of the perception of this are not good. From this time, Zhao Yan knew that Zhang Yong's adoptive father was a member of the provincial party committee. Even if he retired, that is also his own people. The network of relations is still there. Knowing the situation, still dare to smoke like this. From the small said this is illegal behavior, and the Zhao family also posing as a police officer. Incarceration and other behavior. To the big said this is in the face of the entire Zhanghai municipal government. That whip of his was not on the body of Zheng's adopted son. It was on the faces of all units of the entire Zhanghai government. The top is definitely going to hammer Zhao Yan, and he is the one who has to think about how to rub around soup for himself to progress a little bit from the middle of the hammering action from the top. And when Zhang Yang saw that Deputy Zhou was wondering how he was going to rub the round soup, he also closed his eyes and began to review the memories of his original body. Earlier it was just a rapid review of these 3 days in Zhao's house. Now he was going to take a serious look at all of the original body's memories. This was the original body's 18 years of life. Very long and very short. Short enough for him to go through it all in less than 3 minutes before and after crossing the cluelessness to getting whipped, and long enough for him to dedicate an undetermined amount of time to combing through it slowly. Slowly combing through, from childhood to adulthood. Not knowing how long had passed, Zhang Yang suddenly discovered a strange memory. It seems that since the age of 5 the original body has been having dreams in which an old man constantly lectures the original body. As Zhang Yang continued to recall, the memory gradually solidified. From what seemed like a low murmur at first to a clear word for word. Is this a dream ordination? Zhang Yang quickly focused on this outrageous memory of an outrageous life that began the year of his 5th birthday. That day, he met a dying old beggar in the street. Out of the innocence and kindness of a child, he did not hesitate to call the emergency number, and even used his own pocket money that had been saved for a long time to buy game consoles, for the old man who had never met him to advance part of the medical expenses. However, the old beggar is a living 600 years of cultivation, but due to the exhaustion of the aura of the road ahead of the hopeless, was sent to the doctor when it is the end of the day, the last moments of his life. He chose Zhang Yang, regarded as the destiny of the heir. Ever since that day, Zhang Yang's dreams had been occupied by a slim old man, who stood under a crooked-necked old pine on top of a high mountain, and in the midst of the clouds and mist, taught him profound and difficult Taoism, sword play, fist play, the art of refining qi, as well as talismans, formations, deduction, divination, and other secrets of the immortal cultivation world. These dreams went on day after day for 10 whole years, and even though the then young Zhang Yang knew little of this knowledge, they were as deep in his mind as a brand, and could be recalled clearly at any time. The old man claimed to be the 71st generation disciple of the Qingwei sect, under the Taiyi real person, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Hierophant sect, after more than 600 years of cultivation, but failing to achieve the Tao and ascend to the next level. And now that the spiritual qi is drying up and the path to immortality has been cut off, he chose to pass on all his knowledge to Zhang Yang, making him the 72nd generation disciple of the Qingwei sect. For the young Zhang Yang, the vision of attaining immortality is far more attractive than the glory of the sect's inheritance, and he devotes himself to cultivation with hope. However, the reality was incredibly cruel. No matter how hard he tried, he could not feel a trace of the existence of aura, and that mental journey from hope to disappointment to despair almost drove him to the edge of collapse. He began to suspect that it was all just a fantasy, and even tried to seek answers through modern medicine, but came up empty-handed. Instead, they are misinterpreted by their adoptive parents as an excuse to avoid studying and are severely reprimanded. I think the original body's hatred and resentment towards the adoptive parents, the desire for the biological parents, like the true and false young master text like the turtleman behavior also from this moment to bury the cause. However, it seems that because of his own crossing over, this cause was directly cut off before it could fully bear fruit. After reviewing all the memories, Jung Young just sighed slightly. Is the aura drying up? The old man in the dream really is not a little bit. Taoism, sword, boxing, refining, talismans, formations, deduction, divination. Basically cultivate immortal novels and those things all speak. From shallow to deep everything. It even includes the methods and experience of how to deal with the screening of demons and devils inherited from this sect for thousands of years, as well as the current status of the cultivation world and various secrets. It's a shame. It's a shame. Everything ultimately ended up in the 4 words aura depletion. Without aura, he wasn't any different from those fake masters who cheated people, and only his boxing and sword skills were slightly useful but not much. Everything else requires aura support, and nothing can be done without it. Jung Young slowly opened his eyes, thinking in his mind how he was considered to have crossed over, right? A traveler always has to have a bit of traveler's welfare. System? System, are you there? A few silent words in your mind. There was no ding in the head. Was the condition not to be able to afford to turn on the system? Or was it self belonging to a traveler without a system? It doesn't matter if you don't have a system. As a traveler you always have to have some other benefits of chance, right? There was nothing before crossing the border, and after crossing the border it's still the same. So wouldn't you have crossed the border for nothing? Jung Young, sure. The original body is a chance to have no aura, can only look inside. Your own can be not necessarily. Thinking about Jung Young took out his cell phone to look at the drive. The military hospital is one of the first-class hospitals in Zhonghai City, but also the public security department physical examination of the medical designation of the hospital. Injury identification if the applicant did not request or their own designation, but also directly to here for injury identification. Look at the distance, there is still an hour's drive to arrive. A little estimate of time. Jung Young will be in accordance with the memory of the original body. Put out the 5 hearts towards the sky posture, began to follow the method taught by the old Taoist whole body relaxation, hands flat on both legs, palms facing upward, to make a simple 5 hearts towards the sky to try to vomit and absorb the spiritual chi. About 10 minutes or so passed. He suddenly felt something burrow into the wrist of his right hand, spreading all the way down his wrist and all over his body. This is Reiki? Jung Young hearted joy. Although I do not know is not aura, also do not know why from the right wrist. Not that the aura is dry it? How did it all of a sudden become? Although I do not know what is going on but Jung Young but understand that the opportunity is not to lose time. Immediately, according to the method of vomiting and circulating passed down by the old Taoist, he began to control this strange thing to continuously roam around his body, and then gradually converged into the dantian. The pain in his body lessened slightly, but the wounds were still all there. Jung Young opened his eyes, although it was very weak but the power was definitely there. What is this? Taoist I became? Chapter 5, The Kneeling. Tao, Master Tao. I'd become one? Jung Young's heart stirred. The original body in the beginning, hard from the heavy pressure of school and a wide range of interest classes to take time out, will be his few breaks are invested in cultivation. Cultivation of more than 3 years, not to mention the introduction of gas into the body. Even to strengthen the body did not do. Almost tossed himself into a mental debility. The person almost wasted. How did it come to be in less than half an hour's work? Jung Young hurriedly closed to re-feel it. In his own dantian, he could feel it. This weak but definite presence of power made him feel as if he had opened the door to a new world. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and continued to follow the method taught by the old Taoist, guiding this power to flow slowly through the 7 meridians and 6 veins. And when this power traveled from his own meridians to return to his dantian, it would all make this power even more solidified. Master Tao has truly become a man? Just why doesn't it feel right? Before Jung Young had a chance to immerse himself in this sudden joy, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart. Although this power was weak, he could clearly feel that its source didn't seem to be stable. Moreover, he felt that this was completely different from what the old man had said, that his whole body was immersed in the aura, wrapped in it, and absorbing it, and that only a very small portion of his own body was wrapped in the aura that was the source of this portion of the aura. He snapped his head down, and his gaze fell on the wrist of his right hand, where, faintly, a warm glow was emanating. Jung Young's heart moved, quickly rolled up his sleeve, only to see that his wrist did not know when there was more than one emerald bracelet. This bracelet has a warm texture, light color and elegant. through a simple and ancient atmosphere. Is that the emerald bracelet? Zheng Yong immediately raised his hand for a closer look. From the color it should be the same green emerald bracelet that he had found at the bottom of the sea before he crossed over and wore on the bones of the corpse. What wasn't quite the same was that the bracelet now looked more moist, and there seemed to be a strange kind of energy swimming around inside the bracelet, releasing a faint but beautiful emerald green glow. This is an aura? Because a part of the aura has been introduced into the body to converge in the dantian. According to what the old Daoist said, he has already achieved the stage of drawing qi into the body, and is considered to be formally embarking on the road of cultivation. So he could feel that the energy in the bracelet was the same source and the same energy as the energy in his body. It's still a good thing. Zheng Yong intended to take off the bracelet and study it carefully, but the next second he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the bracelet was firmly on his hand. As soon as he made a move to take it off, the bracelet would automatically shrink and snap onto his wrist. That's not bad, Zheng Yong thought to himself. Unless one cuts off their hands, ordinary people really can't take their bracelets. Now that you've got some aura, then strike while the iron is hot. Zheng Yong re-established a simple 5-heart towards the sky posture, began to run the qi. According to the old Taoist said that the internal qi from the dantian, through the perineum, through the anus, along the spinal cord through the coccyx, the spine and the jade pillow 3 passes, to the top of the head of the mud pills, and then by the cheeks of the 2 ears and divided down the road, will be to the tip of the tongue, and the ren vein, and the chest and abdomen right under the return of the dantian. This is a small circumference. To think that the base of the daily cycle of 774.99 times, that is, every 7 times a small circumference for a round. The daily cycle of the cycle of 7 rounds. Each small circumference of the cycle cannot be more than 7 minutes nor less than 5 minutes. Each round of the cycle of the interval shall not be less than 1 hour and 10 minutes, nor greater than 1.5 hours. Zheng Yong was overjoyed in his heart as he realized that he had finally found the source of his aura. However, this joy didn't last long, as he soon realized that there didn't seem to be much aura in the bracelet, and at his current rate of consumption, he was afraid that he would run out in another round. This is not enough. Zheng Yong secretly screamed in his heart that it was a pity. He had originally thought of using this aura to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, but now it seems that he still has to think of another way. There are perks for travelers, but this one is just pathetically small. Just as Zheng Yong was secretly agonizing, the car slowly stopped and the military hospital had arrived. He immediately put away his mind. The avenue is 49 heavenly derivatives. Recluse one of them. The road to immortal cultivation is long. The road is long and long. The most important thing right now is to take care of the matter at hand first. Zheng Yong stepped out of the car. The fresh air of the military hospital mixed with the faint scent of medicine came to his face. Only at this moment his heart was in turmoil. Crossing over, cultivating immortality. True or false, young master? He felt that the things he had experienced in his 35 years of life in this previous life were not as outrageous as today's day. Take a deep breath and try to calm yourself. Director Zhou saw Zheng Yong's nervousness but could not guess his true thoughts. Just thought he was afraid, but also do not know how to face the adoptive parents. Counting everything that this kid has done since he learned about his real parents, it's kind of well known within the system, and it's almost as if he's lost the face of the Zheng family. Seriously, this kid in the biological parents' home to suffer this whip, he is not at all sympathetic, but rather feel is deserved. Blind and blind cannot see who on their own is the true care. Not afraid, Xiao Zhang, just do a checkup. The past is past. Zhou, director of the heart of the ridicule, can face but not the slightest manifestation of words, is also concerned and persuade said, parents and children which have overnight hatred, even if you are not their biological, but the grace of parenting is always still there. Zheng Yong forced out a smile and shook his head. Zhou Bureau, I'm fine, I know what to do. No then good. Zhou deputy director, to see Zheng Yong is really repentant, will arrange small Lu with the next. Zheng Yong was quickly brought into the emergency room. Doctors quickly and professionally for him to check the wound, cleaning, disinfection, bandaging, and then transferred to the injury appraisal specialist to take pictures. Appraisal to go through various processes. Zheng Yong, lying on the hospital bed, began to recall the original body since the recognition of things since time is not long. The first time to see their own biological parents is in the hall of the Baxianjuan restaurant. The adoptive parents to give him an 18th birthday banquet and thank you banquet when he bumped into, and then began the recognition of the family's prior process. That idiot of the original didn't see that his so-called real parents weren't happy and delayed, and thought he was the real young master of the richest man in Shanghai and started to go wild. It may also be a complete outburst of more than a decade of harsh discipline from his adoptive parents, who were afraid to be more rebellious even during his rebellious period. Luckily this kid's outburst was at most lifted the dinner table once, didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Weekdays are mostly verbal taunts. Also said that it was the adoptive parents who stole his life and didn't allow him to see his real parents. Not bad, not bad. After reviewing the original body's actions, Jung Yong sighed in his heart. There is still redemption. After the completion of the injury appraisal, Director Zhou accompanied Jung Yong to the hospital lounge. Just sat down soon. The door was gently pushed open. A middle-aged couple hurriedly walked in. Their eyes are both worried, and a few points of reproach. But more is difficult to conceal the love of mother and father. It's the foster parents of the original body. Jung Yong instantly recognized the duo, and he was very silky smooth as he slid down from his chair to kneel in front of them. Pft clung kowtowed 3 times in a row. Dad. Mom. I'm sorry. Chapter 6. Did you send the fake young master in? Dad. Mom. I was really wrong. This knee is Jung Yong on behalf of the original body to repay the debt to the adoptive parents. Memories are flooding back, and the original adoptive parents are typical mainland-style parents. They expect their son to be a dragon, and they are very eager and strict. At the same time, they are very caring and pampering. In terms of study and interest cultivation, they never relax and are strict, but in terms of living, they do their best to give the best care. The original had been beaten for mistakes, but each time it had been for a reason, and even when it was corporal punishment, it had never been so cruel. This time, Jung Yong's kneeling was both a token of thanks on behalf of his original body and a farewell to his own past. In his previous life, his family was mediocre and his parents cared very little about him. In elementary school there were constant arguments in the house, and in middle school his parents divorced, and he was kicked around like a ball of leather and left to fend for himself. In high school, he began to work and study, renting a small room with only one bed to live independently. After college, contact with his parents was almost severed. Ever since he was a child, how he longed for a pair of parents like the original body's adoptive parents. But the original body didn't know how to cherish them, so let him do so. When Li Shuhua saw Jung Yong suddenly kneel down and kowtow, she was so scared that she took a step back. However, when she saw the child's body scars, her heart was like a knife. Footsteps panicked to go forward, want to embrace but afraid of hurting him, eyes instantly red. Her hands trembled as she tried to pick up Jung Yong. Her voice choked. Child, what are you doing? Get up quickly. The ground is cold. The Zhao family. The Zhao family of heaven's fury. Even if the child is really at fault, it can't be like this. How can they be so cruel? Li Shuhua cried so hard that she almost lost her voice as she looked back at her adoptive father, Zheng Jiangwo, and cried, "You stinking old man, you're just standing there like this? Don't say anything? The Zhao family beat your son up like this. Are you going to just stand by and watch?" It was as if his adoptive father, Zheng Jiangwo, didn't hear him, but only clenched his hands into fists and his face was terribly gloomy. His voice trembled a bit, but his eyes looked at Jung Yong more indifferently, and spoke, "Humph, do you know now that you are wrong? The Zhao family treated you like that. You still rushed to recognize your relatives. Shu Hua, you also don't toward this brat. This little brat in the eyes of the two old things simply do not us. This is beaten up only to think of the two of us, the parents of more than 10 years of his upbringing. You look like this. Serves you right. Isn't that what he wanted?" Rushing over to give a beating. When Li Shuhua heard her adoptive father's words, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. She wiped her tears as she defended Jung Yong. "Father, don't say that. Yong must be suffering in his heart as well. That's Yong's real parents. Who would have thought that his real parents would do such a thing?" Jung Yong looked at his adoptive parents, his heart filled with guilt. He knew that the original body's behavior during this time had really broken their hearts. More understand that this old man is a knife mouth and bean curd heart. If really dead to him that would not appear in this place. And now it's just a matter of talking to get out the anger that's been pent up in my heart for the past month. "I'm sorry, father." Jung Yong was also in tears as he secretly vowed that he would be filial to them in the future and make up for the mistakes that his original body had made. Zheng Jiangwo was called by that father's heart and soul trembling. He played the role of a strict father is also shaking. This is his son that is often said. Even if it is a dog for more than 10 years or yang out of feelings, not to mention that he poured his heart and soul and love to cultivate out of the son He was stern on the surface. In the past, even if a mistake was really made, it was predominantly didactic, and no punishment was given if it could be avoided. Even if they were punished, the causes and consequences and why they were punished would be made clear. The beating board has never been once like today's beating, skin and flesh, covered with injuries. Even if it is this January by the kid angry enough but also can understand the son's heart. Who can't be happy when you find your birth parents? When Jung Yong and his partner adopted the child back, he was already more than 2 years old, almost 3 years old, and had already been enlightened to remember. They know that these orphans are timid and delicate, fearing that they will be abandoned again, so they are obedient to their adoptive parents. After suddenly knowing his real parents, his temperament changed drastically, and that was a strong rebound from his 10 years of living cautiously. Zheng Jiangwo does not blame the child. After all, raised more than 10 years, feelings in this is also his family's treasure. He didn't even dare to treat the child like this. How could the Zhao family dare? Why don't you hurry up and pull the child up? You're embarrassing yourself here. Zheng Jiangwo finally didn't hold back, like he was scolding, but his tone was thick with concern. Zheng Yong knew that this was forgiving himself, and he somewhat weakly climbed up and sat on the chair. Foster mother Li Shuhua hurriedly stepped forward, pulled his hand, looked up and down, afraid that he still were injured. Zheng Jiangwo's face slightly eased some, but still with anger. But this anger is no longer toward Zheng Yong. This matter you have thought about how to do? Although he wanted to teach the Zhao family a lesson through his connections, but this was also after all the child's real parents, and the Zhao family was also a leading local company. Using his connections to make small moves in private might instead result in a stolen chicken situation. How to deal with the current Zhao family? The real decision-making power in the hands of the victim Zheng Yong, as the adoptive parents arbitrarily decided that it is a bit of overstepping their bounds. Zheng Yong raised his head, his eyes flickering, and did not rush to answer the question. He had mixed feelings in his heart, anger and disappointment towards the Zhao family on one hand, and guilt and gratitude towards his adoptive parents on the other. After thinking for a long time, he asked, "Uncle Zhou, what is the result of the investigation of the Zhao family this time?" Hearing Zheng Yong ask, Deputy Director Zhou, who accompanied the Zhang family couple over, spoke up from the sidelines. The surveillance video was deleted, but the technical department has recovered it. According to the time of the crime determined by talking to the rest of the Zhao family in addition to Zhao Hao, only Zhao Hao had entered the room. At the same time, the investigation and evidence collection also found Zhao Hao's fingerprints and hair in Zhao Ling's dresser and jewelry cabinet. In addition, an investigation of the security guard in charge of surveillance at Zhao's house revealed that after you reported the crime, Zhao Hao took someone to the surveillance room, supposedly to delete the video. Zhou Deputy Director's words are not much, but they clearly show the current situation. In addition to the injury appraisal cannot come out for a while, but all the evidence and according to the confession of the servants at home, basically can be sure that the necklace is Zhao Hao did. And now the stone that stops the road of progress in his Zhou Bureau is the necklace's whereabouts and Zheng Yong's attitude. According to the results of the investigation, the necklace should not have been disposed of by Zhao Hao nor taken out of the Zhao family manor, hidden somewhere, and a search warrant was needed to start a carpet search in the Zhao family. The necklace thing was a good solution. The next stone was Zheng Yong's attitude. Zhou Deputy Director of the Heart is actually very eager to make progress. He was busy before and after. At this moment and the two eyes are almost full of thirst. He most wanted to hear a sentence is never reconcile. As long as the victim of Zheng Yong does not reconcile, he will have a way to eat the bowl of pill cub soup and thus make great progress. However, what made Deputy Director Zhou a little disappointed was that Zheng Yong didn't directly say that he wouldn't settle, but instead asked rhetorically, "Did the Zhao family ask for mediation?" Deputy Director Zhou frowned and said, "The case is still under investigation, and the Zhao family has not made a request for mediation yet. However, even if they propose mediation, we still have to look at your opinion. If you're not willing, we won't force you." Zheng Yong nodded, and in his mind, he had already begun to calculate how to deal with the Zhao family. Carefully think back to the true and false young master text that you have read. The first weekly program belongs to the prelude. The false young master repeated demon, the whole family blind to get the true young master. The second weekly program starts the text, come up to engage in what to do to break the kinship of the chips, and then gradually dismantle to see the truth. You want to learn it yourself? Learn. Seeing the fake young master repeatedly tea-talking in front of himself and constantly making a fool of himself? The novel is just that. The live-action version is truly disgusting. And what with the drama of the sister coming to her knees and kowtowing, it's even more disgusting. I'm not interested in playing a one-week resurrection game with you guys. You guys are just stink bugs on the road to master making money and capital to prepare for immortalization. Master knows it's better for you to stay there. Zheng Yong cupped his chin and asked while thinking, Deputy Zhou, do you think that Zhao Hao's behavior is enough to incite a crime? And, assuming that necklace isn't worth more than $10 million, does that constitute extortion? Zheng Yong was calculating in his mind that the Zhao family was actually of use to him, and the thing that stood between himself and the Zhao family was the fake young master. Then use this opportunity to send it in. The original body is a stupid X. He just crossed over not quite sure what the difference between the judicial system of this world and the previous life, and the existence of public prosecutors and law enforcement agencies in such novels is too weak. Take Zhao Hao as a throwing stone yourself first. As long as Zhao Hao was sent in to squat for 3 years or even more, he not only had the opportunity to hold the Zhao family for 3 years without the interference of the fake young master, but he could also get a preliminary understanding of the public prosecutors and law enforcement energies in this world. In addition, according to the current situation, one is to cultivate immortality. According to the usual setting of this kind of aura depletion urban immortal cultivation text, one needs to consume a large amount of money to find everything that is aura to build a relatively rich aura cave for oneself. The adoptive parents had connections, but they didn't have the financial power to do so. Only the Zhao family did, and the odds were that they themselves would need to utilize the Zhao family's financial power. The current base strategy is trial and error. Zhao family's industry needs to be spared. Zhao Hao can't. Thinking about this, Zheng Yang asked tentatively, what if only Zhao Hao was targeted? Deputy Director Zhou's heart was slightly moved when he heard Zheng Yang's words. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to be so cunning. The idea almost coincided with him. As an official veteran, he knew that this time it was just a knock, not really to mess with the Zhao family. And Zhao Hao, the adopted son, was the perfect target. Zheng Yang, you asked a good question. Deputy Director Zhou said after a moment of contemplation. Zhao Hao's behavior may indeed constitute incitement to commit a crime and extortion. However, this still requires further investigation and forensics. Don't worry, we will definitely enforce the law impartially and will never let any bad guy off the hook. Zheng Yong naturally heard the words of the Zhou secretary outside the voice, but also a face of serious hatred, said, please make sure that you are impartial law enforcement. Be sure not to let go of a bad guy. I will never forgive either, especially those with ulterior motives. I am determined not to forgive. Chapter 7, Has This Been Bewitched? The atmosphere in the mediation room of the Marina District Public Security Bureau is heavy and tense. Zheng Yang and the Zhao family members were sitting around a long table on both sides, and a middle-aged uncle in a Zhongshan suit was sitting at the main seat in the center, holding a cup of strong tea. Song Tianji, a 40-year-old legal practitioner, as the mediator of this incident to mediate the Zhao family's affairs, the case he had already read in advance, at this time looked serious sitting in the center. Taking a sip of strong tea, he said, tell me about the mediation. Before Zheng Yong could speak, Zhao Hao spoke first. I'm sorry, brother. I'm really sorry. He was originally sitting quietly in the middle of Zhao Ling Wan Yu Yun, his body slightly leaning forward as if he had lost the strength to even sit up straight. When the onlookers looked, all they could see was a pale face and eyes full of supplication and self-reproach. Those eyes, which had once been full of cunning and mockery in the villa, were at the moment as if they were obscured by dark clouds and could not penetrate a single ray of light. One hears the mediator ask for mediation advice. Zhao Hao took the lead and grabbed to interrupt Zheng Yong's words to open his mouth in a low voice, his voice with trembling. Each word is like a hard squeeze from the bottom of his heart. I really don't know that things will turn out like this. I really love this family too much. Brother, I know I've hurt you. I really didn't think it would turn out this way. I just want my mom and dad to pay more attention to me. What happened today is I really regret it. Please, I'll do anything, as long as my brother can forgive mom and dad. When he said this, his eyes seemed a little moist, and his throat seemed to be choked by something, so he lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. Those hands, which were once so strong, seemed so helpless at the moment. Seeing this, Wang Yuyan painfully stroked his back and comforted him softly. You are also really. When did mom and dad say that they want to let you go? You are the child that puts mom and dad's favorite. Even if there is no blood relationship, how can they let you suffer? It's you who is my only brother. Within Zhao Ling's gaze was an endless amount of resentment as she angrily looked at Zheng Yang and said, what kind of thing is he? Even if he's a bit related by blood, that's still no better than you. Hearing the words of these two, Zhao Hao slowly raised his head, and when his gaze focused on Zheng Yang again, his words began to subtly shift, carrying an unspeakable complexity. Brother, I know that you must hate me in your heart, and if I were in your place, I would not be able to forgive this kind of behavior either. But in fact, this is all because I care too much about home. You may not be able to understand. I grew up in the Zhao family since I was a child, and every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile here, all carry my memories and emotions. Zhao family, not just a family name, it is the whole of my life, is the home of my soul. Suddenly appeared a you, said your real young master, said it was me who took away everything of my brother, including the love of parents, the expectations of the family. I really panicked. Woo. Saying that, he sobbed even more painfully. Except that a hint of imperceptible smugness flashed through his eyes, as if to say, no matter what you do, your parents and sister will be towards me. Zhao Yan, as if also infected by this emotion, accused Zheng Yang, said, you sinner. If you have to feel that it is the father's fault, then I admit that I did something wrong. It was my impulse. It is I did not seriously investigate without the authority to use the family law. But Zheng Yang, what do you do with your mouth? Don't you know how to talk? Do you just have to call the police to get things to this point? There is no parent who doesn't love his or her child. Wang Yuyun is also on the side to help, say, I think you could have slowly integrated into our life. Can share the warmth and happiness of this family with us? Even if there are some punishments, that is also hoping that you can change the bad habits in yourself. Even if it is wrong, that is also to be corrected if there is nothing. But look, what have you done? As our own son, You not only don't even have this tolerance for people, but now you've brought things to such an unmanageable state. Jung Yong wrapped his hands around his chest, and even though he was ready, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Really? I used to feel weird as hell when I read the novels, but I also know that this kind of book is actually a sex-transformed version of the real and fake Shin Jin one, and even if the big old man is going to use means, but this means is too much to come up to the surface, isn't it? Are you guys being compelled? Jung Yong spat. Forget it, I'm not interested in watching you guys perform here. Originally it was just a troll. But Jung Yong keenly noticed that Zhao Hao's expression directly froze the moment he heard under compulsion, and the whole person was visibly flustered. However, as a green tea, his acting talent is pulled full. Just frozen less than a few seconds time will rapidly hidden again into the kind of small white flower style choo-choo pour. Soft and weak look. Really put a compulsion on it? Jung Yong was a veteran police officer in his previous life, and had dealt with many criminals whose thieves could disguise themselves, and Zhao Hao's very short change in expression could not be hidden from his eyes at all. There can't really be, can there? Jung Yong closed his eyes. This world aura depletion like the cultivation of immortal old Daoist into the dream to teach things exist, then parasites and so on is not also exist? And the things that the old Daoist told also have about the parasites and such things. Although the spiritual chi was depleted, the compulsion to breed such things did not rely entirely on spiritual chi, but something else. So this was one of the few metaphysical means that could still be used in this era of spiritual chi depletion. That's right, you can pinch it. Jung Yong quickly pinched his fingers. Now that he had spiritual power, he could use the method of deduction taught by the old man to pinpoint. After just a little bit of counting, Jung Yong's face began to stare. His own strength is too weak, the aura is thin, and it is the first time to deduce, so it is not allowed. And the result of the deduction is also a blur, showing a grayish shape, only a bright spot flickering in dark. According to the old man's teaching, this result represents the future of the Zhao family is completely destroyed. His deduction of the soul to count whether the compulsion is the result is that Zhao Hao did put the compulsion, but the compulsion does not completely control the Zhao family members to be driven by it. Jung Yong slowly opened his eyes. It seemed that this Xiao Hao was something, but the real reason for these decisions was still the eccentricity of the Zhao family. But it doesn't matter. He sneered and continued. What do you think this place is? This is the mediation room of the Jianghai City Binhai District Public Security Bureau, not your Zhao family manor. There's no need to put on some kind of Zhao family love show for me here. $50 million and I'll sign the letter of understanding. He had no interest at all in the future of the Zhao family. It was a good choice between a family that didn't love him and a family that did. So now it's just a matter of deducting a little bit of money down from the Cho family using these things. The time now is 18 years, which is a rather delicate point in time. And he also intends to try to start his own business like among other true and false young master texts. And the Zhao family was directly dumbfounded when they heard Jung Yong's request. Why don't you go rob? Zhao Ling was more shocked than everyone else. He stood up in a mischievous manner and accused. You actually want $50 million for this? Jung Yong did not answer but gave the mediator a wink. It was time for this one to make an appearance. I've read the file. Mediator Lao Song spoke appropriately. He took a sip of tea and asked without slowing down. Before mediating I would like to ask Ms. Zhao, is your necklace really worth $12 million? What's it to you whether it's worth it or not? Zhao Ling coldly said, my sister is also a lawyer. So what if it's not worth it? This is my family matter. The necklace belongs to me. I choose to forgive Hao Hao and not pursue his responsibility. What can you do? Lao Song smiled and said, Ms. Zhao cannot be prosecuted according to law, but the Public Security Bureau that the matter is of a bad nature. The criminals have abetted slander, destruction of evidence, subjective malice is strong, and there is no self-surrender behavior, and then investigated the suspect without remorse. Do not cooperate with the investigation. At present, although the case has not been released to the public but it has already caused a certain impact on the community, is in contact with the prosecutor's office contact for public prosecution. The value of the necklace is the key. If it's really that valuable then this is a theft involving a huge amount of money. If not then it involves extortion. Old Song finished the string and took a sip of tea and said, although our public security has a specialized appraisal department and perennial cooperation appraisal agencies can identify the specific value of the necklace, but if Miss Zhao herself said and was identified by us are two concepts, I will say it directly. Jung Yong took Old Song's words and said, you Zhao Hao don't need to perform anything here anymore. It's useless to say so much. The police weigh the actual evidence and also have confessions. Your performance is useless. Several of you. Now Mr. Zhao Yan is involved in assault and abuse. Ms. Wan Yu Yun is suspected of unlawful imprisonment. Zhao Hao's matter is very serious. The police have restored the surveillance video to investigate out that you entered Zhao Ling's room and your fingerprints and hair were extracted from Zhao Ling's jewelry cabinet, dresser, closet, and bed. and even your genetic material was extracted from the toilet paper in her garbage can. Let me give you a little general law. Mr. Zhao Yan, according to Article 234 of the Criminal Law, anyone who intentionally injures another person's body shall be sentenced to less than 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, or control. My current injury appraisal hasn't come out yet, and if I don't sign an understanding agreement, you'll definitely have to go in and squat for a while. MS. 1 you will I shut down the basement also have video evidence. According to the provisions of Article 238 of the Criminal Law, unlawful detention of others or other methods of unlawful deprivation of the personal freedom of others. According to the current situation, you will be sentenced to less than 3 years fixed-term imprisonment, detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. The specific how to sentencing depends on the court. MS. Zhao Ling, your situation is very special. If you lost the necklace, if it really has this value, the public security organs currently have two kinds of judgment on you. One is really unaware of it, and one is collusion. Indeed do not know, so you will not matter. If you cannot give a reasonable reason to forgive Zhao Hao, then this is collusion. And if the necklace you lost is not worth the price, it is a conspiracy to extort with Zhao Hao. As for you, Zhao Hao, you have the most serious circumstances in this case. The first has burglary and the amount is huge. The second, house molestation. The third, planting evidence to frame others to violate other people's right to honor. And the fourth, you do not think that your words are just words. Your words have already constituted the abetting of the Zhao family couples to beat me incarcerated. So the several crimes are punished together. Even if I sign this letter of understanding, you are still 3 years starting. Mr. Zhao Yan, you are a businessman or the richest man in Shanghai. You have a way to come out even if I don't sign the letter of understanding. But from squatting in to coming out, have you thought about how long you'll have to squat and how much you'll lose? For a moment the four people in the room suddenly changed their faces. Chapter 8, Waiting for Progress. The air seemed to freeze in the mediation room of the Marina District Public Security Bureau. Zhang Yong looked at the flickering faces of the Zhao family and suddenly remembered a common phrase in novels. Face like a color palette. It's brilliant, but it's a shame to watch what should be a shrewd businessman always reveals a kind of stupidity that tries to calculate everything but can't figure anything out. Is this what it means to be rich for 3 generations? In fact, if you do the math, the Zhao family in Shanghai is now the 3rd generation of Zhao Yan's generation. Originally lived in Jianghai City, is naturally heard of the Zhao family's history of development. The Zhao family is in the late Qing dynasty and the beginning of the struggle to get rich in the South China Sea. Then part of the Zhao family's relatives one after another to leave the mainland to join the Zhao family. Part of the money sent back from the South China Sea to stay in the mainland to invest in the purchase of land into the local landlords of the small and famous. In the middle and late stages of the Liberation War, because of the fear of the GCD, part of the family followed the GMD to Taiwan and part of the family went to the South Seas. And since then the Zhao family has no more relatives in the mainland. In 75 years, the second of the main line of the Zhao family, because of the boss and the boss of the business philosophy, is not the ultimate separation. The boss stayed overseas to continue to operate most of the industry, while the second with their control of the shipping industry in 76 years to defect to the mainland, and then to return to the status of overseas Chinese to rely on the mainland development of the shipping business. So the Zhao family is divided into the Zhao family in South Asia and the mainland Zhao family. If we also count the lineage that went to Taiwan Island, there were a total of 3 branches: the South Asian Zhao family, the mainland Zhao family and the Taiwan Island Zhao family. The first generation of Jianghai Zhao family at the helm of the 78 reform and opening up when he retired to the second line to let his eldest son to take over the business, followed by 90 years when Jianghai City was designated as a special economic zone, ushered in the development of the Zhao family's business. Is also at this time of the rapid progress of the second generation of the helm, of the retirement of the helmsman to the third generation of the helmsman, that is, the current Zhao Yan, to take over. It's just that this Zhao Yan bar, Zheng Yong's previous life as a police officer, did not lessen businessmen to deal with, not to mention those who are worth millions of hundreds of millions of successful people. The feeling that this one is not even compared to some small traders. The composure and shrewdness of the big businessmen really didn't show up, nor did the shifty faces and cunning of the small vendors show up at all. In other words, you can't really see much of a businessman in this guy. According to the businessman who had seen in his previous life, he should have made a decision by this point. You're still counting here. What's the point of counting? Every minute this is delayed now is a disrespect for money. Zhao Yan's face changed and changed, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he tried to remain calm, but the panic in his eyes was hard to hide. Zhang Yong, what exactly do you want? $50 million, why don't you go and rob it? I'll give you the compensation you want, but how did you open your mouth for $50 million? Zheng Yong gently shook his head. He really did not think that as the helmsman of a leading enterprise in a place can be stupid to this point. No wonder the prospects of the Zhao family is dim. He didn't want to talk. He just glanced at the mediator who was sipping tea, then closed his eyes with his arms around his chest. Aha, the old song is also no to their own playtime. He cleared his throat, put down the cup of tea, said, Mr. Zhao, MS. 1. Although 50 million seems a lot, but compared to the impact of this matter and the loss of your group may face compared to cannot be compared. So now it is also for the two of you in consideration. The Book of Understanding once signed to can also first go out. Us? Wan Yuyun's face was even more wonderful as she said, what about Hao and Xiaoling? What do you think? Zheng Yang was really speechless. He really didn't want to talk to this kind of brainless guy anymore. I'll be straightforward, he said with a cold smile. The optimal solution at the moment is for the two of you to go out first, so that the group can quickly PR out the announcement, so that public opinion can be calmed down before it even rises. Subsequently determine the value of the necklace. It can only be high and not low, otherwise your $1,000 will have to squat for a long time longer. As for Zhao Hao, just wait honestly to go in and step on the sewing machine. He goes in, performs well and fights for a reduced sentence, and then you guys think of a way to be released on medical parole or executed outside the prison. This is the optimal solution for you guys. Zhao Ling, on the other hand, was furious as she stood up violently, pointing at Zhang Yong's nose and cursing, You ungrateful fellow, our Zhao family has treated you well, and you actually did this to us. Zhang Yong looked at her coldly, without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. MS. Zhao Ling, not thin to me is to go to your house for 3 days to eat a full meal, sleep in the basement for 2 days, received a whipping, but also inexplicably become a thief? Zhao Ling's face stiffened, then turned red warm. Aha! Old Song coughed gently as he tapped the long-written mediation and letter of understanding and said slowly, Mr. Zhao, Miss Zhao, what Mr. Zheng Yang said is true. According to the evidence we currently have, Mr. Zhao Hao's actions have constituted multiple crimes, including burglary, molestation, and planting evidence. All of these acts are not simple family disputes, but serious criminal offenses. It's no longer a matter of whether to forgive or not. It's useless for any of you to forgive. The Public Security Department will have already collected evidence to prepare for the public prosecution of Zhao Hao. Zheng Yang shook his head. He could only sigh as he looked at the family who still couldn't understand the situation. Mr. Zhao, this place on the mainland is different from the outside. Zheng Yang glanced at his cell phone and said, You just don't have to think about why you can't even manage this little thing after spending so much money and raising so many people. Because the purposes and interests of them in the system and you outside the system are not aligned. In this part of the continent, there are many ways to cash in on power, but the avenues to go the other way are not only small but risky. Oh, speaking of which, I remember Master Joe sending you to USA Gilded when you were very young. Just a word of advice, don't bring the USA playbook to CHA. The words fell. Zheng Yang then stood up, slightly straightened his shirt and said, Now it is 1:40 p.m., there are still more than 6 hours to go to work at 8:30 in the morning. I'm emphasizing once again in the end, you are a businessman. Now signing up to stop the loss in time is what you should do. Once you miss the best time, then you and your Shangri Chang group lose more than just this amount of money. Also, Zheng Yang raised his cell phone again and said, Don't think that you can renege on your debt after you go out. I have all the video recordings saved here. These things may not hurt you and Shangri Chang, but they will definitely become a Tarsus maggot to make things difficult for you, especially those entertainment companies under your umbrella, which are themselves very much eaters of persona and traffic, right? After saying this and looking at Old Song, Uncle Song, please. Old Song didn't reply, just smiled slightly and took a sip of tea. Nor does it stop Zheng Yang, who is on the other side of the mediation, from leaving. We've been doing this for a long time. Can't we understand this? There are a lot of people out there who are looking forward to the failure of mediation. And that's not the only one who wants to make progress. As soon as a Zhao falls, everything comes to life. At least the sub-branch is a very graphic place. Now it's time to see if this one really knows how to stop in time. Chapter 9. Why is the E-Donkey gone? Outside the gates of the Binhai District Public Security Bureau, the night was as dark as ink, and the street lamps gave off a dim and shadowy glow. Zheng Yang walked out of the mediation room and met the anxiously waiting adoptive parents. Younger, how's it going? Have things been resolved in the end? Li Shuhua asked with a slightly trembling voice as she tightly pulled on Zheng Yang's hand, her eyes filled with concern and eagerness. Zheng Yang smiled faintly, that smile revealing a hint of undetectable confidence. Mom, just rest assured, things have been pretty much handled. The Zhao family is willing to pay $50 million to settle this matter. When Zhang Zhangwo heard this, his eyebrows slightly raised and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. $50 million? That much money? Their Zhao family is really willing to put down blood money. They have to give it up even if they can't, otherwise they will lose even more. Zhang Yang said confidently and blandly, his tone revealing a calmness that was in control of the whole situation. Speaking of which, Dad, How is the physical condition of Zhao Chao Shang, the previous head of the Zhao family? Zheng Jiangwo pondered a little and replied, the body is still good. Have you forgotten that last week it also broke out that this old man took a new 18-year-old girlfriend to a maternity checkup? It was a big deal. Hearing this news, Zhang Yong also froze for a moment. He recalled a little. It seems that this matter did explode last week, and at that time, it caused a lot of people to talk about it. Didn't he say that it was his eldest granddaughter? Zheng Yang asked with a frown. He remembered that the original body had read that lace news, and later Shang Richang had also debunked the rumor that it was Master Zhao accompanying his eldest granddaughter to the maternity checkups, wanting to see his grandchildren. Who knows? Zheng shook his head with a hint of you-know-what in mockery in his tone. In the world of these rich people, the rumors you see disproved may not necessarily be true. True or false, who can say? Get in the car, Zhang Jiangmo said, and handed another document to Zhang Yong. This is your injury appraisal. Zhou Bureau brought it over to me, saying that it was plugged in and came out early. Aha! Zhang Yong took the appraisal document, casually glanced at it, then threw it aside, closed his eyes and began to recuperate. He probably understood in his mind what Zhou Bureau wanted to express. This injury appraisal is asking him to ask for such a high price is really no problem? The car was quickly launched and left the precinct. On the road, Li Shuhua is still a little uneasy to say. Younger although this matter you are the victim, how to deal with that is your own thing. But 50 million this is not a small amount. Mom! Zhang Yong opened his eyes, glanced at his mother, closed his eyes again and said, what I want isn't compensation. It's the price that the Zhao family paid to suppress the scandal. Zhao Yan. This old deng stupidity can't calculate the accounts clearly, but the Zhao family isn't always all stupid. So naturally, someone will help him calculate it clearly. It doesn't have to be until tomorrow morning. If I'm guessing correctly, by the first 4 or 5 o'clock this money will come in a first call. After I receive this $50 million, I'm going to set aside $20 million to hit mom and dad's account, and I'm going to try to start a small business with the remaining $30 million, Zheng Yong said in a firm tone. This money, Zheng Jiangwo was trying to refuse, but was interrupted by Zheng Yong. Dad, no need to be heartfelt about it. Zheng Yong closed his eyes, a hint of fatigue in his tone. I want to rest for a while. If you have to talk to me, wait until I have a good rest to slow down before talking. Seeing Zheng Yong that tired look, the old couple also no longer say anything, just silently sitting in the car. But the heart is full of worry and expectation of their son. Zheng Yong in the back row closed his eyes, both to rest and to start planning for his future. He secretly planned for the future in his mind, and based on the novels he had read in his previous life and the reality of Taoist things, there was a very precise summary of this matter of cultivating immortals, fortune couples, Dharmaland. Among them, wealth ranked first, whether it was the immortal cultivation world or the urban. But whenever one wanted to start cultivating immortality, one had to have a huge amount of resources to invest. In the immortal cultivation world it was elixirs and countless spirit stones, while in the urban category it was huge amounts of cash. In short, cultivating immortality was all about burning money. If one wanted to cultivate immortality, one had to have a huge amount of financial support, which was why $50 million was needed. With this $50 million, he could start investing and lay a solid foundation for his path to immortal cultivation. However, investing was not an easy task, and the slightest carelessness could result in losing everything. What about the direction of one's investment? Carefully recalling the previous life, his mind calculates the future direction of investment. The current point in time is 2018, and the history of this world is basically the same as the direction of the previous life. Only some places are different, such as this place in Shanghai City, but the general environment and general direction are still basically the same. So what has happened in 2018 through the next few years? Zheng Yong silently recalled in his mind. In 2018, the global economy is gradually recovering, but trade protectionism and unilateralism are on the rise, and the international situation is complicated. It is now June 3rd, and if history is heading in the right direction, the trade war between China and the United States will officially start in August. But this is not a bad thing, because the United States of America's suppression of China, the future of the country will have a period of difficulty, but soon the country's high-tech will usher in a new round of great development, such as new energy, drones, artificial intelligence and so on. However, he certainly couldn't get his hands on these high-tech industries quickly. $50 million was divided into $20 million for the adoptive parents, and the remaining $30 million was just startup capital, far from being a ticket to enter. If he wanted to invest, he could instead try the medical industry. There would be epidemics in the future, but it was not so easy to say in this world, not to mention whether or not there would be an epidemic after 2020. Even if there was, it was still in the future. Even if they were to make masks, The demand for masks was not as high now as it was during the epidemic. Being a traveler, Zheng Yong's eyes slightly opened a slit as he looked out of the car window and sighed in his heart. Isn't there a chance for me to pick up the pieces? Learn to make pills like urban cultivation texts? Get some beauty elixir first? No, the master in the dream said that alchemy requires spiritual plants. And nowadays spiritual plants are scarce and extremely hard to find. And the elixirs made from ordinary plants can't achieve the immediate results of the novels. And some of them are even inferior to ordinary medicines. What's more, there's no getting around animal testing, clinical trials and the FDA. In the middle of the novel these organizations and requirements are all god-awful. But there's none of that here. So use it as a health supplement? Might as well get brown sugar water then. At least that one costs less to make a profit. And other divination, talismans, feng shui. These need a name to make big money. Otherwise it's sunglasses and a table and street rabbit knife fun. So what can you do on your own at the moment to build up capital quickly? Just at this time, Zheng Yang suddenly saw a Wulingshan car whiz past his own Nissan. That Wuling car was inconspicuous, but it gave people a feeling of solidity and reliability. Wuling what the people need to do what the Wuling, Zheng Yang muttered, but in the next second, he felt as if he had been inspired by these words, as if a lightning bolt had crossed his heart. He suddenly realized that he really seemed to have overlooked something that he could pick up on. He carefully watched the vehicles coming and going on the street, thinking about something he hadn't noticed since he crossed over. There was something more on the street, and something seemed to be missing. What is it? Zheng Yang frowned in contemplation. He tried to recall the street scene at this time in his previous life, trying to find the difference. Woo buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a modified Ghostfire motorcycle whistled past, pressing against the yellow line, the ear-piercing roar breaking the night's tranquility. Yeah, it's a Ghostfire. Ah no, it's an electric car. To be more accurate, it is an electric motorcycle. Zheng Yang's heart was enlightened, and he suddenly realized that the development of the electric motorcycle industry in this world didn't seem to be as rapid as it was on Earth. In the past life, at this time the electric motorcycle army has already taken shape, and the streets and alleys are full of electric motorcycles. They are loved by people for their convenience, environmental protection and economy. This is the time of year when all kinds of delivery boys and costs are riding their electric motors all over the place. However, in this world, there don't seem to be a few electric motors on the streets. Instead there are heaps of motorcycles and bicycles. Is this the line of work that I, a traveler, can pick up? Zheng Yang was secretly thinking in his mind. With the experience of his previous life, he is aware that if he can open the electric motorcycle industry, as long as he finds the right direction, in the next few years will usher in explosive development. Trade wars, the conflict over the Red Sea, there will be a long war in Eastern Europe, the Slipper Army. The turbulent and conflicting future situation is an important factor that will lead to rising oil prices in the future. If it can be laid out in advance, electric motors can be in the future development prospects are even more immeasurable. What's more, with his old man's connections, and with the national policy of encouraging new energy and green mobility, he can try to promote a policy here that doesn't seem to have appeared here. Banning motorcycles. An electric motor in the initial stage of their own input cost is very low, because the world has an electric car industry. BID, TSL, and other new energy car companies are gradually power. Shanghai City, there is also a local tram brand. Relying on policy subsidies to develop is also good. The city of Shanghai is also a tram supporting industries and assembly plants. Shangri Chang is also mentioning this in his future investment direction. So the industry is there, the money is there, and you just need to finish the market research yourself. Future fit policy. Money, no shortage. Chapter 10, Zhao family bows down in Zhao Hao's life. The reaction speed of the Zhao family was far beyond Zheng Yang's expectations. He thought he wouldn't make a decision until at least close to midnight. After all, Zhao Yan was a man who didn't seem very smart, who tried to calculate everything but couldn't calculate anything, even if someone in the Zhao family can quickly stabilize the situation. But according to the general drama of the mansion, this time is bound to be staged after some power struggle before the second-generation helmsman re-emerged to stabilize the situation, and then make a formal decision. With all this fuss, the early morning results call is already swift, and it could actually be later. But the car had just reached the entrance of the neighborhood when Zhang Yang heard a ding. Casual glance found the message reminder of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. They directly clicked in to see. Do not matter if you do not look. A look shocked. To account for $30 million of figures clear and eye-catching. This caused Zhang Yang's heart to tremble slightly. 50 million all of a sudden hit $30 million. The smoothness of things let Zheng Yang a little surprised at the same time, also more than a trace of inexplicable uneasiness. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Whether it is a set of novels or a previous life, it is not uncommon to be so cool, and often there is a set waiting for you to jump behind such generosity. And what is this set? Zheng Yang half squinted his eyes and watched the car drive into the neighborhood. Adoptive parents live in Jianghai City, Ziyuanmen's old city roots of an old neighborhood called Qingju District. The age of the house is generally more than 30 years, and the floor is generally no more than 8 floors. Most of the streetlights in the neighborhood have been replaced with new ones after modernization, but there are still a few that remain in the style of the 1970s and 1980s, and you can even see some old brick houses that are not vacant. You can see the humble sign of the XXX store hanging on the bare red brick wall. But although this is an old neighborhood, it is almost the best place for security in the entire Jianghai City, even better than the rich villa area in the coastal district. For here is a name more famous and widely known than its real one: Sons and Daughters Compound. This is the former municipal government units of Jianghai City, one of the internal welfare housing district, concentrated in the public prosecutor's office, municipal government, taxation and other units of the people. Although the follow-up people from the move out, some people from the outside moved in, so that this district is gradually mixed up, but the main residence here is still mostly people within the system. To commit anything here, it is guaranteed to be a one-stop shop for public prosecutors and lawyers. But this is an old neighborhood after all, and some of the inherent and persistent problems can't be eliminated by later renovation, such as the lack of an underground parking garage and the lack of a few parking spaces planned for the ones on the ground. Zheng Jiangwo is also accustomed to the car to find a corner that does not block the road, a plug on the family back. No elevator good at home on the 6th floor, not high nor short. The family will be puffing and puffing climbing the 6th floor. Stairwell lights dim and dim, as if telling the vicissitudes of the years. Although the floor is not high, but enough to make people panting. Just after stepping onto the 6th floor corridor, a figure that no one had expected appeared under the light. A small old man sitting on the steps with a mortar and pestle. His age is about in his 70s, wearing a Chinese mountain suit, quietly sitting in the doorway of Zheng Jiangwo. In the dim light, the old man's figure looked a little thin, half squinting his eyes, not knowing if he was asleep or just resting with his eyes closed. Old man. Zheng didn't dare to say that he knew everyone in the neighborhood, but he still knew everyone in this building. He only felt that the old man seemed a bit familiar but couldn't name him. But he was about to go up and ask. Zheng Yong, however, went forward and tugged on his adoptive father, whispering, "Dad, you go back first. I'll talk to the old man for a while." Zheng Jiangmo sniffed, glanced at Zheng Yong, suddenly came to a realization. So he nodded and let his wife into the house without a word, waiting for the old man into the house. Zheng Yong only went forward, would like to shout an old den but still gave up. See, the old man opened his eyes, got up on his crutches. He was also very obedient to go forward to assist. The two did not have a word and went downstairs, until out of the neighborhood. The old man finally sighed long and said, "Rather have a heart. Thought you would, because of that unfilial son of things. Even to me this old thing also the same harbor hatred on. One size does not fit all. Even if it's a bloodline affinity, I won't implicate my old dad for my son's sins." Zheng Yong was polite and his words were polite, even polite and distant, saying, "Otherwise, what's the difference between me and that Mr. Zhao who can't distinguish between right and wrong and judge the situation? Right, old Master Zhao?" Old Master Zhao. From just looking at the old man's face clearly, Zheng Yong recognized him, not to mention the similarities between him and Zhao Yan as father and son. Even before the lace news there was a picture of the old man. How could he forget so quickly? Zhao Chaosheng smiled faintly. That smile hid a few deep meanings. "Xiao Yang, ah, this time, it's that sinful person who has wronged you. I wonder if Xiao Yang can forgive that sinful person?" Sure enough, Zheng Yong had long guessed that the $30 million could not have come so quickly without a reason. "The precinct has a copy of the understanding and mediation agreement that I signed." Not directly picking up the old man's words, and using such a very formulaic reply, Zhao Chaosheng naturally heard the meaning within the words. The old man sighed and seemed a little disillusioned as he asked, "There's not the slightest possibility? What do you think?" Zheng Yong spread out his two hands. Although his clothes covered most of the injuries on his body, the injuries on his arms, neck, legs, and face could not be covered. Borrowing the street lamp, the old man's tearful eyes seemed to be worried, but also angry. Want to say but the words to the side of the mouth, squirming half a day and cannot say anything. "I have a few questions." Zheng Yong could only shake his head helplessly when he saw the old man like this. He shook his phone and said, "If you answer me, and at the same time give me another $30 million, I promise to delete all the videos. I won't answer any questions from the media individually, and if there is a need to do so I can discuss it with you guys ahead of time, to minimize the damage." Honestly, he's not one of those slap-happy war gods who come up with left and right without a care in the world. Nor is he a second-week protagonist who's been reborn and returned to the world bent on vengeance. He's a normal person, and besides, the real and fake young masterman is just starting out, and the first weekly program just opened up and crushed him. Now that the older generation of the family has come over to beg, Zheng Yong is also willing to give the old man a step down, provided of course that the benefits are maximized. AI. The old man is again a sigh. He probably knows Zheng Yang want to ask what, then directly said, in fact, Zhao Hao's life is far more complicated than Xiao Yong you imagine. When I traveled abroad, and then the Caribbean beach hotel, met the old man, my 18-year-old first love. She was also single. The old man is also just a union, marrying people who do not like, so you also have to understand that the chance to meet will be out of control, even if it is just a short period of time to enjoy the passion. But who thought that she was pregnant? At that time, I just took over the enterprise, cannot stay outside for a long time. But the old man, I did not know that she was pregnant, only left some money and contact information and went back to the country. Until later, she gave birth to Zhao Hao, father Connie abroad, and raised him alone. In the beginning Connie grew up abroad and went through many ups and downs. In the middle she got married and then divorced, and during the marriage she had a son, and this child is Zhao Hao. Later, I learned of Zhao Hao's existence by chance, and at that time the old man's first love was gone, so the old man brought him back to the country. But at that time, your father had you, and Zhao Hao's father was also alive and well, so it was impossible to publicly claim him. So I placed him in Jianghai City and raised him in secret, never disclosed to the public, nor said anything to your father. But who knows, the child's life was bitter, and he followed his mother early on without a year of good life. With him gone, only Hao is left alone. Oh, Zhang Yang immediately guessed the next plot and said, wasn't that the time when it happened that I just got lost? My mother was in tears day in and day out. My father was in pain and tricky to deal with. And coincidentally Zhao Hao was about the same size as me, so you arranged for adoption to bring Zhao Hao into the family. The old man was a little surprised but didn't say anything. What about me? Zheng Yang went on to ask. Don't give me the story that your Zhao family used all their power and searched for more than 10 years without finding them, and then stumbled upon them? The Zhao family has been searching for their relatives for more than 10 years, and the reward has not stopped until they were recognized, and the reward has been rising year by year. He looked at the memory of the original body there. The original body found since and Zhao Yan looked like. In school was teased that he was not going to recognize Zhao Yan as a father. Said more, plus really looked quite like. So the original body as a child went to the Zhao family villa several times, intended to try his luck. The result is no luck. Every time directly by the security guards to drive away. The last time is directly let the dog almost bit the original owner. Since then the original body in not much thought of recognizing relatives. If it hadn't happened to meet at the 18th birthday banquet, which was really unavoidable, there wouldn't have been the subsequent recognition of the family. And not to mention the latter, he was trying to hear how the old man would explain the reason why he couldn't find it for over a decade. Zhao Chaosheng didn't reply, just his eyes went to the one upstairs that had just been lit up. It was only after a little while that he asked, Isamu, are you planning to take the public examination? Examining the public? Zheng Yang immediately understood what was going on after a little thought. With his own old man's network of relations, the examination of the public, as long as you pass the written examination, even if it is the pressure line into the can be successfully landed, followed by the Zhao family's money and Zheng family connections, he will be promoted as fast as a rocket. And in thinking about that personality of the original body, as long as you find an actual chance encounter, and then recognize the relatives, in giving some small favors and the kind of family concern he wants, the Zhao family can find a backer in Jianghai City that cannot be measured by money. Even if the original body stays out of the local area, when it arrives in the field, it can still use its authority and connections to facilitate the Zhao family's business in the field. At the same time, one within the system, one outside the system. In the current international situation intricate and complex, the country determined to start the transformation of the special period. The Zhao family, even if there is no construction, can be guaranteed undefeated. It's just a shame. Man's calculations are not as good as heaven's calculations. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth hooked up in an arc and said, as for Zhao Hao and Zhao Yan, these two cuties, stupid to the point of being incorrigible. Man's plan is not as good as God's plan. Yo! Chapter 11, Electric Motors of This World. When Zhao Chaosheng heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, followed by more helplessness. Yeah, too stupid. He was with his granddaughter for half a year, waiting for his first grandchild to be born, and then this happened. Young Yang's early return was unplanned by him, but, having already met and having a paternity report, plus the fact that Young Yang at that time also really demanded to return to his family and recognize his ancestor, Zhao Chaosheng also did not think so much. Think a little ahead of time. As long as the child is good to the adoptive parents' home, do not let this affection broken. Later, in thinking about how to let Zheng Yang to go to the public examination, the plan can go on as usual, but who would have thought it? Just 3 days. 3 days. Those two idiots had bankrupted the plan he'd been working on for over a decade. He had been thinking about it from the time he received the news until just now, and he had not been able to figure out what Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun were really thinking. Even if you can't guess your own plan, that is his own son father's essence and mother's blood, born in October, his own son He didn't believe it when he first got the news, and it wasn't until his friend in public security called that he realized it was true. It almost sent him to the hospital in anger at the time. It's over. It's all over. Stupid. Stupid. That sinner. Why did you even sign the letter of understanding? Zhao Chaoshang was furious at the thought of this, pesting his cane and cursing bitterly. Those two losers. Idiots. They should rot in jail and never come out. $50 million. Old man will transfer it to you now. And you go tear up the letter of understanding for old man me. I'm going to put these two idiots behind bars. Sitting in jail? Zheng Yang bristled and said, come on, if they both go to jail, who's going to inherit the Zhao family? Don't tell me you're planning to have a grandson? Or you have some illegitimate son? Or such a grandson? The old man didn't say anything as his eyes rested on Zheng Yang. Even though the plan changed, having someone who wasn't stupid and could keep the family business was a done deal. Come on. Zheng Yang waved his hand and said, I don't want to be surnamed Zhao. It's better for you to deal with that big mess in your house on your own. It's so hard for me to jump out of the drama of the real and fake young master. Who wants to go back? And according to the characteristics of this type of text, the Zhao family's Shang Richon must now have a bunch of parasites, and cannot be easily moved. Without the rebirth of the memory of the addition, he does not know that those who are loyal, those who cannot be must be dismissed, and those who have black materials that can be utilized by themselves. Moreover, his previous life as a small police officer, did not master so big business, went up also useless, does not exist like other novels, and a go can be a radical reform, and then let the enterprise a new look. The best option for yourself is to create a business of your own from scratch. Running to take over Shang Ri Chang will only lead to death. Old Master Zhao, Zheng Yang said, sent you so far, I also have to return. As for the understanding or not depends on you. If not, on the price you said to call over $50 million on the line. If the understanding if you call the remaining $20 million over the line. Take care of yourself. I won't see you off. Has the Zhao family passed? I don't know. Zheng Yang thinks that it shouldn't be. That Zhao Hao will definitely come out early. But he doesn't care. Who cares about the real or fake young master when you're ready to cultivate immortality? I have practiced my body like a crane. Under 1,000 pines I have 2 scriptures. I have come to ask and there is nothing more to say. Clouds in the blue sky. Water in a bottle. Life and death have no reason to hate each other. The waves flow to the past and present. In the fog of the white head, I can see the river. It is still the heart of my childhood. Many years of dust and earth, though I am a monk. I am not yet a monk. Chanting the poem, Zheng Yong's figure gradually disappeared under the streetlight. On the following day, the early morning sunlight spilled onto Zheng Yong's face through the gaps in the curtains. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at his cell phone again. $30 million had arrived, totaling $60 million. This is really a subtle number. Is to give oneself to understand there cannot immediately understand it? But it looks like the fake young master won't be able to squat for long. But according to Mrs. Zhao, the fake young master is also the real young master. So this is a clash between the illegitimate son and the firstborn son of the real and fake young masters. But he didn't care. Zhao Hao no matter what. As long as he does not go to that Zhao family is finished. He is now going to rely on $60 million to open his electric motor business. Wash and eat. Zheng Yang also simply said to his adoptive parents that he wanted to buy a motorcycle. Intends to take a look on the street. Did not give to say that the matter of entrepreneurship. After eating, I put on a casual jacket and headed out the door on a journey to find out what was going on. It is reasonable to say that the electric motorcycle this thing to the low cost of vehicles. Easy to travel. Easy to charge. Easy to park quickly and other advantages developed rapidly. But why in this place electric motorcycle is a very rare thing. The continent of this world is largely the same as the continent of the previous life. There is no such unfavorable factors as Southeast Asia is restricted by the power grid, power supply and other issues leading to the slow development of electric motor, provided that external conditions remain unchanged. The reason for the lack of development can only be internal. Zheng Yang by car soon came to the destination that has long been chosen, an electric motorcycle sales store located in the high-tech zone. Because the development of electric motor in this world is not very good, so the electric motor is rarely independent stores, mostly some stores selling motorcycles incidental to the things sold. Zheng Yang chose this store called Flash Motor. Is a minority of electric motor franchise, although not large, but the display of the electric motor of a variety of styles, from the simple and stylish to the technological sense of the full, have everything. Zheng Yang walked into the store and a new and unfamiliar air came over him. The shopkeeper saw a customer enter and immediately greeted him warmly. Sir, do you want to see the electric motor? We have the latest model here, with great performance. Zheng Yang smiled and nodded in response. Seeing this, the clerk began to introduce the electric motor in the store without waiting for Zheng Yang to open his mouth. He pointed to a cool electric motor and said, "This electric motor is our star product. equipped with the latest intelligence system, which can realize a variety of functions such as voice control, automatic navigation, cruise control, lane monitoring, self-stabilization. Zhang Yong listened to the shopkeeper's introduction, but he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart. Just by listening to the introduction and comparing it to its Earth counterpart, the difference immediately appeared. The development of electric motors here is an overly intelligent. Although intelligence is the trend of future heir, on Earth even in 25 years, the electric motor thing does not seem to be so versatile, right? The more you listen, the more you feel that this girl is not in the introduction of electric motorcycle but car. Really do not want to continue to listen to Zhang Yong interrupted the clerk's introduction, asked a question he was most concerned about. How is the price of this electric motor? The clerk smiled slightly and said 80,000 with 7,000 down and monthly payments as low as 3,000. Zhang Yong couldn't help but be staggered by what he heard. At this price, it was already enough to buy a nice ordinary motorcycle. He shook his head and said, "It's a bit pricey. Is there anything cheaper?" The clerk was a bit disappointed when he heard that and said, "Then you have to look at the second hand. But you know that the range of the second-hand ones for sale are all very short. In fact, this electric motor is already the cheapest, and we will also set up a charging pile for you free of charge." Charging pile? Zhang Yong suddenly heard a very niche language say, "This thing needs a specialized charging pile?" "Right," the clerk said, "rightly so. If you install your own charging post it will be very expensive and very uneconomical." Ah, Zhang Yong suddenly understood why electric motors in this world were not common. This thing is running to benchmark the trolley, right? Expensive, inconvenient to charge, and who the hell would buy one if the mileage is still short? Chapter 12, To Each His Own. Flowers bloom at both ends of the spectrum. Zhang Yong is actively conducting market research. With enough money, he is not just look at the electric motor. There are 3 tasks today. The first, market research. Investigate the market price of electric motorcycle in different configurations under different prices, and test drive the electric motorcycle in this world to have a complete preliminary knowledge and experience. The second, rent a warehouse. He will buy a lot of electric motorcycle to here in the future. Reverse engineer here when your own R&D department is formed. In more common parlance, it is to carry out a cottage industry. There was no need to be embarrassed. Cottaging was something that upstarts like him had to go through. And researching and copying existing mature products on the market was something that almost every business had to go through. In the previous life on Earth, those who shouted in favor of property rights and innovation, regardless of domestic and foreign countries, looking through their corporate history, there is absolutely no shortage of plagiarism and infringement of other people's intellectual property rights of the black history. Zhang Yong is an absolutely realistic person. He is not going to bury his head in hard innovation. Everything to start from scratch will only harm himself. Copy. It must be copied. Copy hard. So he has very low requirements for his R&D team, as long as they can follow his requirements and build him one according to the mature products on the market. Zhang Yong ran the market with pain and pleasure, while on the other side, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Yan's eyes were filled with bloodshot. Without the manners of a rich wife of a luxurious chairman, they returned to the villa in a state of disarray. Old phone, but it didn't feel right just as I arrived at the house. If it was in the past, they had not yet arrived at the door. The housekeeper and the maid at home had already brought people over to meet, but today they all arrived at the manor gate. Actually, a person is not there. Zhao Yan angrily yelled twice, but there was not the slightest movement. Going up, the gate to the manor was ajar. This made both of them giggle in their hearts at the same time. "Kiss, dear." Wang Yuyun only felt his hairs falling down as he stuttered. Let's first report. Let's call the police. Call the police. Zhao Yan's eyebrows immediately twisted into a Sichuan character. Just came out of the small single room. Not to say that the public security is difficult to hate, is also hoping that the gang are going to die. He was the one who hadn't figured out what Zheng Yong meant by that hint before he left until now. Inside the system, outside the system. What's the difference? It's all about money, isn't it? This time, he was locked up. So much noise, but also the money is not in place. No need, Zhao Yan said in a cold voice. I just don't believe that there can really be anyone here who dares to trespass on my Zhao family manor. Pushing the door open, he was about to lash out again, making sure to call in all those lazy lowlifes for a severe punishment. But as soon as the door was pushed open, Zhao Yan was dumbfounded, because instead of his own maid, there stood 2 burly men in suits at the door. In the next second, all of Zhao Yan's fire dissipated, and all that was left was panic. He knew both of them. That was one of the bodyguards around his dad, and the fact that these 2 were there also meant that his own dad had returned. Young master, young grandmother, please. One of them's face was expressionless as he said please, but his body just gave way without the slightest intention of inviting him. Zhao Yan and the 2 of them felt a dull atmosphere coming at them, as if the dust in the air was so heavy that it was difficult to drift away. Following the bodyguard's lead, he walked through the living room, and there was not a single trace of yesterday's scene having been cleaned up, as if it was a reminder of what had happened to Zhao Yan last night. The bodyguard led the duo up to the study on the second floor, which was dimly lit. Zhao Chaoshang sat in front of his desk, his figure looking a little lonely in the faint light, cupping a thick report in his hands, and piling up a thick stack of reports on his desk, with new and old covers. Zhao Yan's heart tightened. He knew that at this moment, he was devoid of the demeanor of Shang Richang's president, and behaved like a small quail, slowly walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and trying his best to make his tone seem calm. "Dad, you're looking for me?" Zhao Chaoshang raised his head, his gaze deep, joyless and sad, but as if he could see into the hearts of people. He sighed softly, and that sigh contained too many unspeakable emotions. Disappointment, helplessness, and even an unnameable heaviness. "Yenner, have you read the overall report on the group's internal affairs for the second quarter of this year?" He handed the report in his hand to Zhao Yan. His tone was flat, but it was like an invisible mountain pressing down on Zhao Yan's heart. Zhao Yan received the report, his fingers trembling slightly. A quarterly report? This was the rule set by his grandfather when he was on the throne. The report contains financials, the work progress of each department and so on. It is the company's quarterly summary of the work as well as the work arrangement for the next quarter. He had read countless copies of the thing. Somehow today it was £1,000. Turning the first page, the densely packed numbers and charts on it, like piercing needle awnings, so that he did not dare to look directly at it. But he still forced himself to read line by line, and every time he turned a page, the heaviness in his heart was one more point. The old man remembers that in 13 years in the long mountainous area, you invested in a water park project, which was expected to be completed in 2 years, and as a result, it completely became a rotten project by this year, and the group lost nearly $2 billion before and after. Zhao Chaoshing's voice was calm and waveless, but it made Zhao Yan's hands tremble as he almost slammed the report on the ground. "Dad, that's because Father knows," Zhao Chaoshing said blandly, "because when the first phase of construction started, you found a Han Dynasty tomb below. Then you decided to conceal it because you were worried that it would affect the progress of the project. If it wasn't for the old man, I happened to go over there to check it out. Otherwise, my good oldest child, do you know where you are now?" "Dad." Zhao Yan's voice shivered, completely unable to say half a word. "There's also a cell phone company that you pushed to acquire last year, saying that you wanted to be the Steve Jobs of Zhanghai." Zhao Chaoshing's tone was still flat with a bit of a sizzle, but every word was like a hammer, striking Zhao Yan's heart. "What was your first cell phone for this company?" Zhao Yan, sweating like a pig, directly cool motion, kneeling on the ground, his body shaking like sifting chaff. Zhao Chaoshang got up on his crutches, knocked on the desktop that thick file, shook his head and said, "The heart of the hand is meat, but some people are doomed to not become a great climate. Didn't Zhao Hao study medicine?" Zhao Chaoshang slowly walked towards the door, saying as he walked, "Just arrange to go to Hanha Hospital, and let his third sister take care of it. This old man of mine doesn't have a few faces to lose." Waiting to walk past Zhao Yan's kneeling body. $60 million, how nice it would be to do business. Can I buy back my own grandson? Old man? What's done is done, and the mirror is broken. Chapter 13, The Light of the Righteous Path. From morning to night, all day long, Guldan. In front of a convenience store, Zheng Yong tilted his head and finished a can of Tainyo in one gulp. "It's down to the last one." He looked at his little book, which had been densely packed with information about the electric motors sold in all the stores he'd run through so far, from franchises to just piggybacking on them, price from high to low. A detailed record of the range of different electric motorcycles in different configurations, the configuration of the situation with the test drive feeling, and so on. After running the last store, can go back to write a summary. Bland motorcycle. Zheng Yong looked at the store in front of him. Brand is a European brand in this world. What are the characteristics of this business? Summarized in some words of the previous life, probably century-old enterprise craftsmanship focus on motorcycles. Well, yes, it's a pretty shafted European company that has only been making things like motorcycles for 100 years. And this brandy brand only has one category of goods, motorcycles, and nothing beyond that. Naturally, the fate of a company with such an axe to grind isn't much better. Escaping takeovers, bankruptcies, reorganizations and the like. But this brand has always been in the motorcycle. No matter what kind of things have gone through, only focus on motorcycle this thing. And this persistence has naturally reaped rewards. That is that Brad the motorcycle is the top stream in the entire motorcycle industry in this world. The dream love card of countless riders in this world. The aristocrat among motorcycles. A motorcycle that you can trade an 82-year-old brand motorcycle for a Titanic giant of a man learning to catcall for a month underneath you, as long as your gender card isn't so dead. Zheng Yong surveyed the decorative style outside the store. A look is high-end atmosphere. Go in is a kind of old European aristocracy. The sales of the store is the male beautiful, female Qian. Cannot find a look worse. As soon as he saw Zhang Yong come in, he was immediately greeted by a young lady with a toothy smile. Formulaic but also gentle and comfortable. This little brother. Is this your first time in our store? What kind of motorcycle do you want to see? Electric motorcycle. Zhang Yong swept a glance. The young lady's eyes instantly lit up and said, which one would you like to see? Is there one you have picked out for yourself? Or do you need me to introduce it to you? All of them. Zhang Yong's answer was concise. Seeing Zhang Yong spread out the book to record, the young lady was a little puzzled in her heart. But the visitor is a guest. As long as it can be sold, especially electric motorcycles, sell one can take several points of commission. This car. The young lady began to actively sell electric motors to Zhang Yong, and Zhang Yong was also writing down the records. Just as Zhang Yong was immersed in market research, a familiar figure entered his sight. Without having to look closely, Zhang Yong recognized who that person was at a glance. Qin Feiyu, his classmate from the same school, the same Qin Feiyu who was said to be a street punk by the Zhao family. However, the Qin Feiyu at this time was a bit different from the one Zhang Yong remembered. He remembered that Qin Feiyu was considered a sunny, positive teenager in school. How did he become like this only a month after the college entrance exam? Although the Zhao family hadn't wronged Qin Feiyu by saying that he was a street punk, that's all. The bottom of his class. He was good at everything except studying, fighting and brawling, and he did make some so-called Tao friends. Seriously, if it weren't for the school and his parents holding him down, it wouldn't really be any different than a street punk. No, Qin Feiyu can become friends with the original body cannot say that Qin Feiyu nothing. The original body is a timid and fearful of the children of Koi character. This character is very easy to be bullied. The reason why the original body was not bullied for 3 years in high school was because his adoptive father and Qin Feiyu's father used to be comrades in arms, and Qin Feiyu's father asked Qin Feiyu to take care of him a little bit in school. Qin Feiyu, although academic performance is not good, but fighting and beating what in line and this person is sentimental and righteous, but also a straight just, old dad said let him take care of. He really take care of, the kind of force cover, as long as the original body is bullied. It does not matter who is bullied, as long as they dare to do it. That up to the teacher down to the students. He dared to beat anyone, can't fight in the open, he will be behind the sack. Anyway, just one sentence. Dare to bully the original body, then walk have to be long one eye. But any give Qin Feiyu a little opportunity he will beat up the people who bully the original body. However, the Qin Feiyu in front of him made Zhang Yong feel strange and worried. He pressed the throbbing veins on his head and said to the clerk, give me one of all the electric motors in your store. I'll give you an address in a few days and you guys can just send it over according to the address. Please go and punch the list. The clerk sniffed. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly went to work. Zhang Yong straightened his clothes and walked towards Qin Feiyu with a firm step. Feiyu naturally saw Zhang Yong, a high school classmate for 3 years, and he naturally knew that Zhang Yong had never been too fond of the friends around him. Although this was a chance encounter, but thinking of his father's words, he understood in his heart that the recording was not a show-off, but a plea for help. He had also begged his father to help him as soon as possible, and after worrying all night this morning only from the words of his father's co-workers he knew something of the follow-up. He saved Zhang Yong's life, right? How would Zhang Yong thank himself for such a great favor? It didn't matter if it was money or not, he didn't really care, but if Zhang Yong could help him buy a brand motorcycle, even if it was the cheapest one, then it would be considered that this little old brother had a heart. After all, it was the gift of saving his life. Thinking about this, Qin Feiyu also greeted Zhang Yong. As soon as the two of them met, Zhang Yong frowned as he sized up Qin Feiyu inside. Cool, the brother Qin I know isn't like this. I heard uncle said that brother Qin can only go to a junior college. Is he going to mix like this for the rest of his life? Qin Feiyu was silent, suddenly annoyed. He was thinking of everything, but completely did not expect to actually be spoken to like this as soon as they met. The Big Dipper is trying to be his father. Seeing this, Zhang Yong put his arm around Qin Feiyu's shoulders, hardening his throat and swallowing back all his angry words as he laughed. Want a motorcycle here? Brother Qin, I know you like motorcycles. Everyone here is a fine product. Qin Feiyu's eyes immediately lit up, but he knew that Zhang Yong had asked for $50 million in compensation. $50 million buying a motorcycle here is simply a matter of crumbs. However, Zhang Yong laughed and said, it's impossible for me to buy it for you. However, I have a way for you to be able to afford it on your own. Qin Feiyu instantly became angry again, as he shook off Zhang Yong's hand and lowered his voice. If you don't want to help, just say so, and don't you dare act like a big-tail wolf here. Your father, I don't have to ask for your filial piety. Righteous father is above me, but I'm looking out for him. Has righteous father forgotten tender father? Zhang Yong, however, was not the least bit annoyed and looked at Qin Feiyu with a smirk. Che said Qin Feiyu with a cold snort. You think your righteous father I'm stupid? I wouldn't have avoided that old man in my house, if righteous father is so confident. Zhang Yong was happy, He knew Qin Feiyu's family very well. How about we make a bet? What bet? Qin Feiyu frowned and looked at Zheng Yang suspiciously. No, I don't remember you being such a painless person before. Zheng Yang knocked on a $5 million limited edition co-branded motorcycle beside him and laughed. People change, especially after the Zhao family's mess. If I were still the same as I was before, I wouldn't have survived a long time ago. You want to take this bike? I remember Qin introduced me to it. It's a global limited edition totaling 40 units, created by the 6 generations of Bland's masterminds in conjunction with motorcycle design guru Bronia Hiller, co-crafted by the top artisans of the brand group, and autographed by Brand 6 and Bronias and the team of artisans. Want to have it? Just make a bet with me, and if you win, it belongs to Qin. As he spoke, the salesman had come forward respectfully with the contract and the key. Zheng Yong's voice was as seductive as a siren. The bet is simple. It's about how long you can ride this motorcycle and how long Uncle can escort you to me to return it. I'm betting on tomorrow morning. Qin Feiyu heard this and stared at Zheng Yang with wide eyes, incredulously. You're betting on tomorrow morning? And my father will bet on me coming over? You're kidding. Zheng Yang, however, said with a serious face, I bet that tomorrow morning, your father will escort you over. If you bet, you can ride this bike away now. How about it? Dare you bet? Qin Feiyu froze, as he looked at Zheng Yang's wry smile. His heart couldn't help but surge with anger, but more than that, it was a feeling of being provoked. He gritted his teeth and said, just bet. I'm not afraid of you. However, what if you lose? Zheng Yang laughed and said, if I lose, I'll give you a motorcycle that's better than this. How about it? Dare you take it? When Qin Feiyu heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but it was then replaced by an unconquerable vigor. He gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll bet with you. Tomorrow morning, you'll see how I come to you on this motorcycle. Zheng Yang laughed. Qin Feiyu, if you can hide past your family's Laodang, I'll take your surname. The light of righteousness will soon shine on your great determination. Chapter 14, Shining on Dating. Qinju Neighborhood, Building 6, Unit 6, 6th floor, 666 indoor. Bright lights, a family of 3 sitting around the table, but the atmosphere is slightly heavy, as if the air is filled with a trace of imperceptible tension. How's it going? Xiao Yong, do you have your eye on any motorcycle? Zheng tried to break the dull atmosphere with a light-hearted tone while mechanically picking at his bowl of rice. However, his eyes revealed a touch of worry that was hard to hide. He does not approve of buying a motorcycle, but it is his son's decision and it is not good to directly block. He is aware of so big boys like motorcycles is very normal, and now have money in hand heart will think to buy a motorcycle. To fulfill their dream of galloping is also okay. However, Zheng Jiangwo had reservations about this. He put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Xiao Yong, although how to dispose of this compensation is your freedom, but the motorcycle is too low in safety. It is just a neat packet of iron. I still don't recommend you to get a motorcycle. His tone was firm, seemingly consultative but with more of an unquestioning feel. This was something that Li Shuhua echoed her husband's words, while tenderly giving Zheng Yang a bowl of soup. She said softly, Xiao Yong, motorcycles are indeed too dangerous. If it's for the sake of being cool, Mom and Dad still don't think it's worth the risk. She looked at Zheng Yang with an arched eyebrow, her eyes filled with love and worry for her son since he came home yesterday. Only Zheng Yang nibbled a mouthful of steamed bread and smiled. That smile revealed a hint of mystery and confidence, as if he didn't care at all about any motorcycle, and even less angry because of his parents' words. Actually, I went to do market research today. With that, he pulled out a small notebook from the bag he was carrying and solemnly placed it on the table. Look, you guys, this is what I got today. Zheng Jiangwo and Li Shuhua looked at each other and both felt a bit surprised. They didn't expect their son to be so serious about his research, rather than on impulse. Zheng Jiangwo flipped through the small book and frowned, as if trying to find something broken in it, but he couldn't find anything broken. It just made him feel weird why his son was looking at electric motors. That thing is a big flashy toy. Does this kid want the open window method? Knowing there's no way he's going to agree to buy a motorcycle, so he's going to go with the electric motorcycle and then neutralize it by agreeing to buy a motorcycle? In for out? Seeing this, Zheng Yong continued, actually, I am planning to invest $15 million to build a factory to produce electric motorcycles. As he ate, he rattled off his grandiose plans. Mom and Dad, tomorrow I'll go to the bank and transfer $10 million to each of your accounts. If possible, I hope that Mom and Dad can each give me $200,000 as an investment. Also, Mom, don't you work at Jianhai University of Technology? Is there anyone you know who majors in mechanical design, electrical automation, vehicle engineering, or industrial design? I want to form a professional team. Zheng Jiangwo and Li Shuhua had an incredulous expression on their faces after hearing this. $15 million? This was not a small amount. It was simply an astronomical figure for an ordinary family like theirs. What's more, the risk of investing in the electric motorcycle industry was just too great. Zheng Jiangwo's hands trembled slightly. He couldn't believe his ears. How could his son have such a bold idea? Zheng Yong seems to see the parents' concern. He continued, from today's market research combined with my previous understanding and observation, I believe that the electric motorcycle is still very advantageous and potential, and the cause of this is the problem of the design thinking. The advantages that should have been because of the design to go askew leading to its advantages are gone. I believe that as long as we can find out where the problem lies and improve it, we can definitely open up the market completely. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the scene of his future success. Said also stood up, hands dancing and gesticulating, the eyes glittered with infinite longing for the future. However, Zheng Jiangwo became more and more gloomy the more he listened. His face was like the calm before a storm that could explode at any time. Finally, Zheng Jiangwo couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the bowl heavily on the table and said angrily, "You brat, you have a little money and you want to spend it recklessly. Still electric motorcycle? Do you know how many manufacturers have been making this thing since it was included in the country's green travel and green transportation subsidies in 08? What is it like now? Do you know how competitive and risky this industry is? Who gave you the courage to think that you, a brat, could succeed?" His voice trembled slightly with anger, and his eyes revealed his disappointment and concern over his son's unrealistic ideas. This kid has money and drifted. The state has invested so much have not been able to cultivate this electric motor this thing. Where does he get the confidence to think that he will be able to? If we really let him do this, it's not enough to lose the blood money. If he comes back with a fraudulent subsidy, it's going to involve the whole family. Seeing this, Li Shuhua also snapped and put down her chopsticks. She looked at Zheng Jiangwo with dissatisfaction and reproach in her tone. How do you talk? Even if I know you care about your child, what kind of attitude is this? It's good that Xiaoyong has his own ideas. We should encourage him instead of just cracking down on him. He's already this old and has his own judgment and decision-making ability. This old thing said last night, the child is because you train too hard, press too hard. If not for the Zhao family's improper personal, the son cannot come back. Although Zheng Jiangwo listened, but now he was not the least bit moved. Naive, too naive. If this could be done, it would have been done long ago. I don't want your money. Keep it to yourself and don't invest in the kind of industry that's bound to die if you want to. The top brass has already said that the decision to eliminate subsidies for electric motors will be made in 2020. Zheng Yon looked at the old couple and a warm current welled up in his heart. This old man, but he had seen the electric motorcycle industry in full bloom. He was also convinced that he had made the right choice. Zheng Yong smiled. That smile was full of confidence and determination. Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry. I've already investigated today. And in a while I'll write a feasibility report based on my investigation and policies. It's not too late for you guys to make a decision after reading it. The tone was firm and confident, as if he had seen his successful future. Even if you write a feasibility report, I won't agree. Zheng Jiangwo said firmly. This industry is too complicated and too risky. I don't want you to ruin your future because of this. You might as well take this money to buy a house or do some other solid business. This old thing. A stubbornness welled up in Zhang Yong's heart. It was really a bit impossible to communicate. He said firmly, Dad, Mom, I believe in the future of electric motorcycle. It's a market of tens of billions, hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars, and the electric motor is this way nowadays is completely on the wrong path. I believe I can come out on the right path and make electric motorcycles the first choice for people to travel. With the Earth's electric motorized army of his previous life backing him up, the future splendor of this world and the electric motorized industry beckons to anyone who dares to actually go for the first bite of the crab. You guys agree? I'm going to do it. Zheng Yang also said without question. I'm going to do it even if I don't agree. Mom and Dad, if you guys support it, I'm happy. It's useless for you guys to oppose it. I'm determined to do it. I don't need a subsidy either, so you don't have to worry that I'll be cheating on the subsidy. Subsidized? Laughing. This thing needs subsidies? Subsidize a skewer. By the time it really gets going and starts to grow wildly, the government should think more about how to limit it. Zheng Jiangwo was so angry that he could not speak. He really wanted to draw the 7 wolves to give this kid a lesson. However, it doesn't. It's not school, and the kids are older, and the situation really doesn't lend itself to skinny dipping. Zheng Yang looked at his father's exasperated appearance and knew that there was no use in arguing. Dad, Mom, I'm going to prove to you how right my decision was, how big the electric motorcycle markets is. After saying that, he turned around and left the table, returning to his room. Sitting on his butt on the bed, he cultivated a round of Reiki, feeling the further solidification and vastness of the spiritual energy within his body. He looked at the emerald bracelet on his wrist, which was originally crystal clear, but now it had become dull. This made him feel that time was running out. He had to find a way out before the emerald bracelet's spiritual energy was completely consumed. If he didn't want to rely on the Zhao family's help, then this venture could only succeed and not fail. It's all or nothing. Opened the computer. Began to query the country, launched all the electric motorcycle related national standard documents, guidebooks and so on, reading each document carefully. Generally speaking, there are internal and external causes for this kind of thing that can obviously become. The internal cause has been found. Then what is the external cause? It's certainly not the infrastructure that's locking up the electric motorcycle. If not infrastructure, then something else? Soon, Zhang Yong found out what the problem was. The state classifies electric motorcycles as motorized vehicles, and this should have been a promotional document has instead become the shackles of this industry. Not to mention, just the license and driver's license has stuck a bunch of people. At the same time, there are a lot of regulations that basically copy the standards of motorcycles and trams if you look closely, which is why the electric motorcycle in this world still has to have a charging post, and this charging post is not common with trams. These unreasonable regulations severely restrict the development of electric motorcycles. In addition, because of the slow development of the electric motorcycle industry, the state has not introduced any relevant standards after 2012, while reducing the subsidies for electric motorcycles year by year, which makes the electric motorcycle industry winter further aggravated. Motorized vehicles after carefully reading through the national standards and various documents that could be found online, Zhang Yong said to himself, this thing is really a pain in the ass, needing to be stuck walking on the edge of the regulations. The development of electric motorcycles in the past life is also the same. Then the first, one's electric motorcycle certainly cannot be called electric motorcycle, cannot be treated as a motor vehicle control. Secondly, the electric motor produced by ourselves should compress the cost as much as possible, and try to choose the products which are already very mature in the market for improvement and optimization. Thirdly, all the standards have to be set with the lower limit of the national standard stuck on them, which in a nutshell means that they cannot be classified as motor vehicles. Speaking of which, what were electric motors like in the very beginning in the previous life? He pondered how he could circumvent these limitations and yet allow his electric motor to stand out. Electric bikes, right? Yes, electric motorcycles seem to have grown out of that in a previous life. Then call it an e-bike. That way you can circumvent the restrictions of motorized vehicles and still be able to enjoy the convenience of an e-bike. It seems like the electric motor thing was always inseparable from the bicycle on Earth. And even later in life some electric motors still had a bicycle pedal. Then start with an e-bike yourself. Thinking of this, Zhang Yong began to draw sketches with his hands. In his previous life, he had learned to draw, but not for a long time, so his drawing work was not complimentary. But just get your thoughts across. After sketching, he began to write the plan and feasibility report. He hadn't written these in his previous life, but he could look up information to learn. Zhang Yong carefully wrote every word, trying to present his ideas and plans clearly. Just as he was penning and concentrating, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Looking up at the time, it was already after 12 o'clock at night. Who would come at this hour? Not a moment later, the sound of someone opening the door was heard. Along with it came Zhang Jiangluo's unexpected and surprised voice. Old Qin? Why are you here? Coming over so late? What's the matter? Ha ha. Zhang Yong looked at the first draft of his plan and was even more pleased with himself. The Qin family is faster than I thought. The light of righteousness shines so quickly on Qin Feiyu's big butt. I just don't know how many of Uncle Qin's 7 wolves have been drawn off. Chapter 15, Bringing People In. You win. These words squeezed out from between Qin Feiyu's teeth as he was half pushed and half escorted into the room by his old man, Qin Lihan. As soon as he saw Zhang Yong walk out of the inner room, Qin Feiyu's anger was like gasoline that had been ignited, instantly blazing. His eyes widened and he grunted angrily, his appearance as if he had been greatly humiliated. Then, he pulled out a motorcycle key from his pocket and slammed it heavily on the coffee table. The motorcycle back. Qin Lihan was furious when he took a look at his son's attitude. You brat! I haven't even said anything yet, and you dare to ask for something from someone. I asked you to return it, and this is your attitude? His voice shook the air in the room as if it trembled for a few moments. Zhang Yong saw the situation, rushed forward to round off the scene. Uncle, don't be angry, don't be angry. This matter let me come to Feiyu brother to say. With that, he pulled Qin Feiyu into his room with one hand. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Feiyu glared at Zhang Yong with a face full of defiance. Brother, you're being a bit unkind. Wasn't it you who snitched? Zhang Yong let out a light laugh and shook his head. Me? I have nothing better to do. Just for this bet? Do you think I, Zhang Yong, am this kind of person? Qin Feiyu leaned against the wall and asked with a strained neck. Then how do you think I got caught? Zhang Yong pulled out a chair and sat down, saying slowly, Brother Feiyu, don't be in a hurry. Do you know what position uncle is in now? My father? Qin Feiyu grunted. Director of the City Public Security Bureau. a hand in our city. Who doesn't know this? Zhang Yong nodded. Right. And uncle is younger than my father. It's not impossible for him to get into the provincial public security department if he works a little harder, right? Although Qin Feiyu did not understand these official matters, but this was also the truth. So he nodded. Zhang Yong suddenly turned. Then you know why the Binhai branch of the Zhou Deputy Bureau of my thing's so on the heart? Qin Feiyu grunted. It wasn't arranged by my father. Why else do you think? Zhang Yong shook his head inside. Brother Feiyu, you really only look at the surface. On the surface, this matter is directly arranged by your dad. But one of the important reasons is that Deputy Bureau Chief Zhou himself wants to progress, wants to be transferred from the Marina District and move up a level in his official career. So for your father to arrange my matter is an opportunity for him. When it's done well, he'll be able to show his face at the top, so that the leaders will remember and consider him ahead of time when there's an opportunity in the future. Qin Feiyu froze for a moment, not realizing that there were so many twists and turns here. Zhang Yong went on to say, by the same token, there are people around your father who want to move their position from second in command to first in command. When the second in command is gone, the third in command can move to the second in command, and so on. There are two ways to get your dad to move. Either get your dad promoted or get your dad out of the way. And it's not absolute. Some people want him promoted. Some people want him gone. If they can't get a handle on him from your dad, they'll start with someone close to him. Like you. Qin Feiyu was shocked in his heart and looked at Zhang Yong with wide eyes. Zhang Yong knocked on the table and continued. You ride this motorcycle, match it with your image, find someone to take a picture of it, and then label it with whose family's child you are and post it online. Your dad is basically at the head of the line. Your image during the day is really bad, and with the motorcycle, you can say that your dad embezzled and took bribes. Qin Feiyu heart thumped, but still a little unconvinced cold snort. My father will not do those things. Body is not afraid of the shadow crooked. They say go. Zhang Yong shook his head inside. Brother Feiyu, do you know Xiao Lu from Let the Bullets Fly? The netizens don't want to know how many bowls of powder Xiao Lu Zi ate. They only want to see Xiao Lu Zi disemboweling. So it doesn't matter if your dad did it or not. As long as the public opinion storm is up, your dad will have to be investigated. To you, to your dad's subordinates. Your dad is a high-ranking official, but to the country, to the province, it's hard to find a three-legged toad, and people like your dad are a dime a dozen. Qin Feiyu's face changed. Although he was naive, he was not stupid. After Zhang Yong made such a point, he also figured out what was at stake. Cut. He always grunted defiantly. Grandpa doesn't want it is all. Zhang Yong smilingly wrapped his arm around Qin Feiyu's shoulders. Let us go opening program 2. Remember what I said? So that you can buy it back with your own money fair and square. After saying that, he took Qin Feiyu out the door and came to the hall. He only saw that his own old man and Qin Lihan were talking feverishly about things that happened in the army in the past. Zhang Yong also smiled and sat down. He placed the key in his hand on the table and then gently pushed it in front of Qin Lihan. Uncle, this car is even hosted at Uncle's place first. You don't have to worry about anything. My side is preparing to start a business. I want Brother Feiyu to do it with me. Qin Lihan froze for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Yong to actually make such a request. Zhang Yong took out a loan contract. I'm going to borrow $100,000 for Brother Feiyu. Then Brother Feiyu will use this $100,000 to invest in my company and I'll give him 5% of the original shares. After the first dividend, Brother Feiyu will just pay me back this $100,000. Doing business? Qin Lihan frowned as he looked at Zhang Yong with doubt in his eyes. Electric motorcycle. Zhang Yong's father, Zhang Jiangwo, grunted in a bad mood. This brat doesn't know what's wrong with him. He has to say that the electric motorcycles market is hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, and that everyone else who can't earn it is on the wrong path, and he thinks he can take the right path. Zhang Yong handed over his plan. Uncle, take a look at this. According to my research, the reason why electric motorcycles don't work is because of 4 reasons. The first is expensive. The second is inconvenient to charge. The third has a short range. And the fourth is limited by national policies. So I intend to do this. My electric motor must be out of the motor vehicle management policy. Stuck with the lower limit cannot be considered a motor vehicle. The second, my electric car must be able to charge at any time and anywhere. Do not need a special charging pile. The family electricity can be charged. The third range of this problem is actually not too important. As long as at any time can be charged. No problem. And the electric motor is a short distance travel. And there is no range of anxiety. The fourth is to compress the cost as much as possible. He pointed to his sketch and said, all the functions of the current electric motor on the market are not wanted. The car's maximum speed is limited to 50 kilometers. And the main components are the frame, lights, controls, battery and motor. The selling price is indeterminate for the time being, but it is definitely half as cheap as the cheapest electric motor on the current market. Of course, This thing is not debuting as an electric motorcycle, but as an electric-assisted bicycle. Qin Lihan's eyes gradually brightened as he listened to Zhang Yong's gushing narration. He had to admit that this young man's idea was truly novel. Although he was not a businessman himself, it felt as if he had really hit the pain point of electric motors straight on. More than once he had heard his son talk about electric motors, saying how they were such garbage, how inconvenient they were, and that buying one was tantamount to paying an IQ tax. What Zhang Yang is showing is completely different. Trams that don't need a license, don't need a driver's license, can be recharged at any time, and are very inexpensive seem to be very tempting. All of these advantages add up to something that is simply tailor-made for those who want to travel conveniently. Qin Lihan pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Little Zhang, this idea of yours is really something. The electric motorcycle market has always been difficult to develop because of policy restrictions and its own flaws, but this program of yours seems to be able to avoid a lot of electric motorcycle minefields. If it can really be done, the market potential can be huge. Zhang Yang was delighted in his heart. He knew that his proposal had aroused Qin Lihan's interest. However, he also understood that Qin Lihan was a smart man and would not be easily persuaded. Sure enough, Qin Lihan's words changed, but it doesn't seem to be very compliant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. Uncle is right. The market value of this thing is very large. In terms of our country's current development, how to solve the problem of low-cost travel for the common people is already imminent. I think the country and the government should turn a blind eye to this thing. After all, it is something that facilitates the common people's travel, which is also serving the people. Qin Lihan nodded, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Good, then uncle will give you another $200,000. However, you have to promise me that you must do it legally and compliantly, and not make things difficult for me. Zhang Yang quickly assured. Uncle, don't worry. I will absolutely abide by the laws and regulations and won't make things difficult for you. He knew in his heart that as long as this thing couldn't strictly be considered a motorized vehicle, then there was a lot of room for maneuver, and there can't be any uniform standards for electric-assisted bicycles. Qin Lihan grunted, but his eyes revealed a hint of approval. He looked to Qin Feiyu, who was on the side. Mixed up kid. You should follow Xiaozhang as well. Learn more about how people do things. Don't just wander around all day. Although Qin Feiyu was still a bit unconvinced, he also knew that this was an opportunity. He glared at Zhang Yang and hummed. Fine. I'll with you. Zhang Yang smilingly patted Qin Feiyu's shoulder. Brother Feiyu, don't worry. Following me definitely won't make you suffer. Chapter 16, The Zhao family's fifth daughter. Brother Feiyu, take a look. This is where we're going to run today. We have to take it easy, one by one. Early in the morning, the sky just showed a little white. Qin Feiyu slipped to Zhang Yang's home, quietly waiting for him to get up. Not long, Zhang Yang from the house shook out, did not wait for Qin Feiyu open, to his hand stuffed a notebook. It's a lot of distance to travel. First go to the car city to buy a car. I already have a favorable ride. Zhang Yang's words were permeated with a non-negotiable sharpness. Brother Feiyu, your driver's license and all, right? Qin Feiyu took a look at the itinerary, could not help but smack his lips. This day to go to the place can be quite a lot. 100 Run Clothing City? You are going to buy clothes to go? We both need to purchase some. Zhang Yang said while brushing his teeth. You are my driver now, but this is temporary. When our stand up, you are the vice president of Qin. The future is still one of the shareholders. You don't like suits, but formal occasions, banquets and so on, there must be a set of lines. Saying that, Zhang Yang looked Qin Feiyu up and down. Look at your outfit, and then look at your hair. Qin Feiyu subconsciously touched his blonde hair and took a look at his casually put-together clothes. Clothes are something that does carry the label of class and status. Even though society nowadays preaches freedom of dress and everyone says that clothes don't represent anything, but different outfits will still allow people to be categorized in an invisible way. Look at himself in this body, and the former brothers to mix with no problem. The brothers also think it is quite cool, but the thought of the future may be called boss president or something. Feel how to look at this body, how twisted. If the previous and their own gang of brothers on the road to go, he only felt that this is cool, this is cowhide. But now in Zhang Yang this little old brother go, then it is really completely different, which is not good, especially this hair, even more out of place. Which president or vice president would dye their hair yellow? Got it, I'll dye it back today. Qin Feiyu touched his hair and said quite uncomfortably. However, we are in this business, it can definitely be made. Zhang Yang said categorically, and can do big. Feiyu brother, ugly words in front. You have the freedom to dress. You want to insist that I do not say anything, but doing business, a small fight is fine. Do big is the first to look at the people, the first to look at the clothes. If it is because you lost a single, I have to deduct your share. Said here, Zhang Yang's tone serious, and your gang of road brothers, we can help, can take them to get rich, but Feiyu brother, ugly words in front. If they mess up, destroyed not only my career, but also your career. For those friends around Qin Feiyu, Zhang Yang does not know too much, but according to the memory of the original body they are also helping Qin Feiyu pressure over the scene to stand up for themselves to clean up the bad students in the school who bullied them. He's a man who knows what's good for him, so even though he doesn't feel good about these people, he can still bring them along and just hope that they're just rebels and not really bad. That's a must. Qin Feiyu was still thinking about how to tell Zhang Yang about this, and once he heard this, he immediately patted his chest and assured, "Brother, don't worry. Brother guarantees that those brothers will definitely behave themselves." Good. Zhang Yang nodded. Eat and start. There are still 2 months before school starts. Although I went to Zhanghai Literature and Arts University, which is locally, but as soon as I go to school things will be a lot of company things will not be able to take care of. So in these 2 months, I hope to put the company's shelves up and start business. Can it work? Qin Feiyu also got on the table and asked doubtfully, producing electric motors. It takes quite a bit of time just to set up a production line, right? No need. Zhang Yang shook his head. We're just an assembly factory now. Set up a big plant that can store things, then just recruit workers to assemble it. We don't need the kind of high-profile production line that Brother Feiyu is thinking of right now. And for the first batch I'm going to make 100,000 units first. The main product design and the selection of the exhibition and marketing stores. As for the specific production, we directly to the manufacturers to place orders. Let them build parts according to our requirements. The parts to the workers to assemble on the line. All the products, we try to choose the market ready-made, a small part of the individual design, and then hand it over to the manufacturers who can build to build. Zhang Yang's words were full of confidence. As long as the R&D and design departments are not dragging their feet, our national industrial strength is here. The money is in place. A month and a half to the market. Slow are counted on us. Backed by the world's strongest industrialized country. Money in place. A month and a half is considered slow. 100,000? Qin Feiyu was startled and said, Isn't this too much? Not much. 100,000 units are manufactured in batches. The first batch is 5,000 units. And 100,000 units is the basis for us to maintain the establishment of long-term cooperation with some merchants. Zhang Yang explained. Some of these things are definitely not readily available, and need to be remolded by the supplier. If they want too little they are not willing to open the mold to manufacture, but if the volume is enough and long-term needs, they are happy to give us a separate mold to manufacture. Isn't this a bit too hasty? At the dinner table, Zheng Jiangwo, who was listening to Zhang Yang's plan, couldn't help but frown. Shouldn't we get some to test the waters first, while polishing the product properly? No time. Zheng Yang shook his head. This thing is like a layer of window paper. Not much technical content. What we need to do now is to seize the market, put the brand name out, stand firm, and then gradually upgrade and modernize. In this process, we can carefully polish the product to achieve excellence. That's what makes this world's most powerful industrialized nation so breathtaking. The competition is too fierce. It's too rolled up. At this time, the Zhao family's solemn grand manner, a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT slowly drove into the home of the special underground parking lot. Wheels and ground friction issued a slight rustle. In this quiet space exceptionally clear, as soon as the car door opened, a young girl in high heels, stylishly dressed, and in her mid-20s, stepped out of the driver's seat, looking so confident and arrogant with every step. With a hint of imperceptible arrogance on her face, the young woman looked around at the busy servants in the basement, some in their daily cleaning, some carefully washing their cars, and others resting in the corners ready to listen to the drivers and bodyguards. However, these faces were so unfamiliar to her. Her willow brows frowned slightly as a wave of displeasure welled up in her heart. She herself had just finished an intense filming session and returned home with great anticipation, only to find that all the servants in the house had been replaced, and not a single familiar one was there. She wanted to be angry, but when she thought about it, her parents had already told her in advance that something had happened in the family, and Grandpa had dismissed all the former servants, and now these servants were all found by Grandpa himself, and their salaries were paid directly by Grandpa. So her parents no longer had the right to ask questions, and at the same time they were not allowed to recruit people in either. Thinking of this, she held back the anger in her heart, but the discontent was like a dark current welling up in her heart. Is Grandpa trying to put Mom and Dad under house arrest? Zhao Sini muttered in her heart. She grew up living in the brocade, from the great-grandfather to his father, and is the only son without those mansion fights, to his father's generation. Although more children can be more daughters and everyone has their own dreams, so some of the mansion infighting do not quite understand. But in the past 2 years, she has also acted in some luxury dramas, and knows a little bit about the plot of house arrest in the drama. The situation in front of her reminded her of those episodes. All of this is for that little bastard you just picked up? An inexplicable disgust surged in Zhao Sini's heart when she thought of that newly picked up brother. Since she was a child, she had heard her father, Zhao Yan, say how the people of the government were insatiable and how they made things difficult for their family. In her heart, those government people were like a bunch of dogs. As long as they were given 2 bones to shake, they could be made to wag their tails and beg for mercy. And that younger brother, as a child of a government family, how much better could he be? Especially since her parents were under house arrest by her grandfather just after she came back home. This made Zhao Sini more disgusted with this younger brother. Carrying her delicate little bag, she stepped onto the private elevator and headed straight for the 3rd floor study. When she came back, she had already arranged to meet her parents in the study, and could probably guess what they were going to say to her. As soon as she pushed open the door, Zhao Sini saw both her parents sitting on the sofa, their faces full of sorrow. Father Zhao Yan's face was written with anger and stoicism, his hands clenched into fists as if they would explode at any moment. Her mother, Wang Yuyun, on the other hand, had a sad face, tears swirling in her eyes, threatening to fall at any moment. Xine is back. Seeing her daughter return, Wang Yuyun hurriedly pulled her hand and sat down, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Your big sister, second sister, third sister, and fourth sister are not at home. The only thing mom and dad can count on now is you. It's about that cheap bastard, isn't it? Zhao Sini said coldly, her tone full of disdain. Zhao Yan opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he fell silent. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner anger. He knew that now was not the time to vent. They needed Xine's help. Speaking of which, Zhao Sini spoke again. What about Xiaohao's brother and little sister? What about them? As soon as this is mentioned, Wang Yuyuan's tears flowed down. She cried while saying, oh, how we persuade him. He is not willing to give your little sister and Xiaohao brother signed a letter of understanding. Is determined to send them to prison. That how can he be so cruel? Zhao Yan listened on the sidelines, the anger in his heart surging like a volcano. He clenched his fists and pinched his nails deep into his palms, but never seethed. He knew that what they needed now was calmness and reason, not impulsiveness. That. Zhao Sini stood up with a rub and shouted angrily. I knew he didn't have good intentions. What does he think he is? Daring to do this to our family. I'll have to show him what I'm made of. Chapter 18. A slap in the face to send the future away. A week passed by in a hurry, and Zhang Yong didn't even notice that the Zhao family's oldest 5 had already returned and were calculating how to find their own trouble. He was busy looking at houses and renting space, and now his first design team is finally taking shape. This team was handpicked by the foster mom through layers of connections. 5 young students who had just stepped out of school, plus a middle-aged uncle, Li Qingsong, who had held a management position in a large company. On the team, there were 2 mechanical design majors, 1 vehicle major specializing in new energy vehicles, 1 graphic design major, and 1 automation and control major. The number is small, but you can tell that these recent graduates still have the residual clear stupidity that is unique to college students. It's not. It's that each member is harboring dreams and passion. The innocence and youthfulness of the campus still remains on their faces, and that experienced manager is named Li Qingsong, in his early to mid-40s, who has had the misfortune of experiencing workplace optimization due to the company's declining profits in recent years. At the moment, they gathered in the warehouse rented by Zhang Yong. The warehouse was full of electric motors of various models and manufacturers that Zhang Yong had carefully selected from the market. The new company has just been established. Zhang Yong stood in front of the crowd and said in a firm tone, in terms of treatment, I'll be straightforward. Uncle Li, a monthly salary of 10,000, 5 insurance and 1 gold, 9 to 5, double weekends. After 1 year of work, you can enjoy a month of paid vacation every year. You guys who just graduated, 5,000 per month. Other treatment is the same as Uncle Li. However, due to time constraints, the first project requires all staff to work overtime, and overtime will be calculated at 3 times the salary. Of course, if you guys don't want to work overtime, you can decide on your own. After saying that, Zhang Yang pulled out his sketch and displayed it in front of everyone's eyes. First task, design a company logo. The company name is Tianma. The second task, see these cars behind you? Dismantle. Then follow the drawings I gave you and assemble a car exactly like the one above this. My requirements are 4, first, the lowest cost, second, good performance, can run, third, can be charged with household electricity, no need for charging piles, fourth, must be designed strictly according to the drawings. Of course, you can also be creative, but my design requirements are simple and clear. Do not have too many decorations, there are foot pegs, there are lights on it. The short answer is that it should be cheap, easy to produce, and be able to be charged by household electricity. Afterwards, Zhang Yong turned to Li Qingsong. The team will be in your charge for now. Tell me what you need directly. If there's not enough manpower, I'll find a way. Lula Lula Demasha. Just at this time, Zheng Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. A look at an unfamiliar number. He did not think too much and then connected. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, the OD Western restaurant on Genie 5th Road. My name is Zhao Xine. A girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, her tone forceful as if she was laying out a task. Zhao Xine? Who? Zheng Yang was confused. Did you get the wrong number? Pretending not to recognize? The girl sneered. Less pretending there, but it doesn't matter. Remember, I'm your fifth sister. Little bastard. Before the words fell, the phone hung up. Zheng Yang looked at the number on his cell phone and only felt a headache. Are all the characters in this true or false young master text so brainless? Boss. Li Qingsong asked with concern when he saw that Zheng Yang's face did not look good. It's fine. Zheng Yang waved his hand. Get to work. The business is in its infancy. Whether or not it can survive depends on your efforts. On the following day, Qin Feiyu drove his newly purchased Audi A6L and drove Zheng Yang to the OD Western restaurant on Genia 5th Road. He looked back at Zheng Yang, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, and said worriedly, Brother, what's that fifth sister of yours? It's fine. Zheng Yang opened his eyes. Brother Feiyu, just guard outside. You don't need to worry about the rest. Later on, if you hear me say call the police in the headset, just call the police. How can he be fine? With his knowledge of the real and fake young master, something was bound to happen today, but it didn't matter. He already had a mini camera ready to go anyway, tucked away in his jacket pocket, and he was curious to see what the fifth sister could toss up. After saying that, Zheng Yang got out of the car and walked into the restaurant, and after reporting Zhao Xini's name, he was led to the reserved private room. After about half an hour, the sound of high heels on the ground came. Without having to think, he knew that this was probably his blood-related fifth sister. Before Zheng Yang could adjust his state, he saw an imposing woman violently push open the door and walk in. She looked around, her eyes revealing an arrogance that could not be ignored, as if the entire space was eclipsed by her arrival. She walked straight towards Zheng Yang and sat on her but across from him, skipping even the basic pleasantries. Zheng Yang, I came to find you today for one thing. Zhao Xini opened the door, her tone cold and hard as ice. You sign a letter of understanding for my no-good brother Zhao Hao, and my sister Zhao Ling, so they can come out, and this will be over. Zheng Yang frowned as he picked up his coffee and gently took a sip, his eyes calmly looking at Zhao Xini. They are now under public prosecution by the public security authorities, and it's a criminal case. It's not something that can be solved by me signing a letter of understanding. A criminal case? Zhao Xini raised her willow eyebrows, her voice sharp. Don't you scare me with this. It's not just taking something, it's still your own. And don't all of you boys have some adolescent fantasies at this age? Xiao Hao just made a mistake that all boys make, and it's just that his longing for his sister went too far. So this is a criminal offense? And Zhao Ling, what kind of associate is she? She has so much jewelry, all very expensive. One or two pieces can't remember the price. Say it's high, what's the big deal? Besides, you guy, you ask for $50 million directly with a big lion's mouth. My grandfather gave you $60 million privately. If this matter is put on the internet by me, surely your family won't have a good time either, right? Zhao Xini sneered and looked at Zheng Yang. Although she didn't know the difference between inside and outside the system, she did know that people inside and outside the system seemed to be quite afraid of public opinion storms, especially those inside the system. It was hard to get on board, and if they were caught up in a public opinion storm, they would have to lose their jobs, and their futures would be gone. This 60 million, in front of this little bastard dare to take, then they can use this to say things. Net storm him, said he took the money does not do things, said that his adoptive parents embezzlement and bribery, said that the public security for the tiger, officials protect each other. At that time, she would like to see how this little bastard ended up. Zheng Yang put down his coffee cup, hands folded on the table, his tone also with a few points of playfulness. The $60 million, the first is for my personal compensation. I have the injury identification. Second, this is your family's grandpa for the sake of your parents. Younger siblings, want to suppress the scandal, voluntarily give me the money. I have had an agreement with your family's Zhao Taijia. Third, Zhao Hao and Zhao Ling's matter involves a criminal matter. If you want to let them out, you should go walk on bail and wait for trial, not come to me and slap the table. Fourth, in terms of blood relationship, I'm also a member of the Zhao family. This is your Zhao family's compensation for abandoning. No, it's the Zhao family's compensation for not being able to find me back for so many years. When Zhao Xini heard this, her face changed and she slammed the table. Don't give me this legalese. Our second sister is a lawyer. Is the capital of the gold medal law firm of Ace Lawyers? Legal provisions I know than you. I know more about the law than you do. And speaking of family matters, don't you have any problems at all? Why don't you take a look at yourself? The family used to be fine, but you've been here for 3 days and you've become like this. You're to blame for everything. Blame me? Zheng Yong's face was grim, but he still maintained his politeness and asked rhetorically without slowing down. In 3 days' time, I ate 3 meals at the Zhao family manor. Ms. Wan locked me up in the utility room in the villa's basement without asking, imprisoning me for 2 days and 1 night. Mr. Zhao used a whip on me for no reason at all, when I hadn't gone anywhere. Zhao Hao said that I'm a thief. As for Zhao Ling, the $10 million was something she shouted for, and also she asked me to pay for it. I couldn't get this sum of money, and it was also she who shouted from the sidelines for Mr. Zhao to beat me. As a result, after your home surveillance was restored, it proved that I didn't even go up to the 2nd floor, that I slept in the 1st floor guest room on the 1st day, that I went into the basement on the 2nd day, and that I was brought up for a beating on the 3rd day. You call that a problem for me? Whose problem is it if not yours? Zhao Xini blankly glanced at Zheng Yong. Her face was one of undisguised contempt. That dog-like family of yours, making dog-like friends, doing dog-like things. What kind of a thing are you guys in the system? Isn't it just a bunch of dogs raised by our Zhao family? No. It's a bunch of wild dogs that will come to my Zhao family wagging their tails and begging for food. Saying that, Zhao Xini pulled out a check from her bag and slapped it on the table. This is 5 million. Give it to your friend to take and spend. Isn't it just not enough money to give? Want more money? I advise you, take it and release it, or I'll make you and your Zhang family, and that what's her name Qin family, eat their words. Zheng Yong took a look at the check and was dumbfounded. Does this Zhao family really have no brains? Is it really the real sister of the fake young master in the real fake young master article? A large family is really a perfect match. So many people can't put together a brain. Zheng Yong shook his head, keeping the last vestiges of his smile and said, Ms. Zhao, it's not because of the money that I'm unwilling to sign this letter of understanding. This is criminal law, a public prosecution. Do you understand? You. Zhao Xini was so angry that she stood up and pointed her finger at Zheng Yong's nose. Don't think that I don't dare to do anything to you. If you don't sign this letter of understanding, don't blame me for not being polite. Before the words fell, Zhao Xini raised her hand and viciously slapped Zheng Yong. Her eyes were full of provocation and disdain. I'm telling you, if you don't agree today, you won't be able to walk out of this door. Zheng Yong's eardrums buzzed as he was hit, and his cheeks instantly flushed with a red mark. He stared at Zhao Xini with wide eyes in disbelief. Before he could say anything, Zhao Xini raised her hand again and slapped it continuously. Zheng Yong has already eaten a slap and how will continue to eat? The body shape dodged from side to side making Zhao Xini's pursuing attacks all pounce. How dare you hide? Zhao Xini was furious, her eyes staring at Zheng Yong in death. While Zheng Yong touched his cheek, the first slap was really hard. It felt like this crazy was using 10 times 10 force. On the side that had been hit, his cheeks had swelled up and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Zheng Yong held back his anger, but in his heart he was unusually calm and even wanted to laugh a little. He gently touched his red and swollen face. Although he was the one who was beaten, he smiled, and his smile was full of pity seemingly as a reminder. Zhao Xini, you've really cut off your own future. If I call the police, do you know what will happen? What's wrong with me hitting you? Zhao Xini was completely unaware of what she had done as she arrogantly shouted, Old me, I'm your sister. I should beat you. I deserve to beat you. Don't say it's just these few. So what if I have a few more? Is this the slap war god from the true or false young master's text? Zheng Yong laughed. Brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. Pretty much as one predicted. It's all coming together now. Seeing the slap is about to draw. Brusha Zheng Yong directly lifted the table and then pulled back. A sudden eruption dodged backward to stabilize himself. Zheng Yong drew a breath of cold air, his tone mocking and calm. Let me tell you, beating others without reason can be divided into public security management punishment and criminal punishment. According to Article 43 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, if you beat another person for no reason but do not cause minor injuries or more, you shall be detained for more than 5 days and less than 10 days, and fined more than 200 yuan and less than 500 yuan, and I persuaded you. You don't know how to repent and still continue to beat me. This is considered an aggravating circumstance. That is more than 10 days and fine more than 500 yuan and less than 1,000 yuan. And if the injury appraisal constitutes a minor injury, you'll be going to step on the sewing machine for 3 years. Heia Zhao Xini looked completely unafraid as she pulled out a bunch of $100 bills from her bag and casually tossed them around. My old lady has plenty of money. Besides, beating you I'm beating my brother. It's a family matter. Police control. No. Yes. But the next second, someone who couldn't care less about her rushed in and pinned Zhao Xini to the table. The clicker's silver bracelet is delivered and escorted away with the head held down. Chapter 19, The Value of a Slap. You goddamned assholes. Inferior things. What gives you the right to arrest me? What law have I broken? Zhao Xini screamed, her eyes glaring round as if they were about to spew fire. Her voice was sharp and piercing, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. hysterical to the extreme. Ah, help! They're abusing their power in being lawless. She struggled and hissed at the same time, looking almost like a crazy shrew. Before Zhao Sini could fully understand what was going on, she was unceremoniously handcuffed by the police. This was the first time in her life that she had ever worn this cold instrument of torture. And despite the fact that she had previously been filled with contempt and disdain for these public officials, the power of the handcuffs was so direct and brutal that it instantly caused her to feel an unprecedented sense of panic. She was frantically screaming and hurling insults, and the hysteria was chilling. The two female police officers who originally came over to arrest her were surprisingly somewhat unable to suppress her madness, but fortunately there were quite a few police officers who came this time, and two more female police officers came up to stiffly escort Zhao Sini to the car and take her away from the scene. Each of the Zhao family is mentally ill, and this woman. And in the private room of the restaurant, Qin Feiyu he had been listening to the conversation in the box in the earphone. That Zhao Sini's attitude had infuriated him enough. Cursing, he walked in. And once he saw Zhang Yang's somewhat swollen face, his mood was even worse. What ing bad luck? Chow! I didn't even bother to touch you. How dare that crazy lay such a heavy hand on you? He roared angrily and turned around, about to charge out the door, as if he was going to go to Zhao Sini to fight for his life. Stand still. Zhang Yang lightly touched his fiery face, and the stinging sensation made him frown. His eyes couldn't help but grow grim as he said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Don't cause trouble." Qin Feiyu stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhang Yang with an aggrieved and angry face, as if he had suffered a greater injustice than Zhang Yang. What do you mean by causing trouble? We're not convinced, so we have to give that crazy a little lesson. Mother ******* her. Our father told us to cover you. I didn't even dare to beat you a bit. Damn it. Today is really a disgrace. He waved his arms. His emotions were agitated to the extreme. Don't shout. Zhang Yang lightly took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "We have graduated from school. Even if we only graduated from high school, we are still considered to be temporarily out of school and heading towards society. The rules in society are not the same as the rules in school. You can't take the same set of rules in school and apply them to society. Being a slap war god is cool enough, but firing back at the past is a mutual assault. And having been a police officer in my previous life, I know it's not easy to decide it's self-defense. Getting a slap on the wrist looks like you're at a disadvantage. In actuality, it is not. One has also had this period of time to ruthlessly brush up on this world's criminal law, public order law, civil law, as well as relevant cases. Watch, some slap flinger will pay dearly for that slap." Just then, the door was pushed open again and a police officer walked in. Zhang Yang took a look and realized that it was the same police officer and his disciple that he met at the manor last time. "Uncle Song, Brother Lu." Zhang Yang immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. "What a coincidence. Are you here to make a statement?" "Just a simple inquiry," Song Zhang Yang said with a seriousness in his smile. "I happened to be patrolling over here, saw Xiao Qin over here, and chatted a bit. I heard that you met with the Zhao family again, and felt that the situation wasn't right, so I called for backup ahead of time." I have to thank Uncle Song for that," Zhang Yang hurriedly said thankfully. "When will you be on vacation? I'll treat you and little Lu to dinner then." "Dinner is exempt." Song Zhang Yang excused himself. "We just came to ask you about today's matter. Here it is." Young Yong pulled out the mini camera hidden in his jacket pocket, checked the video, then handed it to Song Zhongyong. "See for yourself." Song Zhongyong took the law enforcement recorder, and only then did he notice that Zhang Yong's left jacket pocket was a little peculiar, and it looked like it had been specially made to hide the law enforcement recorder. He also did not say much, picked up the law enforcement recorder and looked at it. After a while, he finished reading about what was going on inside and said in a deep voice, "Go get an injury appraisal. This injury of yours, I think it's enough for a minor injury. Xiao Lu, you go back to the office and issue a power of attorney. Be quick and send it directly to the hospital side." Saying that, he looked at Zhang Yong's face again and shook his head. This Xiao family is really lawless. Song Zhongyong has been a police officer for so many years, and has really never seen such a strange family. The two did not say much. Song Zhongyong in the front, Zhang Yang in the back. This time Zhang Yang has his own car, so he let Qin Feiyu drive the car to follow Song Zhongyong's back, and went to the hospital together. Because of the relationship and advanced agreed, so everything proceeded very quickly. It didn't take long to finish the examination and walk out of the hospital. "Brother, what are we going to do next?" Qin Feiyu looked back at Zhang Yang sitting in the back seat, some reluctant to ask. He is obviously to protect people, but the result is nothing to protect into, or was hit in the face, not to mention the consequences of going back to let the old man know the matter. He himself also feel unable to pass this hurdle. It was my father's request to take care of my little old brother in the past, and there was a bit of camaraderie there. And now, little old me is making himself rich, so that he can be a president or something in the future. and buy his favorite motorcycle bright and early. This love, this friendship, made him absolutely unable to tolerate his oldest brother being bullied. As a result, today, he was beaten up like this by that crazy. He hates it. He couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Zhao family manor. Zheng Yang said with his eyes closed. It just so happens that I think our startup capital is still a bit tight. The money last time was from the old man. I didn't bother with him. This time it's still coming. Then I won't be as nice this time. So I'll go collect some interest first. There's no need to rush the mediation. Officer Song has already said that the evidence is strong enough to detain the person for a day first. Then after the appraisal report comes out, then the mediation will start. So he is not in a hurry. Let the Zhao Sini suffer a bit first. If he could learn to be smarter, he could let that guy off the hook. But if he couldn't learn smartly, then don't blame him for not being polite. Also, Zheng Yang suddenly thought of something and opened his eyes and said, Brother Fei Yu, those friends of yours, have you given them a greeting? Ha! Xin Fei Yu was stunned. Zheng Yang said before that he wanted to take them to get rich, but not like himself so clearly expressed the position, but said that the company is starting out, cannot take so many people, let them first wait for news. This sudden question, could it be that? Oh Xin Fei Yu gave an I get it look and was about to make a call. Don't mess around. Zheng Yang returned a you-know-nothing look and said, Brother Fei Yu, the rules of society are not punching, kicking, and sacking people. It's not about carrying watermelon swords and stealing turf in the kooky movies you watch. It's the suits. It's the pushing and shoving. It's the human condition. Xin Fei Yu scratched his head. This he didn't quite understand anymore. He just understood that this was not the time to gather his brothers to give the Zhao family a little color. Besides, he always felt as if it was a bit of a contradiction as well. If he wasn't going to fight, why did he ask himself to gather his brothers again? Brother Fei Yu. Zheng Yang closed his eyes and said with a little rest, you have to remember the saying, I can do without, but I can't do without. Also, you will soon realize how valuable this Missy slap is. According to the plots in those young master texts, many times one would come across those fake young masters, or even their loving families, using some unseemly means. Therefore, it was still necessary to understand the underground power of this world. If it was the same as in his previous life, a group of bugs that were crushed to death, then of course there was nothing to be afraid of. But if it's the same as in those urban texts represented by the young master texts, with a very strong power, then one still has to focus on cultivating one's own power. In addition, according to the secret stories of immortal cultivation that the old Daoist taught in his dream and what he had seen and heard, even if this world has already been depleted of spiritual chi, there are still immortal cultivators and demons, as well as some people with special physical qualities. Then this world, is there also existed in the novels of the previous life Dragon Clan's Special Security Department and so on, specialized for these departments? I have to pay attention to it. Zheng Yang took out the computer placed in the car and began to import the video evidence into the computer. Xin Fei Yu drove the car, and after about an hour, the car slowly drove to the Zhao family manor. From the moment he entered the villa area, there was no one to stop him. When they arrived at the entrance of the manor, they saw several maids waiting at the entrance in advance. When the car stopped, they went forward to open the door, as if welcoming the head of the family to his home. Zheng Yang didn't mind in the slightest as he looked towards Xin Fei Yu who followed him out of the car, looking as if he was on the verge of an attack, and said with a smile, there's no need to be so nervous. He then said to the driver who was planning to come and drive the car into the basement, just leave it here, we'll wait a while. Finally, he looked toward an older man whose attire was not quite like anyone else's, dressed in a tuxedo and white gloves, with a remarkable demeanor, about 50 years of age, and said, are you the new steward? Yes, young master, the old butler said courteously. Welcome home. My surname is Wang and my name is Wang Zhengyi. You can address me as Butler Wang. This is not quite my home. Zheng Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, correcting his statement slightly before asking, where are Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Wang? Have them come see me for a moment, okay, young master. Butler Wang wasn't the least bit offended by Zheng Yang's somewhat arrogant attitude, nor did he have the slightest intention of defending Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Yan, who were theoretically the heads of the family. As he turned around and headed back to the villa. Xin Fei Yu looked at Zheng Yang with some surprise. How does it feel like Zheng Yang is the master of this house? He couldn't help but ask curiously, didn't you leave? How come it feels like they all listen to you? Moreover, you seem to know everything. The Zhao family has smart people. Zheng Yang said indifferently, if it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun were one the old master's son and the other his daughter-in-law, both of them would have to get lost as well. What do powerful families care about? Profit, face and blood. Zhao Yan's family was truly related by blood, otherwise the old man would not have tolerated them. As for himself, he was sure that Zhao Chaosheng was keeping an eye on his movements. Whether or not he could succeed in his venture was a crucial part of whether or not he could gain an absolute advantage amongst the true and false young master texts. He didn't want to waste too much time with Zhao Yan's group of fools, and only hoped that they would be able to settle down and keep their pathetic residual value and not devalue it any further. After waiting for a while, Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun came out. The two of them had angry and unwilling faces, but with a few bodyguards standing behind them, they didn't dare to do anything. Take this back and look at it. Zheng Yong took out an SD card and handed it to Zhao Yan. I have 3 copies of the video evidence. One is saved in the net disk, one is on the cell phone, and one was submitted to the police station as evidence. The injury appraisal has already been done, and it will probably come out tomorrow morning. Afterward, I will go to mediation. Look at the slap mark on my face, even though it's only a slap. But what's in it? Do you want to ask your father for advice? Zheng Yong pointed at his swollen face and sneered. Right now, my lovely 5th sister is squatting in the police station. You'd better make a choice early. Come out early and she can still save her career. If it's too late, she'll have to go in and step on a sewing machine for a year or two, and you don't want to see your daughter's future cut short, do you, Mrs. Wang? Oh, by the way, I don't know if you know I'm starting a business. Seeing as we're related, are you going to have to fund me a little bit gratis? Chapter 20, Do you want to be decent? You. Zhao Yan's voice almost tore, his eyes glaring round as if he wanted to eat the Zheng Yong in front of him alive. You heartless thing. I didn't understand anything else, but I did understand the phrase my lovely 5th sister. She's in the police station. Zhao Yan's voice seemed like the hissing of a wild beast. How could you do this to her? You're her own brother. Her own brother. How could you do this? Zhao Yan's body shook, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Zheng Yong, his voice filled with despair and anger. You sinful bastard. You cut off her future. Do you know that? That was her future in the entertainment industry. The stage she dreamed of. How can you be so heartless? So cruel? Ah, the entertainment industry. He didn't know whether to feel sorry for his daughter or for the money he had invested in her. His 5th daughter wanted to become a star. This was his 5th daughter's dream, and he as a father was willing to fulfill this dream of his daughter. This is not only a father's love, but also for the interests of the group to consider. If you can make your own daughter into a star, can also be back to make their own subsidiaries of the Sunrise Entertainment to cooperate with, to drive the development of their own entertainment industry. In these 2 years, Sunrise Entertainment's performance began to decline year after year. The new launch of the artists are not hot. Investment in the movie is also all the loss of blood money. His plan was that since his 5th daughter wanted to become a star, it would be better to invest in someone else than in his own daughter. The entertainment industry is not to eat persona, eat resources, eat network. As the richest man in Shanghai, he has a lot of money, but also has connections, millions of dollars on the money to smash down, please the best agent, please the most professional persona team and instructor. Even if his daughter sings and jumps are not good, but looks beautiful has also brought a lot of traffic. Hard to rely on money to open the way. Well, in the Zhang director, those domestic and foreign well-known director guidance of the film mixed a role. Feel back and then give her daughter to strengthen the training, especially the acting singing training, and subsequently can be 100-foot pole further. As it turns out, the man was out in the morning and in and squatting at noon. Their own little daughter has not yet come out. Lu, another one into they. Wang Yuyun even cried her heart out, and while crying, she angrily scolded, you heartless white-eyed wolf, how can you treat your sister like this? She is your own sister. Is your heart made of iron? How can you be so cruel? So cruel. She lunged at Zheng Yong and wanted to fight him, but she was stopped by the bodyguard. Wang Yuyun struggled and cried, you white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. You ruined our family. You ruined Shaoling. You ruined Hauer, and now you ruined Cinny. How could you do this to us? How could you be so cruel? Zhao Yan's eyes were bloodshot and his voice roared hoarsely. What kind of sins did I, Zhao Yan, create? How could I have given birth to something like you, who can't recognize your 6 parents? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Her future, her dreams, have all been destroyed by you. Do you know? He staggered 2 steps, as if he had lost all his strength. His eyes were filled with despair and hatred as he looked at Zheng Yong as if he was looking at a stranger. I and you, from now on, sever the father-son relationship. You will, in the future, never be my son again. I, Zhao Yan, do not have a son like you. Ha? Zheng Yong raised his eyebrows. This is called inverting the Big Dipper? Shouldn't the real young master, Mr. Weth, have broken off the relationship, and the parents would never break it off? How come it's different in your own case? Wang Yuyun continued to cry, her voice filled with resentment. How can you be so cruel? You treat us so ruthlessly. What part of us is not good to you? You want to treat us like this? You ruined our family. You ruined everything for us. I will never rest with you. I will never let you go. Zheng Yong looked at them coldly, without a ripple in his eyes. He shook his head as if he had long anticipated all of this. The evidence is overwhelming. Your Zhao Yan's private criminal law assault, your wife's illegal detention, your youngest daughter's extortion, your youngest son's annoyance can be even more. All of this, you guys brought this on yourselves. How can you blame it on me? Zhao Yan roared. You sinful bastard. How dare you argue? If it wasn't for you, how would little spirit have gotten in? She's so understanding and well-behaved. It's all because of you that she's in trouble. And XINE, she just wants to be a star. What's wrong with her? Why are you doing this to her? Wang Yuyun also chimed in. That's right. That's right. What's wrong with XINE? She just wants to pursue her dreams. Who are you to do this to her? You white-eyed wolf. You calamity. Why did you come back? Why did you come back to destroy our home? Zheng Yang smiled coldly and said, Zhao Sini wants to become a star? Then she should abide by the law instead of relying on your power and money to do whatever she wants. She went in because she broke the law. It has nothing to do with me. As for the other two, it's not like I made them break the law. Zhao Yan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Zheng Yang and said with a trembling voice, You unfilial son, how can you talk like this? Do you know that you have ruined everything in our family? You ruined Xiaoling's innocence and Xianyi's future. You've disgraced our Zhao family. Wang Yuyun also cried harder. She cried, You heartless thing, how can you treat us like this? We treat you so well, and you repay us like this. Where do you let our faces go? Where do you let our hearts go? Zheng Yang looked at them with an odd expression, his eyes filled with contempt. He really didn't know how these two were able to say such things. Is he in the wrong world or did these two get the wrong script? Why are they acting like buggy NPCs? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Are you sure? Zheng Yang even felt a little like laughing as he said, You're good to me? Zhao Yan roared. You sinner, how dare you argue? How have we treated you badly? We fed you, clothed you, and gave you the best education. And yet you treat us like this. You're so heartless. Wang Yuyun cried out. You white-eyed wolf. Where is your conscience when you say that? We have paid so much for you, yet you treat us like this. Do you know that what you did has broken our hearts? I'm going to sue you. I won't stop with you. Zhao Yan even roared with his neck. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to petition. I don't believe there's no place for reason in this world. Zheng Yang shook his head only to feel ridiculous as he took out his cell phone and played a video. That was what Zhao Sini had done in the private room today. Coldly said, And your 5 daughters? You watched the video yourself. As for suing me, go ahead. Sue me all you want. The court, the prosecutor's office all you want. You can write letters and petitions. You can call the mayor's hotline. You can even write a letter to the one head of the current cabinet. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and do as you please. But I'll tell you, none of it works. I don't know those case officers from before. The people I'm related to didn't intervene in the case. There's no possibility of an affinity case. I didn't bribe anyone. I'm innocent. Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun looked at the video. Obviously ironclad evidence. But these two did not recognize it in the slightest. Zhao Yan said in a trembling voice, You sinner, how could you do this to us? Do you know that these deceptive things you're doing will ruin everything in our family? Wang Yuyun also cried out, You heartless thing, how can you treat us like this? We've been so good to you, and yet you repay us like this. How do you let us meet people? How do you let us live? Zheng Yang looked at them with mockery in his eyes and said, Forget it, this is probably harder to get someone to admit a mistake than to kill them. It wasn't much of a stretch. There were people in their previous lives who had committed unforgivable sins who didn't even think it was their fault. Not to mention that these two looked to be people who had been raised with praise and approval all around them. Growing up in such an environment, I'm afraid there is no such thing as admitting mistakes in one's mind. Forget it, I don't want to say anything else. Just one thing, I can be here. Not on the old master's side is to give you decency. You should think about how to make yourselves decent instead of arguing with me here. After saying that he turned around and intended to leave, he subconsciously turned back but happened to meet the eyes of Zhao Yan and his wife who were so resentful that they couldn't wait to kill themselves. Zhang Yang's face also became more and more icy. He said to Qin Feiyu, Go and follow me into the villa. When the words fell, he led Qin Feiyu directly inside, and Butler Wang followed behind Zhang Yang. The only people left at the manor's main entrance were the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Yan, and the 2 bodyguards who were accompanying them. After walking for a while to the villa, Zhang Yang asked Butler Wang, Where is the monitoring room? Take me there. Butler Wang immediately bowed and made a gesture of invitation. Young master, please come with old man. I have to say that Wang Butler, the old butler, was still on point in doing his job, and as soon as he saw that Zhang Yang was going to go to the monitoring room, he started to give Zhang Yang a heads up about the monitoring room in advance. There are 2 groups of people in the monitoring room, and the monitoring is divided into 3 areas, the inner area, the outer area, and the private area. These 2 groups of people, a fixed number of people, a total of 9 people. No leadership, all level, each divided into 3 shifts, morning, evening and night shifts. The permanent monitoring room 24-hour rotating duty. The other class of personnel is not fixed, the same 3 shifts, 2 people per shift. In addition to the permanent and accompanied by bodyguards outside the security personnel and the randomly selected. The monitoring area is the outer area, mainly outdoor gardens, sports grounds, and other activity areas, where the surveillance is 24-hour round the clock and can be viewed at any time on the internet. The inner area is the corridor, living room, staircase, underground garage, kitchen and other indoor areas of the villa, belonging to the private places in the public areas. These areas of the monitoring, although it is also a 24-hour monitoring but not networked, physically not connected to the external network. After all, this is much more private indoors for the host family, and they don't want to be hacked to expose their home footage. However, there is a port reserved for connecting to an external network, so if the family insists or there is an emergency you can connect to an external network. Lastly, the private area. This is the den, the bedroom. This place only has security cameras and storage, no security monitors. If you want to see it, you have to go into the storage room to remove the hard disk, and to get in you have to use a key that only Zhao Yan has. Only Zhao Hao took advantage of his parents' coddling of him to steal the key and make a copy of it, and the last time he used the key to run in and then remove the hard drive and connect it to another computer to delete it. But because it was such a hassle, he didn't have time to physically damage it or hide it, and in the end, the police took all of those hard drives away to recover the evidence from them. The monitoring room, on the other hand, is set up in the middle of the underground garage, with a special room for the monitoring room, which is more private. Butler Wang quickly brought Zheng Yong to the basement level and had also sent a message in advance for all the bodyguards who had the need to come here on duty to gather and wait there. Zheng Yong led Qin Feiyu around and said to him, "Go and chat with these people a little bit, then see if there's anyone you think will catch your eye." Qin Feiyu was a bit surprised, but since it was arranged by the boss, he could only work. He scanned the crowd and quickly picked out 2 or 3 people. After inquiring, he pulled one of the teenagers who looked mute and a bit dull-eyed to Zheng Yong. "It's just him." Qin Feiyu patted the teenager on the back and said, "Should be a trustworthy person. This teenager is very black, short hair, a national face, and Wang Baoqiang is a bit similar to Wang Baoqiang." Zheng Yang asked, "Name, age, birth date, look at your appearance or a minor. How did you come here?" The teenager's voice was a bit muffled, with a thick northwestern accent. "My name is Wang Dogdan. I don't know my birth date, but I was born on March 6th, 03, and I have a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. I have a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. My grandparents passed away. My father came out to work and broke his leg, crippled. My mother has a disease on the waist, cannot do heavy work, so I dropped out of school to earn money to cure my mother's illness, and also to earn money for my younger brother and sister to pay for their schooling on the way." Zheng Yong pinched his fingers and counted, although his own divination together is still a beginner, but with such detailed information, it is simple to count. It is just to calculate whether he has the risk of betraying his son in the future. In his mind, he silently recited the dog egg's birth date, March 6th, 03, according to the conversion of the lunar calendar. It should be the year of Decubitus, the month of Ayin, and the day of Iyin. His fingers moved slightly. His heart quickly deduced the I Ching Bagua, with the year, month, day and hour stem and branch arrangement, exploring the birth and restraint between the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Capricorn for the Yin, the uncharted earth hidden Ethel wood, hexadecimal, ding fire, Capricorn sitting on top of the uncharted earth, although restrained, but Ethel wood sparse earth, ding fire warming the situation, appearing to be soft in the strong, AC month, when the wood is strong, E earth yen in the CC fire life support, C wood and Haida wood 7 killings, killing and sealing each other. The main character of this person is tough, not afraid of difficulties. EC day, the earth and wood, C wood in the sea fire through, warming the earth has the merit, and the E earth is thick, is loyal to the earth, can carry all things. He then looked at the hour column, although there is no exact hour, but according to the day column speculation, this person should be then the shoulder or positive seal to help, so that the character of a few more points of benevolence and loyalty. Zheng Yong secretly nodded in his heart. This King Dog Egg's birth date, showing that he is a loyal and brave person, and the life with a noble, although from a poor background, but the heart of a great ambition, know the kindness of repayment. He looked up at Wang Dogdan. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes and said, "Since Brother Feiyu thinks highly of you, then I trust you as well. How much is your current salary? What is the treatment?" Doggy scratched his head and glanced at Butler Wang. Butler Wang nodded his head to let him speak. "The salary is 3,005, with food and lodging." Zheng Yong does not feel surprised. He thought for a moment and said, "Put your payroll card to me." From today onwards your original treatment unchanged. I'm here to give you another 5,000 per month. 5 insurance and a gold also all to you to buy on. In addition to the king butler and then rent a house in the city of Shanghai, his family all over the pick up his younger siblings so that they go to the best local schools. The mother received the military hospital to be properly treated. After treatment to my company, more people need to cook. Your mom should be able to handle. Your father. I also need to help me look after the warehouse people. After the treatment, go to my company. After the company more people need a cooking. Your mom should be able to handle. Your father. I also need to help me look after the warehouse people. I just projected Wang Dogden's family in passing, because there is no information. Such a projection is not accurate, but it can be determined that it is an honest person. Even if there is a small problem, it will not affect him. Ah, the young master? Wang Dogdan froze. He really didn't think why the young master of this family should be so kind to himself, but this was a real rescue for his family. His eyes instantly turned red, and the man was directly about to kneel down to thank him, but Zheng Yong grabbed Wang Dogdan and said, "A man's knees are gold, kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents, not to mortals like me. I'm not giving you a handout either. From today on you'll be at my sole disposal while remaining here and continuing to work in the surveillance room. You need to get to know everyone in the Zhao family first, memorize the faces of everyone in the Zhao family, and let me know if you see any of the Zhao family coming back or if there's any secret gatherings they're having on the trip. The same goes for you guys." Zhang Yong added to the remaining security guards, "I need to know who came and went from the Zhao family, when they got together, and what they did. You all tell Wang Dogdan all the information you've gathered, and Wang Dogdan will convey it to me. $1,000 for one piece of information, and if it's important information that's useful to me, I'll reward it extra. But if it's for cheating, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he looked at Dog Egg again, thought for a moment and said, "Don't use this name of yours in the future. From this day on you will be called Wang Sanduo. Much wisdom, much courage, much loyalty." Chapter 21 Master Zhao and the Zhao family's First Lady. Ding host detected. System binding program is starting. Super invincible omnipotent entertainment world's first system. Binding process in progress. Binding. Disciple? Dear? One or two slightly rough but trying to be gentle calls, like a sandstorm whistling through the morning sun, gently crackled and whacked Zheng Yong's ears. Wake him up with a kick from the depths of his slumber. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked in a daze, "Did I talk in my sleep?" Qin Feiyu leaned on the semi-reclining seat. The corner of his mouth hung a playful smile. "Not 2 minutes after getting on the bus. Dear, you went to play chess with the Duke of Zhou. I originally wanted to talk to you about my brothers, but seeing that you slept so soundly, I simply parked here and waited for you to wake up, and I also squinted for a while in the meantime. It's true that everyone is exhausted during this time." Zheng Yang stretched and lamented. Qin Feiyu also stretched his muscles and sighed, "This boss, it's not so good to be I thought I could get away with it, but it turns out that I have to worry about everything. Just you call this tired?" Zheng Yang rubbed his shoulders, casually picked up the coke thrown on the seat, gulped a large mouthful, and laughed. "It's not that I'm saying, Brother Feiyu, you need to start learning about management. I'm not talking about the ones in textbooks or your tertiary knowledge, but actual management practice. Read more books when you have time and learn more from oldly in the company. In case you're asked to manage a branch in the future, don't be unable to hold anything and bring the company down." Qin Feiyu bristled, straightened his seat, and said in mock disdain, "Is my brother that kind of person? I'm just in charge of a few people, right? It's easy. Although his mouth said so, his tone was obviously much faker. In the past few days, he watched Zheng Yang busy, and his heart was also a little afraid. Although the company's manpower is so small that it can be counted, there are as many things as there are mountains. Every morning when I sneak up to Zhang's house, I see Zheng Yang confirming the itinerary, contacting suppliers, calling loudly to ask about the progress, and solving all kinds of problems in the team. It seems that a secretary has to be recruited." Zheng Yang rubbed his temples and said after a moment of contemplation, "A specialized logistics team will also have to be formed." "Indeed." Qin Feiyu nodded his head in agreement. "I used to think that secretaries were just for the job, but now it seems that secretaries aren't for the job either." Zheng Yang gave Qin Feiyu a blank look and said in a bad mood, "Don't confuse secretaries with honey spit. Let's go. Go meet Brother Feiyu's minions." "Right, these people. You make a detailed list for me. Which ones are physically fit? Which ones have smart minds? And which ones always have some minor problems? Also, how are these people's character? Which ones are usable? Which ones aren't? Which ones are innocent? Which ones have committed something? What kind of thing? And whether or not they've been inside. All of them must be labeled clearly." Qin Feiyu immediately felt that his head was 2 sizes too big, and said with a bitter face, "Dear, do we have to get so detailed?" "Of course," Zheng Yang said with a straight face, They are our current squad, and each of them has to establish a file. For some that can be focused on cultivation, they will also have to personally go on home visits. In the future, there might be some things that we are not comfortable with that we need them to do. If you don't know these people like the back of your hand, it's easy to be set up, and things won't get done. But instead, you'll get yourself grimy. Do you know the owner of Dog Dong? He did not get rich before Dry Restaurant, because too much trust in the staff under the hand. Nothing to investigate. The result was the cook and the accountant jointly calculated. The restaurant directly closed down. Zheng Yang said in a serious manner. A lesson from the past, a lesson from the future. Without a good background check, can you rest assured that they can do things, especially something special? Zheng Yang spread out his small book, looking at the next schedule, pondering where adjustments needed to be made, and casually asked, speaking of which, what was that dream I was just talking about? You dreamed about what system you bound? Xin Feiyu laughed while driving. I say disciple can you let your bound system to brother? You are already enough cool article opening. Let brother also be a cool article male lead. Tie a system to kill the 4 directions. What a beautiful thing to think about. Zheng Yang kicked the backrest of the chair and laughed. Drive honestly. The system is the standard for travelers like me. Natives are not qualified to bind. Hey, isn't he a bit bewitched? Sleeping with the thought of having a system of my own. Zheng Yang secretly spat in his heart. We have to system cannot wait for us to rank the immortal class before you come late. At this time, in Jianghai City, more than 10 kilometers to the west of the Red Cliff Mountain, the altitude of 1,300 meters of natural scenic spots, winding mountain road as a giant dragon, hovering in the mountains, leading the tourists straight to the mountains of all kinds of large and small mountain farms and farms. Here, some of the mountain people run their own industry. There are large capital investment in the city of Jianghai summer recreation and entertainment in one of the summer resort. Among them, the largest is the Red Cliff Mountain Star Villa, which is situated at the halfway point of the mountain, facing the sea from north to south. Standing in the middle of the villa, you can have a panoramic view of the whole city of Jianghai. There is also a special stargazing platform in the villa. As long as the weather is good, it is the perfect place for astronomy enthusiasts to watch the stars in the sky. This star villa was one of the Zhao family's properties. Each member of the Zhao family has a set of their own detached villa here, and when they have lived in enough villas in the coastal area, they can also come here to enjoy the tranquility and freshness of the mountains. At this moment, inside the Red Maple Source Villa in the mountain villa, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Grandpa, a woman with a big belly who looked about nearly 30 years old, walked into the living room and sat beside an old man. She had a delicate face and was born with a good skin. Only at this time, her face carried a sulky but bad look. That little virgin. Your good big grandson sent your 5th granddaughter to the police station. The old man was Zhao Zhaoshang, who glanced coldly at the woman without saying a word. It was just a glance that made the woman's heart tighten and make her fidget a little. The heart was even more surprisingly angry. This was her grandfather, the one who had loved them all since they were children. Even when she made some mistakes after taking over part of the family business when she grew up, her grandfather had never shown such an icy look. Every time, he silently helped her with the follow-up issues and then taught her what she should do. This time, why? Hui Lan Zhao Chaoxing's originally icy eyes gradually became softer, but he didn't answer his eldest granddaughter's question, but instead asked in return, your flash MO, how were your sales in the first 2 quarters of this year? Yes, this woman was Zhao Huilan, the first eldest daughter of the new generation of the Zhao family. Like the big sister persona in the vast majority of true or false young master texts, she enters the company early to start taking care of the family business. However, she didn't turn the family business upside down and lead the family business to rise to prominence in a particular field like in other young master texts. After all, Zhao's enterprise to her generation has gone through at least 3 generations of management, in which the interests are intertwined. All parties and factions are you have me, I have you. If you want to make drastic reforms, it's difficult, very difficult. Shangrichang Group still looks as stable as Mount Taishan. In stable development, the new round of the company's future planning report is also ambitious. In reality, however, Shangrichang's development over the years has been more like a slow march forward, driven by the huge inertia brought about by its huge volume. Just like a giant struggling in a mud puddle, when there is no such inertia, the giant will fall apart. Therefore, Zhao Huilan was smart enough to work for her own company for a few more years to accumulate some experience before quitting and choosing to start her own business. She founded 2 companies, one named Jingrui Foods, which mainly produced snacks and supplements such as spicy noodles, instant noodles and ham sausages. This was her basic business, backed by Shang Richong, and with her grandfather's connections, she quickly gained a firm foothold in Jianghai City and made inroads into the surrounding area. Coupled with the rise of webcast bandwagons in the past few years, her Jingrui Foods has kind of caught the wave of the times and has been gaining momentum. The other company, on the other hand, is called Flashmore. Right. It's the same store that Zheng Yong once visited. Based on the news she saw and the information she got from the government, Zhao Huilan knew that the country was determined to promote new energy vehicles. However, for her and the whole Shang Richang, even though she is already a real Hao half city, she still can't completely get involved in the car-making industry, because building cars, even new energy vehicles, is a long industrial chain, involving quite a lot of enterprises and disciplines, with a very high threshold. A huge amount of money needs to be invested, and the pressure of competition in this market is not small, and it is unknown whether it can be profitable or not. In case of failure, the loss caused to the enterprise is also huge. Therefore, Zhao Huilan knew that it was impossible to directly build a car, which was a strategic strategy that needed to be discussed and carried out collectively by the entire Shang Richang senior management. Even with the support of her grandfather and father, there was no way she could convince all the shareholders to invest, but she could settle for the next best thing, something smaller and equally new energy. Electric motors. Compared to automobiles, electric motors are a bit easier to produce and don't require the help of an entire group, investing relatively little money. If it didn't work out, the loss would not be big, and as a daughter of a powerful family, her approach was naturally much more grandiose than Zheng Yong's. She directly set up a professional design team. The production line pulls on, and shows the best location direct store spread. It's really a fierce operation, with a lot of advertising, but the result is, probably, there are, Zhao Huilan said somewhat sheepishly, over 1,000 units. More than 1,000 units? Zhao Qiusheng secretly sneered in his heart. This is the total sales from last year to the first 2 quarters of this year, right? He moved his mouth and ultimately said nothing. It was just that the eyes, however, were like ice, transmitting a bone-chilling chill. Forget it. Zhao Qiusheng shook his head, a hint of helplessness and disappointment in his tone. You don't have to worry about Xine's matter. Give your husband, Ji Yun, a call and ask him to come pick you up. Although the company is busy, don't forget about your wife. You should still spend more time together. Grandpa. Zhao Huilan was about to say something, but under her grandfather's commanding eyes, she was forced to stand up and leave unhappily. Right at this moment, Butler Wang, who was originally at the Zhao family manor, walked in. He glanced at the departing Zhao Huilan, and then looked at Zhao Qiusheng, who was sitting on the sofa, and sighed secretly in his heart. His lordship's disappointment in Missy was already overflowing. Zhao Qiusheng sat quietly, his eyes deep and complex. Only when Zhao Huilan left did Zhao Qiusheng take a sip of tea. What do you think of the feasibility of that kid Isamu's electric motorcycle plan? Chapter 22 Master Zhao's Doubt. How's that kid Isamu's electric motor program coming along so far? Zhao Qiusheng asked in a deep voice, his gaze revealing a trace of imperceptible concern. In the face of the old master's inquiry, Butler Wang's face was slightly subtle, neither a joyful admiration nor a blistering diatribe. In the circle of the gentry, it was common to be well informed, especially when it came to the winds of the business world. Zheng Yang just started market research, Zhao Qiusheng is still unaware of, but when he went on a rampage to buy electric motorcycles, recruiting, contact manufacturers, Zhao Qiusheng want to be unaware of it is difficult. Learning that Zheng Yang's chosen entrepreneurial direction overlapped with his eldest granddaughter Zhao Huilan's project, Zhao Qiusheng couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment in his heart. Electric motorcycle this industry. Small entrepreneurs go off in corpses, and large enterprises do not dare to easily take it as the main direction of attack. Eldest granddaughter's Flash MO project, insisted on 4 years, from the huge investment in the early stage of building the factory to today's operation and maintenance. The total investment has made Zhao Qiusheng feel neat pain. He had planned to have his oldest granddaughter call it quits when the year was over. What happened? The eldest granddaughter has not yet lost enough money, and the youngest grandson is jumping into the fire with the money he pinched from his own hands. Zhao Qiusheng secretly muttered in his heart how he had such brainless children and grandchildren. It's not easy to say? Zhao Qiusheng saw Butler Wang's face hesitate. His tone carried a bit of displeasure. Just say it directly. It's only $60 million. It's just that kid's money. Old man, I don't care about it. But we, the older generation, have to be warned, lest we lose all our already small capital. Master, don't be angry yet. Butler Wang hurriedly handed over a file bag. This is the information brought over by Li Qingsong, the administrative supervisor of the original Missy Flashmore R&D department. Young Master's program is very feasible, but the hidden dangers are not small. Li Qingsong? Zhao Qiusheng frowned. Isn't he over at Huilan? How did he run to this kid? This was arranged by me. Butler Wang explained. Missy is in the process of laying off her staff, and all the people in the design and development department of Flashmore have been laid off. Young Master happens to be starting a business, so I introduced Li Qingsong over there. Layoffs. Zhao Qiusheng's face showed a trace of satisfaction. It seems that the eldest granddaughter also knows that her road is not going to work. This is good. A little self-awareness. Lest this year told her to shut down the bankruptcy liquidation of the unpleasant. But another child or grandchild jumped in, so he could not help but have some headaches. However, the old king arranged in advance for his own people to go in, should be able to lose some less. Still have to let that kid honestly go to the public examination. Zhao Chaosheng heart secretly think. As for the heir, well, Zhao Yan on that first hold it, now cannot change, at least in the company, or can stabilize the situation. Zhao Hao first thrown to her third sister's hospital to stay for a while to sharpen a little bit, and after that come out to let him take over a branch to test a little bit, if in the help not to the wall. Anyway, now that the oldest 2 to the oldest 6 aren't married, if it's not possible, we'll recruit a son-in-law to the house. If it doesn't work out again, let that sinner Zhao Yan try to create another one. If Zhao Yan doesn't build it, then don't blame my father for doing it himself. Picking up the information and taking a look at it, Zhao Chaosheng's face was even more brilliant than Butler Wang's. Will this thing work? Isn't he building an electric motorcycle? How did he get an industrial? Zhao Chao sang hard to swallow back the word garbage. In the file, there are design drawings, concept drawings, and the first version of the prototype assembled by those fresh graduates and the real prototype intended to be marketed based on the official design drawings that were frozen and finished. At this point, if a player is there, probably would say that the first sample car in this is filled with industrial wasteland style, is a pile of garbage put together with a pile of garbage can run garbage. And the second sample car, if they're in Zhengyang from the same place, can see, is the electric donkey. It's just skimpy enough to be no match for the first product from Hirancho's company. Can. Butler Wang nodded. If we just look at the design and conception, this thing might really be able to revitalize the entire electric motorcycle industry. Butler Wang was at least a mansion butler and had followed Zhao Chaosheng for many years, and although he didn't do business directly, he had learned by ear and had a sense of judgment about some things. Zhao Chaosheng picked up the other information and took a look at it in conjunction with Zheng Yang's request, and also felt his eyes light up. Indeed, Zheng Yang's thoughts at the beginning of the design and manufacture were completely different from Zhao Huilan's. Zhao Huilan's first product requirements are independent and innovative. Recruited a group of people. The requirements and the market electric motor are different. It is best to complete the new design, differentiated from the same type of products. The result was naturally a complete failure. The research team could not come up with a satisfactory product design for a long time, and finally it was under the persuasion of Zhao Qiusheng, who retreated to the next best thing, referring to the products on the market for design. But in many details of the design and the market is not common. To put it in an extreme point, is the screwdriver have to design a special one? Zhao Huilan is confident, and Jingrui's success makes her feel that she can replicate Jingrui's success with Shining MO. This kind of industrial product definitely involves after-sale maintenance. These people only have to come to themselves for maintenance. Even if someone imitates her maintenance tools in the future, it doesn't matter. This is what she wants. She can use this to unify the market with her standards. Zhao Huilan is confident, bold, radical. Pounce is also miserable. If not backed by Shang Richang and her Jingrui, it should have been bankrupt and liquidated long ago. Where can it last until now? And after reading Zheng Yang's proposal, Zhao Chaosheng only found it refreshing. It wasn't that Zheng Yang's programs and plans were so novel, but rather quite pragmatic. He didn't have too many requirements for the R&D team of only 5 people. Or the first requirement was plagiarism, although innovation was also encouraged, but everything had to be completed within the deadline. Secondly, he didn't get a production line by himself, but everything was found on the market, using mature and reliable products, and those that really didn't exist were also going to manufacturers for customized production. Third, he also had different indicators for his products than Zhao Huilan. Zhao Huilan asked her first electric motor to accelerate in 5 seconds in 0-100, with a maximum speed of 300 km per hour, good maneuverability, and intelligent functions such as lane assist, etc. The first one can run and stop, the second one can turn, and the third one can pull people and goods. Zheng Yang's requirements are very simple. The first can run and stop, the second can turn, the third can pull people and goods. The details: first, the speed is not more than 60 km per hour. Second, the load is not less than 200 kilograms. Third, can be charged at home, especially that last bit about being able to charge at home, skipping the charging post thing. Also, no more than 60 km per hour. This thing is not motorized enough by speed standards, and judging by the photos, the second prototype is styled with a foot pedal, which is a clear attempt to get around the motorized vehicle rule, if he can really make it. No, he has already built the first one, and the next step is to complete the manufacturing process, conduct product approval, and then put it on the market. Zhao Chaosheng half squinted his eyes. He could think of the future of this thing. Zheng Yon's adoptive parents are people in the system, and his friend's father is a city public security product approval should be fast. And this thing itself is the use of a lot of mature products already on the market. In addition to the frame, some need to be customized. The rest are ready-made. Zheng Yang to do is to recruit some people over, determine the assembly process, followed by the market. If you want to talk about the downsides of this thing, the first is that it's unsafe, and the second is the fire hazard when charging the battery. The second of these is the most deadly. Fire hazards are not handled well. Out of an accident public relations failed to achieve may not be ruined but think of Zheng Yang itself and the system of people with relatives, and the country strongly pushed the new energy. Although there are rumors that will cut the subsidies for electric motorcycle, but it is also very likely to cut before the last pike. If you let Zheng Yang to do, he is very likely to really out of a road. What do you think he's trying to do here? Zhao Chaosheng pondered carefully. It can't be that he's only building this kind of thing, right? Well, Butler Wang also deliberated for a moment. I saw the young master today. He is a thoughtful person. I think his thinking should be the same as Missy's, to gradually enter the industry of new energy vehicles through electric motors. This way, Zhao Chaosheng thought for a moment. Flashmore doesn't need to wait. Prepare for bankruptcy and liquidation. If Xiao Yang's venture really works out, he'll definitely need these. The eldest granddaughter is definitely out of the question, leaving the youngest grandson. In that case, let's try him out. If he's really capable, the Zhao family will still have a good heir in the future. Hey, Zhao Chaosheng sighed and asked again. Do you think he can still be named Zhao? This is with all due respect. Butler Wang directly said. Young Master Zhao Yan and his wife are unable to do so. Miss Fifth has already gone in, and Miss Sixth and young Master Zhao Hao haven't been released yet either. The other few young ladies, I think it's better for them not to come into contact with young Master Zheng Yang, otherwise the consequences will only get worse. When he thought of the disgust and hatred in Zhao Huilan's eyes when he had just brushed past her, Butler Wang had a feeling that there was no way these people would let Zheng Yang return to the Zhao family. They went to find Zheng Yang and were lucky to come back in one piece and not send themselves in. How could this happen? Zhao Chaosheng's sigh was filled with helplessness. Why is it like this? Ming. Obviously, it's a handful of king bombs. According to his scheming, Zhao Yan didn't need to be strong, as long as he could hold his ground. The 6 daughters relied on the mountain of Shang Richang and explored in different fields. As the future heir, Zhao Hao, when he took over, could start the transformation of the enterprise based on the future development direction explored by his 6 sisters. After Zhang Yong's return, he used his influence in the government to provide the Zhao family with a stable external environment and support. Sturdy, grandchildren and grandchildren worked together in front of the sisters to explore the road. Outside, the Zhang Yong provided a stable external environment and government policy news. Zhao Hao would be able to carry out enterprise reforms in a bold manner and adjust the direction of the enterprise, so that the whole Shang Richang could pass through the transition period in a peaceful manner and keep up with the pace of the country's economic transformation, shifting from the traditional industry to the emerging industry, available at. Why do you think that is? Zhao Chaosheng just couldn't figure it out. Obviously everything is fine. It doesn't matter even if Isamu comes back early. It's just a matter of Xiao Hao and Isamu playing nice. Old man, I've said it all in advance. Xiaoyang's position won't threaten Xiao Hao. Old man, I'll push him to take the public exam. But what is this for? Where did this hate come from? This doesn't make sense at all. Even if Isamu has flaws, who in this world doesn't have flaws? He just couldn't figure out how Zhao Hao, a big man, could learn the dirty tricks that only those ES and TV dramas engage in. He couldn't figure out why Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyan would favor Zhao Hao so much. More importantly, he couldn't figure out why Zhao Sini and Zhao Huilan, who had obviously never met Zheng Yang, would have such great prejudice and hatred. This I don't know. Butler Wang shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something. There is one thing. I don't know whether to say it or not. Say. Zhao Chaosheng's tone was firm. That's right. Butler Wang carefully said. Today, the young master brought his friend and transferred a person among the security guards arranged by the old master, so that he would take orders directly from himself. The young master's friend didn't have much to say. That is, the young master first asked the young man's birth date. Then, Butler Wang followed Zheng Yong's pinch. Young master decided on it after calculating it like a fortune teller. And I went to the precinct and watched the video of the mediation that day, and the youngest had similar behavior. Also, the injuries on the young master are coming back surprisingly quickly. Do you think it would? Chapter 23, sort of a wipeout. Come on. For Brother Fei Yu. For Brother Yong. Let's drink. A yell rang out, accompanied by a burst of cacophony. I wish our Brother Yong, Brother Fei Yu a prosperous life, making money every day. Another voice then shouted, his tone full of compliments and expectations. Cheers! The crowd responded in unison, raising their glasses to drink. Xin Shui Yuan Hotel. Inside the luxurious banquet hall on the 2nd floor, there were about 10 teenage girls sitting around a huge dining table. Their hair was colorful, their makeup exaggerated, and their clothes were even more bizarre, forming a sharp contrast with this luxurious banquet hall. They tasted all kinds of food without any manners, holding up big green sticks and blowing on bottles. The appearance was just like a group of bumpkins who just came down from the countryside. "Hey, brother Fei Yu, look at that chick, she's quite watery looking." A yellow-haired kid squinted his eyes and pointed at a waitress not far away and said, his tone filled with frivolity, "Screw you, don't get any ideas." Another red-haired girl glared at him and cursed vulgarly, "We're here to support Brother Young today, don't make trouble." These teenage girls spoke vulgarly and without any education at all. Seeing Qin Feiyu's eyebrows jumping straight up, every now and then, he turned back to Zhang Yong, who was carefully reading the information, with both worry and apology intertwined with anger in his eyes. This was the personal data that had been temporarily organized for these teenage girls to fill out, and it was currently scattered in front of Zhang Yong. The more Zhang Yong looked at it, the more of a headache he felt. This information was written in a messy manner, and the handwriting was so scribbled that it was hard to recognize. He carefully picked out 3 profiles from them that barely caught his eye. Lu Jia, Yun Lan, Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu? When Zhang Yong saw the last name, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking in his heart, could this Ruyan Emperor be a red dust adventure to him? Forget about it. Taking a closer look at the education, family and experience of these 3 men, they are all on an unusual path. Lu Jia, born on July 28, 1993, male, although his education is not the top, but in this group is considered the highest. From a single-parent family, the pressure of life in his second year of high school forced him to drop out of school and enter the door of the electronics factory, becoming an ordinary worker. Every day after work, just in the roadside stalls to solve the dinner. That day, coincided with a girl in the same factory was bullied. He did not hesitate to step forward. Coincidentally, Qin Feiyu passed by the scene that day to see this scene will be a bit of a hero for a hero feeling. The two people therefore bonding. Yun Lan, born on December 10, 1995, male, secondary education, junior high school graduation. This body's family is much more tragic. Parents died early, grandparents and his 10-year-old rock passed away, so it became an orphan, and then in the government to help plus his own work everywhere to survive. Junior high school after no money to go to school will enter the factory to work with Lu Jia with the workers of the electronics factory. Their acquaintance was the same thing as Lu Jia, and since he and Lu Jia themselves were friends, it was only natural that they were related to Qin Feiyu. Lu Ruyan, a newcomer on January 1, 2002, is a woman with the lowest education level of the 3. She dropped out of junior high school before graduation, and her family lives in a remote rural area in the northwest of the country. The reason for her dropping out of school was to support her younger brother to continue his studies at home. She and Lu Jia, Yun Lan, are the same factory workers, know each other through, and those two are no different, except that she is the girl who had been bullied. Good bah. Zhang Yong's mouth moved slightly, whispering to himself, Electronic Factory 3 heroes? His gaze ran over the 3, and he already had a plan in mind. Although the handwriting of these 3 people was not considered superior in his Zhang Yong's eyes, it was already much more neat than the other handwriting that was so wildly cursive and illegible. Among them, Lu Jia's characters were the most correct, Yun Lan was second, and Lu Ruyan's characters were slightly tender but still legible. When filling out the information, these 3 were also the most careful and meticulous. As for the others, Zhang Yong secretly shook his head in his heart. Their value, in this matter, was almost negligible. Zhang Yong's heart moved, with the experience of 2 divinations. This time it was even more familiar, and he decided to use the calendar birthdays of these 3 people as a guide to deduce their birthdays. He lightly twisted his fingertips, as if he could touch the ethereal heavenly chances, silently reciting the calendar birthdays of the 3, July 28, 1993, December 10, 1995, and January 1, 2002. He began to convert these mundane dates in his mind, based on the ancient art of Zhouyi, into the profound and unfathomable 8 characters of birth, and began to divine the future association of these 3 people with himself. The first thing is that Lu Jia's birth date slowly surfaced in Zhang Yong's mind. Year Kuei, month Hei Wei, day Gung Su. Closing his eyes in contemplation, his fingers unconsciously traced a subtle path in the air, as if he was conversing with the invisible qi of heaven and earth. On the sidelines, as not a glance at Zhang Yong this side of the Qin Feiyu found Zhang Yong again began to that strange behavior, before in the Zhao family manner time has seen, now once again to see, only feel a little odd but cannot say. Feel his body seems to have something in the flow. People also become ethereal. This, our younger brother, this has become, a little, he couldn't say, but his intuition told him that his little old brother had become completely different since what he had experienced with the Zhao family. Whether it's the way you talk, the way you act, the way you look, yes, especially that look is completely different. It didn't even look like a college student who had just gotten into college, but instead resembled the old cop he knew. Is it any wonder that? Does he really have some kind of system? Or was possessed by some kind of traveler? No. Zheng Yong didn't notice Qin Fei Yu's odd eyes as he had already entered the state of divination. This one must go deeper than the last and counts a bit more. Kuei Yu year, the year of gold. Gold and strong. Such as the sword out of the sheath. Hei Wei month. The month of earth thick. Earth virtue is stable. Like a solid mountain. Gingshu day. Gold and earth. Gung gold sitting in the Hushu earth. Like a sword into the sheath. The sharpness of the convergence of the power hidden. He secretly said in his heart. This fate in the majestic gas of gold and earth. It is the foundation of wealth and prosperity. But the life also hides the number of robberies. Need to rely on their own wisdom and courage. Can break the cocoon into a butterfly. A smooth sailing. Lu Jia this person. Although the fate of the rich and powerful. But need to be guided by the nobleman. In order to avoid the thorns. Step into the open road. Yes, such a person himself could be a nobleman for him. Determining Lu Jia's. Zheng Yong's thoughts turned to Yunlan, whose birthdate was, year by, month Ezi, day Gung Chen. He frowned slightly, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. In the year of Bai, water and wood are born together. B wood is pliable. Ohio water is vast. Water and wood are blended, and they are full of vitality. In the month of Wuzi, water and earth are mixed together. E earth is thick and heavy. Z water is spiritual. Water and earth are excited, and they are rippling. On the day of Gengchen, gold and earth are supporting each other. Gung gold is firm and resolute, and cinnabar earth is warm and moist, and the gold and earth are in harmony, and they are stable as a rock. It's kind of hard to tell what's going to happen. Zheng Yonghart secretly marveled at the lack of more detailed hours, but basically can be concluded that this is the life of the heavenly Fury Lone Star, is rare in the world. According to the projections, Yunlan's life is lonely and unsupported. If you want to break this fate, you have to follow the side of a person who has a deep blessing, with the help of the power of their luck, in order to suppress the loneliness, ushering in a change of fortune. In that case, then let Yunlan follow him, as a traverser, or real young master in the real young master. Although the real young master will be miserable in the first week, but the second week of the purpose will wind up doing what into what? Less than 10 billion a year up and down. The country all over the world, the top rich and powerful randomly make friends. If the original body is not a great fortune, who is a great fortune? And he is also a traveler. A traveler plus the true young master's chi. If this is not great chi, can't even figure out what is great chi, then just let Yunlan follow him from now on. Lastly, there was Emperor Ruyan. Zheng Yong's gaze fell on Lu Ruyan, projecting the birth year, Xinzi year, Gangzi month, hexagram day. Suddenly his heart shook as if he felt some sort of inexplicable stirring that didn't feel right. Xinc year, gold and fire, Xin Gene sharp, C fire hot, gold and fire melt, casting extraordinary, Gungzi month, gold and water, Gung Gene cold, clear water, gold and water connotation, dynamic and elegant, G ugly day. The day of the earth is prosperous, G earth humble wet, ugly earth cold condensation, heavy earth, stable as Mount Taishan. He carefully projected the heart of the shock waves. This woman's life also has a rich and noble phase, but need to go through a bombardment, and even can burn her and the people around her. All the love disaster can only be cultivated to achieve the right result. What's more is that this love affair appears to have its own share. Lean. Did the Ruyan emperor really come to his own place to cross the love tribulation? Zheng Yong took a deep breath. No. Must calculate what this love disaster is. What kind of role is he going to play in the future? Is it Boda or Fujimesa? Zheng Yong decided to go all out and use all the spiritual and mental energy in his body to project the beginning and end of this love affair. He closed his eyes and gazed. His fingertips gently twisted, as if he could touch the illusory heaven. He used the 8 trigrams of Zhou, with Qian Koan as the foundation, Jin Sun as the movement, Canli as the use, Burgundy and Dui as the auxiliary. Lu Ruyan's birth date and 8 characters into it, trying to explore the traces of that love robbery. And this caused Qin Feiyu, who had been observing Zheng Yong, to shrink his pupils. He seemed to notice that there was an emerald bracelet glowing on Zheng Yong's right wrist. He himself, if he remembered correctly, never used to carry this type of adornment on his little old brother. And why hadn't he noticed it before? Could it be that? Qin Feiyu suddenly thought of something. It seems that the old man said a long time ago, some of the world's headless cases are not solved, but solved cannot be convicted. This is it? Zheng Yong didn't pay attention to Qin Feiyu. He was still counting. In his mind, he silently recited the trigrams of the I Ching. Qian is heaven, Koan is earth, Jin is thunder, Sun is wind, Can is water, Li is fire, Burgundy is mountain, and Tue is zephyr. Fingers in the air to draw a complex trajectory, as if in communication with the aura of heaven and earth. However, The love affair seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist, and no matter how hard he tried, he was never able to see its specific details. Damn. After a few rounds of fruitless projections, Zheng Yang could only angrily curse in his heart this Rian emperor ferrying love robberies to himself. Guys. Zheng Yang got up and was about to say something, but all of a sudden he only felt his eyes go black. I don't know anything anymore. Chapter 24, Badly Becoming a Clown. Military hospital. A luxury Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the basement. Before he could stop, the back door was violently pushed open. An old man with an athletic figure leaped out of the car, landed steadily, and then took big steps, hurriedly sprinting towards the direction of the elevator. This old man is Zhao Chaoshang. Just now, he was still in the villa listening to Butler Wang's report about Zhao Yong's various matters. He was pondering what kind of reason he could find to meet this grandson, who was not surnamed Zhao, when unexpectedly, the reason came unexpectedly. Butler Wang received a phone call. The caller, so that the Wang butler is quite interested in Qin Feiyu. It's Zheng Yang's friend, the current chauffeur. Regarding this person, Butler Wang had his own mind. After he took over the affairs of the Zhao family, he conducted exhaustive background checks on the people around Zhao Yong. And naturally, Qin Feiyu was no exception. Knowing that this kid, despite the fact that he came from a family of police officers, had chosen to have a son who was not like his father, and had taken a different path from his father, ran to go in the lower 9 streams of street skaters to mix. But do not look at the self-degradation. Can be this person loyal and brave and trustworthy? When Pops instructed him to take care of Zhao Yong, he did so wholeheartedly and without complaint. Only his methods were sometimes slightly unseemly. When you think about it, Qin Feiyu is not a bad kid. Maybe he was just forced to go against the grain by the pressure of his family and was brought down by those kooky movies. Therefore, when they met this time, Butler Wang also saw the opportunity and secretly climbed into a conversation with Qin Feiyu to exchange cell phone numbers. He had a clear understanding that if the young master Zhao Yong was able to soar to the heavens, the people around him, especially Qin Feiyu, would surely become his inner circle. Judging from the current situation the relationship between them is also walking on the general path between himself and his lordship. However, ultimately, the children of the new age are ultimately different from them, and they may be able to take a very different path from their own and their lordships, and create a different relationship. Thinking about this, Butler Wang glanced at the cell phone, and then looked at the old master Zhao, who was walking away at a brisk pace. The old master's body is still really tough. Indeed, Zhao Chaoshang had been quite successful all his life. When he took over the enterprise from his father, it was the high-speed period of the reform and opening up of the country's development, and Shang Richang Enterprise was also like a boat with the wind, soaring to the sky. He himself was also disease-free, and smoothly handed over the baton of the enterprise to Zhao Yan. On weekdays, he pays great attention to maintenance and exercise. Although often on crutches, walking also seems slow and methodical, but that is just pretend. When you get older, you always have to put on the airs of the elders and old people in your family. Otherwise, Zhao Chaoshang would not walk slowly on crutches every day. No, as soon as he heard the news that Zhao Yong had fainted, he couldn't sit still. Old Wang, what are you dawdling about? Zhao Chaoshang was almost at the elevator entrance when he realized that Butler Wang hadn't followed him yet, so he turned around and urged, "Hurry up! It's coming, it's coming!" Butler Wang was also old, and his legs were naturally not as sharp as Zhao Chaoshang's. He quickened his pace and rushed up, stepping into the elevator with his lordship. 3rd floor ward. When the two arrived, only to see Zhang Yong's adoptive parents Zheng Jiangwo and Li Shuhua have long been waiting here. Li Shuhua is wiping tears, sobbing silently. Zheng Jiangwo face green, but the eyes showed strong concern. When the two saw Zhao Chaoshang come with his butler, their faces stiffened slightly, but they didn't say anything more. After all, anyone would be dissatisfied with what Zhao Yan's family had done, so it was reasonable for Mr. and Mrs. Zheng Jiangwo to be dissatisfied with the Zhao family. But they were also sensible people who wouldn't be angry at their elders just because of their children's or grandchildren's faults. Moreover, that day, Mr. Zhao personally came to the door and waited for them to come back in front of his house, which was considered to be a sign of sincerity, showing the importance that the Zhao family attaches to Zheng Yong. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Chaoshang walked forward, his gaze falling on Qin Feiyu as he asked, "Kid, didn't I hear old Wang say that the two of you were fine when you left from the manor?" The 3rd generation of the Zhao family can barely hold on to their success. The 4th generation of the original high hopes of Zhao Hao now seems to be an unsupportable bucket. It's hard to see a glimmer of hope in Zhang Yong. Zhao Chaoshang does not want to watch him go wrong. How would we know? Zheng Jiangwo was not happy in his heart, so he directly answered for Qin Feiyu in a gloomy tone. "It was still fine when we left from your family's manor. How can we blame the child for this? I heard that I became like this after eating a meal. The results have not been given yet. The doctor said that it is possible to be overworked. How could a child be like this when he is young and strong?" Maybe there is a problem with the feng shui of your Zhao family. There's something dirty up to haunt your Zhou family. Excessive fatigue? Butler Wang couldn't help but frown. He had been keeping an eye on Zhang Yong's movements recently and knew that the kid was busy as hell. But based on his age and current workload, it was unlikely that he would be overtired. Fei Yu Butler Wang suddenly thought of something and walked over to Qin Fei Yu and asked, "Did young master have any strange behavior along the way? Don't be in a hurry. Think carefully. What happened from the time you left the manor until you entered the hospital?" Strange behavior? Qin Fei Yu felt a bit strange, but still said, "Our younger brother fell asleep when he got into the car after leaving the manor, so I found a place to park and let him rest for a while. When he woke up, we went to meet a friend of mine and had a meal together. Hey, how did I forget about this?" Qin Fei Yu slapped his head as if he remembered something. "You don't say." "I really remembered something. Deer didn't get on the table with us during dinner. He was looking at the information he had my friend fill out, and then he suddenly..." Saying this, Qin Fei Yu followed Zhang Yong's example and gestured with his eyes closed. Although it is not exactly the same, there are many are blindly gesticulating, but generally still can restore some. I also heard him seem to be whispering what? Well, Gangxi month, gold and water, blah blah blah, Qian is the sky, blah blah blah. Zhang Yong was at first silent in his mind, but when he counted to Lu Ruyan and realized that it was related to himself and could not be counted, he became anxious. When he was counting in a row, there were occasional utterances. Qin Fei Yu's hearing was good and he barely heard a little bit, but even if Zhang Yong said it out loud, he couldn't quite understand it. The two of them, Butler Wang and Zhao Chaoshang, were both startled in their hearts, and as they looked at each other, they both revealed a look of dawning realization. Mr. Zhao. Noticing the change in the two's faces and knowing that they seemed to have guessed something, Li Shuhua wiped the tears from her face, collected herself and asked, "Do the two of you see something wrong?" "It's not a problem." Butler Wang asked for Zhao Chaoshang. "It's just that, Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Li, does the young master usually have any contact with any Taoist people, specializing in divination and the like? Or has he learned anything like divination himself?" "This is not true." Li Shuhua shook her head. She really hadn't seen Zhang Yong come into contact with such people or learn such things. "No, Zheng Jiangwo, however, retorted Shu Hua, have you forgotten? In the past, Younger always told us that he would dream of an old man lecturing him every day, teaching him to fix this, learn that, and so on. That wasn't." Li Shuhua also felt a little strange, but still remembered what happened in the past. That wasn't to say that the pressure we put on Younger was too much, and the child couldn't withstand it and hallucinated? I can't remember the exact date, but I think it was the third year of junior high school. At that time, Zhang Yang was preparing for the midterm exams, and they really put a lot of pressure on the kid. However, as soon as Zhao Chaosheng heard this, his eyes instantly widened. My family Younger actually has such a chance? What are you talking about?" Li Shuhua was a little confused. "It's like this," Butler Wang hurriedly explained. "Mrs. Li, Mr. Zhang, you two should know that our family's Grand Master is a returned overseas Chinese, and that Master also had the experience of studying abroad. His lordship has never broken contact with the overseas Chinese circle, and there is a difference between overseas Chinese, especially Chinese, and domestic nationals, especially on some things. The attitude in the country is selective about science. Good omen is God and Buddha blessing. Bad omen is feudal superstition. Did he not ask for anything today, and specifically asked for the security guard's birthday?" Zhao Qiusheng saw Wang Butler babbling endlessly, so he directly asked Qin Fei Yu, when letting the form be filled out, "Did he also say that the birthday must be written, and that it must be written accurately, preferably to the exact time and minutes?" Qin Fei Yu was also startled and quickly nodded his head. "This is divination and fortune-telling." Zhao Chaosheng gave a direct answer. "Some people in the country also believe in this, but they generally only believe in good results and consider bad results as feudal superstition. Overseas people believe in this stuff, including me, the old man. In the past, if I encountered a major problem and couldn't make a decision, I would look for a master to come over and do some math before making a decision. Xiaoyang's movements are clearly divination." Butler Wang picked up. Judging from the gestures and the bit of divination that the Qin kid just said, he should be using his birthday to calculate other people's destiny and future. "So," Butler Wang continued, "the young master is learning the way of divination, and he has made a small success of it." "It's just that," Zhao Chaosheng said after a moment of contemplation. "Divination and fortune-telling is not without a price. The cost is different for different things. Xiao Yong is relying on the fact that he's learned something, and is reckoning other people's fortunes and futures with impunity, not holding the scale well, and has suffered a backlash. But using the 8 characters to measure good and bad fortune, calculate the fate, and read the future can't be a big deal." Zhao Chaosheng added, "Generally there won't be any big deal. and it doesn't matter if so many people are counted in a day, unless there is an extremely special fate among these people. When he said this, Zhao Chaoshang's face suddenly stiffened and quickly collapsed. Immediately afterward, in front of everyone's astonished gazes, he fiercely smacked himself a few times with a big ear. Master, don't be like this. Master. As soon as Butler Wang saw that something wasn't right, he hurriedly pulled Zhao Chaosheng to the side. So that's how it is. So it's so grams my Zhao family The original root are in their own Zhao Chaosheng like crazy, old tears, while saying unintelligible words, while ruthlessly beating himself. Master, it's all being watched. Butler Wang also felt strange, but he couldn't say anything. What's wrong with you? What are you talking about? Say what? Old Master Zhao heart bitter When Wang Yuyun gave birth to his fifth daughter, he was anxious in his heart, and secretly ran to Longhu Mountain to find the old Taoist who was proficient in divination and fortune-telling that he often looked for to calculate a fortune. That is, he wanted to see whether he would have a grandson in the future, and how capable this grandson is. The old Taoist discharged 3 coins and made a fortune for him. The hexagram showed that he will have a grandchild, and this son is extraordinary, is a rare unicorn child, with a great chance. However, this son and the Zhao family's destiny, if not handled properly, I am afraid that there is a danger of attacking our family. It is really a mysterious and difficult to predict. Later, when Zhao Hao appeared, Zhao Qiusheng thought that this illegitimate son grew up outside and had no feelings for the family, and came back to fight for the family property, which is what the old Taoist said to restrain the Zhao family. It wasn't uncommon in the hoi polloi, and a lot of jokes and tragedies had been made, and he just thought that it was probably so grammatical. Outcome. It actually turned out to be such a gram of Chapter 25, Zhao Hao doesn't have the ability. Headache. Zheng Yong felt like a nest of poisonous bees had been stuffed into his skull, and sharp stabbing pains exploded in his nerve endings. He clenched his back teeth, his cold sweat-soaked hospital gown clinging to his back, and a suppressed muffled grunt spilling from his throat. Di-chan? Wake up! A male voice with a northeastern accent split the chaos, like someone slapping an iron sand palm against his eardrums. The nurse! Where's the nurse? Xiao Yong! The warm female voice was laced with choking sobs. Her cold fingers brushed the back of his bruised hand. Mommy's here. Open your eyes and look at mommy. Young master? The pale butler's voice trembled. Doctor! Nurse! Doctor! My grandson! In the muffled sound of sandalwood crutches hitting the ground, the old man's howl with a sobbing voice caused the monitor to sound an alarm. If your hospital can't cure him, I'll tear down your hospital and build a doghouse. Calm down. This is a military hospital. Another dull male voice persuaded. You old man should stop adding to the chaos here, causing everyone to be in a mood. Before Zhang Yong could slow down from the sudden sharp pain, he heard various voices ringing in his ears. Some of them were surprised, some were concerned, and some were anxious with a crying voice. Where is this? Zhang Yong was puzzled in his mind, and it took a while before he finally managed to open his eyelids that were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. What came into view was a white and unfamiliar ceiling, and a pungent odor of disinfectant filled the air. Hospital? Zhang Yong's heart flinched as the smell went straight to his head, causing him to completely wake up. He turned his head to look at the people gathered around the bed and couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. That's what friends are for. That's what family is for. While my former self had friends and family in my previous life, that family was all over the map and didn't have many friends. It wasn't until after entering the police academy and joining the force that I had more friends and felt real care and concern. However, it's still not the same feeling as family after all. I'm fine. Zheng Yong reluctantly sat up, his voice looking a little weak, just a little tired. Li Shuhua looked at Zheng Yong with concern, hesitated for a moment, but still decided to open his mouth and asked, That Xiao Yang have you divined for several people today? Zheng Yong froze, not realizing that his adoptive mother actually knew this. His gaze swept over the others in the hospital room, only feeling strange. It shouldn't be the old Taoist once said. These days the aura is drying up. After the founding of the country of the Four Olds also put divination and fortune-telling, regardless of whether it is true or false, a sweeping sweep over. Even after the reform and opening up although relaxed some, but in fact not completely liberalized. At present, there are not many domestic Gua masters who really have mastery and competence, and the vast majority of them know a little bit about the skin, and rely on the rhetoric of pantology to deceive people. Moreover, even if he could tell that he was divining, he shouldn't know what he was divining? Confused in his mind, Zheng Yong did not answer immediately and was thinking of how to word it to hide it. However, all his expressions were seen by those around him. Old man, I have seen several capable Gua masters. Zhao Chaosheng spoke up, his face with some huffing, but also full of concern. He is really worried about his own children and grandchildren's elders, both angry and worried. Said, although the old man, I have not learned this way, but I have eaten pork. Pig grunts listen to more also know how to do. Teach your master did not tell you divination to pay attention to the taboo and matters? Just let you so messed up? Zheng Yang was even more stunned as he couldn't help but think back. The old Daoist in the dream had indeed talked about the divination together. Thinking back carefully, the words of the old Daoist are still echoing in my ears. The art of divination is the secret method of accessing the heavens and the earth, and peering into the heavens as well. This art is based on aura, through the sky and the earth and deduction of divination. The demand for aura is not very demanding, but there is a trace of gas that can pass through the sky and the earth can be carried out. However, although the demand for aura is not harsh, this art is a way to peep into the heavens and play out the future, which requires a very high level of personal qualification, and the deduction of different things, the required objects, the consumption of funds, are also different. There are all sorts of things, if not prepared in advance, and forced to deduce, then the light loss of their own luck, the heavy body death and the road to disappear. Because of the profoundness of heavenly chances, it is not easy to peep into, and the way of deduction is not a feasible delusion. Therefore, the practitioner should be cautious and prudent, to assess the situation, in order to prepare for everything, in order to wade into the secret field of divination, to explore the mysteries of the heavens also. The difficulty of this technique lies not only in the aura, but also in the qualifications of the person and the thoroughness of the preparation. At the thought of this, Zheng Yang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The future intertwining of emotions between himself and Lu Ruyan and that love disaster was bound to be something extremely difficult to deduce and of great influence. Today's forceful deduction without any preparation. I was afraid that I had damaged my own chi and also hurt myself. Fortunately, there are no major injuries, otherwise I really don't know how to end it. Poof. Zhao Chaosheng snorted coldly and said, "You brat, now you know you're afraid?" With that, he turned to Old Wang at the side and instructed, "Old Wang, you prepare some tonic things. This kid is messing around. His body must be deficient and weak now, so let him make up for it recently." Zheng Yang could hear the care in Zhao Chaosheng's words, and he could also see the concern of this original's real and dear grandfather. He had some twinges in his heart, because what happened to Zhao Yan's family had prejudiced him against the Zhao family, but he also knew that, rightly so, Old Master Zhao was considered to be the most normal amongst the Zhao family that he had ever met. Besides, this concern was real, and Old Master Zhao was really taking real money and things to compensate and care for himself. "Thank you, Grandpa." Although Zheng Yang was a bit squirmy, he still sincerely thanked him. Once Zhao Chaosheng heard this, he was finally relieved in his heart. The anger on his face was much less, and there was more laughter and concern. He thought for a moment and seemed to hesitate before deciding to open his mouth. "Xiaoyang, it's just something, Grandpa." The old man stumbled a bit in his words and his hesitation made Zheng Yang wonder a bit. "It is." Seeing Zheng Yang's puzzled look, Zhao Chaosheng clenched his teeth and said, "It is about what you did in the mediation room of the precinct. Did you forget something? Can you give Grandpa a word?" Saying that, he hurriedly added, Of course, Grandpa is not trying to force you to say it. If Xiaoyang doesn't want to say it then forget it." Zheng Yang froze, but then figured it out. The mediation room has a surveillance camera. Master Zhao looked to know the art of divination, but also met with a fortune teller, and can see what he is doing. Then just take a look at the surveillance. You can know what you are doing. He thought for a moment and spoke. "I won't talk about Zhao Ling and Zhao Hao. Competition exists between children, and they all want more parental attention and ostracize other children, especially the new ones. So it makes sense that they would ostracize me and want me to get lost and never show up. But Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Wang's behavior made me wonder." Zheng Yang continued. "It didn't fit the general common sense. So did I say it's being bewitched at that time?" Upon hearing this, Master Zhao's face suddenly stared, but he didn't say anything, instead waiting for Zheng Yang to continue on. Then I saw that Zhao Hao's face didn't look right. Zheng Yang said truthfully, "I did some math." "Did that kid do it?" Master Zhao's face became even more somber, as if it could drip water. "Yes." Zheng Yang didn't intend to hide it. Since this old man knows divination, he should also be able to see the anomalies of Zhao Yan's family, even if I don't say anything. But it seems that the old man believes in this, so it's possible that he will investigate in the future. It would be better to say it myself first, even though I don't know if I can do it as a favor or something. It's still better than horseplay. He pondered secretly in his mind, but on his lips he continued, "But my Taoist skills are shallow, so I can't count correctly." "You're speaking for that sinner?" The old man held back his anger and glared at Zheng Yang. "No, I'm being realistic." Zheng Yang shook his head. He didn't mean to speak for Zhao Hao. "Firstly, my Tao is shallow. Secondly, when I counted that day, I counted out of thin air. The trigrams were unknown, and the result was unknown." As he analyzed, he said, "It's just that from the results of the calculations, Zhao Hao is related to placing the parasites, but it's not necessarily him who placed the parasites. It's possible that he directly placed the compulsion. It's possible that he was uninformed, or that he conspired with someone. Of course, there is also the possibility of being utilized. And Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Wang's prejudice and mistreatment of me is not entirely caused by the parasites. Zheng Yong continued. A large part of the reason is also their own problems. As for how the compulsion was placed, what kind of compulsion, and how many people it affected, this is something I don't know, Zheng Yong said with a sigh. Divination was a rather troublesome matter, at least for those who were not ranked before the immortal class. It was impossible to calculate a whole bunch of things out of thin air. However, even if Zheng Yong didn't say much, the old man's face was more wonderful than that palette. Zhao Chaosheng's face changed again and again, and it took a while before he regained his composure. He took a deep breath and said, "This is someone trying to mess with our Zhao family." Sort of. Zheng Yong nodded and said, "This is the means." He shook his head, feeling that this was just like pouring boiling water on someone else's fortune tree, both of which were sort of plain and full of feudal superstition. But in this world, he really didn't dare to ignore it so much, because this means was really sinister and lowly, and it could really kill people. But I personally feel that Zhao Hao shouldn't be the one who placed the parasites. Zheng Yang added. Why? The old man asked, frowning. Because he doesn't have the guts or the heart to do so. Zheng Yang explained. Master has told me about this type of secret method. The thing about compulsion. If it's a compulsion, then whether it's conceiving or placing a compulsion, it's something that depletes itself. And the breeding process is less than a year and a half, more than a few decades. Although the compulsion is good and secretive, but if it is not conceived and raised by oneself, it is almost impossible to control. If you find someone to help you place the compulsion, it's also the same as handing over your fate to someone else. And the rest is not something that can be done with a haircut and a paperman is staged on TV. Zheng Yong recalled the old man's sermon and said, the need to open the altar to do the practice. There are some things that need to be continuously supplied, in which the cost is extremely expensive, not to mention that the things that are needed are not something that he dares to get. If you want to make a move against a family with deep chi like the Zhao family, you need specific human skin, human bones, and human blood. Zheng Yang looked at the old man and said with a slight sneer, he doesn't have the guts. There's no way Zhao Hao would have the guts to do this. Zheng Yang said categorically, if Zhao Hao's person had this kind of mind and guts, then there was no need for him to hide behind people and play this green tea whore tactic. Zhao Chaoshang was silent for a while, seemingly digesting Zheng Yang's words. Then, he slowly nodded and said with another sigh, this kid Zheng Yang shook his head and said, if the old man wants to investigate, Zhao Hao is a key point to break the game. Even if he didn't do it himself, he's bound to know something. Chapter 26, Master Zhao's arrangement and news of Zheng family's progeny. At the exit of the basement of the military hospital, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove out, like an elegant beast, quietly gliding in the morning light. Zhao Chaosheng sat in the spacious back seat, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was searching for a hint of solace for his soul in a sea of silence. Butler Wang peered at Zhao Chaosheng through the rearview mirror from time to time, and his face, which was as calm as a rock, revealed a hint of imperceptible ripples at the moment. Hey, a light's eye seems to have 1,000 words, but like a fish in the throat, do not know where to start. Are you trying to plead for that sinner? Zhao Chaosheng let out a light sigh, as if he had already penetrated Butler Wang's mind, his voice revealing a trace of undetectable exhaustion. When Butler Wang heard this, he also sighed and slowly said, young Master Zhao might have been blinded as well to do such a thing. Masked, Zhao Chaosheng opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the car window, gazing at the flying street scene outside. Silent, he secretly regretted in his heart that he had once thought that Zhao Hao was a dragon and phoenix among people, and he had condoned some small mistakes. After all, no one is without fault. Thinking back to Zhao Hao's past, he had top grades in school, was the mainstay of the basketball team, and played the piano well. Not quite top-notch, but among the amateurs he was considered outstanding. He is a humble person, loved by his family and elders. He says his dream is to become a doctor, to heal the sick and save lives, and to take care of his family's health. However, an inexplicable chill surged in Zhao Chaosheng's heart, and he suddenly realized that all of Zhao Hao's performances seemed to be too deliberate. He is not like a normal child who shows his best side in front of his elders for praise and recognition. Rather, they specialize in showing the side of the elders that they want to see, and even if they don't like it, they will do it and show it to the elders. On the other hand, Zheng Yang, in the past, although he was not outstanding, he was also moderate. His academic performance was above the middle of the road, and he liked to dance with swords and guns, but his kung fu was mediocre. He taught himself a set of swordsmanship and boxing, but it's just a flowery fist. It's okay to make a show, it's impossible to fight in real life. His adoptive parents also trained him to play the piano, and his performance was lukewarm, barely reaching the level of amateur grade 10, which is comparable to Zhao Hao. But when it comes to dealing with people, Zheng Yang is much worse. His teacher said that he was mute and dull, knew nothing about the human world and was often dumbfounded. In comparison, Zhao Hao was undoubtedly the better and more promising heir. However, after today, Zhao Chaosheng's view of Zhao Hao completely changed. He realized that Zhao Hao's various behaviors were all deliberate, and he was always trying to figure out others' preferences and then move towards that. There was nothing wrong with this practice in itself, and guessing people's preferences was a basic quality necessary for businessmen. There was nothing wrong with making peace with the enemy on the surface, and then laying a black hand behind his back, which was what he himself had done. But the problem was that Zhao Hao had actually used such a tactic on his family. The heir in Zhao Chaosheng's mind should be honest and united internally, and externally flexible and measured, while being ruthless in his methods. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, was completely the opposite. At this moment, knowing the truth and then looking at Zheng Yang, it would be completely different. He, Zhao Chaosheng, being a rich man and often in contact with that circle, knew that dream entry granting was real. Aside from the example of Zheng Yang, he knew of one himself, that is, and his best relationship with a celestial master of Longhu Mountain, but also as a child. The master into the dream to teach, taught him a lot of divine means. These types of disciples were often the personal disciples in the sect, more so than their own sons. Because into the dream granting can learn a lot of master the lineage mastered the untransmitted mastery, but also can know a lot of even the circle of people are not very clear about the secret stories. So it seemed that it was quite good for this own grandson to be able to learn these mysterious things on top of his heavy schoolwork and study sessions, while ensuring that he did not fall behind in his academic performance and interest classes. He was not inferior to Zhao Hao in any way, even better. AI. Zhao Chaosheng sighed softly, a helpless bitterness welling up in his heart. Tiger poison doesn't eat the sun. Hey, sighed, also always softened some finally slowly spoke. Fish out the people. Sinny thing fortunately did not cause too much impact. Follow-up processing must be good. This child, I have long cautioned her. This time is considered to give her a lesson. As for Shaoling, this child, from today onwards stop her pocket money, and notify all the people. May not give her a penny of pocket money. Give her only $2,000 a month for living expenses. Transfer her from Inkai Private High School to 6th Middle School, and tell her that she can either live in the school or make her own bus to and from school. Master, this, Butler Wang wanted to persuade. After all, the 6th Middle School is not too far from the Marina Zhao family's estate, but it takes 30 minutes by bus. Humph, Zhao Chaosheng snorted coldly. These few are spoiled. One takes a 5 million check to hit people. One opens and closes his mouth with 10 million. Really think that the Zhao family's money is blowing in the wind? Look at just how much money the old man I spent out for that mouth of theirs in these 2 days. This time it was really lucky. Thanks to Zhang Yong fortunately is his own grandson, but also know the difference. If it were someone else, who knows what they would have done and how they would have asked for money. Stupid. What stupid fools. Zhao Chaosheng didn't hide his anger and angrily rebuked. The family has invested so much resources in teaching them to be educated and sensible. How come they've produced such a stupid fool? When you stop, tell that dumbass that since she's talking about $10 million, I'll give her a $5 million startup fund after she graduates from college. If she can utilize this $5 million to earn $10 million, then in the future she can also inherit part of the equity in the old man's hand. If she can't, in the future, old man me will only give her a dowry totaling $10 million. Of course, she can give it to her in advance if she wants to draw on it, but make it clear to her that the family won't give her a penny of support after spending the $5 million. Also tell her that if she doesn't withdraw it early, her allowance will be restored after college. If she withdraws early, before she earns $10 million, she will only have $2,000 a month to live on. As for Zhao Hao that, Zhao Chaosheng gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. After you come out, lock me up in the Zhao family clan shrine, confiscate his cell phone, computer, and even more so, don't allow him to touch it. Eat, drink, and keep an eye on him, and he's not allowed to go anywhere. Send someone to watch him 24 hours a day. Remember, no acquaintances. The people who go there are chosen at random, and at the same time, they are divided into shifts, and each shift is not allowed to last more than 2 hours. Arrange a plane for me. Old man, I'm going to fly to Longhu Mountain. Zhao Chaosheng decisively arranged his own family's affairs, and at this time, in the hospital, Qin Feiyu had already gone back. He had kept watch all night and was exhausted. Although there were many questions in his mind, he didn't know whether to ask or not. Under the persuasion of Zhang Yong's foster parents, he went home to rest. Now, only Zhang Yong and his adoptive parents remain in this small, single-person ward. That, Xiao Yang Li Shuhua peeled an apple and handed it to Zhang Yong, wanting to say something. Is that, your divination? This, Zhang Yong looked at Li Shuhua and Zhang Zhang was eyes full of anticipation and embarrassed to say, his heart already knew. Do you have a birth date? Zheng Yang asked. This, only knows the Gregorian calendar. Zhang Jiangwo hurriedly said. That, Xiao Yong, if your body, it's nothing. Zheng Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, I was forcefully counting some things leading up to this before. It's just that it's no problem at all to find someone. Really? Li Shuhua was ecstatic, but worriedly said, it was born on February 28, 98 at 16:30 hours. If it's not good, it doesn't count, and the name is the same as Younger. Zheng Yang took the apple handed by Li Shuhua and gently put it aside. His eyes already locked on that crucial calendar date, February 28, 1998, half a minute after Shanhour. In his mind, he instantly converted this into the 8 characters of birth and muttered, the year of Wu Yin, the month of Yin, the day of Si Wu, the time of Si Shen. These 8 characters are like the secret talisman of heaven, hiding the mysterious fate of that lost child. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting his mind return to tranquility. His hands strangled, as if communicating with the mysterious power between heaven and earth. In his mind, the diagram of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams spread out, and the Zhou trigrams chimed quietly in his heart. He first based on the birth character of the year column C, feel the rhythm of the earth and wood. This omen the childish character tough as iron, tenacious and unyielding vitality. Monthly column Yin, the wood is more dense, indicating that his character is full of vigor. Enterprising hot. Day column Si Wu, fire prairie fire, symbolizing his passion like fire. Indomitable ambition. The fire and gold in the hour pillar. Si Shen, symbolizes that his life path will encounter thousands of difficulties and dangers. Well, alive, and living as if it's not bad. Zheng Yang said in his heart, it looks like he should have learned something somewhere, with someone to help him, and his momentum is like fire. It can't be Buna. He was overwhelmed with emotion in his heart. Then, he projected in depth, will be born with the 5 elements of the 8 characters and gossip fusion. A picture of the trigrams in the sea of mind. View of the dry hexagrams of the strong and upright. Signs that the boy's beliefs are firm, determined as a rock. Koan hexagrams of the soft and tolerant. It is a sign of its broad-mindedness. Deep emotions. Jinghua of the thunder and wind, showing its strong action. The courage to open up new paths. Sanghua of the obedience into the wind. It is a sign of its adaptability. Can adapt to the changing conditions. In the depths of the trigrams, Zheng Yang again perceived the intertwining of the Kan and Li Gua. Kan Gua like water, meaning crisis, away from the Gua like fire, meaning passionate as fire. The intertwining of the 2 trigrams, indicating that the child's life will be ups and downs. However, it is these experiences that will forge a tougher mind and a more mature character. With the deepening of the projection, he gradually saw the child's fortune. He realized that he was blessed with a long life, and that he would meet a lot of noble people in his life, and that he would have a lot of opportunities. However, his predicaments are also not shallow, and his life is full of challenges and tribulations. These calamities are not only a test of his will for gold and stone, but also a necessary path for his growth. He is more to the fate of the combination of the 5 elements of the gossip, the theory of yin and yang, the future of the child and the return of the detailed calculation. The trigrams show that the child is still alive. Within a few months, will return, and its fate of fortune and misfortune, both deep blessings. There are also heavy robbery. At the terminal of the trigrams, Zheng Yang realized that the boyish son seemed to have a destiny with the Zhao family. Its destiny seemed to be connected by invisible threads, and the conflict and entanglement were unavoidable. This, Zheng Yang felt a bit of a headache. How did he get involved with the Zhao family again? Was it because of himself? After thinking for a little while, Zheng Yang opened his mouth and said, the trigrams are clear, and the destiny of the child is obvious. Wu Yin is born in the month of May, and the earth and wood are strong. The moon pillar of Yin is energetic and enterprising. The sun's flame at the sea noon is a sign of enthusiasm. The time of C.S. is hard, and the life is difficult and dangerous. The dry trigrams are rigid and upright, with strong faith and determination. Koan is soft and gentle, the bosom of emotion. Jinghua is thunderous, courageous to explore new horizons. The Sunghua is obedient. All changes can be safe. The ups and downs are intertwined with the ups and downs. Water is dangerous and fire is hot, and Yingzhen has been practiced. Fortunes are deep, and you have many opportunities. The growth will be difficult because of the many robberies. The return date is approaching, and I will return within a few months. Fortunes and misfortunes in life are linked together. The Zhao family's destiny is entangled in conflict and entanglement. Explore the root of the problem, the interests and temperament. Zheng Yang's words dumbfounded the 2 people, neither of whom had graduated in liberal arts. Refine it a bit to say that the man is alive and well, and has learned a lot with the help of a nobleman, and will be back in the next few months to recognize the 2 old men. Just why? It felt like when calculating this person's future there would be a feeling that it would be very similar to Rui and Lu. That's strange. Isn't it the son who's lost? Chapter 27, Snubbing Qin Feiyu and Someone Down the Mountain. After enjoying 2 days of leisure time, Zheng Yong threw himself back into his busy schedule. He sat in the spacious backseat of the A6, his hands flipping through the schedule and the 2 leases, his mind full of pleasure. Today's Zheng Yong was in an exceptionally comfortable mood, because so far, the first prototype car has come out successfully. Li Gong sent the good news that the design department and the engineering team of workers and masters have negotiated and completed the assembly process and vehicle testing development. The product inspection and approval procedures on the government's side are also going quite smoothly, just waiting for the certificate of conformity and other procedures to come down. Then it can be officially opened for sale. All of this work is expected to be completed next week, around June 24th. In terms of commercial layout, Zheng Yong has also put in a lot of effort. He had already taken 24 stores in the 12 districts of Zhanghai City, through renting and direct purchase. According to his own plan, a huge portion of the stores were the same as in his previous life. A tiny store with simple decorations, filled with all sorts of electric motors, and only needing to be guarded by a boss and a few employees. But there are exceptions. He rented 2 large stores in the Old Town and the high-tech district to serve as the main stores on the east and west sides of Zhanghai City. Both stores have an area of 2,000 square meters and are fully equipped with in-house exhibition, repair, maintenance and storage. The reason this is so comprehensive is because these 2 stores were originally Zoti 4S stores. The brand, Zoti, is going to disappear completely into history in 2 more years. Therefore, it's only natural that these 2 stores will have to change hands as well. Originally, these 2 stores were not in Zheng Yong's hands, but it so happened that the incident with Sister 5 happened. So old Master Zhao had these 2 stores taken down and sent to Zheng Yong's hands. At the same time, Zheng Yong does have plans to rely on electric motorcycle gradually into the automotive industry. So there are these 2 stores for him is also a good choice. So she agreed and signed the understanding without hesitation. A slap in the face for 2 4S stores in prime locations in the old and new towns. Zheng Yong sat in the car, smiling from ear to ear. The 5th miss of the Zhao family is truly a slap war god. Slap, he mocked with a sneer full of sarcasm as he followed Zhao Sini's slap-smacking style. The 5th young miss of the Zhao family probably never thought that she would have to pay out this much ago for a slap. Her slap is really a golden slap. If she had a few more, I wonder if she could ask for a few more 4S stores. The 2 stores were rented, and for the first 3 years of rent, Elder Zhao bore 40% and Zhao Sini bore the remaining 60%. At the same time, all of the store's decoration, maintenance, water and electricity costs were also borne by Zhao Sini. After 3 years, it would then be borne by Zheng Yong himself. Zhanghai City was a national first-tier city, and these 2 lots were prime locations, with annual rents starting at $10 million. In other words, the 6 slaps saved Zheng Yong a huge $10 million. This deal is really profitable. Today, Zheng Yong was going to inspect the 2 stores. He sat in the car, full of anticipation, and sitting in the driver's seat Qin Feiyu, looking at the back seat of Zheng Yong, endured half a day or could not help but open his mouth to ask, that, disciple brother can ask you something not? What is it? Zheng Yong responded cheerfully, not really noticing Qin Feiyu's tangled appearance. Qin Feiyu scratched his head and racked his brain to think of how to speak. It is, disciple brother always feel, that you are not the previous disciple. No, it's that, you don't get angry is that brother feels that you and the previous disciple are a little bit not the same, very different. It's like 2 people. Zheng Yong's heart suddenly thumped. He looked at Qin Feiyu's face with doubt, scrutiny and entanglement, and secretly thought in his heart, sure enough, there are still people who can notice. The Zhao family doesn't know the former Zheng Yong, and the adoptive parents think it's reasonable that Zheng Yong's temperament has changed drastically after the Zhao family incident. Only Qin Feiyu, the old brother who used to cover Zheng Yong all the time, noticed that Zheng Yong's change is not just a matter of character, but the flesh inside has changed. Zheng Yong is not flustered. He put on a very solemn look, and in his heart he said, worthy of being the son of a policeman, but this value bar, can learn to speak in a roundabout way is also really difficult for him. This, Qin Feiyu couldn't think of what to say for a moment. He associated it with the previous Zheng Yong's appearance, and said not very definitely, it should, probably still locked up in the basement? The former Zheng Yong is a mute and rebellious person. He believes that people will become, but he also knows that there is a saying that rivers and mountains are easy to change their nature. And now Zheng Yong, even after that kind of thing has changed but still let him feel not like the same person. Oh yo awesome oh my Feiyu brother, Zheng Yong praised in his heart. With his memories of watching the original body and the original body's personality, plus his knowledge of the true and false young master text, he was currently in the first week. If he hadn't crossed over himself, the probability was that the original body would still be a green turtle slave in the Zhao family, abusing his body and heart. either dying early and turning into a wrong soul waiting to reopen the second cycle, or being humiliated until he was struck by great luck for the second cycle sometime in the future. Qin Feiyu, who was a local native and most likely didn't read true or false young master texts, could actually guess. His head was indeed quite smart. It's really a Zheng Fei fiddling with an embroidery needle and hiding the details in the rough. However, Zheng Yang is also a two-life person and knows what to say. His face changed, looked at Qin Feiyu and slowly spoke. Yeah, if I hadn't met brother Feiyu, odds are I would still be locked up in the basement. Ha, me? Qin Feiyu was a bit surprised and said in astonishment. What does this have to do with me? Zheng Yang took a deep breath, as if reminiscing. When I was locked up, no matter how much I begged for mercy or how much I cried out, no one answered me. The door was tightly closed. There were no windows, no lights. It was dim. There was not even food or water. And at that time I thought I was going to die. My mind kept starting to think back to the past, slowly going back to the time when I was in school, when I started to know brother Feiyu from middle school until I graduated from high school. At that time, I suddenly realized that I was living as a wimp. Zheng Yang's tone was filled with emotion and envy, being isolated, being vilified, not being understood by mom and dad. No matter what happened, I didn't dare to argue and lived carefully to please everyone. And at that time, I suddenly realized that in the midst of my life, there seemed to be someone who lived a completely different life than me. He dared to pursue what he wanted in life and to fight back. Even when he takes a beating, he yells out I don't. He never tolerated sin, much less a slur against himself. He also absolutely will not hold his tongue, and will never bow his head, even if everyone is accusing him, even if his own father is holding his head down and asking him to admit his fault. He shouts out, it's not my fault, I'll never admit it. Zheng Yang's eyes gradually took on a look of adoration in his eyes. At that time, I wondered, if I had shouted out loud like him that it wasn't my fault, would I not have been locked up in the basement waiting to die? Would there have been an ending of some other kind? Perhaps. Zheng Yang smiled to himself, maybe I can get out of any new path. But when I was brought out, I wimped out again. I thought they knew the truth of the matter. The result was, for no reason at all, whippings, reprimands, and abuse. A whip and a word shattered all my illusions. The invective forced me to face the future head-on. What does my future really look like? Is it to be treated like that in the Zhao family and die in utter humiliation? Or do I follow the path of obscurity that my adoptive parents have set for me? Pa Zhang Yang said firmly, following Zhao Yan's example of swinging a rattan whip. That being said, I have to thank Zhao Yan. It was his whip that woke me up and shattered the illusions, allowing me to look at the future squarely. And I realized that there has always been someone sheltering me and speaking for me in the midst of my life. He lived the way I wanted to live. He was a light in the midst of my life that showed me how people should live, and how a real life should be lived. My destiny is not up to heaven. It's up to me to decide what kind of path I'm going to walk out on. Me. Zheng Yang pointed at himself looking a little crazy. I don't want to be locked up in a basement and treated like garbage and then die in humiliation at some point in the future. I also don't want to be as cautious as my adoptive parents as an ordinary civil servant, going from the grassroots to some position they expect in the future. I'm going to live with a bang. I want to live my own life. I'm going to tell everyone, loudly and with real action, that I'm the one who will organize my life. As the words fell, Zheng Yang calmed down again and looked at Qin Feiyu solemnly. Brother Feiyu, do you know why I'm taking you with me? If it was just gratitude, I would have just sent you the motorcycle. But why don't I do that? Qin Feiyu shook his head in disbelief. Zheng Yang continued, because you are that light in the middle of my life, the one I see in my despair that I want to live out. I want the two of us to live as radiant as the white moon. Together, you and I will come out on a path to heaven. I will never let the one who gave me the dawn be dusty and corrupt, as the multitudes are obliterated. A warm current surged in Qin Feiyu's heart as he listened to Zheng Yang's words. He scratched his head in some embarrassment and felt even more guilty. Previously, he had suspected that the original disciple who was a bit of a wimp had become so courageous because of a change in his flesh, but he hadn't thought that it was actually because of himself. And he's not as good as Dee said he was, and he's still thinking about being a street skater pretty well after only taking the college exams. If it were not for his own brother, he could not really be a street skater. Those high-grade motorcycles can only go to the 4S store to see, touch a cool. The future there is no opportunity to have a belong to their own. Qin Feiyu said with embarrassment. Dear, you, I am embarrassed when you say so. However, don't worry, since you think so highly of me, I, Qin Feiyu, am by no means that kind of wimp. In the future, let's just do it together and break out into the sky together. Right, Zheng Yang said. Brothers united, their strength breaks the gold. Come on, let's go see the Four Suns store we got. In the future, this Jianghai city, not just Guangnan province, this world is the stage for you and me. Go! Qin Feiyu's blood was also gushing at this moment, stimulated by Zheng Yang's big cake. Let's go check out our 4S store. and at this time in a 1,000-year-old temple in the middle of the terminal mountain, a white-haired, childlike, Daoist bone immortal-style old Daoist suddenly opened his eyes. Pinching his fingers together he then muttered, "It's another world of great strife. It's time for that boy to go down to his own kin." Ji-ner, the old Daoist summoned a young girl and said, "Where is your young master? Go get him." Chapter 28, Second Sister. The Zhao family's Marina District estate. A Maybach slowly drove into the manor's underground garage, its steady engine sound echoing in the empty space. The passenger door opened, and a woman of about 30 years of age with a shapely and well-maintained figure stepped out. She wore a well-tailored lady's suit and sunglasses to cover her face, which made her look pretty and capable, but also gave off an aura that could not be ignored. She looked around the underground garage, her gaze sweeping over the busy maids and bodyguards, and a pout instantly flashed across her face. "Can't any of you people see?" She raised her volume and questioned the servants and security guards in the garage. Second Miss is back and not a single one of them has come to greet her. However, these security guards and servants just casually glanced at her and continued their respective work as if she didn't even exist. How outrageous! As if she had been greatly insulted, the woman angrily rebuked. "You losers, lowly fellows, taking the Zhao family's money, yet you're posing here. Are you planning to give Second Miss a face?" Li Xiaoqi. Just then, a thick and powerful male voice rang out in the underground garage. Although the voice had no angry intent and simply shouted the woman's name, it made her tremble violently, as if she had been shocked by an invisible force. The woman looked like a cat that had done something wrong and instantly wilted, drooping her head, not daring to say a word. The person who came was none other than Butler Wang, an existence second only to old Master Zhao in the Zhao family. In the Zhao family, and even in the entire Marina district, other than old Master Zhao, Butler Wang was the most feared. The relationship between him and Elder Zhao was far beyond that of an ordinary master and servant. Butler Wang was adopted by the Zhao family since childhood and grew up with Elder Master Zhao, always accompanying him from elementary school to university. Later, when Master Zhao set up his business overseas for training, Butler Wang even became his right-hand man, dealing with those unseen matters. After returning to China, although many of the means could no longer be used due to the change in environment, Butler Wang quickly adapted to the rules of the country by virtue of his own ability and the support of Master Zhao, and once again became the right-hand man of Master Zhao. Under this mutual cooperation between Old Master Zhao and Butler Wang, Old Master Zhao successfully took control of the Shangri Chang group. As the most trustworthy person who followed Old Master Zhao all the way, Butler Wang also reaped rich rewards. Old Master Zhao transferred all the businesses he had founded overseas to Butler Wang, and he returned to his ancestral home. Handong Province, Ltd., was founded in Handong Province, backed by the Zhao family support in a short period of time rose to become a giant in the food industry in Handong Province. Like Elder Master Zhao, he retired early to allow his eldest son to succeed the throne, and after stabilizing his position, he returned to the Zhao family as a steward, and Zhao Yan's wife, Wan Yuyun, was the third daughter of this steward Wang. It was precisely for this reason that Li Xiaoqi was so scared, even though he was not a latecomer to the butler's pipe. His position in the Zhao family was far from being comparable to that of an ordinary servant, but he didn't dare to make a move in front of Butler Wang. Very spirited, Butler Wang clapped his hands, seemingly praising his juniors, but there was no trace of approval on his face. The sound of that clapping was tantamount to a hypnotic charm for Li Xiaoqi, making her shiver. Li Xiaoqi knows the horror of this Wang butler. In this place in Jianghai City, although not absolutely can if he wants to eat fish, the fish will only be scraped scales and gills, open and break the belly and other parts of the cuisine. Alright, Butler Wang. The backseat door was pushed open, and a woman who was also dressed in a suit, with short hair and light makeup, and a sharp spirit walked out, holding a small file bag in her hand. She walked over to Li Xiaoqi and said in a calm tone, "This matter is all my fault. When I came back, I borrowed a case over here by the way, and along the way, I was so focused on reading the dossier that I didn't give Xiaoqi a word on the family's business, and made such a joke." After saying that, she smoothly shoved the file bag into Li Xiaoqi's arms and instructed, "I've already looked at this case, so help me to communicate with the parties and say that the defendant agrees to mediation, and see what the parties mean. Oh yes, this case involves not a small amount of money. Tell the parties, the court is now promoting the governance of the source of the lawsuit. Want to set up a civil trial in the beginning of the case is quite difficult, if the mediation can be quickly resolved. At the same time, the conciliation has legal effect and is recognized by the court, and you can apply for enforcement in the future. Hurry up and don't keep the parties waiting." Li Xiaoqi was like an amnesty and hurriedly collected his things and drilled into the car, and Butler Wang's face finally became a little more normal, with a few more moments of gentleness. Butler Wang said softly, "You're stuck coming home at this point. Are you trying to make it hard for the old man?" "Me, to be a butler?" Grandpa Zhao Huichi pouted. Where are the words I wasn't staying out for a long time, so I went home to see my parents when I missed them. And didn't you say you got your own brother back? I also want to meet this real brother of mine. Ah, what nonsense to call. Butler Wang's face changed, and he said with a straight face, it's now working time. You have to call for your position. Got it, Butler, said Zhao Huichi with a small, unhappy mouth. Young master is in the study on the second floor. Butler Wang sighed, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Zhao Huichi sniffed and said nothing more as she walked straight into the family elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Butler Wang suddenly spoke. Huiji, don't be careless. What are you talking about? Zhao Huichi seemed to be completely unaware of the situation and asked suspiciously, what is Butler Wang talking about? Master and I will not interfere, Butler Wang said in a deep voice, revealing an unquestionable firmness in his tone. Watching the elevator doors slowly close, Butler Wang could only shake his head. If the younger generation really wanted to make a scene to this extent, all he could do was just clean up the mess. After the elevator doors closed, Zhao Huichi's face, which had originally carried some girlishness, instantly turned cold. Her eyes showed a fierce light, but it wasn't a resentful look. Instead, it was more like a belligerent general who was eager and confident about the war that was about to break out. When they went up to the second floor and walked into the study, Zhao Yan, Wang Yuyun, Zhao Ling and Zhao Sini from the Zhao family were already in the room. Only Zhao Hao was missing. However, Zhao Huichi wasn't surprised by this. She had already roughly understood the situation before she came back. This is for you. As soon as Zhao Yan saw his second daughter come back, he hurriedly handed over a not very thick piece of information on the table. That little. He swallowed back hard when the words came to his mouth, and changed his words to say, that little brother of yours seems to be very good at legal things, especially on the criminal law. Public Security Administration punishment law is very understanding. So after thinking about it, I feel that only our family's Huichi can be reliable. Aha. Zhao Huichi didn't say anything more and sat down on the sofa with her butt, picking up the not very thick paperwork and reading it. Right, the before and after of the matter. Zhao Huichi said without lifting her head. Dad, Mom, fifth sister, sixth sister. Don't add fuel to the fire just because of your own good or bad intentions. She raised her head and looked at the resentful gazes of her own parents and her two sisters, and said in a firmer tone, remember, don't add fuel to the fire. You must say it all. From what I know, the seventh brother of ours is someone who pays a lot of attention to preserving evidence. If you add more fuel to the fire and fabricate facts, not only will it not help, it will also mislead me. It wasn't so much her knowledge of her family as it was her deep insight into human nature. After so many years as a lawyer, she knew all too well what human nature could do when driven by hatred. When a person hates another person, they are likely to fabricate facts and even blame others for the mistakes they make. And that is extremely bad for her. A few people looked at each other, and although they were all a bit dissatisfied with Zhao Huichi's words, they knew the importance of the matter. They set aside their personal feelings as much as possible and recounted what happened objectively. Zhao Huichi rubbed her temples painfully after listening to the description and carefully reading the information. After a while, she slowly spoke. I have to say, Mom, Dad, and fifth sister, you guys being able to come out is really a sign that people are open to not caring. What do you mean by that? Zhao Yan was instantly dissatisfied. Why are you talking toward that little kid? It's not a matter of who to speak toward. Zhao Huichi didn't get angry, but patiently explained. He said the purpose of the system and the purpose of the system are different. And it's true. What's different? Although Zhao Yan was angry, he still stabilized his emotions. He felt that Zhang Yang was mocking him when he said this, but when his second daughter said this, he could still barely hear her and said, isn't it all about promotion and wealth? That's what's different. Zhao Huichi analyzed clearly and methodically. For people within the system, promotion is the first priority, while for people outside the system, getting rich is the first priority. This also leads to the fact that people inside and outside the system sometimes have completely different attitudes when facing the same thing. Take Xiaohao's brother's case as an example. Zhao Huichi continued. For people outside the system, as long as they have money, they will definitely be towards Xiaohao's brother. For example, for a lawyer like me, as long as dad gives enough money for representation, then the lawyer can go all out to exonerate little Hao's brother as if he were his own father. But the system is different. Zhao Huichi's tone was firm. If this case can get him a promotion, he will try it with care, and it will be judged according to the will of the higher-ups. If it's about releasing someone, he'll find the least important offense and the most appropriate reason. If he wants to send someone in, then as long as there's evidence, he'll definitely top the verdict to send the person in, even if that evidence isn't very solid. However, it doesn't matter, as long as the person is sent in, so that the superior officer can see it, and can pave the way for himself. Then pay the money. Zhao Yan wanted to say something again. Money is a risk to them. Zhao Huichi interrupted. and the greater power that comes with a higher position can bring more monetary rewards. So it's not impossible to be clean and upright for a while, especially in a case like this that's being watched from above. She looked at the several people and said in a serious tone, Dad, Mom, and fifth sister. Seventh brother's adoptive father and his friend's father both came from the army and have a military background. One made it to the position of provincial party leader and has a political background. One is the current city bureau chief and has a police background. For you guys to be able to sit here, for the Zhao family to be safe and sound, and for the fifth sister's matter not to be a big deal, that's really because people are open-minded, and it's grandpa and grandpa's grandpa who are helping you guys to maneuver with all your might. As a lawyer, Zhao Huiqi often dealt with the courts and other government departments, and she was well aware of the characteristics of the official-oriented society on the mainland. Her remarks left those present in deep thought. Then there's no way at all? Zhao Yan asked unwillingly. He really wasn't willing to endure such an outcome. The others did the same, all looking at Zhao Huiqi with anticipation. Not really, Zhao Huiqi said. It's just that it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Depends on what outcome Mom and Dad want. Chapter 29 Tranquility. Zhang Yong's factory is located in Linjiang district, which was built in 90 years of the plant. Although the time is not long, but the traces of the years are still engraved in its deep imprint. Linjiang district, as one of the 5 oldest districts in Zhanghai City, is situated on the western edge of the city, next to the not-so-lofty Red Cliff Mountain. It is named Linjiang district because it is adjacent to a river named Qingshui River that originates from Hangyashan Mountain, which is also the origin of the word river in the name of Zhanghai City. In the past, this place became the gathering place of many state-run factories in Zhanghai City due to its convenient access to water, and it was an important engine and development zone for Zhanghai City's economic development in the last century. However, with the wave of reform and opening up sweeping in, Zhanghai City was designated as an open city. Its development direction gradually turned to rely on the port shipping, vigorously develop foreign import and export trade, coupled with the deepening of the restructuring of state-owned enterprises. Linjiang district quickly fell into decline. Although Zhanghai City has tried to save the decline of Linjiang district, plans to re-establish it as a manufacturing base for light and heavy industry, but Linjiang district is far away from the main urban areas, and the Qingshui River, although the name contains the word river, in fact, is only a stream with plenty of water. The river originating from the Red Cliff Mountains, from west to east into the sea, the riverbed is shallow and narrow, the deepest depth of only 3 meters, and the riverbed more sand and gravel, fast-flowing water, is not suitable for inland waterways. Investment has not seen a rise, and then in order to protect water sources and other environmental policies to make this place is even worse, a setback, until 10 years later. Zhanghai City began to explore its own tourism resources. Linjiang district, with its geographical advantage of adjacent to the Red Cliff Mountain and beautiful natural environment, only gradually had a slight upturn. The area, which was once home to many state-run factories, and the unsatisfactory subsequent planning, has left many unused factory buildings. Some were demolished for the construction of scenic spots, while others were abandoned and left to the elements because they were worthless. Zhang Yong has long been through the relationship, rented this once led by the government funding. Zhanghai Automobile Group and Yamaha joint venture set up to produce motorcycle factory. At first, this factory was also red for a while, but soon due to the bankruptcy of Zhanghai Automobile Group, Yamaha's withdrawal of capital and other reasons, towards the decline. Today, the factory is only left with fixed assets such as factory buildings and warehouses, and the rest of the production line and so on have long been dismantled, leaving only an empty shell. However, Zhang Yong did not need those production lines. What he was interested in was the site here. This empty shell had factory buildings, dormitories, test sites and warehouses, and the roads and other infrastructure were still intact due to the recent construction, and were fully capable of meeting his needs. Most importantly, the rent was cheap. In other areas of Zhanghai City, it was hard as hell to find such a suitable factory building. Even if there was a suitable one, it was too expensive to rent. This factory, on the other hand, was a match made in heaven for Zhang Yong. Moreover, Zhang Yong's adoptive father already has a wide range of contacts. The government also feels that such a huge plant lying idle here is a waste, so it rents it to Zhang Yong at a rent of $1 million a year. However, the government has its own little plan, and the two sides have only signed a 3-year lease contract, after which a decision on whether or not to renew the lease will be made in the light of the situation. Today, Zhang Yong came to the factory early. Yesterday, he had already gone to check out the stores, and the 2 main stores needed to be redecorated, which would take a long time. For the rest of the small stores, he planned to build them according to the countryside model of his previous life, and the most humble ones didn't even need to be renovated. They only needed to hang a signboard at the entrance, and with a store manager and 2 or 3 clerks, they would be able to support the operation of the store. In this minimalist model, Primary training of employees is especially important. Employees need to know information such as the main selling points of their own merchandise. Therefore, today Zhang Yong called all the sales staff to the factory, where they were given simple training by the design and assembly workers, as well as basic knowledge of troubleshooting and maintenance was imparted to them. It's finally a small-scale awe. Zhang Yong led Qin Feiyu on a stroll through the workshop, his tone revealing a hint of imperceptible satisfaction. Even though this was just an assembly plant, it used an assembly line model. Although the entire process was done by human labor and there was hardly any mechanization to be seen, despite the small scale and small number of people, Zhang Yong did not intend to give multiple stations to the same group of workers to be responsible for, like the small and medium-sized enterprises in those countries of BART or A3. He was convinced that his factory would never stop there, nor could it rely on human labor forever. Although many workers were recruited to set up this manual assembly line, which may seem to increase unnecessary expenses, it actually improves efficiency. At the same time, these workers are the seeds of the future. When a real assembly line is built in the future, they will be able to adapt quickly and reduce training time. Moreover, one has to seize the market now and capture as much market share as possible as fast as possible, so efficiency is paramount. Yeah. Qin Feiyu also looked at the busy workers in the workshop and was overcome with emotion. From the initial small team of only 5 people and a supervisor, now in less than half a month's time, it had rapidly expanded to a team of 1,000 people. And the number would continue to increase in the future. That's right, dear Qin Feiyu suddenly remembered something as he lamented. It's those brothers of brother. Oh, I almost forgot if you didn't say it. Zhang Yong slapped his head and pretended to realize. I have a plan on my side. With that, he pulled Qin Feiyu aside and said in a low voice, as I mentioned before, we also need some people to do some things. First of all, you don't have to worry about the salary issue at all. I won't treat them poorly. Secondly, these people don't necessarily all have to enter the factory and join the workforce. I need them to continue to operate in their current capacity and become street skaters that I employ and secure. Horse boy? A strange light flashed in Qin Feiyu's eyes, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. As the saying goes, the 3 views follow the 5 senses, and the 3 views will also follow the buttocks. And it is natural that the buttocks will have different views when they sit in different positions. Qin Feiyu has now realized that his identity is different from the past, and in the future, he will also be called General. To those who once thought it was cool, street sneak more than a trace of disgust and contempt. However, after all, these people are his brothers. Let them continue to be so, not to mention the future to go out and say that their own brothers will give themselves shame, is now spending money to support them. Qin Feiyu also feels some heartache. It's a business he started with his brother-in-law, so his brother's money is his money. It's my own money that's being spent. It's my Mr. Qin's money. Mr. Qin is heartbroken. No. Zhang Yong wiggled his fingers and said with a disdainful face, this would be too low level. These people, I've positioned them as our plainclothes. Plainclothes, you know? What about these plainclothes? This, looking at Qin Feiyu's clear, stupid, not yet out of student thinking eyes, Zhang Yong momentarily didn't know how to explain. This brother of his, was indeed smart when he was smart, but he was also really stupid when he was stupid. This way, Zhang Yong decided to state it in a different way. I have prepared some courses for all those brothers of yours, which are law and physical fitness courses. The law courses mainly include the criminal law, the Public Security Administration punishment law, and a portion of the civil law. For physical fitness, let your dad help find veterans and retired police officers to train them. When the time comes, I'll set some targets and exams, and tell your brothers that these aren't difficult. As long as they pass, these will be useful to them in the future, especially the Public Security Administration punishment law. They must study it carefully. This is the focus of my test for them. In addition, I've also hired unrestricted fighting expert Chun Himu at a high price to come and be their instructor for 3 months. These are all very practical things that they must learn well. As for you, brother, Zhang Yong patted Qin Feiyu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, from today onwards, don't be a driver for me. I've arranged a special teacher for you. Who? When Qin Feiyu heard the word teacher, he immediately had 2 big heads. Butler Wang. Zhang Yong squinted his eyes and said thoughtfully, it won't take long. Just a week. You can just follow him. There are no teaching materials, and you don't need to learn any skills the hard way. You just need to follow Butler Wang and listen to his stories. Listen to how he and old Master Zhao fought their way through successes and failures in Situa, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, and after they returned home. It's that simple? Qin Feiyu asked with some surprise upon hearing this. Of course, Zhang Yong said with a smile, there is actually another option. I've told Brother Feiyu before that I want you to read more management books, learn more about management experience with Li Gong, and then try to do well in your specialization. Brother Feiyu, How much of this book have you read? How many times have you looked for Uncle Lee? And have you done any preparation for the future specialization? This. Qin Feiyu's face was a bit ugly, and he stammered. Dear, you're not unaware that brother is not the piece of material for studying. Letting you read is to let you understand what is called management. Zheng Yang said with a straight face. Letting you look for Li Gong is to let you look at people in the mirror and not step on the pits that others have stepped on. And letting you go to specialize is to let you make as many connections as possible in college. University is not only a place to study, but also the foundation for you to accumulate connections in society. But brother, you're not willing to do that same thing, and you can't forget your pile of brothers. In that case, brother will arrange a position for you that is more suitable for you. Housekeeper Aub, muttered Qin Feiyu somewhat unhappily. It wasn't that he despised the position of steward, he just didn't like it very much. Come on, said Zhang Yong with a disgusted look on his face. I might as well hire a gorilla to be my butler. At least gorillas don't understand human language and won't be fooled so easily. This person, Butler Wang, I asked my dad to help me investigate. He's not a mere butler. You'll know if you talk to him after you go. Just then, a silhouette trotted all the way over. Zheng Yong fixed his eyes on it. Isn't this the Wang Sanduo that he had arranged in the Zhao family garden? Sando? Zheng Yong frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, why did you run here? Young master. Sando smiled nervously and said with a serious expression, I'm afraid that it's not safe to talk on the phone, thinking that it's not good in case my phone is bugged or someone eavesdrops or something, so I came over in person to specifically look for young master to talk. Ha! Zheng Yong said with some tears and laughter. What spy drama miles are you playing here? If you're scared, just get a new cell phone and number. Besides, with our value, no one will pay to eavesdrop. However, a look at the face of Wang Sando, nervous look. Zheng Yong said, say it, what is it? Is not the manner that a few again in holding what bad Waterloo? Second Miss came back yesterday. It just feels like it's going to be unfavorable to the young master. Yesterday? Zheng Yong frowned and said after a moment of contemplation. Then why didn't you give me a report yesterday? Because yesterday, Steward Wang picked up my family. Sando said with some shame. I took a leave of absence yesterday to accommodate my father, my mother, my brother's son and my sister. I'm going to work today. I didn't know until I checked the surveillance and asked the next person at work today. That way. Zheng Yong shook his head, and it looked like he should have intentionally expended the person. But that's okay. He himself was in front of everyone in the first place, and all of this has been thought of for a long time. And the purpose of arranging for one's own people was actually not entirely surveillance. It was mainly to test Master Zhao Lao's intentions, and likewise to give Zhao Yan's family an opportunity to try and get them to tighten up a bit. Alright, next time it won't be an exception. Zheng Yong did not blame. It seems that Elder Master Zhao and Butler Wang are still slightly favoring Zhao Yan's family, but at the same time, they have also shown that the center will not overly interfere. It could be figured out. After all, the original body had been out of the Zhao family for so many years, and they had grown up together. It made sense to favor some emotionally. The Zhao family is really a ghost that won't leave. Qin Feiyu immediately felt that this second sister was afraid that she would also come to find them in trouble. But with a glance at Zheng Yong he said with a joyful smile again, it's really well capitalized. Sending out scattering children again. That's hard to say. Zheng Yong shook his head. Ever since what happened to his fifth sister he knew that even if he didn't go through with the plot, his sinful relationship with this family wasn't over. So he had investigated all the main people in the Zhao family, knowing that this second sister is not a brainless character like the fifth sister. But looking at Qin Feiyu that way, Zheng Yong couldn't help but smile evilly. I want full information on this woman in 3 minutes. Chapter 30, Pairing Up with the Second Sister. Within 3 minutes. Oh no, it's immediately. Qin Feiyu waved his hand exaggeratedly and said to Zheng Yong with a helpless face, Dear are you putting on an impromptu show of a domineering president for brother? Still think you're filming an idol drama? And that's your own sister? Oh, is this planning to stage a German orthopedic drama against your own sister? Moreover, let me remind you, casually investigating other people's privacy is against the law. Beware of the day the police uncle looking for you to drink tea. Zheng Yong had a disdainful look on his face, his eyes filled with contempt. That's how unprofessional you are, Brother Qin. Investigating is against the law, but it's always okay for me to inquire about an individual, right? Besides, if Butler Wang were to take action, although he couldn't manage all the information in 3 minutes, it would definitely be a piece of cake to give me a detailed report in 3 days. Moreover, you don't have the information. I do. Zheng Yong proudly took out his cell phone and started to read. Xiao Huiqi, the second pearl of Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun, the little dragon girl of 1988. This year is exactly 30 years old. High school in the city of Jianghai 3 Middle School. And we are still alumni. The college entrance examination to the identity of the first prize winner in the 3 schools. A one-stroke admission to Yinjing University of Political Science and Law Department of Law. That is the temple of the legal profession. After graduation, he practiced in Shanghai City for 3 years, and then moved to the capital. And now he's making a name for himself in the legal profession. Speaking of her career, it was golden. She joined 818 Law Firm, which is a top law firm in China, and is a regular partner with Penguin and Beaver. She has represented 163 civil cases involving corporate disputes with an amount of more than $10 million, and more than 30 criminal cases. She has a serious work attitude, and her clients can open a small exhibition hall with more than 20 silk flags. When she worked in Shanghai City, she was also honored with the title of Shanghai Outstanding Legal Worker, simply a woman hero of the legal profession. Awesome, Qin Feiyu heard, wide-eyed, surprised, said, not it, disciple, when did you become a detective? Could it be that you also hired a private detective? Or have some kind of secret intelligence network? It's long been investigated. Zheng Yang shook his cell phone with a smug look on his face. There are details about her on the Dunyang Encyclopedia and the 361 Encyclopedia, as well as the official website of the 818 law firm where she is currently working, and there is also a personal profile of her. She's a celebrity. If you want to investigate her, isn't that a piece of cake? The public ones are naturally not difficult. It's the unpublicized ones that are difficult. Lulala demarcation. Just at this time, Zheng Yang's cell phone suddenly rang, showing a string of unfamiliar numbers, attributable to the place marked as Beijing. Zheng Yang let out a light laugh and looked towards Qin Feiyu and Wang Sanduo. Want to have a small bet? Just a bet of $10. I'll bet that this cell phone number belongs to my blood-related second sister. What's the point of betting on this? Qin Feiyu rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, it must be, otherwise who would be so bored to call you? I don't think so. Wang Sando smiled with a naive face and shook his head. When I was leaving, I saw second Mrs. Carr just entering the basement. There's no way she would have called her boss so quickly. Zhang Yang smiled, with a confident look on his face. I bet it's her. Do you two want to change your minds? Hurry up and pick it up. Don't ink it, Qin Feiyu urged. Zhang Yang picked up the phone, pressed the speakerphone, and his face instantly became deeper, as if he had gone into the theater mode. Hello, may I ask who is this? Is it Brother Xiaoyong? A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, not the least bit overbearing. I'm your second sister, Zhao Huiqi. My sister has long heard that my brother has returned. Back then when my brother was lost, my sister was sad for a long time, said the man on the other end of the line, who seemed genuinely remorseful and worried. Oh, it's second sister Zheng Yang's voice also changed, as if it brought with it a hint of reminiscence and crying, slightly choking. Sister you don't know how much my younger brother I miss you. I remember when I was a child you even hugged me. Sissa my dear sister I miss you to death. Zheng Yang began to soar, his voice filled with deep emotion. Dear my brother you suffer outside. The phone caller also seems to be moved, cried, choked. Originally Wu Wu's sister is to go to the home of the brother's adoptive parents Wu Wu, but there is no one in the house. Sister cannot find the younger brother. It is not easy to find the phone call. Oh brother sister knows that mom and dad did something wrong, but that shouldn't affect the bond between us, right? Can we meet up? Zhang Yang also pretended to be particularly moved and sobbed along. Sister my dear sister I knew that it was impossible for everyone in the family to treat me poorly. Sister younger brother, but I missed you to death. Brother me I can't wait to see my sister right away. Where are you? Sister? Zheng Yang continued to soar, his voice filled with urgency. Sister also misses my younger brother. Zhao Huiqi also whimpered. Then let's make a deal. At 5 o'clock, let's meet at the new high-tech Alika. Brother must come. I'm sure you'll be there. Well I'll definitely come. Zheng Yang cried back. I'll be right there. I'll see you later then. Zhao Huiqi cried without saying anything, just crying, and didn't hang up the phone. Sister Zheng Yang cried just as much, going from a whisper to a dry howl, followed by becoming a bit heartbreaking and hysterical, as if he was putting on a vocal and tearful performance, and refusing to hang up the phone anyway. The two sides just howled at each other across the phone for nearly half an hour, and finally the other side seemed a bit unable to carry on and hung up early. This back and forth change directly made Qin Feiyu and Wang Sanduo look dumbfounded. Not this just wasn't still howling heartbreakingly. Sibling love couldn't bear to hang up the phone. How come it suddenly stopped screaming? Qin Feiyu opened his mouth and said with a bewildered face, what do you think? Zheng Yang face calmly asked back, what do you think this is? Brotherly love? You think too much? This is called life is like a play. All depends on the acting skills. Do you believe she didn't even come out of the basement today? She's still grinding and packing and getting ready to head out the door at this point, isn't she? Zheng Yang guessed. Hey Wang Sando over there hurriedly took out his cell phone to take a look, and then took out $20 from his pocket. 10 to Zheng Yang. 10 to Qin Feiyu excitedly said. Boss, you're a god. It's more accurate than my village's divine calculator. Qin Feiyu went over to take a look. It turned out to be someone else with a cell phone to shoot the surveillance screen, although not too clear, but can be seen a woman went out to another room. And then there are two women also came out in the corridor to meet together and exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then went to other rooms. It didn't take much thought to realize that it should be those women from the Zhao family. Your boss is the divine calculator, Zhang Yong said smugly. Let us go to meet that second sister of mine. This, Qin Feiyu glanced at Zhang Yong and asked tentatively, should we call the police ahead of time? No need. Zhang Yong shook his head. Today is not going to be anything. This Zhao Huiqi is a lawyer, and from what I can see now, she is also someone who knows how to disguise herself very well. So since it's an appointment with her, she won't let me catch anything. And someone like her, if she wants to lay hands on us, she'll be much harder to deal with than those two idiots. Old 5 and old 6, Zhang Yong said with a serious face. After saying that, he pulled his leg and left. But just at this moment, Zhang Yong suddenly thought of something and glanced at Wang Sanduo again. Is there anyone in the basement monitoring room who has a better relationship and is now on duty? Wang Sanduo nodded. You go back now, Zhang Yong instructed. Call that friend of yours and tell him to pay attention to the fact that when this Zhao Huiqi comes out to get into the car later on there are a few people, and who all is with her. At this time, inside the Zhao family estate, Zhao Huiqi changed into a casual outfit, put on light makeup, and carried her bag down to the basement. Just as she got into her car, she saw her two sisters pull open the car door and sit directly in, sandwiching her in the middle. You too? Zhao Huiqi suddenly had a bit of a headache. Didn't I tell you two to stay home? Why did you come along too? Zhao Huiqi said helplessly. It's just a walk together, old 6 said petulantly. It's not easy for sister to come back once. Linger also wants to go shopping with sister together. I'm not shopping. Zhao Huiqi was a bit angry. Do you really think I'm going for fun? Don't worry, we won't add to the chaos. Zhao Sini said as if she was comforting. We're just going for a stroll. And that little kid? No. Anyway, we don't add to the chaos. And we are also able to protect you and testify for you when it's important. What? Zhao Huiqi was dumbfounded. They're talking about protecting themselves? Testify for themselves? No kidding, okay? Protect? With Zhang Yong's cautious personality, protecting himself? If there's a real conflict, they'd be lucky not to get themselves sent back in. And protect themselves? She's the one who protects them, right? Zhao Huiqi suddenly despaired a bit about the whole coming back to help thing, although she was also upset and annoyed and hated Zhang Yong, who had stirred up the family and almost ruined the 5th and 6th sisters as soon as he returned. From the current situation, these two were completely crushed by Zhang Yong's intelligence, with two piggyback friends. Really, she was suddenly getting a bit of a bad feeling, but it seems impossible to kick these two out of the car. These two are very stubborn, they certainly can't be kicked out. Forget it. Zhao Huiqi glanced at the driver and said, I'll drive myself. The driver didn't say anything, just got out of the car. Only after switching to the driver's seat did Zhao Huiqi say, it's fine for you two to go, but I have to tell you, the purpose of going today is completely different from what you think. He is our blood brother. No matter how much we dislike him, hate him, and don't accept him, knowing full well that he's a spoilsport, he came back for 2 days and did evil, disobeyed, and turned the house upside down. But, Zhao Huiqi paused and continued, he's our blood brother, the one who was lost for more than 10 years before returning home, the one who was abused at his foster parents' home, who never wore good clothes, and who suffered through all the hardships. What? Zhao Ling immediately said unhappily, eat all the pain? Eat? Shut up, Zhao Huiqi scolded without hesitation. We must think this way, we must say this way, we must show our gentleness, our generosity, our kindness to him, so that he will think that we are the ones who are really good to him, who support him. With that, Zhao Huiqi felt that it wasn't enough to pull over to the side of the road and said, remember, can and show you can't, use and show you don't, near and show you far, far and show you near. We're going now to be giving him gifts and buying clothes, and picking the most expensive and best ones, and to go with the most enthusiasm and pleasure. Understand? If you don't get it, get out of the car and go home now. Chapter 31, Crying is All It Takes. Olika, the full name of this behemoth of Zhanghai City, Olika International Trade Center, stands in the heart of the Port Trade Zone, is a large-scale shopping mall that gathers domestic and foreign light luxury brands. For the middle class of Zhanghai City, it was undoubtedly a luxury to spend some money here, while for those rich merchants and tycoons, this was just an ordinary place for their daily shopping. The drive to Olika from Zhang Yong's rented factory in Linjiang district takes as long as 1.5 hours without encountering traffic jams. In contrast, from the illustrious Zhao family estate in the Marina district, it would only take more than 40 minutes to arrive. When Zhang Yong's car slowly drove into the underground garage, the 3 sisters of the Zhao family had been waiting here for almost half an hour, and the last concerned call Zhang Yong received inquiring about his location was just 10 minutes ago. Aren't you going to meet that good sister of yours, dear? Qin Feiyu twisted his head and looked at Zheng Yong, who was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed, and asked in a teasing tone. See? Zheng Yong didn't even raise his eyelids for a moment, but only responded faintly. There's no rush, and it's not too late to wait for a while before going. Wait? Qin Feiyu was a bit puzzled as he scratched his head and said with a confused expression. Listening to the tone of your answering the phone, it feels like this second sister seems to be really quite concerned about you. It's not easy to come out as a normal person. You've kept the person cold for such a long time. Is this your intention to chill people out? It was hard to keep myself down to the minimum speed on this journey and slowly wobble over. It was already a bit congested and now it could be much later than expected. And every time Zheng Yong picked up Zhao Huiqi's phone on this journey, he was on speakerphone, and Qin Feiyu naturally listened to those words. At first, he felt that Zhao Huiqi's concern was nothing more than hypocrisy. However, after more times, he felt that it seemed to contain true feelings. It seemed to be truly different from the rest of the Zhao family, and was genuinely concerned about Zheng Yong. Care? The corner of Zheng Yong's mouth hooked up into a mocking arc as he sneered. What do you think makes Zhao Huiqi care about me? Is it based on the fact that I'm handsome? Or is it based on the fact that I have so little blood relationship with them? We were all born from the same parents, but we've also been separated for so many years. So what do you think makes her want to be different from the others and care so much about me? Faye, it's not that I'm saying, there are some things that you can't just take at face value. Dear. Qin Feiyu shook his head, although he couldn't find any reason to refute it. He still insisted on his own point of view. Brother always thinks that you're not thinking right. You shouldn't think so badly of people, right? Although what the Zhao family did before was indeed disgusting, but the powerful families aren't all like that, right? The dragon has 9 sons, and the sons are different. There are always normal people. Dragon born 9 sons. Only then Zheng Yong slowly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyu. He looked left and right, up and down, horizontally and vertically, and after half a day of looking at him, he couldn't see that smartness from Qin Feiyu. Instead, he felt that he was much more naive than Wang Sanduo. This is really being too well protected by old dad and not having seen the evils of society. Zheng Yong secretly slandered in his heart, and then said with a light laugh, Brother, since you think she's concerned about me, then I'll ask you a question. Do you think that Zhao Yin, Wan Yu Yun, Zhao Xine, Zhao Hao, why do they all hate me? Why did they unite to slander me and ostracize me? Probably because. Qin Feiyu scratched his ears. Because of what? He couldn't figure it out either. Because of the benefits. However, Zheng Yong didn't give him the chance to continue speaking, but instead said in a self-questioning manner, My return to the Zhao family means that I will be dividing the cake from everyone in the Zhao family, and because I'm a boy, my share of the cake is bound to be the largest, assuming that the Zhao family's cake is 10, since I am theoretically the only male heir. According to domestic tradition, I will probably get 9 points, and the remaining sisters will only be able to share that one. Although the Zhao family is so large that even if 6 people share a portion, they can still eat just as much. But how can this be compared to 6 people sharing 10 portions? Zheng Yong paused for a little while, looking at Qin Feiyu as he digested his words, and continued, Do you know why those sisters are so nice to Zhao Hao? It's because he's an adopted son, so he doesn't have the right to inherit. To them, Zhao Hao is a pet. Although in my opinion those sweet words of his are nothing more than T-words, he does manage to please a few people, and for a pet that doesn't threaten them, they naturally won't be stingy with their favorites. But I'm different. If I recognize my ancestors, they will have to go from 6 people sharing 10 shares to 6 people sharing 1 share. How can they be kind to me? Zheng Yong continued. Children know to take more and more, not to mention the grown-up girls. So concerned? Zheng Yong sneered. Of course they care about me. Do you believe that if I were to die right now, they would immediately give me a glorious burial, notify the world, regret it, and denounce their past selves for how hateful and detestable they were, wondering why they did that to me in the past? But as long as I am not dead, then there is no possibility of reconciliation. It's a conflict of interests, and until the interests are unified, the conflict can't be converted. That's why it's impossible for second sister to be kind to me. The only thing she's done is paralyze me. Zheng Yong's eyes flashed with mockery, as if he had seen everything through already. Brother, want to know more specific and detailed? You go to see the Maja, the Mao concept, Deng theory, capitalism. These speak more clearly than I speak, also more cruel. But yeah, these stupid women still don't realize that the fake brother they've been loving is actually the one who's really going to eat 9 servings of cake. As for Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun, these two were a bit more complicated. It was very likely that they had already realized Zhao Chaoshang's arrangement. After all, between Zhao Hao and Zhao Chaoshang they were pro-master and grandson. Even if they were separated by a generation, they couldn't be completely different, so there were still a few similarities if you looked closely. If they guessed it, then it was highly likely that they were being nice to Zhao Hao to arrange a retreat for their 6 sisters. And then their poor treatment of themselves could be explained by forcing them to leave the Zhao family and their only boy not to get involved in this storm. When parents love their children, they plan far ahead. But people's hearts were complicated, and it was not clear what Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyan's real intentions were, nor was it clear if they knew Zhao Hao's identity. It's also possible that the couple is up to something else. It's hard to tell, but these preconceived notions, Zheng Yong naturally could not disclose them to Qin Feiyu. He took out his cell phone and glanced at the time, feeling that it was almost time. He said, "Brother Feiyu, later you don't need to stay here and wait for me. I have some things to explain to you to do." Although he wasn't sure how the other party would strike for the time being, there were some things that had to be prepared for in advance. Zheng Yong needed to have Qin Feiyu make a trip home to talk to the second old man and his father about these circumstances. After explaining what he wanted Qin Feiyu to do, Zheng Yong was ready to get off the bus, but just after taking a step, he stopped slightly and turned to Qin Feiyu. "Right, after you finish going home, go straight to the cell phone store, buy a new cell phone, and use your identity to run a phone card. Afterwards, go to the Zhao family manor and talk to butler Wang first, then give Wang Sando a hint to look for you at night." "Hint?" Qin Feiyu raised an eyebrow and asked doubtfully. "What hint? And can that bean understand it? Why do you need to ask me that?" Zheng Yong said somewhat unhappily. "Wouldn't you knock 3 times on the head and walk away with your hands behind your back? Brother Feiyu, you should not underestimate Wang Sanduo. This person is much smarter than you." Qin Feiyu was indeed a bit naive, and Wang Sanduo, just by the fact that he specifically ran over to contact himself today, Zheng Yong knew that he was by no means as naive as he seemed on the surface. "Alright, hurry up. I'm going to meet my good sisters now," Zheng Yong said and took a step. Lula Lula Dima. Just then, the phone came again. Zheng Yong hurriedly picked it up and said anxiously, "Coming sis, coming right away." "Oh, you guys are in the rest area. Ah, I know, coming." As he spoke, he pushed open the doors of the mall. What you are greeted with is a mix of luxury and prosperity, with bright lights illuminating every corner and name brand logos glittering tantalizingly. It had to be said that this scene was much more luxurious than some of the high-end shopping centers he had seen in his previous life. "I'm afraid that this light luxury mall is mainly luxury and secondarily light. You chose this place to meet. Are you planning to send him sugar-coated shells?" Unfortunately, he only wanted sugar-coating, not cannonballs. Zheng Yong secretly scoffed in his heart, then once again adjusted his emotions and walked towards the agreed location with that 6-parent pace. Zhao Xini, Zhao Huiqi and Zhao Ling had already been waiting in the rest area for a long time. Zhao Xini was dressed in a famous brand, with exquisite makeup, but with a hint of imperceptible disgust in her eyes. Zhao Huiqi was much more gentle, dressed in a plain outfit, with a smile on her face, as if she was really looking forward to a family reconciliation. Zhao Ling, on the other hand, was as lively as ever, dressed in a fashionable way, looking around from time to time, looking flawless, truly like the curiosity and exploration she had when she first met her younger brother. Here it comes. Zhao Ling, who was looking around, was the first to notice Zheng Yong, and with an unpleasant and withdrawn look on her face, she whispered to her second sister, "Zhao Huiqi, this guy really knows how to play the big game, making us wait for so long." Zhao Huiqi was also a bit contemptuous in her heart and glared at Zhao Ling. If it wasn't for the fact that these two sisters had to follow along, today's meeting might have gone a little smoother. However, there were no ifs in this world. Just as Zhao Huiqi walked up to them and met their 4 eyes, a hint of embarrassment and unspecified emotions filled the air. Although they had agreed to endure and act, Zhao Ling and Zhao Xini still had hatred and disgust in their eyes, especially when they looked at Zheng Yong's figure that was as proud as a cockerel that had won a battle. Slightly leaning back, as well as that 6-parent pace, the loathing in their eyes was even more intense. Zhao Huiqi couldn't help but feel more contempt in her heart. This first impression made her feel that Zheng Yong was indeed smart, but only a little bit smarter than his own 2 stupid sisters. He seemed to be more or less the same as Zhao Ling and Zhao Xini, a guy who drifted off and got carried away after a little bit of achievement, not knowing the dangers of society at all. But it doesn't matter. Sis is here to teach you. Zhao Huiqi restabilized her mind, and her face did not show the slightest trace of disdain for Zheng Yong. She first broke the silence, stood up, smiled, extended her hand and said, "Yongdi, it's been a long time, we've all missed you." Zheng Yong also stretched out his hand and gently shook Zhao Huiqi's hand, and then he wanted to gently hug her. "Second sister, me too, I really want to see you guys so much." Zhao Xini and Zhao Ling, who were standing behind Zheng Yong, had hideous expressions on their faces, their mouths constantly moving as they cursed silently. Zhao Huiqi felt a headache. Her face changed, she glared at the duo and used her mouth to tell these 2 idiots, "Cry, hurry up and cry, both ing cry, must cry, immediately, right now, cry it out." Zhao Xini and Zhao Ling, two people heart that hate but now there is no way. Frantically doing psychological construction. Extremely reluctant to stand up. It seemed that the Zhao family was more or less gifted at acting, no matter what they really thought. At this moment the four seemed to have reached some sort of tacit agreement as they embraced each other. With tearful eyes, it was as if all the grudges of the past had gone with the wind, leaving behind only this rare sister-brother love. Oh brother, I'm the one who's sorry. X3. For a while, the three members of the Zhao family were crying and attracted the crowd to stop and watch. Chapter 32, How about letting me join the group? Zhang Yong didn't mind following the three sisters of the Zhao family in this drama. In this scene, he seemed to be a carefully orchestrated supporting character, yet with a few moments of the protagonist's ease. The three sisters of the Zhao family, except for Zhao Huiqi who consistently looked warm and caring, the remaining two, Zhao Xini and Zhao Ling, had an unspeakable expression on their faces, like they had eaten something hard to swallow but had to force a smile. Exactly the kind of look that had to be savored as if Xiang was chocolate. Along the way, second sister Zhao Huiqi was dragging seventh brother Zhang Yong in front, while fifth sister Zhao Xini and sixth sister Zhao Ling followed behind with a grudging look on their faces, their paces revealing 7 points of helplessness and 10 points of compromise forced by the situation. Designer clothes, imported watches, high-grade shoes. These three sisters spend money without mercy. Zhang Yong is also a surprise. All the way to go, all the way to buy, as if in a no-smoke sweeping war. Soon, the four hands are full of large and small bags, which although there are their own loot, but most of them are selected for Zhang Yong. After strolling for almost 3 or 4 hours, the sky outside had already set, and the mall gradually entered the night mode, with the lights becoming soft and ambiguous. A few people are also tired of shopping. The stomach also began to protest. Zhao Huiqi as the initiator is also early in the restaurant booked here. Located in the top floor of the Olika, an upscale Western restaurant, set to take Zhang Yong to taste an authentic French food. Authentic French food. Yo Young Yong could be stumped. He has been a man for 2 lifetimes, and the most westernized thing he has ever eaten is probably steak. And these three sisters brought him here. But the authentic European white flag. The old French aristocrats opened the authentic French restaurant. Zhang Yong has read about the French food in his previous life. The French food is a typical representative of the European catering, can also be said to be the whole of Europe's modern table manners and eating habits of the birthplace of the Louis XIV provisions and improvements, and ultimately promoted to the whole of Europe. That French king, known as the Sun King, turned eating into more than just food itself and filling the stomach, but a table manners and status symbol. As a result, this place is completely different from the usual Western restaurants described in novels, where you order a few dishes with Western characteristics in their names and call it a day. Here, you will not be allowed to order a separate dish, but only a whole set of food, strictly according to the dining process of the old white flag: aperitif, appetizer, soup, main course, salad, cheese, dessert, coffee, after dinner wine, not missing a single link. You can tweak the meals in each session to suit your tastes and likes and dislikes, and choose the one you like best, but these sessions are never going to go away. And it's not just in ordering and serving that French food is so elaborate, there's a whole etiquette to eating it too. From seating, to the process of using cutlery, to the course of the meal, to the wine pairings, and so on, there is a tedious and detailed set of rules to follow. Zhang Yong in his previous life on the internet read some related science, but in this life is the first personal experience. Those who had read the knowledge, at the moment in the mind becomes blurred. The kind of eyes say will, the brain says can, the hand says hemp sells skin. Really at the moment unreservedly it was presented. I don't even know how to hold a knife and fork, and I look like a bumpkin with my hands all over the place. Thus, from the moment he took his seat, Zhang Yong became half the center of attention in the room. The unskillfulness and clumsiness of the bumpkin contrasted with the calmness of the three sisters. Zhao family, these three sisters little to big, not less in and out of such occasions. Home rules are strict. They also have this aspect of etiquette training. Now their attitude is calm and unhurried. Etiquette decent in place, completely is the appearance of the high family daughter. On the other hand, Zhang Yong, who didn't know how to use knives and forks and hadn't practiced the online etiquette tutorials, looked a bit lousy at the moment, and could only end up asking the waiter for the chopsticks he was most familiar with. This action caused many people in the restaurant who were already rich or climbing the ranks of the rich to cast mocking gazes. Even the waiter's eyes were mostly contemptuous. However, Zhang Yong didn't care about these. He did not like other traveler protagonist. To a meal of my China is a state of etiquette. Do not need to comply with your barbarians, the output of the mouth cannon, nor the slightest inferiority complex. Eating, he just needs to follow his own rhythm on the line. As for other people's difficulties and ridicule, he does not care. Etiquette and this kind of small cleverness is false. Only the actual hands-on interests are fundamental. Zhang Yong's heart is very clear. During a meal, several people had their own thoughts and didn't say much. It wasn't until the dessert session that Zhao Huiqi couldn't help but open her mouth to break the silence. Brother, it's been hard on you out there all these years. Zheng Yang sipped the champagne while smiling faintly. Not bitter as the saying goes. The daily food is not more than 3 meals, and the night's sleep is not more than 3 feet. The brocade clothes and jade food is a kind of living, and the coarse tea and light meal is also a kind of living. I'm not a fish. I know the joy of a fish. If the sun is not me, how can he know the joy of me? Zhao Xini couldn't help but speak from the side. Pretend, just pretend. If you really live that well, this is not the same as. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zhao Huiqi kicking her under the table. Zhao Huiqi's eyes carried a few points of reproach and warning, and she cursed in her heart. This dumb ass. Grow a brain and a mouth. Zheng Yang looked at Zhao Xini playfully and said, 5 sisters, this is not true. We are the same mom and dad born out. Bloodline connected siblings. Although some of the faults, but this kindred spirit is still there. The second sister is so concerned about me. People are not grass and trees cannot be emotionless? Can I not be touched? Can I not cry? Zhao Huiqi let out a long sigh and said, they were all born from the same parents, breaking bones and connecting tendons. Although the 5th and 6th sisters have both misunderstood 7th brother, they are still relatives. Both the 5th and 6th sisters have recognized their mistakes and have made so much compensation. Will brother refuse to give them a chance and forgive them? Zheng Yang's heart was clear. It seemed that Zhao Huiqi was starting to play the emotional card. He gently pushed the pile of clothes and watches on the table and smiled bashfully. Sister is right. There is no such thing as a sibling's loved ones having an overnight grudge. It's just that, as sister said. I don't know how to handle these things today. If it's something to make amends and apologize, then forget it. Just keep it for your sisters themselves. Because I've already forgiven you all. The letter of understanding has all been signed. And I've also agreed not to pursue the matter. He paused, then continued. How can I ask for this when it's all over and forgiven? It's a shame to receive it. I'm ashamed of it, he said and looked at Zhao Huiqi with an apologetic face. However, with a twist of words, Zheng Yang added, but if these things from the sisters are care for the younger brother, and are gifts for the younger brother to receive, then as a family, the younger brother won't be doing any superficial work with false gifts and courtesies. Thank you very much for the 3 sisters' concern for my brother, and I will be able to accept this gift. The moment these words came out, a trace of anger crossed Zhao Huiqi's eyes, but her face didn't change in the slightest, still maintaining that bland smile. However, Zhao Xini and Zhao Ling, who were sitting on Zhao Huiqi's left and right sides, had wonderful faces. Zhao Ling was originally an indolent one. She was different from Zhao Xini and Zhao Huiqi. Today's meal of buying and buying had cost her savings, which was a considerable amount of money for her. If they couldn't achieve their purpose, then the money would really be wasted. Completely ignoring the look Zhao Huiqi gave her, she said angrily, you guy, do you have to kill everyone before you're satisfied? I know I went overboard that day, but I also went in and squatted for so long, so I'm considered to have been punished. Is it so hard to ask you to help me say a few words in front of Grandpa and not stop my pocket money? Zhao Ling's words carried a bit of anxiety and dissatisfaction. Zhao Huiqi's heart sank and she secretly screamed that it was bad. She knew that bringing these 2 girls out would not be good. She couldn't help but coldly lower her face and say to Zhao Ling, this is your own mistake. The fact that you can stand here is already Shao Qi forgiving you. What are you still accusing here? Don't apologize to Shao Qi yet. Zhao Ling couldn't figure out the trick at all. She looked at her second sister as if she wasn't defending herself, and said aggrieved, didn't I apologize? Didn't he say he forgave? Then why does Grandpa still want to stop my allowance? Both sisters had jobs and incomes. They could care less about pocket money. But Zhao Ling was different. She was still in high school, and without a job. She had no income. She relied on her pocket money and a credit card for all her expenses, and she had to ask her parents for some of it. Now that Grandpa had stopped her allowance and her credit card, all of her expenses for this trip were a little less. She didn't have the sense to save money, but only saved some this month because she was locked up and couldn't use the money. When she came out, she learned that she would only have $2,000 to live on from now on. How could she not be anxious? Zheng Yang's heart is happy. This is a wonderful thing among these real and fake young master texts. There is always an early awakening. Then could he not let Zhao Ling awaken a little? Thinking of this, he had a plan in his mind, but on his face, he put on a difficult look and said, 6th sister, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I usually barely see Grandpa as well, so this request of yours is a bit of an imposition. And again, speaking of forgiveness, Zheng Yang said very helplessly, how can I not have forgiven? I've told Grandpa that I forgive you guys. I really don't hold any grudges against you guys, and what Grandpa did has nothing to do with me. You guys can't force me to change Grandpa's decision, right? Instead of telling me this, why don't you go talk to Grandpa, and I'm sure he'll forgive you too, right? Humph. Zhao Ling didn't listen to Zheng Yang's explanation. She snorted coldly and said, Now who doesn't know that grandpa is optimistic about you, and he values you more than he does mom and dad? Saying things like that here just doesn't help you, does it? It's not that I'm not helping, Zheng Yang said with a very difficult hand. Forgive me for not being able to help. Humph. Zhao Ling snorted coldly and stood up a handful of his purchased gifts and said, sure enough, you guys can't even compare to half of Xiaohao's brother. I wouldn't give you my stuff even if I gave it to a dog. When he finished, he simply left the table. It was all her money, and if it wasn't for her second sister's words, she would never have shelled out a penny to curry favor with the guy in front of her. Now that he had lowered himself to the ground, this guy was actually pushing his luck. Little spirit. Seeing Zhao Ling leave, Zhao Huiqi also couldn't sit still. She shouted and looked at Zheng Yang with a bit of sadness and disappointment and said, does seventh brother really have to be like this? Now the family is already in a mess. The family is not like a family. Seven brother just need to say some good words in front of grandpa. Can't he even make this little request? Hey, this. Zheng Yang sighed and said, if my sister didn't say it, I really didn't know I had so much energy. But I don't have grandpa's number nor am I in our family green bubble group. I don't know how to contact grandpa if I want to. How about this? Zheng Yang revealed a pleasing smile and said, how about sister pulls me into our family's green bubble group? That way I can also add grandpa's WeChat and get in touch with him to say something nice. Chapter 33, the real $1,000 is here. Zhao Huiqi's heart was already vaguely cursing. The feeling was like lifting a stone and ruthlessly smashing her own foot. Painful and helpless. She had never expected that Zheng Yang would make a request to join the family group, which was undoubtedly a problem for her. Although the sisters privately have a small group, can be reckless whispering, but the family group is another matter. Once joined is equal to Zheng Yang has half a foot into the family core circle. Zhao Huiqi had originally planned that Zheng Yang could stay out of the family group and be led by her to meet his grandfather for a talk before she led him away. In this way, Zheng Yang could remain outside of the family without being completely detached, and at the same time, he could not join the core circle of the family. However, once Zheng Yang entered the family group, it meant that he had a way to make contact with any of the family members. Although the Zhao family situation is relatively simple, grandpa's generation has a long line of descendants, no older sisters and younger siblings, and thus hardly any aunts, uncles or other relatives. But grandma's side is much more complicated. Grandpa is followed by grandpa. The difference is that grandpa's side has more heirs than grandpa's side. On grandpa's side, there are 2 men and 3 women. The eldest son inherited the family business at home. The second son went overseas to take over grandpa's business overseas. The eldest of the 3 daughters is Zhao Huiqi's mother. The oldest 2 and the oldest 3 have all taken the examination of the public ashore to work in the government. These may not seem to have any direct interest in Zheng Yang, but a smart person can see that Zheng Yang will have all the benefits and none of the disadvantages for him as long as he joins this group, especially once he joined the group and befriended these elders. Then his future return to the Zhao family and control of the entire Zhao family could be said to be almost unhindered. What's more, there was another person in this group that Zhao Huiqi least wanted Zheng Yang to come into contact with. Now that Zheng Yang had made this request, Zhao Huiqi couldn't possibly reject it in both reason and emotion, much less make a fake group to fool him. In today's first round of encounters, she only felt that the teenager in front of her was even more cunning and difficult to deal with than she had expected. Obviously, his surname was not Zhao, and he also did not have a good feeling towards the family because of his parents. But Zheng Yang actually wanted to add the family group. This was something that Zhao Huiqi had not expected at all. She looked at Zheng Yang, her heart filled with wariness and vigilance. Can't I? Zheng Yang looked sad as he pushed the things in front of him forward with a hint of trembling in his voice. Money is something outside of the body. Whether the things here are a reparation gift or a gift to me to receive my family, I for one don't care. What I have wanted since the beginning is just a warmth from my family, from the care and love of my dear sisters. As he said that, his eyes reddened and he almost looked like he was about to cry. The voice even took on some choking and spoke out loud. Why? Why did you lie to me? Why give me hope and then cheat me like this? I know that my last name is not Zhao now, but this is also for the sake of my sister and mom and dad. I know that you guys have raised Zhao Hao for more than 10 years. I know that you guys are deeply attached to him, so I didn't ask him to leave. I didn't say that I would change my surname immediately and let you guys accept me right away. I just want to try, a little bit to integrate into this family. Zheng Yang's voice was full of prayers and longing. I just hope you can share the love and care you put on Zhao Hao with me a little bit too. Even if it's just a little bit, I'm satisfied. However, his eyes suddenly became sharp as he looked straight at Zhao Huiqi. But actually even a small family group won't let me join. Sister, are you really concerned about me? Or is it that you don't care at all and don't want to care, and all of it is just a pretense? After saying that, he stood up shakily and cried. Sure enough, I shouldn't have asked for all this. The 2 sisters know, it's the 2 Zhao family's great misses. It's me, a pariah, who has climbed high. I'll leave, and from now on we'll go our separate ways. Saying that, He wiped his tears, crying that was Pearly, and his figure, as if he had suffered a great blow, staggered as a man who had been wounded through walking on a lonely street. 1 step, 2 steps, and departed slowly with a heavy pace. Bad. Zhao Huiqi's heart sank as she looked around and realized that there were already good people in the restaurant taking pictures with their cell phones. It's not right. It's not right at all. Once Zhang Yang walked out of this door, then her image in her grandfather's mind would directly become hypocritical, heartless and heartless. 7th brother. Zhao Huiqi shouted anxiously, knowing that she had to stabilize her persona first no matter what. It's not like that. Sister is. It's just. However, Zhang Yang did not give her the slightest opportunity to defend herself, and said with even more emotion, am I not even qualified to add a group? I said, I don't want your gifts. I don't want anything. I just want to be recognized by you. I just want to return to this home that gave me life. Can't I even do that? His voice was filled with despair and anger. My request is not excessive, right? I tolerated that adopted son Zhao Hao, who replaced me, to continue to stay in the Zhao family, and mom and dad said that in order to take care of that adopted brother's emotions, they didn't allow me to change my last name. They didn't allow me to move my household registration. They didn't allow me to live in a normal room, and they only allowed me to live in the utility room. I recognized all of it. I did as I was told. I don't compete with him. I don't rob with him. What else do you guys want from me? A family group? Why not me? Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with questioning and resentment. Zhao Huiqi cursed in her heart, but on her face, she had to put on an awkward smile to comfort him and think of reasons. However, at this moment, she felt incredibly tricky and helpless. Zhao Xini hid to the side and didn't say anything. She watched this scene with a dark heart. 6 slaps almost destroyed her career and sent out so much money. She had long known that this younger brother of hers wasn't simple. She had followed her here because she wanted to watch the live version, to see how this second sister of hers would clean up the real 7th brother. It's okay if she can't clean it up and make it a draw. At least there's someone in the family who can go up against it. But now, watching her second sister hit her own feet by lifting up a stone like this, she really felt a little bit of secret pleasure in her heart. Sister. Mo looking for reasons. Zhang Yang was seeing through Zhao Huiqi's mind and directly stood up, looking very resolute as he said, in your heart, I don't deserve to be surnamed Zhao, much less add to the group. I'm leaving. With these words, Zhao Huiqi's heart had sunk to the bottom. She knew that no matter what excuse she found next, it would be useless. Moreover, once this matter reached her grandfather, she would only be able to carry her bag and roll back to the capital in disgrace. And there's also a strong possibility that she'll face the same punishment as the 6th sister, cutting off support from her family. It's just a group. Zhao Huiqi clenched her teeth and stamped her foot, forcibly holding back the anger and unwillingness in her heart. Sister didn't mean that. Add. Only then did Zhang Yang wipe his tears and took out his cell phone and Zhao Huiqi to first friend her before being pulled into the family group by her. Shu Grandpa's great-grandson has come. The family group was suddenly lively, and the Lord of Half City took the lead. Welcome back, young master. The entourage followed close behind. Is this our real nephew? Someone asked curiously, while looking at the lively scene in the group. Zhao Huiqi's heart was filled with viciousness and irritation. She hated herself for why she had been pushed to this point by Zhang Yang and why she had been so helpless to let him join the family group. Thank you, second sister. Zhang Yang instantly changed his face and picked up the gift with a happy look. I knew second sister was good to me. I'll go back first. I still have important things to do tomorrow. Bye, sister. After saying that, he reached his goal and left with his bag, leaving Zhao Xini and Zhao Huiqi looking at each other. Second sister, Zhao Xini said with a gloating look on her face, what should we do next? Little. Zhao Huiqi could no longer maintain the slightest bit of gentleness on her face at this moment. She removed all pretenses and picked up the champagne and drank it all in one gulp, gritting her teeth and saying, go to the Lin family. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was contentedly walking towards the basement at this time. He took his cell phone and directly pinpointed Zhao Ling's microsignal, then looked at it. This girl didn't set her circle of friends to be visible. He went in and looked through it for a while, then identified one of them. I had just taken a screenshot of the photo when I noticed an additional friend request. The application came from the family group. This is that sister? Zhang Yang frowned slightly. He didn't actually want to add these people. When he was about to reject it, the reason for the application made his pupils shrink. ID called chopping off the past, and the reason for the application was I have what you want, a way to replenish your aura. How did she know? Zhang Yang was shocked in his heart. He was indeed worried about the aura. The emerald bracelet's aura was less when he used a little bit of it, and he didn't even dare to cultivate now. And the Dream Master said those things that can assist in cultivation now basically also exhausted. Even if there is also by other cultivators treasured, that is their lifeblood is impossible to take out to sell. So the Master's hope for him was to be able to come out of this new era with a brand new cultivation path. But how did this person know? Zheng Yong's heart was filled with doubt and curiosity. Get past the application and see what this guy is up to first. My name is Lin Xingye. I'm the fourth son of the Lin family. Theoretically, I'm your fiancé. Chopping off the past sent a message over at the first opportunity. My father is your father's best friend. Your grandfather also had my grandfather's part in controlling the Zhao family in the first place, so we were fingered for marriage when we were young. We are also very similar. You were lost when you were a child. I was replaced by a nanny when I was a child. It was only a year ago that I returned to the Lin family. Decided to cut ties with my family today and have no place to go. Can you take me in for the night? I have what you want here. Lin Xingye's message made Zheng Yong freeze. Ah, no. Is there such an operation? Zheng Yong was speechless for a while. In fact, he had long thought about this matter. According to the formula in the true or false young master's text, he must have a fiancé who was blind in the eyes and heart, and who kept siding with the false young master. He had thought that after Zhao Hao's matter, that fiancé would definitely jump out at the first opportunity to find trouble for himself. As a result, there had been no news, and he had forgotten about it. Now it seems, well, I have to run through it. If the other party is a true or false Qianjin text, and she is a true Qianjin, then according to the nature of this type of text, the true Qianjin should not have announced the possibility of staying as the daughter of a relative, and the marriage contract is still in place and has not been changed due to the return of the true Qianjin. Then that means that his own fiancé is the false Qianjin in the true or false Qianjin text. And this situation, that means that Makoto Chikane has already gone through the first week of the program? If that's the case, then the current world was actually reset once? Since, is the original self not actually a week 1 player but a week 2 player? But why is there no memory of the weekly program in his original body? The more Zheng Yong thought about it, the more interesting he felt. The corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile and he decided to meet this so-called fiancé. Send the address. I'll pick you up. Zheng Yong replied. He was a bit curious. What kind of surprise would this second weekly player bring to him? Chapter 34, You're wasting your rebirth slot. The Lin family. As soon as Zheng Yong got on the car, he quickly explained the situation to Qin Feiyu and then took over the cell phone to confirm the location, after which he immersed himself in the memory of his original body. Following the traditional trope of the true or false young master text, this fiancé may possess two distinguishing characteristics. First, the look of the country is beautiful, looks like heavenly fairies. Secondly, it is blind, cannot see the truth. Hey, no, I should say that firstly she was the daughter of a certain first-class family in Zhanghai City, and secondly this family was probably going downhill and desperately needed the Zhao family's support. But, why not? Zheng Yong carefully searched in his mind and realized that there was not a single family named Lin among the powerful families in Zhanghai City. That's odd. It's not strange to see a marriage between powerful families, but it's strange to see why the other party is nameless. Brother Feiyu? Zheng Yong had to ask Qin Feiyu for an explanation. Is there some kind of hidden mansion in Zhanghai City? What? Qin Feiyu spat out with a speechless face. Dear, what the hell are you thinking? If you think you're the male lead, then you're taking the modern urban cool article route, not the ancient romance cool article. Where does the modern era come from? What hidden world mansion? Then this Lin family, Zheng Yong said with a puzzled face. We don't have a family named Lin in Zhanghai City? Thinking so much to do Qin Feiyu directly waved his hand and said, see the daughter-in-law directly ask yourself. Also, Zheng Yong half squinted his eyes and looked out of the car, secretly anticipating in his heart, wondering what kind of surprises this second weekly player could bring to him. The place where Lin Xing Evening was also the Hong Kong trade zone. The exact location was a Dogdong direct convenience store across the street from the third phase of the villa area in the Fairview Gardens neighborhood. The distance from Olika was a 20-minute drive without traffic jams. It was slightly congested today and took over 30 minutes to get there. Just as he arrived at the place, Zheng Yong saw a skinny, woebegone teenage girl in a washed-out school uniform and carrying an old school bag, standing in front of the Dogdong convenience store and looking around. Dear, just at this moment, Qin Feiyu suddenly pointed at a car driving over in front of him and said, Look, isn't that your second sister's car? Zheng Yong looked in the direction Qin Feiyu pointed, only to see that a Maybach had just driven into the villa area, and because of the bright headlights, he couldn't see the license plate number clearly. Whatever they are. Zheng Yong's eyes narrowed slightly. If that was true, then he didn't allow himself to add the group and came here. Then the most important reason for this might be this fiancé. But for now, regardless of this, he patted Qin Feiyu's shoulder and said, see that girl? Drive the car over. Her? Qin Feiyu glanced in the direction Zheng Yong was pointing, and instantly frowned and asked suspiciously, Dear, are you sure? Just that little girl. Are you sure it's the Lin family's daughter? Are you sure you're not being tricked? That's right. Zheng Yong nodded and said decisively, it's her, for sure. Like this kind of true and false young master, true and false 1,000 gold and so on the rebirth of the text. The second weekly player's initial state basically all this equipment in state. 999% is that young girl is right. Seeing that Zhang Yang was so sure, Qin Feiyu no longer objected and drove the car over. Rolling down the window, he saw the girl looking toward the car with a hint of surprise as well. Zhang Yang had already vacated his seat in advance and said gently, "Get in the car. I'm the one you're looking for. You're my theoretical fiancé?" Lin Xing Evening looked like she wasn't the least bit defensive, directly pulling open the door and getting into the car, then sizing up Zhang Yang as if he were riding in his own car, saying, "Not bad, a lot more handsome than I imagined." Handsome. It's the standard for travelers, and for true young masters in true and false young master texts. Zhang Yang's adoptive parents are both handsome and beautiful, and the face value of his biological parents are both second only to the reader's old men of the first class. Zhang Yang has naturally inherited the face value from his biological parents, and even if he runs away to be a little puppy, he is still a superb fighter among the little puppies. "You seem to trust me." Zhang Yang sized up the young girl and muttered in his heart, "I'm afraid this isn't a stupid sweetie, right? What an unguarded heart. Is it because you've seen me in the middle of your first reincarnation? Don't say." As the fiancé in the young master's text, Lin Xingye's face value is also quite enough. It's in the class of diligent, and as beautiful as the reader master's girlfriend's existence. It's just that it's not fully grown yet, and it's also in the same kind of condition as in the standard Chikane text, with gauze wrapped around her forehead, slap marks on her face, her body is thin and frail, her hair is dry and not properly groomed, and she has a malnourished look to her, so it should be a long time since she's eaten a proper meal. As for why you can still see the face, it's because beauty looks at the bones, and from the shape of the face, you can quickly become youthful and beautiful if you keep up with your nutrition. What? Qin Feiyu froze for a moment as he sputtered incredulously. "Dear, your brother Feiyu." Zhang Yang decided to give Qin Feiyu a precautionary shot in advance and said seriously, "Don't be surprised. You'll soon realize that there are actually some special people in the midst of this world, with a different side that the average person can't access." Qin Feiyu still wanted to spit, but he fiercely remembered Zhang Yang's emerald bracelet and the things he heard in the hospital. At first, he only thought that it was some god and man strange things, but now he looks at it. Maybe it is really. Could it be that? Qin Feiyu couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes, his heart filled with anticipation. "We are all too weak." Zhang Yang gave an affirmative but vague answer. "I've only touched the tip. I'm not qualified to walk in and take a look." "You," Lin Xing Evening also said with surprise but also certainty, "really is a bit uncomplicated." At the thought of her biggest secret being revealed in a nutshell by her theoretical fiancé in front of her, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you know that I have been reincarnated and reborn once?" "Because the true and false young master, true and false 1,000 gold texts are all written like this." Zhang Yang glanced at Lin Xing Evening and slowly said, "In the first life, for the sake of family, for the sake of my brother and parents who are blind in the eyes and heart, I was abused in body and heart. And then I was set up by that fake Xianjin until I died. Either die and reincarnate directly, or die and turn into a soul body to float around, see a bunch of things, learn a bunch of skills, and then return reborn. The plot you're walking in your current state is the opening of the second weekly rebirth revenge plot." Zhang Yang said with certainty. "It should be that you happened to be wronged again, didn't tolerate it, rebelled against it, and then wrote the severance letter and ran away from home." "What?" Lin Xingyi also froze as she said incredulously, "There's such a novel? Don't you read novels?" Zhang Yang also said with a bit of surprise, "Oh yeah, I remember that in the previous synopsis of the true or false 1,000 gold text, the nanny who replaced you was supposed to use you as a rough maid, and the year after she came back didn't have a good time, so you probably don't have time to read this type of text. Are you still using an old phone? That's one of those little smartphone type cell phones? No smartphone?" Zhang Yang continued to ask. "Oh yeah, you're in the family group. That would be whoever retired the old smartphone that gets stuck with green bubbles on, right?" Lin Xing Evening nodded numbly, muttering in her heart, "How did this fiancé know so well?" "That will do." Zhang Yang directly said to Qin Feiyu, "Brother Feiyu, go and drive. Go directly to the military hospital and give her a comprehensive physical examination." "Eh? Hospital?" Lin Xing Evening didn't really want to go to that place. She felt that she, as a reborn person, had originally wanted to slightly use her information to pinpoint this help her vengeful fiancé yet. But why did it feel different from her first reincarnation? In the first reincarnation, she had not come into contact with Zhang Yang, but she had heard a lot about him, so it didn't seem like it should be like this, did it? That. Lin Xing Evening wanted to say, "Can we eat first?" but the words reached her mouth and swallowed back. No way. Zhang Yang had already guessed Lin Xing Evening's thoughts and said seriously, "Not eating properly for a long time and going to a restaurant to eat those high oil and high salt things is not good for your spleen and stomach. The hospital has a sick meal, and the restaurants around here also have light diets specially made for sick people. Just eat lighter for the next 2 days, and wait for the rest until you've nourished your body. Lin Xing felt as if all the situation was not quite under her control, and her heart was a little flustered, but it was clearly concern for her body, and she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart again. Tell me about yourself and your family, Zheng Yang said directly. Let's start with yourself. I want to know what skills you have mastered in the first round. Do you know the way to get rich in the future? Don't tell me that you haven't learned any skills other than cooking and serving people. Following the path of those true $1,000 and young masters in their memories, they had mastered a lot of things in the first round of rebirth, such as secret stories, stocks, lotteries, future trends, and so on. After returning from rebirth, one usually buys lottery tickets, then stocks, then befriends potential stocks, and finally takes off. This girl should have mastered something too, right? I study very well. Lin Xing scratched his head and said, in the future, well, there will be an epidemic outbreak in 20 years that will last for 3 years, so we can invest in masks in advance. Then the future will also have the rise of AI, and the trade war is going to start this year. By the way, there will be a chip cut off in the future. We can invest in that. Also, we can buy BYD stock or something. This is all too far. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, what about skills? Acupuncture and medicine, super hacker, music creator, genius designer, or something like that, or a skill like never forgetting? Lin Xingye shook her head, a little frustrated in her heart. Waste, Zheng Yang said nonchalantly. What a waste of a rebirth slot. Why do you say that? Lin Xingye said somewhat unconvincingly. Doesn't what I know about the future trend matter? Not important. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, because if we want to take off with the big trend, we need capital. Without capital, you can't take off even if you have future trends. There are quite a few smart people in this world. People who can see future trends, but none of them have the capital to take off. And I'm accumulating capital right now, so that even if I don't know the big picture of the future, I can stand on the cusp of the wind and ride the wind with the help of capital when the big picture comes. Zheng Yang's confidence and bravado made Lin Xing look a little mesmerized for a moment. Besides, Zheng Yang just casually glanced at Lin Xing and said, for a capitalist, the most important thing is news and prognosis. I will build my own news network in the future, and will have a professional team to help me research and judge. So what you're saying is only icing on the cake for me. There's no charcoal in the snow. As for that thing you said would be most useful to me, I can actually slowly try it out as long as I have the money. Zheng Yang said with certainty, I have the secret information given to me by my master. With the help of my accumulated wealth, as long as I'm willing to burn money, I can always burn the right path. Oh right. Zheng Yang thought of something else and said, your retaliation against the Lin family won't be to break your love and justice, right? You won't even go back in the future when they come over to kneel and beg you to return, right? Lin Xing awkwardly scratched his head, as if, well, it seems to be really so. Sure enough, a waste of rebirth slots. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, Brother Fei Yu, tell us about our current glorious battle record. Brother-in-law Qin Fei Yu also seemed to be a bit proud to say, your husband has already sent his own father, his own mother, his own fifth sister, his own sixth sister, and that adopted son, all of them into the detention center once again. The current situation is that the real father and real mom lost a large sum of money, the real fifth sister lost 2 4S stores, and the real sixth sister and the adopted son are on bail pending trial. That sixth sister's matter should be over, but the adopted son faces jail time. That's what I call revenge. Zheng Yang leaned against the back of his chair and said lazily, and I haven't been reborn yet. I'm a one-week player. As for your bit of revenge, I don't want to judge and respect personal destiny. You're my fiancé, I can help you. And of course you need to prove that you have something of value that can make me help you. Chapter 35, The Lin Family in Aura. Wow, isn't that Hui Qi in Xine? Inside the Lin family villa, when the man of the house, Lin Fanjian, saw that the visitors were Zhao Huiqi and Zhao Sini, he instantly smiled and warmly welcomed the two of them into the mansion. Uncle Lin, Zhao Huiqi spoke politely, her voice gentle and melodious. I'm really disturbed for taking the liberty of visiting so late at night. Hello Uncle Lin. Zhao Sini followed closely behind, similarly politely greeting Lin Fanji with a sweet smile on her face. The two of them walked through the short corridor and had just stepped into the main hall when Zhao Sini's brows involuntarily furrowed. She looked around the Lin family's living room. This slightly messy scene, especially the white carpet on the floor, had a few drops of blood on it, and the ashtray on the table also had blood stains on it, which made her suspicious, and she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Uncle Lin, what's going on in the house today? Did Sister Lin make Uncle angry again? Or did she have a fight with her brother and the others? The Lin family has 3 sons and a daughter, and I recently heard that another relative's daughter has also defected and is living in the Lin family. Each of the 3 sons works outside the home and does not come home often during the week. Could it be that the daughter of the relative who defected has made some kind of a fuss? AI Lin Fanji sighed, as if he didn't quite want to mention this, a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. At this moment, Zhao Huiqi's eyes suddenly fell on a piece of A4 paper on the desktop, on which the words severance of relationship were written in large letters. Her heart tightened violently, and she, who was extremely sensitive to legal documents, immediately felt that the situation was a bit bad. She hastily picked up the paperwork and scrutinized it. A severance letter? The content below the title was skimmed over hastily, skipping straight to the section with the names of the people who had signed it. The parents are Lin Fanji and Lu Xiaoya, while the children are Lin Xing Evening. Lin Xing Evening? Zhao Huiqi froze. She remembered this person. Wasn't she the daughter of that relative's family who had come to join one of Lin Fan's family? What the hell is going on here? She continued to read down the content, only to see that it was clearly written, sever the parent-child relationship. Since then no contact, Lin Xing Evening voluntarily give up the right to inherit all the assets of the Lin family. Uncle Lin! Zhao Huiqi's face instantly became stiff as she looked at Lin Fanji incredulously. What's going on? Isn't this Lin Xingye the daughter of your relative? She couldn't care less about etiquette and hurriedly pursued the question. Lin Fanji was a bit embarrassed. Seeing the severance agreement in Zhao Huiqi's hand only made his mind go numb. Just now he was so angry that he completely forgot to put this thing away. Now that he was seen by the daughter of his future in-laws, he only felt incredibly embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Lin Fanji stammered for words, is a long story. Bad. Zhao Sini suddenly remembered something. She slammed her forehead. When we came over just now, we saw a single girl in a school uniform waiting for a car at the Jingdong convenience store outside of the villa area, and there was also an Audi car that came over at the same time. At that time, I didn't think much about it, but now when I think about it, that girl should be Lin Xing Evening, and that Audi car. If the girl is Lin Xingye, then the car is Zhang Yong's. She came to pick up Lin Xing Evening? Zhao Sini continued, her tone filled with indignation. What an abomination! How did he get together with Lin Xingye? If this severance letter is true, then Lin Xingye is not the daughter of Uncle Lin's relative at all. But your own daughter? This thing is simply waste paper. Zhao Huiqi slapped the severance agreement on the table. Her voice raised a few points. If Lin Xingye gets together with that little virgin, it's all over. What are you guys talking about? Lin Fanji was confused by the two of them talking to each other. He completely didn't understand what was going on. How did he suddenly get involved with that sinful girl? Zhang Yong. Zhao Huiqi calmed down as she looked at Lin Fanji and said in a grave tone, Uncle knows about the true young master that my family just retrieved, right? Sit down first. Lin Fanji let the two sit down first, then shouted to the second floor. When you all your two sisters are here, won't you come down to greet them? It's the two sisters from the Zhao family. Oh wait a moment, it'll be here soon. Lin Wenyu's voice came from upstairs, crisp and pleasant. It was only when he heard the commotion upstairs that Lin Fanji turned to the duo and said, I know, it's not like this is a secret story, including the fact that he sent the Zhao family's current family member into detention. These can't be hidden in these posh circles. The purpose of our visit is to hope that Uncle doesn't change the marriage contract. Zhao Huiqi's face was grave as she said, let when you marry my family however smoothly, but why didn't you tell me that you still have a real Qianjin? We just saw her outside as if she was waiting for that little virgin Zhang Yong. She must have gotten into his car. Zhao Xiani added with dissatisfaction and indignation. You have misjudged us. Zhao Huiqi only felt that all of today's calculations were all going to come to nothing. Is his own biggest frustration since birth from this little? In the military hospital, Li Shuhua smiled and looked at the girl on the hospital bed who was drinking chicken soup, both happy and heartbroken. Said, where under the sun is this when the parents can their own daughter into such a beat? Zhang Yong's adoptive parents rushed over at the first opportunity after receiving news of Zhang Yong. Li Shuhua had also specially boiled chicken soup and brought it over, and she was in the hospital room carefully taking care of Lin Xingye, while Zhang Yong, Qin Feiyu and Zheng Jiangwo were waiting outside. Zheng Jiangwo wanted to smoke a cigarette, but gave up when he thought that this was a hospital. He felt like his head was in a daze, and the outrageousness of the things he had experienced this month felt like it was going to exceed the things he had experienced in half his life. Finger-to-finger marriage. Zheng Jiangwo said to Zhang Yong with some ambivalence. What era is this? But if you guys can really go all the way to the end, then I, as a father, will also support it. When his own pig finally arched a cabbage and came back, he was surely happy as a father. But this was a marriage contract with the attribute of marriage. He was also a bit worried. Moreover, this Lin family things don't seem to be simple. Dad, Zheng Yong finally opened his mouth and asked, how much do you know about this Jianghai shipyard's Lin family? This Lin family is talking about Lin Fanji. This person is the deputy secretary of the party committee of Jianghai shipyard. Zheng Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, there are 3 sons and 1 daughter. Those 3 sons said that they are not biological. It is a relative in the countryside who has too many children to feed and succeed him. The only daughter is called Lin Wingyu. This Lin Xing said that last year to defect to the deputy secretary Lin. Only after coming to the hospital to check her body did Lin Xing briefly talk about her family's situation. After listening to her account, Zheng Yong realized why he hadn't heard of the family name Lin's mansion before. 3 generations of the Lin family had worked at Zhonghai Shipyard, and such enterprises with party organizations were naturally state-owned enterprises. Zhonghai Shipyard was the largest shipbuilding enterprise in Guangnan province and one of the largest local state-owned enterprises. The first generation of the Lin family were ordinary workers in the factory, and the second generation went to university before leaving the grassroots workers and entering the management level. The third generation, which is now the Lin family's spokesperson, Lin Fanji, graduated from the Shentanguan Ship Design Institute, specializing in naval and marine engineering. After graduation, he first interned at Jiangnan Shipyard for a period of time and then transferred to Zhonghai Shipyard, where he has been working until now. The eldest son I hear is now working in customs, the second son has joined the Marine Police, and the third son is in the Navy as captain of a destroyer. Only this daughter is a year younger than Zheng Yong, now sophomore about to go to senior high school, is preparing for the college entrance examination. Also because it's a family of state enterprise workers, this isn't actually a hoi polloi. Misled, Zheng Yong pondered as he leaned against the wall, because when he heard X-family he habitually interpreted it in terms of a luxury urban novel, thinking that it was a luxury family, but it wasn't. This family could also refer to families. It was like the Lin family, which wasn't a mansion family or any entrepreneur, but a family of employees of a career organization. But, Zheng Yong frowned slightly, still a bit confused in his heart. Inherited? Are you sure it's an inheritance? That's not very easy to say. Zheng Jiangwo had a playful smile on his face. I've seen this deputy secretary Lin before when I went on inspections, but I've never seen several of his children. If his wife, I heard that she used to be in the countryside all the time, and only brought her daughter to the city after she was full term. Zheng Jiangwo didn't say much, but Zheng Yong came to a realization. In the countryside, there were a lot of things that were loosely regulated in those days in the 1980s and 1990s, especially in rural villages and towns, and there was a lot of room for maneuver. And let's not even talk about that child swapping thing, but the 3 adopted children are interesting to watch. Looking at my father's face again, I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder. Then what we saw today was the Zhao family's car. Zheng Yong said to Qin Feiyu, Brother Feiyu will go back first later. I guess Sando will be here soon. Come pick me up from the hospital tomorrow morning. I'll stay here with Xing Evening for one night. Okay. Qin Feiyu nodded. And at this time, Li Shuhua also accompanied Lin Xing Evening to finish her speech and walked out. She looked at Zheng Yong and said in a serious tone, It's a good girl. You have to treat people well. I know. Zheng Yong turned around and entered the hospital room. Seeing Lin Xingye, who had eaten her fill and shrunk under the covers, the petite figure that looked like a kitten and the encounter that was similar to the original body couldn't help but cause an inexplicable hoon to well up in his heart. It's a bit shameful. Throwing off the shameful thoughts, and silently reciting No woman in my heart, Zheng Yong greatly grinned as he lay down on the escort cot. Zheng Yong greatly grinned lying on the escort's cot, opened his mouth and said, I probably know about your family's affairs. I ran into the Zhao family's car when we left today, and I guess it's to say something. It's probably about the marriage contract. Zheng Yong continued, they are hoping that you, or if they don't know about you, that the fake Xianjin of your family and the fake young master of my family are locked together. Now it kind of makes sense why they don't want him in the group. It was more important for this reason than just not wanting him to have more avenues of contact with other people. Lin Fanji himself was the second in command of the Zhonghai Shipyard, and his 3 sons worked in the customs, the marine police, and the navy, so he should have considerable connections. The Zhao family, on the other hand, started off with shipping, and so far, although they have expanded their business into a number of other areas, shipping is still the mainstay. So the Lin family was undoubtedly the best marriage partner for the Zhao family. If he married the Lin family's daughter, it would be like he had a more solid position. It was basically a fool's errand for a few of their sisters to try to shake themselves. It's just that the creation of people, they are afraid that they also did not expect that the Lin family actually also played the real and fake Qianjin display. If you want to retaliate, Zheng Yong said with his eyes half closed, I can help you clean up Lin Fanji right now. The rest of the people I can't move for now. Lin Xing Evening's heart stirred when she heard this. As she looked at Zheng Yong's determined eyes, she couldn't help but feel a warm current welling up in her heart. Looking at today's matter, and listening to Zheng Yong's adoptive mother, she probably also knows that the man in front of her is a man of his word. If he is really willing to stand up for himself, then he himself. Also tell me how you know about me and about the aura. Zheng Yong didn't give Lin Xing Evening a chance to answer and changed the topic. Oh, Lin Xing looked at Zhang Yong's side face lying on the escort bed and said with a slightly reddened face, "Actually, I didn't see you in my previous life. I just heard that the young master of the Zhao family went crazy after being retrieved. And every day he said, I'm a great success in divine power, Master Dao. I become a great success. I listen in a few days and then sent to a mental hospital. The Zhao family business suffered a blow after the epidemic. 24 years ago the Zhao family's old master died of a new crown due to the died of illness. The same year one of his family's housekeepers surnamed Wang someone died. I heard that the first 7 years have not passed. Zhao family was investigated by the police. Zhao Hao is involved in buying murder. Zhao Yan, Wan Yuyun, several other sisters of the Zhao family are suspected of abuse, imprisonment, and then the Zhao family in the night fell apart. As for Reiki, I've seen some Inhumans discussing Reiki when I became a soul body, saying that Reiki is essentially an energy that can be converted into Reiki with other energies. Lin Xing thought for a little while and said, electricity has the highest conversion rate. You need to use metal to build a spirit gathering formation, then place a pseudo-spirit stone in the eye of the formation, after which you first use aura to catalyze the formation, and then energize the formation, and at this time, the spirit gathering formation will convert the electricity into spirit chi. After that, then the spirit gathering formation will place plants in the formation, and the plants will turn into spirit plants after being nurtured by spiritual chi. The spirit plant itself has the ability to exhale aura, and then transplant the spirit plant into fertile land. The spirit plant will turn the soil into spirit soil, and finally put jade, emerald and other gems in the spirit soil. These gems will be converted into spirit stones, and so on and so forth, and then the theory is that it will be possible to regather the aura. In that case, Zhang Yang only felt a bit of a headache after hearing this and said, then where are we going to get the spirit stones from? The thing on oneself that is barely considered a spirit stone is probably oddly even only this emerald bracelet, but this bracelet can't be taken off. It doesn't feel useful. Zhang Yang shook his head. I heard that there are 2 other methods, Lin Xing said somewhat shyly. The first is the method of dual cultivation. This method, I won't expand on it. The second one, I've heard that the excrement of people with aura also carries aura, which can be used to breed spiritual plants. Chapter 36, Double Cultivation wishes to be heard. Pseudo-spirit stones? That's not available right now, Zhang Yang said after hearing Lin Xing's words. Wait and see if you can touch it by luck in the future. You just said that using cultivator excretions to nourish plants is actually using aura to nurture grasses and trees, and then the grasses and trees will turn into spiritual plants. This works, but the process is just too long. The methods that Lin Xing said in his dream Anshu also mentioned them all. The first approach, before there are cultivators have tried, which light energy, wind energy, fire energy and electricity is relatively easy to convert, and the conversion efficiency, light energy conversion is negligible. Wind energy is the lowest, fire energy is higher, electricity is the highest. At the same time, these 3 in each have their own shortcomings, of which the wind energy is extremely unstable. The fire energy is very fussy about the fuel. It must be 1,000 years of old trees to be able to do the Eon time harvesting, the 6 o'clock with the mana to start the fire. The noontime fire must be up to the maximum. Shin time to burn out. Any time in the middle cannot be poor, otherwise the conversion rate will be exponentially reduced. Electricity didn't care about this, but the problem was that in ancient times electricity couldn't be stored and couldn't be provided consistently and stably, and the spirit stones needed after humans could provide electricity stably were basically depleted, and even pseudo-spirit stones were extremely scarce. What's more is that although the conversion rate is high in several approaches to energy conversion, the actual conversion rate is also low. Assuming that the amount of aura Zhang Yang needed to circulate a small circumference right now was 10, then the aura converted out of 100 degrees of electricity would only be 0, 1, and to convert a piece of jadeite the size of a fingernail cap to the extent of a pseudo-spiritual stone would require a minimum of 10,000 aura, while any interruptions in between would be a foregone conclusion. This power consumption was quite high, even if he, Zhang Yang, wanted to. He didn't have the pseudo-spirit stones to construct the most basic spell formation right now. And the second way to use aura to nurture grass. Aura itself is a kind of energy that can stimulate the potential of life and improve the physique. Grass can improve the surrounding soil through its own similar photosynthesis and other ways at the same time spit out the aura after turning into a spiritual plant. But the problem was that the process of conceiving a plant was not only long, it could be as short as a few years, or as long as several decades, and not every plant could turn into a spiritual plant. The probability of mutation was about 1 in 10,000, especially when the current aura was thin. The time it took to obtain a spiritual plant was too long. Breeding are 10 years to start and may not be able to become. If not, all the aura will be wasted. Even if it becomes a spiritual plant in the beginning can convert the aura is also very low, probably only 0.001 of a degree. Spiritual plants need to grow for a period of time before they can reach a peak state. And in between, they need to be nurtured. And if the quality of the spiritual plant is not good, the converted aura can reach one is already very good. As for the method of dual cultivation, it would be necessary for the person with whom the dual cultivation was taking place to also have a certain level of cultivation, and to constantly nourish the other person with aura in the process of dual cultivation. Because dual cultivation is a process of creating life. In this process and achieve great harmony, dual cultivation of the two sides of the body of the aura will become unusually active, while inducing the surrounding energy of heaven and earth to become active. At this time there will be a certain amount of energy around the converted into aura, and then this part of the aura will be dual cultivation of the two sides of the body of the aura to be absorbed away to strengthen the body of the aura. The body of the aura to become more will, in turn, affect the external aura, and so on and so forth to form a positive cycle, and the surroundings, preferably on high ground, with light, water, wind and, well, get right to it. It would be best if you could climb to the highest point of Mount Everest, take a few pots of greenery with you, and then have a field day there. And these days, it's just hard to find a Daoist couple with cultivation, let alone get her to climb a mountain with you and go on a wild goose chase. Sleep. Zheng Yong turned on his side quite disappointed and said, "You'd better think about how you're going to get back at your real father." You, Lin Xing Evening, her face a little red, very hesitant and torn, not knowing what she was thinking asked, "Why are you willing to help me?" "Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Zheng Yong closed his eyes and said, "When I went there, I found that second sister's car seemed to have gone to your house as well. If she intends to provoke your house to utilize its connections to make a move against me, then you're a card that I can play out, but an ace that can instantly make him eat his words. All the reports, hospitalization cases, and diagnostic certificates that come out of your hospitalization here today will be a knife in your father's side. And didn't he claim to the public that you are a relative's daughter and that the one at home is his own daughter? We are now liberalizing our policies to encourage 2 children, but what about their time?" Zheng Yong said flatly, "The whole he is simply too simple. He is not an entrepreneur, is a career and is still the deputy secretary of the party committee. First send a report letter to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and then take you. Look for netizens, look for the media. Go directly to the Jianghai shipyard to pull the banner. You'll see how he ends up. For example, the first expulsion of a party membership, in the expulsion of a public office, coupled with his abusive behavior towards Lin Xing Evening, even if he has a wide range of contacts, the government must send him in. The public grievances need to be leveled. Leveled this matter are not necessarily get by. Every New Year's Eve may be taken out of the people to say, even if he was fished out, his future was all but gone, not to mention whether anyone would be willing to fish him out when it really came to that. But now that he was willing not to go, it wasn't just a matter of Lin Xingye's will. As long as Lin Xingye was there it was the same as if he directly had an ace in the hole that he could arbitrarily pin down the Lin family's current talker. Is that all? Lin Xing Evening was kind of expecting something but was disappointed by Zhang Yong's words. What do you think? Zhang Yong asked rhetorically. I know everything you've told me, and I know it better than you do, and you don't have the ability to forget things, and you don't know about the recent lotteries, and I can't invest in what you think will make me rich now, and I don't need you to help me when I can invest. So what value do you think you have left? Zheng Yong waved his hand and said, Little sister, you are the one who has lived 2 lives and has not lived to understand. You want me to help you to take revenge. You have to show the value that belongs to yourself before you can do it, and all you're worth now is being a pawn, and pawns are in no position to dictate terms to their players. What a realistic person. Lin Xingye clenched her teeth, as if she had made a great determination and said, Then what if I act as that value myself? You? Zheng Yong said without even looking. Are you sure? You don't think you're so pretty that a man can't help but want you, do you? Beauty is a resource and one that can be bought with money, and with my current worth I can do without it if I'm happy. As far as I'm concerned, you're not living in 2 lives. No, Lin Xingye said, I have a value in me that no one else has. I can help you cultivate. I was born with yin and yang eyes, and my real date of birth was born at 2200 hours on March 25, 1999, with a lack of fire in the 5 elements and water in my life. I can see the aura on your body. You are already in the way, and I can see that you have an emerald bracelet of unusual origin on your wrist. What? Zheng Yongxings popped up from the bed and said, Born at 2200 hours on March 25, 1999? That's the 8th day of the 2nd month of the year Dinghai time? In other words, you are a yin year, yin month, yin time, yin moment, born with yin and yang eyes, lack of fire in the 5 elements and water in your life? No? What a coincidence. Zheng Yong hurriedly closed his eyes and sank into the spirit, his fingers lightly pinched. As the more times he projected, his technique became more and more skillful, and his heart seemed to have a sense of inner vision, more than one of the Zhoi Bagua diagram, According to the Zhoui Bagua began to project the birth date of Lin Xing Evening in detail. Year of the year, the Yin year of life. Life has been with a point of femininity, February 8th. The Yin month, adding 2 points of Yin cold, Ding high time. It is the extreme Yin time. Yin gas is very heavy. The 8 characters of this birth year, born with Yin and Yang eyes, is a clear sign of the Yin body. Among the 5 elements, lack of fire and water. Water and water. Water main cold. Fire main warmth. Lack of fire is cold. Water and water increase its Yin. But this woman's birth in the fire is weak. Water, no earth to system. No wood to drain. Water to the extreme. The more cold the heavier the body of extreme cold. Extremely cold and Yin body? Zhang Yong couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, which actually called himself to pick it up. Just pinpointing this woman did not lie. And his dream teacher also said that the body of the natural extreme cold and extreme Yin is really a perfect stove for dual cultivation. If you can find a place where Yin and Yang mingle, and its dual cultivation, will be able to borrow the body of the Yin and cold, balancing their own Yang, enhance their own cultivation. More importantly, with the dual cultivation time, the escape of the aura, will be able to nourish the surrounding plants like spring rain, jadeite jade, so that a shorter period of time into the spirit of the plant and the spirit of the stone, and the spirit of the plant and the spirit of the stone, that cultivation enhancement of the speed of the imaginable. This kind of opportunity is once in a lifetime. Zhang Yong opened his eyes and his gaze was like a torch, the place where Yin and Yang intermingle. According to the feng shui taught by the master, a place where Yin and Yang intermingle is one that possesses mountain and water, left and right symmetry, movement and static, harmony in the aura and good ecology. His first thought was of a place, Red Bluff Mountain. This mountain is a local mountain, not connected with other mountains. This mountain is sitting in the north to the south, east to west. The center is divided into 2 by the Qingshui River symmetry. The mountain near the top of the widest 20 feet, 3 feet deep Tianqi, surrounded by the main peak, is the source of the Qingshui River. The layout of this place is symmetrical from left to right, which naturally conforms to the ideal pattern of left blue dragon, right white tiger, front vermilion bird, back xuanwu. Where water flows in the mountains and the forests are lush, there is both dynamic water flow and static mountain forests, creating a dynamic and static environment with a balance of Yin and Yang, and the aura in this mountain is harmonious, and there has never been any rumor of any kind of bogey or bad news, so that's just natural there, a perfect place to practice. If double cultivation, then one only needs to choose the best place there, lay down a gathering formation in advance, select the plants with the greatest probability of mutation, and start at night from the hour of Ohio and continue until the hour of. Zhang Yong instantly turned green in the face, not to mention the fact that the beginning of the Ohio hour lasted until the hour. During this period, we should show the celestial body, there should not be anything around to cover it, and we should use the sky as a quilt and the earth as a bed, and we should fight until the dawn of the day. He had already started practicing himself, and he didn't even specify that it would last this long. This girl can eat. Ha, are you sure? Zhang Yong said with a very wrong face. You just said it was your real date of birth, which means that the date you have on your ID card is fake and you're deliberately hiding it. So that means that someone had told you that? What kind of person? Did he ever tell you about dual cultivation? You don't think that dual cultivation is just the ordinary big being in bed with a man and a woman, do you? I'll give you 2 chances. The first time you decide now if you want to double cultivate. The second time you have to listen to what I say before you decide. Forget about giving you another chance. When I'm done setting everything up to take you there, you'll have to finalize whether or not you want to help me. Chapter 37, Someone's got to have it when it's cold. It's going to take this long? Lin Xing evening after listening to Zhang Yong's explanation of dual cultivation, the person's face was green and said, Can you? Being questioned. A man just can't say no. Zhang Yong said with a sneer, If you can see the aura on my body, you should know that I have already cultivated. Although it is not transcendent yet, but it is also considered a toe over the threshold. It is considered to be 1,000th of an immortal cultivator. It's still possible to fight until dawn with a little more effort. On the contrary, it's you who is still a mortal of flesh. Zhang Yong sized up Lin Xing evening and said, Even if you have innate advantages you may not be able to hold up. It's a bit of an exaggeration to think that you'd be lucky to make it to midnight on your own. And certainly not the next morning. As for Lin Xing evening's words, a woman of mortal flesh and a cultivator came. Don't even think about it. Proper disposables. Lin Xing evening looked at Zhang Yong. She wasn't lying. She could see that although Zhang Yong was still an ordinary person, he already had some aura in his body. And he also had a magical bracelet. That bracelet also had aura in it. More importantly, she could see that that aura could automatically recover. Not a lot but a little. There was one thing that Lin Xing evening hadn't told Zhang Yong. She wasn't just born with yin and yang eyes. She was also a rare 4-color vision. for color vision is inherently extremely sensitive to changes in light color, and can distinguish changes in chromatic aberration that many people can't, so she could see the slightest change in color and luster of Zheng Yang's jadeite bracelet. Lin Xing Evening bit her lip, her heart torn in a million directions. Wandering the world as a soul body, she did know some secret stories and saw the future trends, but she did not think that she would be reborn. Suddenly reborn back into this era all of a sudden. She didn't actually know what she was going to do. Getting out of the home that had no attachment or warmth for her was all over, and as for revenge or anything else, she had thought about it but didn't know how she would go about it. Now, will you negative me? Lin Xing Evening finally asked. She has staked her future on the man who is theoretically her fiancé. Then what answer do you want? Zheng Yang asked rhetorically. I want the real one, Lin Xingye firmly said. The truest? Truest? Zheng Yang let out a light laugh from his nostrils and said, truly a stupid girl who hasn't lived to understand. Since you're asking, my answer is that I never speculate on others with the utmost malice, and I don't criminalize people in the present with the things of the future. I'm a relatively kind person. Let's just say the Zhao family. If the idiots of the Zhao family don't mess with me, I'm happy to be quiet, but if they make their own deaths to provoke me, then don't blame me for being merciless. And the answer you want? I have no way to give it to you because I don't know what the future holds, but if you don't fail me, I won't fail you. Lin Xing Evening nodded her head. There seemed to be a lot more that little face wanted to say, but in the end nothing came out. Go to sleep. Zheng Yang reclined and said, we have a busy day tomorrow. Lin Xing Evening was a bit surprised. Her voice was like a mosquito saying, aren't you coming over? You're too skinny for me to pinch, Zheng Yang said without lifting his head. And with you and I in a heated battle, even if it's not a formal dual cultivation, it will still produce a dual cultivation effect. I need to convert a pseudo-spirit stone by nourishing it with fugitive aura. Also you need to get well. My spiritual energy will enter your body through the place of copulation when you fight again in the heat of battle. Zheng Yang rolled over and looked at Lin Xing Evening's shy eyes and said calmly, these auras will choose the most suitable way to roam around to wash your body according to your body itself. You have to memorize the way and path that the aura roams around in your body again. And this is the prototype of the Gung Fu that will be most suitable for you in the future. That's how some female cultivators get their cultivation techniques. In turn it actually works on men, but this effect is only useful in the process of dual cultivation from a high-ranked cultivator to a low-ranked cultivator. If it's the same level it's a different story. Moreover, this way is very attritional to high-ranking cultivators, while the cultivation level of low-ranking cultivators can never catch up to the cultivators who are dual cultivating with themselves. It's so troublesome? Lin Xingye said in surprise. Or else, Zheng Yang said breathlessly, this is dual cultivation. The focus is on cultivation. If it's just about me humming and hawing up there and you babbling down there, I can do it right now, and I can pay for a few more to come over and join in. Now for the preliminary. We need a house as well as a bed made of jade or emerald, which will ensure maximum utilization of the aura, as well as the greatest output of pseudo-spirit stones. Aura is so precious these days that every ounce of it has to be squeezed to the limit. Jade and emerald. These are the two stones that Ensure said are the easiest and most suitable to become refined into spirit stones. And the best quality spirit stones when the aura is abundant are also picked out from these two. And the metal material used in the array does not need him to test. The predecessors have tried. Pure silver is the best. Pure copper is second. Pure gold is the lowest. Above all is not copper alloy. In the absence of before going to choose iron and so on. In a nutshell. Money. You really are a capitalist. Lin Xingye spat. Even this kind of thing has to be calculated plainly. Am I not a capitalist? Zheng Yang asked rhetorically. Isn't that what a capitalist is? Pressing has to be pressed to the limit, whether it was for himself or others, especially the matter of immortal cultivation. He would never let go of any trace of aura. Aren't you afraid of being hung from a streetlight? Lin Xing Evening said playfully. Don't worry, Zhang Yang said with complete indifference. As far as I'm concerned, this curiosity on national street lamps or hung up on people still can't take my turn. Sleep. The two of them were in no words. Lin Xing Evening was also tired. After experiencing so many things she also quickly entered the dreamland. Next day, when the early morning sunlight shone into the middle of the ward, Zheng Yang had already gotten up. Disciple? Just then the door was pushed open a small crack and a head peeked in. Go out and talk. Zheng Yang didn't even need to think about it to know who it was. Taking large strides, he walked to the door and pushed Qin Feiyu out. Unite. Qin Feiyu gave a look that all men understand. Asterisk 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 this. Zheng Yang returned a no. Less brains look and said, give it to Yunlan, Lu Jia, Lu. Speaking of the name Ruyan Lu, Zheng Yang paused for a moment but still shook his head and said, Ruyan Lu, these three people call. Ran they come over. Let Ruyan Lu accompany them. Yunlan and Lu Jia look after them. If you encounter anything you can't handle, call me directly. This room is off limits to all but the medical staff. Me, and my parents. After saying that, Zheng Yang felt that it wasn't enough because Lin Xing evening would probably involve some supernatural beings, not enough people, and there are not enough loyal and capable people. The more he thought about it, the more urgent Zheng Yang felt. Okay. Qin Feiyu also put away his playful smile just now as he said with a straight face, "Do you have an arrangement today? What's wrong?" Seeing Qin Feiyu's face, Zheng Yang also detected a hint of something wrong. "There's something going on at home," Qin Feiyu said. "My father is also there, saying that even if you have something to do today, you must put off everything and come home." Aha! Zheng Yang nodded but didn't say much. The mind had already made up its mind. Qin Feiyu made the call and waited for the three to come over, then hurriedly went down to the basement with Zheng Yang. Only when the car slowly drove out of the hospital did Zheng Yang ask, "Brother Feiyu, did Sando come to get the phone?" "Coming," Qin Feiyu unexpectedly said. "You really weren't wrong. That kid is quite smart." "Of course," Zheng Yang said smugly. "The person you chose, the person I look at, will be right. Give me the phone. I have some things to contact him today." "Contact?" Qin Feiyu immediately said as if he had guessed something. "You mean?" "Yes." Zheng Yang also gave a direct answer in the affirmative, saying, "It should be her who did it." "Hey, it's getting cold. Someone is finally going to work themselves to death." The two of them were speechless all the way, and when they arrived at Zheng's house they realized that Zheng Jiangwo and Qin Lihan were already in the living room. The ashtray on the coffee table was already stuffed with a pile of cigarette butts. Zheng Jiangwo's face didn't look too good, and neither did Qin Lihan's. "Dad, Uncle Qin." Zheng Yang walked to the duo like a child who had done something wrong and obediently moved a chair to sit over, waiting to be lectured. "Xiao Yong." The two of them glanced at each other, eventually deciding that Zhang would speak up. "You know about the fire power station in the Long Mountain region, right?" Zheng Yang nodded and said, "I know this. The Chanshan Mountain Thermal Power Station is a thermal power station that was established in 12 years, led by the municipal government, in order to solve the shortage of electricity supply in Zhanghai City. No one expected the local people to protest when it was established, and the reason the protests are happening is because what's being burned to generate electricity at thermal power plants isn't coal, it's garbage. The thermal power plant is one of the pilot experimental projects in the 13th five-year plan of the National Plan for the Construction of Harmless Urban Waste Treatment Facilities. Construction is expected to start in 12 years and finish in 14 years, and power generation and grid connection will start in the same year to provide electricity for the city of Zhanghai. At first carried out are very good. 13 years at the end of the construction is completed in the about to start the official operation of the time. Do not know how the online rumors of burning garbage, highly toxic, a serious threat to the people's physical and mental health. The incident festered so quickly that almost as soon as the word got out online in the morning, people started raising protests in the afternoon, and the next day there were so-called solidarity forces coming from all over the country, caught Zhanghai City off guard at the time. Zheng Yang remembers it partly because at the time, there were people in their school who were also publicizing and trying to drum up student protests. On the other hand, this matter is the adoptive father to lead, in the reign of time to get, and at that time to deal with. One hand is to carry out publicity to pressure heat, on the one hand, to intercept those solidarity force, on the one hand, to negotiate with the local residents to improve the compensation, on the other hand, is to arrest a group of rumors spreading on the internet as well as to pick the leader of the people. And the stops and arrests were ordered by Qin Lihan. A petitioner was stopped today. Qin Lihan said, "This man was one of those who led the protests back then, and one of those who extremely forcefully refused to settle and didn't want compensation. I had someone look into it, and this guy has had money coming in for a few years, the biggest being the day before yesterday, supposedly from a labor case that was mediated and paid out by the company." Zheng Yang couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the person in the photo. It's getting cooler. Someone needs to put on more clothes. Someone is going to die. Chapter 38. Ichijo wants to fall. "Dad, lend me your car." Zheng Yang already had a number in his mind. Zheng Jiangwo seemed to be prepared, took out the car keys and laid them on the table without saying a word. "Brother Feiyu, let's go." Qin Feiyu is still a little stunned, but also know that the situation is not right. Although I cannot hear such deep meaning, but has vaguely perceived that the 6 Zhao family women are about to give birth to the first real sense of the out of the game. The two exited the room. "Brother," Zheng Yang also said without further ado, "you go to the Zhao family manor and bring a sentence to Butler Wang. Tell him a whale falls, everything grows." He's a smart man who knows who to say this to. What does this mean? Qin Feiyu can still see this kind of explicit words and said, "We want to help?" He was disgusted with the Zhao family and didn't want to help. "No." Zheng Yang shook his head and patted Qin Feiyu's shoulder and said, "I guessed, there might be a scythe they can't stop that's going to take the opportunity to fly over. Unknown full picture, don't think much about it. Plan for the worst." "Brother Feiyu, by the way, bring out Sando again." "Where to?" Qin Feiyu asked after freezing for a moment. "Marina District." Wait for me to send you the location later. Dum. Zheng Yang's pace was heavy and swift at the same time, quickly going down the stairs to his old man's car. Start, reverse, locate the Marina District Public Security Bureau, and head that way. Then he opened his cell phone and called a new number. After a little while, hey Isamu. The voice of Deputy Director Zhou came from the other end of the phone. A little lazy and tired look said, how do you want to get up today to call uncle? Is it to ask about the case? Uncle Zhang Yong also said with a smile, there are today just have time. Before that said to ask uncle to have a meal. Have been no time, today just take a break. Eating said Deputy Zhou who seemed to be lacking in interest. Uncle was just on the stove. Really? Zhang Yong directly interjected. I just ordered a table of seasonal dishes at a restaurant in the Marina District. It would be a pity if you didn't come. Seasonal dishes? Zhou Deputy Bureau of the side instantly become spiritual up even said, Iyo you kid really have a heart. I just inspected the stove. I feel that recently the food is a little unsatisfactory. I was thinking of playing the teethly you kid came. Well, I'll be polite. Then, uncle, we're all family. What's the point of being polite? Zhang Yang was also happy and said, I'll send you the location later. The car parked on the side of the road. In the Kangaroo on the selection of coastal area has a signature private dining restaurant, and then filter a per capita consumption of more than 300 named Songshir Mingyue restaurant. Direct order, ordered the most expensive private dining, and did not directly to Zhou Bureau sent over. They drove over to the past at least there are 40 minutes of the drive, although mutually beneficial but cannot let people wait for the anxious. First to the Zhou director sent a voice WeChat said he drove. Wait a while too, and the road is slightly blocked. Please Zhou director forgive me. Zhou deputy director of the reply also quickly said that it is fine. Good food is not afraid of late. Pay attention to safety. Zheng Yong received the message while sending the location to Qin Feiyu, and then drove over himself. Walked almost half of the feeling that they should be able to advance to the edge will be the positioning to the Zhou director sent over. Before long, Zheng Yong drove his car to the reserved private dining room. Seeing his car parked in front of the door, he nodded in disbelief. Okay, good. After getting out of the car and entering the restaurant, he saw Qin Feiyu and Sando waiting in the hall, and these two saw Zhang Yong come and also got up at the first time. Boss Sando first time to welcome up, manipulated his mouth hometown language. Like Bao Chang smile a face bright jogging over this place looks really upscale I came here have not entered this place to eat Lu. Thank you boss. When you can come on your own later if you want to without pain in the ass. Zhang Yong also smiled and said, calling you here? Let me ask one thing first. Was there anything going on when the Zhao family's second young miss came back? Like any civil cases? Wang Sando thought carefully for a while, a pat on the head and said, boss you really don't say. When I came back to look at the surveillance seems like there really is some kind of case. With that, he took out his cell phone, the new one that Qin Feiyu had given him. The video of Zhao Huiqi when she came back had already been pre-saved inside. It had to be said that the Zhao family's surveillance equipment was really good. The video was taken very clearly and the sound was also recorded very clearly. A natural shot of what happened on the day he came back. Hot case? Zhang Yong sneered. That's really okay. What's wrong? Qin Feiyu couldn't think of the key to it. Remember the power station thing? Zhang Yong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, negative news was spread online in the morning. People started pulling banners in the afternoon. And the next day people came from other provinces to show their solidarity. Within 3 days there was a rapid merging of the public opinion storm on the internet and the reality trend under the internet. And the momentum was huge. Yeah, as the one who experienced the matter back then, Qin Feiyu also said with a bit of emotion. I remember that there were people discussing it in the class at that time. And it seemed like it was wrong not to say a few words or protest at that time. I think I was angry with my dad about it at the time. He Zhang Yang said with a sneer. Yeah, I remember it seems like there was a law firm that took advantage of this to get out of the limelight at the time. Do you remember what that law firm was called? Qin Feiyu thought for a moment and said, I think it's called Zhao Chao, right? I heard from my dad's friend over at the court that this law firm has a big reputation now, and a lot of people look to them for representation and counseling. Right. Zhang Yong took out his cell phone and pulled up Zhao Huiqi's Baidu encyclopedia and said, do you know the law firm she worked at after she came back? Qin Feiyu fixed his eyes on the Wikipedia and the introduction was clearly written with the words Zhao Chao, but he couldn't seem to figure out what was wrong, so he could only shake his head and say, what's wrong with this? Stupid. Zhang Yong also shook his head helplessly and said, but it doesn't matter, just as long as someone isn't stupid. Just at this time, Deputy Director Zhou also walked in plain clothes, his eyes first on Zhang Yong, and then swept over Qin Feiyu and Sando coolly said, little Qin is also in awe. We do business together. Zhang Yong cheerfully brought Qin Feiyu and Sando up and said, driving on the road, not very good to send a message, let you wait for a long time. Really sorry secretary. It's okay. Deputy Director Zoe appeared. A small, smooth, dull and bright smile said, "Safety first. Driving when you cannot send messages, do not send messages." With that said, he set his eyes on Sando. He is a bodyguard. Zheng Yong introduced, now arranged in the Zhao family manor monitoring room. First let him practice a bit, familiarize himself with some basic processes, wait for the future after my side of the company fully opened up, bring him over to be my security department management. Oh, Deputy Bureau Zoe also nodded his head and looked Sando up and down, then complimented. Looking at it is a good waifu. In the future follow Xiaoyong to do a good job. Go, the dishes should all be on. Zheng Yong said, let's go up and talk while we eat. A few people such as laughing quickly went up to the second floor, into the private room, which really has been set up 3 cold dishes and 3 hot dishes on the good. Will Zoe Deputy Bureau invited to the main seat? A few juniors buttocks have not yet sat down to hear the Deputy Bureau said, seasonal dishes. My old Zoe but craved for a long time. Last time because of the Zhao family thing finally did not eat. This time this seasonal dishes do not know how the flavor will be. That's certainly nothing to sneeze at. Zheng Yong smiled and said, and it's still a very big dish. As he was talking, he saw a couple of waitresses come in seemingly surrounded by something. Deputy Zoe took a closer look and realized that it was several people surrounding a small food cart that held a huge plate so large that it would take 3 people together to place the entire dish safely on the table. And the portion was quite large. It was a soup dish, similar to a boiled fish, with a fish in the innermost part and a circle of vegetables around the periphery, all in season. The broth didn't go over the vegetables, and only a few little spikes sprung up over the soup. Over, said Deputy Bureau Zoe, pointing at the dish. Are they all so wasteful now? This plate looks big, but this is all you can fit? Look at what Uncle said. Zheng Yong also pointed to the dish and said, this dish is called hacking. From the top to see only a little bit, but in fact a chopstick down inside are real. Not to mention a few of us, the rest of you packaged back, are enough to give the other comrades in the precinct to eat a full. Oh, Deputy Director Zoe brightened up and picked up his chopsticks and said, then I'll be polite? What are you polite about? Zheng Yong said with a smile, it's all family. Eat them all, he said and started to greet people to eat. For an upscale restaurant, these dishes are good in both appearance and flavor. Only after the dish was 30 years old did Zheng Yong say, hey, speaking of which, when I got home today, I saw my father and Uncle Qin talking, as if they were fretting over a petition. Finished. Zheng Yong glanced at Qin Feiyu. He seems to be an afterthought, like to say, oh alright, I also listened to my father today, said Lu, as if because of what the case, labor or something, got a sum of money, took the money to petition. Could it be that case? Sando, who had just been burying his head in his food, suddenly looked up and said, I don't know, it's just that when the Zhao family's second young miss came back, she heard her give an explanation to one of her followers about mediating or something. To what? Well, anyways, can quickly get money or something to communicate with what plaintiff? Eat your meal. Zheng Yong immediately chided. What does it have to do with you? Second miss is a lawyer. It's normal for her to come back and take on a case on the side. Hearing this, Zoe Deputy Bureau eyes even more bright. But this seems to be almost. Zheng Yong also sighed. It seems like it's still because of what happened at the Long Mountainous Region thermal power plant back then. Would you say things were weird back then? It just felt like everything came at once all of a sudden. And it was completely overwhelming. Finished. Zheng Yong in front of the face of the Zoe Deputy Bureau from the seasonal dishes to fish out a large chopsticks of vegetables and fish said. Speaking of I heard Trump seems to be recently to stop some of the foreign funding, but it is the 11th region of the Great Tibet province to add a number of foreign funding to come. I read online that they are particularly fond of funding some kind of public interest organization, some kind of legal person, some kind of literary person. They shouldn't be able to fund our side, should they? Deputy Director Zoe's face was a bit wonderful but still quickly returned to normal. He picked up a chopstick of seasonal vegetables and said, this is too much food today. Uncle can't finish it alone. Can you pack it up and take it back? Of course I can, Zheng Yong said smilingly. Then thank you, Xiaoyong. Deputy Bureau Chief Zoe immediately said with a smile on his face as well. Look at this. Today, this is even eating and taking. Uncle is embarrassed. Where Zheng Yong also rushed to say, I invited Uncle to dinner is also a bit of business. Isn't Uncle familiar with the court? Is there any foreclosure of jade in the court right now? Jade? I want to buy it here, and the more the better. Chapter 39. This is your last chance. Young Zhao Xini, who was eating snacks and watching a movie at home, suddenly noticed that her green bubble popped up a friend request. Recently because of Zheng Yong sent in, out, the company side to her during this time to keep a low profile. Circle of friends, microblogging a kind of don't send. Also don't update dynamic. The company side for her reason is closed training. This matter is fortunate settlement. The police did not come out of the announcement. At that time there is no one to shoot the video. So as long as after this period of time, Wait for the back in the debut is not too much impact on what? Of course, the claim that it doesn't affect anything too much is just a consolation. The glass ceiling is actually already set. Zhao Sini has also been on the scene for a while, and can't be said to be completely brainless, at least in some matters that directly involve her own interests. She more or less still carries some brains. Seriously, got chewed out by his agent. A dozen freshly negotiated endorsements fizzled out, and now he's sort of being briefly snowed under. Little cutie. It's time for all of them to realize how much of a mess they've made, and even if they come out in the future, they're not going to be good at it. As a result, Zhao Sini was also very quiet during this period of time, not contacting anyone, not sending friend circles, not sending microblogging, just nesting quietly at home, waiting for things to pass, praying that in the future, she would still be able to find a job in the entertainment industry again, and wouldn't be completely worthless to be randomly married off as a union tool. But this just picked up the phone and saw this application, especially the name Zhang Yang. Zhao Sini's face suddenly froze. Instinctively, he wanted to just say no, but those big words last chance hardened her. Opportunity. What she lacked and wanted most right now was a chance. Tapped through after much hesitation. Still typing. He saw Zhang Yang send a short video over. You don't have to open it to see what it is just by looking at the video preview. That day, she knows that Zhang Yang has saved a copy of the video in his hand, and she asked her second sister to help her in the hopes of deleting the video. Dear fifth sister, you don't want this on the internet either, do you? The State Hotel in Old Town. Respectfully. This short conversation made Zhao Sini both annoyed and angry. It was not only the intention of blackmail, but it also gave her the feeling that she was going to be German orthopedic. But before she could get angry, she saw that Zhang Yang had sent another message. Alone. Go normal and think of your own reasons. 2 hours overdue. A birth. What a birth. Zhao Xine cursed angrily in her heart. How did mom and dad give birth to such a birth? What the hell is he doing? What is this birth for? A heartbeat later he cursed the man out, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. The agent has made it very clear, by hook or by crook, in one sentence, this video should never be on the internet. Otherwise, she's just waiting to pay a huge amount of money for breach of contract. So, for your own future, there's no way around it. But what if we do get German orthopedics? No idea at all. With her head in a mess, Zhao Seni put on her makeup like a walking corpse, put on her sunglasses and mask, and got into her private car. Luckily no one was home today. Even her little sister was not there. Unfortunately she feels like she doesn't even have anyone to talk to about this. But soon she would lament that luckily there was no one there today. And luckily there was no one to discuss it with. 2 hours, from the Marina Manor to the State Hotel. Zhang Yang counted accurately, even the slight traffic jam he might encounter. Seeing their own this fifth sister will be wrapped with their own dumplings into the hall. Has long been waiting for a short period of time. Zhang Yang directly stood up to give her a look, and then walked into their own has been booked in the private room. Zhao Sini sat across from Zhang Yang in a mute manner. The large round table in the private room had 6 dishes on it, or 6 cold dishes. Neither of the two had any intention of moving their chopsticks. Speak directly. Zhang Yang set his cell phone on the desktop and incidentally took out an SD card and said, I won't destroy these things. I'll pinch them in my hand and use them to threaten you forever. Because I don't trust you. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Sini was directly enraged, wanting to slap the table in anger, but it occurred to her that her 6 slaps were a momentary pleasure, but she had sent herself to this point now. Endured. Hear me out. Zhang Yang said, you can contact your agent. Said I agreed to play a play of understanding with you. Of course, not understanding does not matter. Anyway, your side think how to play I can cooperate. And this thing in fact, I've long let people use the relationship and did not enter the file. The police side in fact, there is no save anything. Really? Zhao Sini said with an incredulous face. Of course. Zhang Yang nodded and said, what do you want from me? Zhao Sini was surprised but her heart sank. She could tell that the young man in front of her was not someone who could give in at will. Being able to do this is also necessarily about doing something yourself. Zhao Huichi, Zhang Yang said, you're a member of the Zhao family, and I want to know if Zhao Huichi made some phone calls when she was interning at Zhao Chao, and if the people who communicated with her spoke English or Japanese, or some other language. English? Zhao Sini was a bit puzzled and didn't quite understand, but she still fought back carefully and said, this one didn't. No, I do remember that she seemed to have spoken Korean. When we asked her, she said that she traveled to South Korea, and that she went to South Korea for a period of time when she was in college for an internship. It's also good to find a job back home with foreign legal internship experience. Nanhan? Zhang Yang said a bit incredulously. Stealing the country? In my previous life, I do remember that the stick was one of the anti-flower pioneers, but earlier it was mainly theft and misappropriation in the cultural sphere. And then as the trade war escalated, It was gradually moving towards becoming X and hardcore and such after Yunkaka came online, like hiring cultured people, lawyers and the like to tout and glorify things. It seems like the foot soldiers and ugly countries are the main players. This is actually stick. What a ing drop. Jung Young said unapologetically, being a dog to an ugly country. I can still figure it out. Being a dog to a stick. I think it's better for this stupid bastard not to have the surname Zhao in the future and just remove his name from the family tree. You, Zhao Xine even more did not understand Zheng Yong's words said. What are you talking about? I'll give it to you straight. Zheng Yong directly pushed a small plastic bag in front of Zhao Xini and said, this thing is a bug. There are 16 in total. I've already installed the batteries, and they can work for as long as half a year. And all you have to do is to install these things into second sister's boudoir, her study, bedroom, washroom, anyway, the places she frequents. This, said Zhang Yong has pushed over a small and very delicate cell phone case and said, this is a modified cell phone case, which is loaded with a wiretap and positioning device. You give your second sister to load it onto her cell phone. You? Zhao Xini's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Huichi is suspected of colluding with forces outside the country. Only then did Zhang Yong pick up his chopsticks and take a bite of the dish and said, or actually, it's not suspected. It should be colluding with forces outside of the country, spreading rumors, instigating, and influencing the progress of key national projects to cause major losses to the country. Today my adoptive father and Qin Feiyu's father approached me. They've bought me some time. Now the Zhao family will either lose their pawns or their entire family will be wiped out. This? Zhao Xini said with a bit of a brain fart. You're helping the Zhao family? Your adoptive father? Don't you guys hate? Hate? Zheng Yang shook his chopsticks and said, what a boring emotion. Do you know what is called to move when it suits the interests and stop when it doesn't? History has proven countless times that only those who seize the interests and seize the point of contradiction can have the last laugh. My adoptive father told me that someone is eyeing the Zhao family, and there is a possibility that they will take advantage of your sister's encouraging people to go to Luo this time to harvest the Zhao family. Your sister Zhao Huichi used a labor case to give a pawn who was in the Changshan fire station incident back then to give her a charge as a way to threaten my adoptive father and Uncle Qin, but she's forgetting that she's someone else's pawn as well. As long as this person arrives in the capital, then she will be immediately arrested, and subsequently dug out for colluding with forces outside the country, followed by the possibility of involving the entire Zhao family. You won't be able to curry the slightest favor just the same, Zheng Yang said with great certainty. As far as I'm concerned, I have the same bloodline as you guys and have the right to inherit the Zhao family's property. So instead of having such a large property cut away by others, it would be better to put it here and wait for me to harvest it. Now, all you have to do is to come forward on behalf of the Zhao family to expose this matter, and as long as you do, I guarantee that the police will forget about what happened before and just pretend it never happened. Of course what I'm holding will disappear just the same, and your star and career will go to a new level. On the other hand, if you don't do it, you don't think you can go it alone if the Cho family is finished, do you? Choose career and family or your sister. After saying that, he took another sip of tea, as if he suddenly thought of something and said, originally, I wanted to find Zhao Ling as an insider in the beginning, but I was not expecting Zhao Huichi to be so death-defying, so now I chose you. There won't be a lot of time. The people on this side have already intercepted him once and cut off all his means of external communication. I think you should have a minimum of 24 hours to make a decision and make a move. This is the last chance. Beyond that, it's hard to say, and it's impossible for my father and Uncle Qin to completely block this person's path to Luo, so make a decision as soon as possible. After saying that, Zheng Yang and stood up and said, by the way, the local police are also investigating this matter. They should be conducting a covert investigation into Zhao Huichi and the entire Zhao Chao law firm soon. You, Zhao Xini froze, although she didn't know what the middle joint was, but if it was really as Zheng Yang said, then why don't you report it yourself? Me? Zheng Yang contemptuously glanced at this fifth sister of his and said, you are still really stupid, because my last name is Zhang, because my father, Zheng Jiangwo. Chapter 41, a gavel. Such a coincidence? Second sister. Zhao Xini came home just in time to see Zhao Huichi arrive home as well. Just as he got off the bus, he saw his second sister on the phone, full of unintelligible Korean, with a very eager attitude. Ani asayo. Front wheel unlimited, back wheel spinning smitha at $%. Zhao Huichi saw that Zhao Xini also came back, so she said something that might have been a goodbye. Then she collected the phone and asked, a bit puzzled, wasn't it the agent's side that said for you not to move around in these few days? Why did you run out again? There's that attitude again. Zhao Xini was instantly resentful. It's true that an elder sister is like a mother, but too much mother is not a good thing. The second sister is full of majesty. In the past, it is good to say, she is the kind of 3 good students, do not need the family to spend money, can enter the key high school to go to a famous university, other people's children. Is their role model to learn? Is their parents often urged to help parents to share teaching sister and brother, good second sister. The good second sister. In front of all the sisters are also half parents. And even sometimes even the eldest sister in the family is not much in the eyes of the same will be directly educated. Quite a bit. Grandpa was the oldest, followed by mom and dad. And then the rest of her sisters and brother were the ones she could easily educate. She even still thought to herself that her sisters dared to have rebellious periods in front of their parents. But in front of her they were all as well behaved as rabbits, and could be silenced with a slight look. But one thing never occurred to Vicky Zhao. That is, love doesn't come without a reason, and hate doesn't disappear for no reason. It wasn't that her sister didn't have rebellious periods, just held it all back in front of her for fear of a beating, because she was really good enough, and because no one who challenged her ever succeeded. But when one of them succeeded in the challenge, the majesty she had once built up in front of her sisters was instantly pried away. After seeing the family's second sister in Zhang Yang at the defeat, once in their own hearts to establish the image of the majestic sister began to loosen. And then it is from the heart of the birth of this once in charge of their own more than their parents are strict, beat their own more than their parents are ruthless, scolding their own more than the parents of the second sister of the hatred of the murderous. Even so I can't always squat at home every day. Zhao Xini at this time has already made the final choice in her mind. She instantly played the actor's specialty, immediately changed to the usual kind of unhappy and do not have a seizure but also have to please her sister's appearance, said, in the home are almost bored to death. A little bit, went out to stroll for a while only. Elder sister, don't worry, this time there was absolutely no one who saw it. Look, I even got you a cell phone case. She pulled out the phone case directly from her bag and said, private customized. Oh, cannot find the same model on the market. Oh. It was handed over like an offering. Zhao Huiqi was also quite a bit moved when she took a look at it. There is no packaging and it looks like it was designed with care. She's a strong person, and longs to be some kind of big girl or something, to have a career, and dress code items that basically go towards the strong woman look. The phone seemed to hit her very well, with black as the main color, the hairpin engraved with a red cat pattern, dark silver edges, red horns. It seems to have a very strong aggression, but also with a hint of cuteness, quite a bit specially designed for such a strong woman like her. Especially the cat on it is a cartoon image that she likes. Not bad. Zhao Huiqi didn't suspect too much, but directly took the pair 12 max that was given to her and replaced it. Well, it feels like I have a new cell phone. Have a heart. Zhao Huiqi smiled and nodded and said, don't worry, your matter will soon come to fruition. That little virgin will soon obediently come to us and apologize to us. Then thank you so much, sis. Zhao Xini also looked a million times happier, but in her heart she seemed even happier. Yeah, all that's done. Her career, her future, it's really up to her sister. Aha. Zhao Huiqi stepped forward, seeming to be a bit of a big sister in charge, and took the first step onto the elevator. Both Zhang Yang and the Zhao family seemingly entered a period of calm. Zhang Yang every day to go to the hospital, see Lin Xing evening, and then go to their own factories to see. According to the plan, his will soon be the first batch of electric motorcycle is about to go on the market, basically all in line with his requirements. But there is a not too big and not too small problem. Mileage is a little short. At present, the driving range of the first batch of electric motorcycle is relatively short. In the most ideal state, driving range is about 25 kilometers up and down, equipped with lead-acid battery charging and discharging times of about 300 times, the full life cycle of about more than 12,000 kilometers. And by now, Zhang Yong realized another reason why this world restricts the development of electric motorcycles and does not reach the heyday of the previous world. Charging piles, or policies for charging piles. In fact, the fire problem that Zhang Yong was worried about had been staged before. His thoughts are not no one thought in advance, because there have been fires. Probably 6 years of the time appeared will be the same type of gadgets pushed to the home to charge. The result of the fire ferocious quickly ignited the rest of the home, including stacked in the home to the children to buy all kinds of firecrackers and toys. And at that time the official New Year's Eve has just passed. Late at night, the door is also unlocked. And the result is that the family of two, the result is that the family's two old people, eldest son, eldest daughter-in-law, eldest grandson, second daughter-in-law, second son's two daughters, a son, a family of 10, all buried in flames. So the country in that year introduced a policy to prohibit such things into the home charging. 8 years when the policy was reintroduced to require the configuration of independent charging pile. 12 years when the policy was tightened again. And now Zhang Yong's products are stuck on top of this problem. He was designed in accordance with the ideas of the previous generation of electric motors, but also in accordance with the ideas of the previous generation so that electric motors can be charged at home with home electricity at home. But now, Mr. Li Gong? Zhang Yang looked at work early in the research and design room and asked, is it necessary to have a charging pile if you want to pass the trial? Aha! Li Gong nodded to give a clear answer. Are there any requirements for charging piles? Zheng Yang asked again. Li Gong took out a charging pile design opinion and said, this is not very clear regulations. In short, there must be a charging pile, although not every car needs to be configured with a charging pile, but there is no uniform standard, so each charging pile system is different. The current and voltage size are also different. So the thing with electric motors is that even if you have a tram at home, the same brand may not use the same standard for trams as it does for electric motors, resulting in the need to install 2 charging posts, let alone between different brands. In that case, Zheng Yang thought for a moment and said, then can we design a mobile charging post? Move? Worker Li froze for a moment and said, this thing can move? Of course. Zheng Yang smiled and drew on a piece of draft paper and said, you can see it's probably like this. Isn't this a plug board? The corner of Li Gong's mouth twitched as he froze and said, and is it one of those extension sockets that you roll up in a box? Do it in detail. Zheng Yang pointing at the proposal said, the line is a little longer. Do not so much jack, just a 3-way on the line. The box is designed so that you can roll your own line, and then add a voltage regulator or something. Anyway, it is the design of the book to stand up the proposal of the things you give to add on the line, in line with some of the proposal of a few book details. It's essentially just an extension socket anyway, which can be extended right out of the house. The length is probably just about 15 meters. Worker Li said, wide-eyed. That's okay? The proposal doesn't say that the charging pile has to be a fixed one. Zheng Yang spread his hands and said, as for the matter of passing the review, you can just leave it to me. I don't want my investment to get stuck on this last step. This design isn't too difficult to add to the cost, and you can get matching ones in no time. In thinking about the background of this small business owner, there must be no problem locally anyway. In that case there is no more refutation of anything. And at this time, Qin Feiyu suddenly rushed in, completely ignoring Li Gong, who was still on the sidelines. His face was unable to hide his excitement and said, it's coming. Come what? Zheng Yang glared at Qin Feiyu and said, shouldn't you be at the Zhao family manor today? Why did you run here? Of course. Wanted to say but glanced at Li Gong, who had the good sense to back out. Gudu Qin Feiyu grabbed the unopened Coke on the table and directly opened it himself and poured a big mouthful cool. The police are coming. You know what? Qin Feiyu said with a rather broad smile on his face. Yesterday that 5th young lady of the Zhao family made an anonymous report to the branch, saying that her sister was a spy, and also submitted a phone recording. And today there was a movement on the branch's side, directly going to the Zhao family's manor to arrest the Zhao Huichi, and I've heard that it was a synchronized action. Zhao Chao law firm, except for one who was traveling outside. The rest of the multiple executives and lawyers, including the founder, were all arrested. And I heard that their bank flows and personal assets were investigated, and many sums of money were found to have come from abroad. Aha! Zheng Yang was very calm and got himself a can of Coke. You don't look very happy? Qin Feiyu was a bit puzzled. What is there to be happy about? Zheng Yang asked rhetorically. What do I have to be happy about when I've long predicted it? Are you worried that she will be fished out by Elder Zhao? Qin Feiyu asked rhetorically. Didn't you bring a message to Master Zhao? Is it meant to be fished out? Fishing? Zheng Yang whitened Qin Feiyu and said, lost your police family out of the Mile Zhao Huichi if in that year also involved in the incident of the Changshan firepower plant. If there is to take the money to do things, then her crime has incitement to subvert state power, crime in accordance with Article 105 of the criminal law, to accept funds from outside the country, incite the masses against state policy. Depending on the situation she is 5 years to start, the maximum death penalty, if she has given that year to make trouble, especially if that one is connected to the nail that was stopped in this Shanglua, then it is the crime of financing criminal activities against national security, under Article 107 of the Criminal Code, up to 5 years, or more than 5 years, depending on the circumstances, and it was a sudden outbreak of protest marches back then, so if she was involved in organizing the plot, then it was provoking trouble first, and according to Article 293 of the criminal law, that's also a prison sentence of up to 5 years or detention. It was a protest march back then, so she may also be guilty of unlawful assembly, march, or demonstration. Article 296 of the Penal Code, which carries a sentence of up to 5 years in prison or deprivation of political power, depending on the circumstances. The last thing is the possibility of espionage and being convicted of espionage, which under Section 110 of the Penal Code, she is 10 years or more in prison or life. Zheng Yang sneered. Anyway, this sister is not out without a decade or two. Master Zhao has no way but to cut quickly, and she's not the point. The point is that I think we've probably been a gavel for a while, prying up the officialdom of Zhenghai City. Chapter 42, The First Pseudo-Spirit Stone. According to the criminal law, the security law and related laws and regulations, after the relevant departments investigated in accordance with the law, Zhao Chao law firm for allegedly accepting foreign investment in the territory, Shang Richong Group issued an article stating that Zhao Yan, the president of the group, had no knowledge of the crime committed by his daughter, and that he and the group had always complied with the law, and that he deeply regretted the emergence of this kind of thing, and resigned from the post of president. In this incident, after receiving the report, the Zhanghai City Coastal Branch quickly launched a visit to investigate blah blah blah. Binhai Branch in the midst of this incident showed a high degree of vigilance, decisive action, by the General Administration of Public Security of Zhanghai City Municipal Party Committee has decided to award the following personnel: Comrade Zhou Wei, Comrade Wang Meiping, Comrade Song Zhangyi. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses strong condemnation of the ROD's act of financing and obstructing the normal construction of the Zhanghai Mayer Mountain Thermal Power Plant. The central government investigated the incident of the waste incineration and treatment plant in the Changshan Mountain area and made the following instructions. The head of the Marina District Public Security Bureau, Sato, has been found to have taken huge bribes while in office. The head of the Organization Department of the Municipal Public Security Directorate, Bachelu, was found to have been seduced by foreign spies during his time in office, and in the process of learning a foreign language with him, he repeatedly provided him with important information about the city, Municipal Public Security Bureau on the recent events in the world to start self-checking action. In the self-checking action on the General Assembly of the Guangnan Provincial Public Security Bureau Deputy Director and Zhanghai City Public Security Chief Qin Lihan made a serious speech. To all units, all departments strictly self-checking campaign, requiring everyone to pass. It has been investigated that Wu Sanjian, Deputy Secretary of the Jiang Guangnan Provincial Party Committee, Shang Kuai, President of the Zhanghai City Supreme Court, and Geng Benzhong, Secretary of the Hai City Municipal Party Committee, and so on in the case had knowledge of not reporting, accepting bribes and other serious violations of discipline and law. According to the information found by netizens, the person who wants to report and provide clues and evidence to the police this time is the fifth daughter of Mr. Zhao Yan, the former president of Shang Richong Group, Zhao Cine Microblogging. I am personally very sad about what my sister did. As a countryman, how can you do such a thing? I was nearly broken after learning about this blah blah blah. I had to blah 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 greater good to my family blah blah. Police Weibo at Zhao Cine Weibo. Maintaining national security is everyone's responsibility. We deeply regret the crime committed by MS, Zhao's sister, and we praise MS, Zhao's positive behavior in exposing and providing evidence. Zhanghai Municipal Government Microblogging at Zhao Cine Microblogging, a model of justice, a citizen's example, promoting righteousness, building peace together, protecting the law with a bare heart, the heart of the family and the country. Ever since Zhao Huiqi's arrest, there had been a big shakeup in the entire official circles of Zhanghai City. Zhang Yong guessed his adoptive father and Uncle Qin may not just tell him there is a sickle flying in from the outside to cut leaks, but want him to use this matter to complete some other things, maybe related to the officialdom. Initially just think it should be to Zhou Wuizhou Deputy Director to send a political achievement, and then Uncle Qin good to this own people to promote up, but he did not expect this as when prying almost the entire Zhanghai City officialdom crowbar made such a big commotion. At the dinner table, Zhang Yang ate his breakfast while listening to the news put on by his adoptive father. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a bit and say, "Father, can you say it in a more understandable way next time you ask your son to be a knife?" "Knife?" Zhang Jiangwo said as if he hadn't understood at all. "What knife? You don't think that I, an ordinary retired old man, can have so much energy, do you?" Plain and simple. Zhang Yang spat in his mind but didn't dare to say it on his mouth. Speaking of which, Zhang Jiangwo suddenly said as if he had thought of something, "Your small treasury is barely over, and then next time you won't be so lucky." Zhang Yang was speechless. "It's too fat, and it's too stupid." Zhang shook his head and said, "It's almost no different from ownerless free-range pork." "Speak up." Zhang Yang was about to get up, but Zhang Jiangwo suddenly said, "The new secretary of the Municipal Party Committee is an alumnus of mine from college, and I intend to wait for him to come to see which day I'm free to make an appointment to catch up." Oh, Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I know, I'm going today." Was about to say something about his arrangements. Lula la Dima. The cell phone rang. A look as Qin Feiyu called directly pressed the speakerphone. "Brother-in-law, your daughter-in-law is gone." "Ha!" The father and son at the table, Zhang Yang and Zhang Jiangwo, froze at the same time. "What's going on here? No more?" Zhang Yang immediately tightened his heart and said, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean it's gone? Speak clearly." "That is to say no." In the middle of the phone, Qin Feiyu said anxiously, "Didn't you say that you want me to go pick up my sister-in-law first today? After I went here and found Yunlan and Lu Jia napping outside, I felt bad. As a result, I went in to see that Lin Xingye and Lu Ruyan were gone." "What?" Zhang Yang felt even more a bit bad. Yunlan, Lu Jia and Lu Ruyan, these three are all very responsible people. The two of them, Yunlan and Lu Jia, switched their nightly vigils and never slacked off in the past few days. How come all of a sudden it's like this? Call the police. Zheng Yong directly said. Call the police did not? Find the hospital to check the surveillance. Call the police? Not this less than 24 hours. Qin Feiyu just wanted to say. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zheng Yong directly sprayed angrily. Are you out of your mind? Your father is a police officer. You even have to listen to the marketing number for this. According to the Supreme People's Court, the Supreme People's Procuratorate, the Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of Justice on the law to punish the crime of abduction and trafficking of women and children. Article 8 of the provisions of the following circumstances of 3. Received a report of the disappearance of a woman who has reached the age of 18 years, may be abducted and trafficked in the case of the circumstances of the case, after examination, in line with the jurisdictional provisions of the public security organs should be immediately to the criminal case, and quickly carry out investigation work. This so-called 24 hours is not a hard and fast rule. Lin Xing and Lu Ruyan both fulfill this condition. They don't need to wait 24 hours. And your last name is Qin. It's Qin of Qin Lihan. You go to report a crime there, that little cutie will not pay attention? Read more in the future. Read less marketing numbers. Zheng Yang said with hatred. Report it. Immediately. Wait over there for the police to come and investigate. I'll be right there. The car keys are in. Zhang was about to say where he had put the car keys. Dad, I remember last time Uncle Qin confiscated the motorcycle keys. Zheng Yang asked, where did you put the keys? The metal box in the first drawer above the shoe cabinet. Zhang said. Aha. Zheng Yang finished his rare rice in one gulp and put down his chopsticks and said, I'll go first. You can go faster on a motorcycle, and running into traffic doesn't really affect the motorcycle too much. Moreover, Lin Xingye's disappearance made Zheng Yang suddenly realize a problem. That night he himself asked who told Lin Xing these things, why he told her to hide it, and how he helped her change her date of birth. Lin Xing herself couldn't answer, and since all these things had happened since then, Zheng Yang didn't care about that. Now that he rethought it, since the other party knew, it meant that the other party might also be an immortal cultivator. According to the plots in some immortal cultivation novels, had he come across the plot of raising a furnace pot? Is Lin Xing a furnace pot raised by someone, or some organization, and soon to be harvested by himself? Though he hasn't moved anything yet either. If that's the case, Zheng Yang gritted his teeth and took out the phone to Qin Feiyu dialed the past, just connected to say, Lu Jie and Yunlan, 2 people in the scene not? Qin Feiyu hurriedly replied, now have them go and buy me bracket talisman paper, vermilion sand, brushes, incense burners, seals, silver powder, and 5-colored thread. Zheng Yang immediately gave the order. This, Qin Feiyu said with a bit of confusion. Where does this go? I don't care. Zheng Yang was also nonchalant. I just left from home. I have to see those things when I get to the hospital. As for how you got them, that's your business. I want to see the materials. If it was really the work of an immortal cultivator, then one would have to prepare in advance. Even if it's a temporary hold, it has to be a hold. Push out the motorcycle from the carport. Qin Feiyu gave fueled, kicked, and sped toward the hospital pressing the maximum speed limit. When they arrived at the place, they went upstairs and saw Qin Feiyu and a police officer in the ward. The materials he wanted were thrown on the bed. Dear. Qin Feiyu scratched his head and said, these things are really bad. Aha. Zheng Yang looked at the police officer again and was stunned, almost blurting out, Uncle Song, you also happen to be patrolling this side? No. This is the same person who was at the Zhao family manor, and also the same person who was with Sister 5. Why is he still the same person today? This one patrols 1 billion points wide. No, said Song Zhangyi, wasn't there a medical incident here yesterday? In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, some police forces were drawn over to reinforce it, to ensure that they can be the first to arrive if something goes wrong. Oh, Zheng Yang said without saying much else in a very thoughtful oh, then it doesn't look like it's an ordinary person who did this. It didn't take much thought to just say, it shouldn't be easy to find someone on the monitor, and Yunlan and Lu Jie are saying they can't understand why they suddenly went to sleep, right? Well, Song Zhangyi nodded and said, looking at the surveillance on the other side is very smart. Should have stepped on the spot in advance, avoiding a lot of surveillance shots. In addition to really cannot avoid the surveillance can be captured. And even if they were photographed, the other person wore a mask and broad clothes to hide their physical features, said Song Zhangyi as if he thought of something again and said, and the most strange thing is that the other party's dress should be more conspicuous according to reason. We also saw them and some of the nurses on duty have touched the photo, but once asked the nurses are said to be unclear. Sure enough, Zheng Yang's face was grim as he said, this seems to be the effect of the stone charm. Stone talisman? Song Zhangyi felt puzzled at once, but he didn't know how to refute it, because the 2 people he saw on the monitor were just that weird and odd. A kind of talismanic seal. Zheng Yong patted Song Zhengyi's shoulder and said, Uncle Senshi will probably be patrolling us a lot in the future, so it's okay for you to know about it in advance. The world may not be quite what you normally see. The stone talisman was a kind of talisman seal, and in the dream, my mentor had said that this thing was a kind of talisman seal that had been developed in the recent modern times. Because of the depletion of spiritual chi, the original low-grade talismans such as the invisibility talisman had become gold. So some practitioners who were proficient in talismans had developed this kind of talisman. This one can't do invisibility, but it carries a certain hypnotic effect that can make ordinary people ignore or subconsciously think that the person with the sigil is something irrelevant and doesn't need to be remembered. Of course, it's not important that the talisman seal is not a talisman seal. What's important is that the talisman seal can't be stored for a long period of time in this era nowadays, and the made talisman seal must be used up within 1 or 2 hours, otherwise the effect will be lost as the aura escapes. So the fact that they could use rune seals meant one thing. These two have spirit stones on them. Chapter 43, Seal of the Rune. Song Zhengyi didn't seem too surprised, not even a little ripple. This, on the contrary, made Zheng Yong feel a bit surprised. No, it's not. According to the general novel, at this time like they said should not be the first is not believe, and then say a little believe in the scientific persuasion words, and then be their own such a person to shock a bit. Marvel at some? Why? No reaction at all? Not bad young and talented. A young age to understand this. Song Zhengyi seemed to be able to see Zheng Yong's thoughts, finally gave a little reaction. But this was not the reaction Zheng Yong wanted. Song Zhengyi also then patted his shoulder and said, When I was a child, my parents took me to Shijing to play. In Shijing's rehabilitation road. Well, it should be over there. It seems that there is a temple of the 8 immortals, and my parents took me there to stroll around, worship the immortals over there, and by the way, in the temple, they gave me a fortune-telling. Do you know what the fortune-telling Daoist said? Zheng Yong shook his head. How would he know this? I'm a person before 38 years old without disease or disaster. Song Zhengyi, a little nostalgic, said, Body has positive energy. Life is not much wealth, but some noble energy. Noble energy needs nobleman trigger. And then if you want to follow the further is a lot of difficulties. If you can get through is to follow the next level to go. And I won't meet that nobleman until I'm 38. Said he also patted his shoulder and said, this year 38 years old. The eldest daughter is 10 years old. The youngest son is 8 years old. I didn't catch the youth. Catch the tail end of a middle-aged wrestle. In order to the son's dowry and wedding house. After listening to Zheng Yong's eyes fell on Song Zhengyi's shoulders, he remembered that the first time he met this was still a third-grade police inspector. And now he was already a first-grade police inspector. Your kind of people are just a bit rarer. They don't show up on weekdays, but your kind of people are also the most prone to mischief. So for us all, actually, the probability of meeting your kind is a lot higher than the average person. After hearing this, Zheng Yong didn't know what to say. Well, there still seems to be quite a difference between reality and fiction. Seeing this officer Song look like, I'll take this chance for progress, he just laughed in his heart. Blocking a man's way is like killing his parents. And especially such a man who has to fight for his son's dowry and matrimonial home. Aha! Zheng Yong nodded. On the case, pen and ink are waiting. Officer Song closed the door at the first opportunity. And now he, Zheng Yong and Qin Feiyu were the only 3 people left here. Zheng Yong glanced at Qin Feiyu, who didn't have much eyesight, and sighed in his heart and went to get ink himself. Although I don't know where I bought it from, but at a glance, it's the credit of the duo of Yun Lan and Lu Jie. This Qin Feiyu seriously kind of hard to carry. The yellow paper is all cut but no silver powder. Something you can't get for a while, and all the other vermilion incense burners are there. Master Ancestor is above. Zheng Yong lit 3 pillars of incense and respectfully bowed 3 times. Qing Wei School 72nd generation first disciple. Zheng Yong, the conditions are simple. The situation is urgent. I beg for the Master Ancestor's forgiveness. The disciple honors the 3 pillars of incense to beg the Master Ancestor to bear with the disciple's irreverent actions. The disciple's magical power is humble. The Taoist couple has been robbed by the thieves. I still beg the Master Ancestor to help me. This was followed by 3 worships. This is not a necessary arrangement for painting talismans, but the Dream Master said that like this kind of alchemy, painting talismans and so on, first worship the Master Ancestor. Sincerity. Good luck. If the Master Ancestor manifestation may have some special enchantment, that's why many people worship before making talismans, not knowing the lineage of the sect and worshipping other gods without a master. Some people will worship dozens of gods and goddesses before making a talisman. It's just a waste of time anyway. In case one of those manifests, it's a profit. It's just that worshipping other gods is not as good as worshipping one's own master, who has a greater probability of manifesting than worshipping the next god. After the worship, the heart in the prayer once again, and then take the pen. Draw the talisman pen. The name is so cool, a few strokes are all it takes to sketch out intricate patterns on yellow paper. Just, Dear, said Qin Feiyu, frowning from the sidelines, can you make it like this? The drawing is ugly. He had seen rune seals on the internet. He couldn't read them, but he could tell if they looked good or ugly. It's good to have. Zhang Yang also knew that he couldn't draw. His original body had practiced drawing talisman seals for 2 years, but gave up without aura farts. Well, basically the drawing is right. It's pretty good to be able to draw it now and get it mostly correct. Looking at the talisman seal in his hand, Zhang Yang was also frowning. This thing, can I go with a printer? The initial staples are yellow paper and vermilion ink. Would it be okay to use a machine instead? Well, try the back. Now words. Print. Both hands quickly made a seal, and then guided the spiritual chi into the seal. The originally plain yellow paper with red characters underwent some special changes, as if it had a divine appearance, and the red characters on it seemed to be swimming like a fish. How Daoist I became. Zhang Yang was very satisfied, although at first glance it was far from a really good rune seal, but he was a very pragmatic person. It works just fine. With that, he held the rune seal between his index and middle fingers. Mouth read, Jiankuan positioning, 8 trigrams show, yin and yang follow, 5 elements induction, Tianji lead the way. The earth pulse as the basis, chasing the soul, nothing to hide, urgent as ordered. This time Zhang Yang saw for the first time in front of his eyes a gossip map. In the center there are 2 yin and yang jade slowly clockwise rotation, the surrounding gossip around the middle of the yin and yang jade in reverse. And at that moment, the Jinhua and the Ligua each flew out a shadow, which then disappeared between their eyebrows. Is this the master ancestor manifesting? Zhang Yang heart shocked. According to the Dream Master said that this is on behalf of the Gua Master through the gossip, and a Gua can be taken for their own use. This Gua comes with the divine means is the Gua Master used to self-protection things, but want to pass a hexagram that is quite difficult. Generally have the qualification of the diviner need to spend years of time to pass a hexagram, and their own so pass 2 hexagrams. Either the qualification is the crown of the ancient and modern Shenjianzi, or is the master ancestor manifestation of the power of the disciples. So this is the master's manifestation? Master ancestor is above. Disciple will build a tablet for master ancestor at home to worship him day after day. Heart meditation. Then a right hand movement. A quarter of the hair flew up out of thin air to Zhang Yang's hand. Then the 2 hands and in the separation. Only to see that the seal and hair strands automatically suspended in the air. The hair such as a dragon coiled column around the seal, and gradually exudes a golden light. After them, Zhang Yang pointed his hand towards the window, and in the next second the talisman seal and hair fused and flew out of the window. Immediately after that, he closed his eyes, and his heart seemed to be connected to the talisman, instantly crossing thousands of mountains to another place. It's a car on the road. This environment, before Zhang Yang could take a closer look, snapped. It suddenly cut off his connection to the talisman instantly like a large knife slashing over. Oh, pfft. The next second Zhang Yang opened his eyes. There are waves in his chest. Unbearable. He rushed into the bathroom, vomit poo-poo. Contributed all of my breakfast to the toilet in seconds. How's it going? Song Zhangyi inquired as he rushed in at the first opportunity to pat Zhang Yang's back. It's okay, it's fine. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, luckily, I'm not very good at my craft, or else I would have suffered a great loss. Thanks to the fact that he is a 2-timer and made a poor talisman seal. Just now as someone noticed directly with the law to break it, extinguished his own talisman seal. This kind of tracking talisman seal is to utilize the causal thread, to track, to carry a small part of the user's divine soul to probe, can see the real-time situation, but the disadvantage is that if the talisman seal is destroyed by external forces it will damage the person who uses the talisman. The good thing is that the talisman he made is the inferior of the inferior, can become that are the master ancestor manifestation, so bearing very little. The backlash after being destroyed is also very small, or we'll be lying here today. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Yang's heart cannot help but cold sweat. The first time and have the same means of confrontation. The other party is obviously prepared. The talisman seal has just arrived and then broken. He is inexperienced at a disadvantage, but it is also his own stupidity. Should have long been quite the other party may have a backhand. It seems that in the future, you have to be more careful. Poor craftsmanship. Qin Feiyu also slowed down half a step to hear Zhang Yang. This a little contradictory words also do not know how to spit, can only say, disciple, you're really alright? Do you want to take a rest? Seeing that you're throwing up, I'll go buy you some porridge over. No need. Zhang Yang collected his mind, carefully recalled the picture he just saw and said, from this to the south, driving a silver van, look at the surrounding environment, should be on the highway. It seems to have just passed the toll booths, seems to be in a traffic jam from the toll booths on the highway on the start of the traffic jam. It looks like a long string of blockages, so from here, if you go south. Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and clicked on the navigation. His mind flew to the south, needing to take the highway to be able to reach the important towns. Evergreen City. Thinking around came up with this city. a gateway city to the south on Nam, an important transportation hub for Nam to the south. Type the name directly into the middle of the navigation, then select Drive and tap Navigate. All of the several paths to Evergreen City were revealed at once. Then sift through it, and sure enough, there is a bridge in the southern district of the bridge southeast of the highway appeared serious congestion. From the intersection on the north converge into the outer ring around the city highway at the entrance to the entrance of a heavy truck overturned, resulting in a number of vehicles on the highway and a series of collision of serious traffic accidents. The road is currently congested. The traffic police are being disposed of. For the time being, do not recommend this road. This should be it. Zheng Yong directly clicked on the navigation said, they are in the southern district of Qiaonan East Toll Station, just after the toll station quasi on the highway, now blocked. Really lucky. Thanks to a car accident caused by road congestion. Otherwise this point is afraid that people are running out of Zhanghai city boundaries. Master Ancestor Blessing. Zheng Yang once again bowed to the incense burner. I'll go over first. He was going to ride over there on his motorcycle, which was the best option at this time of year. I'll go with you, Song Zhangyi said. I've already reported the situation. A lot of things are easier to handle with me around at this time. Chapter 44, Don't underestimate our bonds. Well, in a silver gold cup van, a horse-faced, buck-toothed, slim man in the driver's seat who looked like a human-sized rat asked, solved? Aha. On the passenger side sat a round-faced, small-eyed, pot-bellied, fat man with a slightly hushed voice who said, just a little piece of trash. Clutched in his hand was a talisman seal. If one looked closely, the talisman was drawn by Zheng Yong. Fatty looked at the talisman with contempt, smoothly clenched it into a ball and threw it out of the window saying, at this level, it really is a manifestation of the gods to succeed. I just don't know which god I'm worshipping. The fat man's voice was extremely flirtatious, with an unspoken ease. Characteristics of talismans like these, especially remote talismans, were much like drones, both being things that were remotely maneuvered to be used for reconnaissance or to do something else. Its characteristics want and have the same drawbacks, such as being more easily interfered with and captured by false signal deception. Simply put, electronic warfare in the offensive and defensive means and remote talisman has the same flavor. Zheng Yang is a fledgling, the first time to fight with people who cultivate immortality, completely inexperienced, and there is no thought of adding anti-deception, anti-interference and other protective measures to his talisman. Plus the drawing is scanty, so it was easily intercepted by the fat man and then controlled to get it in his hands. Want to teach a lesson? No? Slim asked rhetorically. The mission is important. It's just an unimpressive talisman maker. It's not easy to beg the gods to manifest once, so don't bother. The fat man moved his obese body and said, hurry up and bring the goods to the boss. After handing over the mission we are all at ease. Ever since I took the mission my right eyelid has been jumping all the time. Our trip might be a bit rough, Che the thin man said with complete indifference. Feudal superstition. What's not going well? It's just that we're stuck on the highway right now. If there was anything that wasn't going well, we'd have been in trouble a long time ago. These days, it's better to believe in science. That's just nystagmus for you, said the thin man, also glanced back at the two sleeping women, with some lewd look on his face and said, do you think that one of these two is the goods that our boss wants? What are you thinking? The fat man said with complete indifference. You still planning on splitting you one? We are all law-abiding people. We can't do anything illegal. Laughed. The thin man laughed a little and then did not speak. Concentrating on the car in front of him suddenly broke into song. Numbnuts, look at that, what X? Turn signals are not playing. Check your boss poor eye, star, and let you plug in. I'm with your last name. Originally, the traffic jam is the most upsetting thing, which just turned back a moment, did not notice the front of the car went forward a little late, so a little bit of a car. While spinning forward, a small half of the front end of the car plugged over. The thin man broke into a fit of rage. Fatty closed his eyes and wasn't going to care, ignoring it all. After a short while like this, it never went away, and the fat man got anxious. #hashtag at. The skinny guy was still raging with the car about the owner of the car that cut in line. Enough! Fatty couldn't bear to interrupt directly. Drive your car properly. Chow lousy, why did not drive properly? The thin man heard more vigorously, mouth blah 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 endless, but the next moment he noticed a red and blue flash appearing from the rearview mirror. The police? The fat man's heart tightened and he elbowed the thin man hard and said, enough, there are cops. Police? Slim also instantly went off looking in the rearview mirror, and sure enough there were flashing lights, and by the looks of things there seemed to be quite a few of them. Exposed? The thin man said a bit nervously. Are you just sure that the one manipulating the talisman didn't look here when you pinched it off? Che. Fatty laughed coldly. I'm a professional talisman maker. The kind of goods just now. No fairy manifestation will never succeed. These days the gods are even more stingy than mortals. I worship so many gods, burned so much incense, and paid so much joss sticks that it would be good to have a fairy manifestation. The way he drew the talisman. He's a wild card. He's a wild card. And he's lucky to have gotten lucky once. You think this is the gods taking care of their own disciples and grandchildren? Do you want to take a good look? I'll take his name if I can get a good look. Fatty is the more he said the more angry. He offered so much incense, raised so many gods and goddesses. Every time to worship are sincere. Every time 5 body. All the big gift to worship. As a result, those stingy gods, even this buff is not willing to give him on. The same is a wild origin. Why that unorthodox charm master can become, even if it's traitorous luck. He's still jealous. Dumb. A traffic cop had come up on foot during the talk and thumped on the passenger window. Hello, the fat man hurriedly rolled down the window and said with a smile, "What's the matter with this officer? Just got a call for help." The traffic cop poked his head in and took a look and said, "I heard that there was a van with someone in labor, and the caller's cell phone was dead, so he had to look for them one by one." After looking at the fat man for a moment and glancing toward the back seat, he couldn't help but frown, as if something didn't feel quite right, but it didn't seem like there was anything to it. "Sorry to interrupt." The traffic cop smiled and saluted and walked away, but just at this time, he suddenly noticed a ball of yellow paper at his feet, so he naturally picked it up and came to unfold it. "What's this?" He looked at the mess spent on the top of this thing, also completely unreadable, asked, "Is it yours?" No, the fat man said hurriedly. "I don't know what this is either." "Really not yours?" The traffic cop looked at these two and said, "There are really more and more unqualified people these days, littering randomly. Excuse me." After saying that, he proceeded to walk forward. The fat and skinny duo breathed a long sigh of relief and sort of muddled through, and they cannot see is that the traffic police in the walk through the front car, turn a corner into their blind spot. People but did not go far. Directly the yellow paper to unfold and then took out his cell phone to take a picture sent to the work of the Green Bubble Group. Send a message, in a silver, gold cup. Van Heel found this, and just look at the car when it feels a little bit wrong. There is no woman but can smell the shampoo. The smell doesn't feel like the shampoo those two would use. Is it listed as a suspect vehicle? Yes. A leader in the group immediately replied, "Send the location and pay close attention to the suspect vehicle." The duo in the car went slightly quieter. This time the skinny guy didn't have a heart. All of them were people who often did some gray business. He could tell that the cop seemed a little bit off and for the wrong reasons. "Dude," the skinny guy said, a little grimly, "is it coming for us? Did your charm just work?" "Of course," Fatty said with a bit of confidence in this bout instead. "There is no fluctuation of aura on that cop. He is just immortal. Can't see the cracks. And that talisman is drawn like a cat scratch. Can see a hammer? Drive your car and don't let anyone in on the plug." The car went quiet, and after about an hour or so, Slim frowned and said, "This isn't right, is it? Why is our lane so slow?" Seeing the cars in the next caravan moving forward, albeit slowly, and the cars in his own caravan at an almost complete standstill, Slim felt something was wrong with the situation. Traffic jam. Go slow is normal. Sometimes there will be that lane suddenly smooth a bit. He also plugged in someone else's team can let himself quickly drive out of the traffic jam area. Able to. Why does it feel like when you go into that team stops and slows down almost like they can't go at all? Something's not right. Fatty also felt it. This seemed a bit abnormal today. Skinny's car skills are good. Even if it is a little bit of bad luck is not that kind of a cut in the queue. Cannot go 1 or 2 cars directly blocking the stop, right? He glanced over to see a couple of traffic cops coming from the front and was glancing at the back. There's a teenager coming with a team of cops. Coming at us. Fatty was instantly shocked. No need to think. It's bound to be planted this time. Go! Without saying a word, he slapped a charm on himself and the thin man, followed by 2 more for the twisting, obese bodies snapping at the duo behind him. Get off! Song Zhongyi rode Zhanyang's motorcycle and took him to the scene first. I thought I could get in quickly with my motorcycle's agility, but it turns out that the road is almost completely blocked. Even the emergency lane is blocked with a long line of cars. Even motorcycles have a hard time moving forward. The motorcycle will be handed over to the counterparts here in Zhangyong on foot toward the suspect vehicle. They were just approaching there. Zhangyong saw the car down 2 people. One of the tall and bloated big fat man got off the car first time to open the rear door. One hand raised 2 women carried on the shoulders and ran toward the left. It's those 2. Zhangyong collects a finger. After them. After shouting and not caring if anyone else could notice, he spread his legs and chased after them at the first opportunity. The 2 men, one thin and one fat, were flexible, and one fat, carrying 2 women, ran fast. In 3 or 2 steps, he jumped off the highway through the cars and into a fruit grove alongside the highway. Zhang Yang was also the first to follow. As an immortal cultivator, although he had just started but he had a good base in this body itself, he followed behind these 2 without any difficulty, running not about 10 minutes, away from the road. The 2 also slowed down. The thin man looked back and found that it seems to be followed by Zhang Yang alone will give the fat man a look. the two stopped. Hey, the thin man with the thieving look sized up Zheng Yang and said, "It looks like a practiced one too. The stone talisman can't be fooled." The stone talisman was the most common kind of talisman nowadays, and some people with a strong mind had the probability to see through it, not to mention cultivators. Just one person though. The fat man put down the two women on his shoulders and said, "You kid has some guts." Who, you. Just at this time a panting voice came over. Song Zhongyi looked like he was dying from running and said, "Let me rest my breath. Take a breath. You guys can really run. Police?" The thin man was instantly a bit confused. He carefully surveyed Song Zhongyi disgruntledly said to the fat man beside him, "Your talisman won't fail, will it?" "Impossible." Fatty was also surprised. "Even if there is no buff, but the old man's charm has never failed." "Failed?" Song Zhongyi finally smoothed out his breath and said, "It did fool those colleagues of mine, but don't underestimate me. Don't underestimate the family pressures of a middle-aged police officer with an old man and a young man. And don't underestimate the dowry and matrimonial tie between a middle-aged policeman and his son." Asshole. Chapter 45. Even if Song Zhongyi followed up, Zheng Yang was not at all relaxed in his heart. It's kind of adding to the confusion. In the age of the last Dharma, cultivators no longer had that ability to move mountains and kill people thousands of miles away. But after being tempered by aura, the physical quality of cultivators was also far better than normal people. Not to mention in conjunction with some of the spells and techniques that are still available. In this way Song Zhongyi can no longer be considered a helper, but rather more like a mop-up. The thin man and the fat man looked at each other, the fat man sticking his pockets in his pockets, and the thin man with his hands behind his back, seeming to be preparing for something. "Hey little brother." The thin man half a step forward a little hangdog look said, "Who is not easy these days. We are also working. Playing workers are not difficult to play workers. Let's pretend we have never seen how. As long as let us leave safely, brother can guarantee that the car, tickets, horses are not lacking. The future is so wonderful. Why bother with these two women here? And that uncle, as long as you let us go, we guarantee that we can make you feel like you're riding a rocket to become a crashing. The two didn't seem to want to fight, and in fact, they didn't want to fight. These days, aura was precious and extremely troublesome to recover, so if one could not consume aura it would naturally be the best. Zheng Yang glanced at the side of the Song Zhongyi. One to save people, one wants to be a proper credit. Just this one glance the two is the heart of the same. I'm not a man of sin. Negotiations broke down. Hands on, the fat and thin duo were battle-hardened, and at the first instant of rupture, their hands were drawn out. A talisman seal in their left hand, and a gold-encrusted jade tablet in their right hand. Fingers deftly and quickly pinch out a few guidelines. Vibrating thunder leads to electricity. Departing fire transforms into thunder. Qiankuan borrows the method. Haste is like a law. Thunder law. Fatty's speech was extremely fast but his bite was clear. The aura in his right hand's gold and jade plaque gathered his own aura and injected it into the talisman, and the next second the talisman was thrown out. Rumble. Instantly, it turned into a spherical lightning bolt that sped towards Zheng Yang and Song Zhongyi. Kuan Earth as a shield. Burgundy Mountain as a barrier. The 5 elements are fixed. No evil can invade. Urgent order. Earth escape. Rise. Zheng Yang's speed is not slow. Almost at the same time when Fatty made his move, he had a prediction. Although half a step behind Fatty to finish the incantation, but he did not need to use the talisman. Finger ground. Rumble rumble rumble, a wall of earth rises sharply half a step in front of him. Boom. The ball lightning collided with the earth wall. It felt like a grenade exploding. Instantly the earth wall was blown apart, and the ball lightning's energy was all released, leaving only charred black marks on the ground from the lightning's rampage. Eehee. Just then, the thin man had circled around behind Zheng Yang and Song Zhongyi at some point. At this moment, the thin man was holding an emerald hairpin in his right hand, the tip of the hairpin shining with green light, stabbing towards Song Zhongyi's head. He said a sharp and extremely lewd laugh. Sleep, you won't know anything if you sleep. Slim didn't want to kill anyone yet, especially not a cop, and especially not in a situation like this that he thought was crushing, as long as he let the duo slumber for a while. But it was at this time, only Song Zhongyi suddenly drew out the police blast spray on his waist and aimed it at the thin man. Sound of escaping laughter. Sprayed right out. He was a veteran cop anyhow, and while he had been safe and sound it wasn't exactly like he hadn't had to deal with some hardened criminals. He was already on high alert when he came here, and had already gone over the battle scenarios in his head and made some battle predictions. Being older is a little bit slower to react but not completely unresponsive, and this kind of front to attract firepower. Side detour encirclement tactics have long been GCD play rotten. See, the fat man and Zheng Yang each other start attacking and defending. He guarded the detour encirclement Lu. When you see people come over, You're ready to pump blast spray straight into your face. Cultivators are a lot harder to deal with than ordinary people, but they are also still flesh and blood. Resistance may be higher than ordinary people, but the weakness is the same. Face this thing directly sprayed into the eyes and nostrils. That's what it's like. Put. The thin man immediately felt his eyes burning, and he couldn't see anything. No. My. Ben thought of yelling, point zinging, hurry up and pull out. Bang 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 bang. Song Zhongyi synchronized to draw out the flinging stick. 6 consecutive strokes let the thin man ruthlessly experience what is called the state of etiquette stick. Ah ho! Right at this moment, the fat man suddenly leapt like a dexterous crane, flying across a distance of more than 10 meters to the head of the two, and in the next second smashed heavily towards the two like a Tarzan crushing the top of a mountain. Go away you! Zhang Yang pulled Song Zhongyi back in a flash, retreating sharply by a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Boom! The fat man hit the ground hard, rumble making a muffled sound. The earth trembled. Countless sands were shaken up, and for a moment the place was filled with smoke. This is a cultivator? Zhang Yang's eyes glowed with gold. This was a cultivator. This was still a cultivator of the end times, in the era of aura depletion. With that little bit of power that aura could bring was so strong, he really couldn't believe what it would be like if he had plenty of aura. Fat cat. Poha fat cat. The thin man climbed up from the ground. The physical quality of the cultivator was better than the average person, and his ability to resist blows was also better. The 6 flinging blows hurt him, yet he could still resist. He directly fumbled and grabbed the fat man's clothes and said, "The point is solid. Withdraw. I'm supposed to count this as a workplace injury, right? It's going to get better if I don't run." In the age of the end, the battles of the cultivators were also very short-lived, and everyone treasured their aura very much. And once they were unable to gain an advantage and there was a possibility of presenting a confrontation, they would quickly lay down their arms. A situation like the one in the mythological novels where they fought for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, fought for hundreds of rounds, and then changed to fight again was simply not possible. Turned into a protracted battle, not to mention the other police arrive at any time, just to say that their hands of pseudo-spirit stone magic weapon, depleted aura into ordinary jade emerald, then they lose to the sea at that point. Turning one's head and slipping away at the sight of a bad situation was a skill that they, the practitioners, had to have. The fat man snapped to the body slap 2 talismans as soon as he shouldered the thin man turned his head to run. Just then, Qian Kuan sets the law. Yin and Yang fixes the form. The 5 elements suppress the prana, and all movement stops. Set. An old but powerful voice rang out in all directions, like 10,000 people speaking and like one person speaking. Rustle of skirts. 2 silver needles flew with them and settled on the 2. Keep those 2 from moving. Not bad, young and talented. Just at this time an old man in a Daoist robe walked out from the south of a few people. The old man's beard and hair were white, but his face looked as if he was only in his 40s, and his figure was straight, with a sense of might and unearthliness. Shu, Zheng Yang froze for a moment looking at the old man, almost shouting. The overall look of Zhu's character, Mr. Wang, is that of Zhang Jiwei, who was played by him in Beneath the Inhuman, and his voice is exactly the same. If he didn't know about the crossing, Zheng Yang would have thought that he was on the set of Beneath the Inhuman. Old Taoist Zhang Wei. Little friend, I'll see you at the manor. Those 2 little girls also need not worry, but it is just a mesmerizing sleep spell. Sleep to satiety will naturally wake up. It had to be said that this old celestial master was an old celestial master. Just as he came mysteriously, and with a single strike, he fixed the fat and thin duo who were planning to escape. The man disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been there, except for the voice that came from nowhere. What's going on? Are you guys okay? What happened here? It was at this time that finally other officers arrived. It seems that, as Song Zhongyi said, these police officers are much more receptive to some of the more outrageous things than ordinary people. Some of the younger police officers did show surprise, but most of the police officers saw the traces of the fight on the ground with the 2 thieves who were being held in place, and they all cast envious gazes towards Zheng Yang and Song Zhongyi. They were more concerned about what seemed to be second and third class merit and such than the ferocity or divinity in between. Looking at the eyes of the 2 thieves that were feeling as if they had missed something very important. What comes next is relatively simple. Arrested, cuffed, and then took the 2 girls out for the aftermath. As for the capture process, no one seems to mention it, and not many people ask. Zheng Yang also followed along to the police station and made a statement. And for the arrest process, the 2 old policemen who came over to give him a statement didn't seem to care at all about the process of the arrest. They just did that very briefly and then skimmed over the process of the arrest. Just nothing else. Just out. Lula Demasha. The cell phone rang. Zheng Yang, look, this is not Zo Deputy Bureau of the phone? Well, it's about to be glorified. I just don't know exactly where the future will take me. Hey Uncle Zo. Pick up the phone. Zheng Yang smiling. Xiao Yonga, how are things? Deputy Zo asked with great concern. How is the situation on your subject's side now? Thank you uncle for your concern, Zheng Yang said, sent back to the hospital. No big problem, wait to sleep until you wake up naturally. Well, it's good that people are okay, Deputy Zhou said. It's good that people are fine. Hey, now the human traffickers are really rampant. Zhou Deputy Bureau side also seems to be very angry said. The above is also very concerned. These two are not only in this crime, but also in other places have made a case. Kyoto side also learned the news, said their cases need to be handled together. In the next 2 days, they will be coming over to Kyoto for a joint trial. Zheng Yang was surprised. The Kyoto side is also investigating? Yes, Deputy Zhou said a bit tiredly. It seems to be a roving criminal, roaming from outside to Kyoto, and then running out from the Kyoto side, coming to our place to commit a crime just in time to be caught. They say that Kyoto is a good place, and the police force is sufficient, but now I see that it's just the same thing. In the end, it's not letting us arrest and send the person back. As Zheng Yang said with clarity in his heart, Uncle, this is not a good thing to say. Oh right. Deputy Bureau Zhou changed the topic and said, your kid likes jade and emerald. This matter uncle immediately help you ask. I heard the prisoner was carrying jade and emerald as well. You kid didn't mess around, did you? It says it's important evidence. Now that I can't find it, it's not in your possession, is it? Me? As soon as he heard that, Zheng Yang said, a gentleman loves to take money. I'm not going to take something that isn't mine. Chapter 46, why is the jade plaque missing so fast? Hanging up the phone, Zheng Yang's heart sank. I have to say that the modern world is just so efficient at all kinds of things. But the news revealed by Deputy Zhou was a bit different from his own guess. It's not the first time these two have done this kind of thing. First of all, from the purpose of the fat and thin combination should be to find a specific person, although it did not say exactly where to go, but from outside to Kyoto and from Kyoto to go, the person behind the curtain in Kyoto. They have been to more than one place, dry more than one together. The police in Kyoto so quickly to mention people show that there should be a premeditated. Summarizing all this valid information, these two people were hired by some high-ranking official in Kyoto to find someone according to certain criteria, and among the other party there might be a person who knew the way of divination, and a rather powerful one at that, who was able to calculate Lin Xing Evening's location. This, Zheng Yang suddenly realized a problem. If the other side really had such powerful people, then why hadn't they sent anyone out to catch Lin Xing Evening earlier? A not-so-good vision popped up in Zheng Yang's mind. He leaned back against the motorcycle and half-closed his eyes as he carefully recalled some of the things his mentor had done when he was telling the story of divination and fortune-telling. Bad. After recalling all the details in detail all over again, Zheng Yang suddenly realized that he had done the most inadvisable thing. After Lin Xing Evening informed him of his birth date, 8 characters and such, he directly calculated a fortune. In the age of the end, there are a lot of very powerful spells that are troublesome to get and fairly simple to destroy. Lin Xing Evening was able to go so long without anyone paying attention to her. That was most likely because the person who told her this in the first place had obscured the heavenly chances for her. However, because of the end of the era, this kind of concealment of heavenly chances is very much like a one-way invisibility cover. In the absence of very specific information, when divination is like looking for a needle in a haystack, coupled with the other side of the open invisibility, want to find it is very difficult to find. However, it would be easy to destroy the cover by making a movement from the inside, and by doing it yourself you destroyed the cover internally, subsequently turned on the public address, and then were locked right in by the people searching outside. So the other side found this side with great precision, but since it was impossible to determine whether it was Ruyan Lu or Xingye Lin, the fat and thin duo took both. Wait a minute. Wrong? Zheng Yang suddenly thought of a problem. In this era of the end of the law, changing the real date of birth was a simple and effective way to cover up the heavenly chances. Although it couldn't be like the special techniques laid down by some trigram masters that could completely evade probing, it could also disrupt the judgment of the person probing. If the other party can calculate such a precise location, in fact, can use the method of elimination to pinpoint a little more, can calculate who is really the person they are looking for. But they took both. That means Ruyan Lu's real birthday isn't the one she filled out at the top of the entry information she gave herself, and her love affair has something to do with herself. Now that he had stepped into the immortal path, although the road ahead was winding, Zheng Yang believed that he could cut through the thorns to find a new path in this era of the last Dharma. So for him the average woman would have been hard enough to get into, but Lu Ruyan would have something happen with herself in the future, have a love affair with herself. So is there a possibility? Is it that Ruyan Lu also has a certain special physique? A physique that might not be weaker than Lin Xingye's? That's why she was taken along with the other party? So what's her physique? If it wasn't the same as Lin Xingye, could she be that legendary great emperor's talent? Some phoenix god body or something like that? Oh, that's kind of funny. Lula Dimasha. Zheng Yang was about to leave when the phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hey. Zheng Yang picked up the phone. Hey. Chit-ta. It's me. On the other end of the phone was a very familiar voice, a little anxious, seemed to be with a little bit of crying voice said, "Oh, it's me, Zhao Ling." "Ha?" Zheng Yong said, a bit puzzled. "Looking for me for something? That's quite an accident. I didn't think this one would actually call himself." Resisting the urge to just hang up, he said, "Get right to the point of things. Someone is causing trouble at Third Sister's hospital." Zhao Ling said a bit anxiously. "Injured several doctors and broke a set of ICU equipment. Several of the hospital's security guards were injured by him." He insisted on saying that this place doesn't work and that the equipment is all a lie. And he even humiliated Third Sister in front of her. "I know we have a beef, but Third Sister won't have a beef with you, right? Third Sister?" Zheng Yong cried and laughed a little. "But it does seem that among the true and false young master texts there will be a person who does some kind of good deed to the true young master. Of course this is relative. And in comparison, this person who is somewhat kind to true young master is probably the one who doesn't beat and physically punish true young master at every turn and engage in character humiliation like others. She could just be cold and ignoring the true young master. Or she could have minimal contact with the true young master because she's always working away from home and can't get back. And who are the few in the Cho family who fit that profile? Big sister, second sister, third sister. The eldest sister married early and has her own little family coming back less often. The second sister works in Kyoto, but has now been sent in on her own and the results of the trial are not yet in. The third sister is a doctor, often works overtime and has a house near the hospital, and rarely comes back because of her busy schedule. As for why the fourth sister is not mentioned, it was a travel writer with an RV of his own, on a trip around the continent that wouldn't be back for a year and a half. So the only ones who fit this profile are the eldest and third sisters. But, call the police, save the evidence, tell the security guards not to get into a direct conflict with the people, control the scene and don't let the people run away. Zheng Yong said very plainly, "I'm not a police officer. It's useless for you to call me. Pa." Hang up the phone. Second sister, Zheng Yong sneered. He was the kind of person who hadn't finished the weekly program. So what if he met the conditions for the first awakening? In the novel such a person did just slightly less than everyone else. The Zhao family? Or Zhao Yan's family? Even if Zheng Yong didn't intend to use the future to criminalize the present. But this family had also already impressed him as cockroaches next to a mountain of gold. Teaching you how to call the police has been his greatest help. Didn't even think about it, was about to leave. Yu Isamu. At this time, Song Zhongyi also came out from the Public Security Bureau of Qiaonan District. Saw Zheng Yong has not gone, will be happy to welcome up and said, "My god of fortune, please face to eat a meal not?" See what uncle said. Zheng Yong also said with a smile, "Where can I be anyone's god of fortune? If it wasn't for you opening the way for me in front, maybe people would have run away by the time I arrived today. I still have to buy you dinner." Go opened his cell phone, was about to search for a nearby restaurant. Song Zhongyi pressed Zheng Yong's hand and said, "If you're searching for the big restaurants around, then you can go yourself. Uncle, I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not used to eating those, and uncle doesn't have that much money to only afford those ordinary ones. Go. Saying this, he pulled Zheng Yong over towards a small restaurant without any further ado. He went in and ordered 2 bowls of nice shaved noodles, casually placing his carry-on pouch in front of the spice jar with vinegar and chile. Song Zhongyi said as he stretched, "Thanks to Xiao Yong. Look at what uncle said." Zheng Yong shook his head to say something, but Song Zhongyi interrupted Zheng Yong's words and sighed. "Hey, you know about those 2 people, right?" "Of course I know." Zheng Yong nodded and said, "It's 2 roving criminals. Don't worry," Song Zhongyi said as if comforting. "What belongs to you can't run away. $500 for a banner of bravery?" Zheng Yong laughed softly and said, "I'm saving my own wife. It doesn't count as bravery, does it?" "That's courageous and resourceful, too," Song Zhongyi said. "In fact, uncle this time out also has something to ask you." "What is it?" Zheng Yong asked, confused. "Is it to count something?" "It's a hairpin and a jade pendant in those 2 people's hands," Song Zhongyi asked seriously. "I heard the leader say that you like that kind of thing. You kid won't take advantage of our inattention to take it away, right?" "What?" Zheng Yong scratched his head and said blankly, "A gentleman loves money and takes it in his own way. What am I doing with that thing for nothing? Theoretically, I'm the heir to the Zhao family, and I can't see past those 2 broken things. Also," Song Zhongyi nodded and said, "Your kid has a big family and can't see it. However, the above said that those 2 things are important evidence. From the 2 people did not search. I think it should be lost during the fight. I heard that those 2 things are quite important. Is mobilizing the comrades of the Qiaonan branch to look for it at the scene. Right, isn't that obvious? Have we seen any hairpins? Any jade pendants? This thing, if I really want it, I'll just go buy it myself and be done with it." Speaking of which, Zheng Yong suddenly asked, "What do those 2 things look like? I'd love to see what the jade pendant and hairpin that could make you all suspect that I took them look like." "It's probably a very pretty thing," Song Zhongyi said. It's probably stolen loot that those two men stole in passing, and it's very valuable. If you see it, bring it to me at the first opportunity. Come on, chicken soup, knife shaved noodles, said the shopkeeper as he also brought up 2 bowls of noodles. My family's knife-cut noodles in chicken soup, especially this chicken soup. It's a masterpiece, the owner said enthusiastically. I guarantee you won't forget it. That's not true, said Song Zhangyi, especially if you have to add vinegar. With that he took the little jug of vinegar in his hand and poured himself a little vinegar. Then he put it back. Does Xiao Yang eat vinegar? Song Zhangyi said as he stirred it. Well, it won't taste good without vinegar. Vinegar? Zhang Yang took a look and realized that there was a small paper packet pressed underneath that small bag at an unknown time. And from the look of the paper packet it seemed to be a square plus long item. Sure, he happily took vinegar. Uncle San's recommended eating method. Where's the sense in trying it? Chapter 47, Exchanging Lives. The Zhao family ancestral hall is a village called Zhangjiaobao located almost 10 kilometers northwest of Jianhai City. Zhangjiaobao, as the name suggests, means that the vast majority of this village is surnamed Zhang. The Zhao family began as a tenant farmer in the Zhang family fort, and the one who went out to the South Seas that year went half sold and half volunteered. It was only after he made his fortune that he gradually made the Zhao family a major household in Zhangjiaobao through various means, but it didn't change its name after it became a major player, and the name has continued to this day. Zhao Qiusheng's father came back to return to the clan to recognize his ancestors, and again donated money and goods to help the village, where he retook a piece of land to build a shrine, dedicated to the ancestors of the Zhao family. Master. A bright Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove into the village and steadily parked in the place reserved for parking in front of the shrine. Zhao Qiusheng's face was one of grief and helplessness as he said, that sinner from the little old family is then locked up here. Aha, Tianshi Zhang said with a calm face, but with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. These days, there aren't too many people who cast parasites. It's still more curious to be able to follow along. After all, there weren't many spells that could be used these days that didn't rely heavily on aura, and witchcraft was one of them. Although the art of witchcraft is also considered to be a kind of dishonorable underhanded means, but the compulsion is considered to be one of the more moderate and easier to let people accept. Its gestation process is not against human morality. Of course, there are a few compulsion gestation is still very cruel, and this relatively gentle gestation process also makes gestating a compulsion that can be used in a row take a very long time. So this time, old Master Zhao invited him, so he came down the mountain to have a look. On the one hand, it was to see this compulsion, and on the other hand, it was to see what the unicorn child that he had counted out back then looked like now. That unicorn child he had seen was really good. Now it's time to look at the person who put the compulsion on. Click. Having received notification long ago, the shrine had arranged servants and bodyguards in advance, and at this time, 2 young and beautiful women rushed over to open the door. The 2 got out of the car and were quickly guided by the servants into the shrine. The front hall quickly came to the Zhao family ancestral tablets. Zhao Hao has been brought over to escort in front of the ancestral tablets kneeling. Zhang Tianshi went in to take a look and immediately frowned slightly, raising his hand to signal old Master Zhao to keep quiet, while he himself walked slowly up, circled around Zhao Hao twice, and then said with 7 parts gentleness and 3 parts majesty in his voice, "Raise your head up, let me take a look." It was the first time Zhao Hao had seen Tianshi Zhang, and having been locked up for a while, he had completely lost the appearance of the rich young master before. The hair was long, the beard was out, the face was haggard and frightened, as if it were a wild dog afraid of losing its shelter, and in its eyes was a grief and fear that it could not hide. When he heard Tianshi Zhang's voice, his body trembled and raised his head but did not dare to meet his eyes. Tianshi Zhang looked at Zhao Hao's eyebrows and frowned even deeper, pinching his fingers and counting, then said to old Master Zhao, "Let the child go down to rest first." Zhao old master sniffed to the servant made a color. Soon again servant again Zhao Hao re-brought down, only this time changed a room, can be slightly better than the last time, and Zhang Tianshi came back to old Master Zhao and said, "Mr. Zhao, let me borrow a step." Old Master Zhao also knew that this was to say the focus of the matter, hurriedly dismissed the servants, personally took the old celestial master to the back hall. The 2 sat down in front of a stone table. Zhao Qiusheng before he opened his mouth. The old celestial master can see out what? Is it a parasite? It's a compulsion, but it's a love compulsion. Ah, old Master Zhao instantly said with his mouth too long to close, "Isn't taking things a man and a woman's love affair? I thought it was going to be something amazing, but this is what it turned out to be? Just this?" Tianshi Zhang was quite calm and said, "The 7 emotions and 6 desires are also emotions. Parents' affection for their children are also emotions. This child is just utilizing the love compulsion to make her parents and her sister pay more attention to herself. It's wrong but not to this extent. The real problem is not this compulsion. It's not in the parasites?" Old Master Zhao's face became even more grave. "Mr. Zhao," Tianshi Zhang asked, "can the old Daoist meet this child's real parents?" This Old Master Zhao sighed at once and said, "This child's life is bitter. His parents left early. Life is hard?" Elder Tianchi Zhang said a bit playfully. "Mr. Zhao, this child's facial features, the nose is plump, the earth's pavilion is square and round, the forehead is flat and gentle, the decree lines are shallow, the five senses are coordinated, and the middle of the human body is clear. And he should have been a calm and peaceful person before he suffered from this calamity. Do you know what this face means?" Zhao Old Master has more or less a little bit of research on these. Listening to these words also can probably guess that this is good words, but also shook his head. He still wasn't quite sure exactly. There's wealth, no nobility, no disasters, no illnesses. His whole life is considered peaceful and smooth. Zhang Tianchi said with a gradually serious face, and also the phase of longevity. You put him in the position of the Zhao family heir, really no big mistake. As long as he himself does not get involved in official matters. Although he cannot push the Zhao family to continue to move forward to keep the existing wealth can still be done. Even if there is a fly in the ointment, it would be a matter of breaking some fortunes, and the rest of the money would ensure riches. Then Master Zhang thought for a while and said, "Your family, that unicorn child, forehead broad and abundant, tian song full. If you are in politics, the main official luck, the career is open. Eyebrows like a crescent moon, clear and sparse, showing his intelligence and wisdom, thoughtful, eyes like a star, black and white, God's light convergence, the Lord's lofty aspirations, act decisively, the nose is like a gall, straight and plump, the palace of wealth is prosperous, and the fortune is long." He is now gradually emerging, and although the future is full of calamities, he will be further advanced with each passing level, and observing his exuberant qi, there is a great qi to the image of the purple qi coming from the east, said Zhang Tianchi, stroked his beard and said, "If he and just that child brother and sister, must be guaranteed your family within 3 or even 4 generations of prosperity." That, Old Master Zhao instantly felt incredulous. On the right plan? Able to, but why did it come to this? Old Master Zhao couldn't figure it out even more. And, Tianchi Zhang added, a child's facial features and qi will be inherited from his or her parents, and then by his or her own efforts, upbringing, and many other reasons, he or she will begin to gradually develop his or her own facial features and qi. But generally speaking, even as an adult, you can still see some of your parents' faces and qi from within the child's face. Could it be? Old Master Zhao's eyes widened at once. Yes, Tianchi Zhang nodded and said, for this child to have such a face, it means that his parents' faces and qi would not be too bad, at least in terms of the paternal lineage. His father should not be a person who died early. This may also include his grandmother in the middle. After all, Mr. Zhao is also a person with qi in his body, a rich face, and a long history of wealth. Even if he seeks a foreign room, odds are that he's not some kind of snarky, jealous person. Carefully thought for a while, Zhang Tianchi in pinch finger counting said, just a rough calculation. Mr. Zhao's foreign room, at least half of the Chinese blood. Although the parents live overseas for a long time but have not forgotten their roots, the girl should be knowledgeable. Wealth and good fortune are also good. It should not be someone who died prematurely, but also the father of the child. You said Connie? Old Master Zhao said with a bit of difficulty. I sent people to seek him back. He has been all kinds of vices. His body has long been emptied. I had thought to let him forcefully quit those vices to recondition, but, said Old Master Zhao's face was even more sad and almost crying. What about the child's mother? Tianchi Zhang asked again. This, Old Master Zhao shook his head and said, I don't know. I just heard Connie say that she disliked him for not being able to make any money after she got married and ran away with someone. That's where the problem lies. Tianchi Zhang pondered for a while and said, if we backtrack forward according to the child's qi and facial features, the outer room could have raised the child alone. Although the child liked a father at that time, but with the shelter of grandpa and grandma, it shouldn't have been reduced to the situation described by Mr. Zhao. And by the time he reached Zhao Hao's generation, he should have had both parents and be healthy and smooth. There is no need for Old Master Zhao to take him back. And if he wanted to take him back, there would be no need to do something like that. Although this child cannot become a man, and the dragon and phoenix can do things to keep a prudent, the maximum possibility of keeping the family business is, but the child's parents died early. Grandparents seem to have died early. That is, directly destroying the child's luck. To be picked up early is to go from abject poverty to wealth. Plus the status of an adopted child causes the child to be cautious, resulting in a distorted personality that has led to this situation. Even though it was someone's fault, he's kind of to blame for today's situation. Then, Old Master Zhao only felt dizzy. He could hear that Tianchi Zhang probably had this unsaid behind his back. You mean this is all? The parasites are actually a minor matter, Zhang Tianchi said with a cold light in his eyes. Someone is using this child to exchange lives, and it is an extremely sinister method. Just observe the child's qi. The child is a little bit of a small disaster, but should not be like so covered in black gas. Seems to have a death robbery will come. which seems to be mixed with suspected Nanyang, that piece of the descending head, and so on. It should have first used this child to drain the chi of the child's grandfather's family, causing his grandmother, grandparents, father, to die prematurely, and then return to start using this for your chi. Overseas? Southern Ocean? Old Master Zhao's heart tightened as he said, could it be from the Southern Ocean lineage? But this shouldn't be. Back then when father split up and defected to the mainland, he only brought the shipping industry with him. And the South Ocean Zhao family has been developing quite rapidly in the past few years. The mainland began to engage in the Belt and Road. After the Maritime Silk Road, they also borrowed the identity of the richest man in the region to become the chief of Chinese representatives. So it can be said that there is this considerable regional influence, and domestic and foreign rules are not the same, that the Zhao family, that lineage is really by virtue of their huge wealth, will be influential into the local government, and even control the local power, oil and other energy industries, is a deservedly giant. Although their own lineage to do a place of the richest, but also just a place of the richest, they have influence in the government, but only a little bit. Do not look at their own as the richest, but the face of the government also have to be obedient, except for the stupid son's family. And besides, anyone who understands why grandpa split up and ran away to the mainland in the first place understands. If you really want to exchange lives, then you should be the one to run and exchange their lives, because exchanging lives for luck is also observing the principle of going from high to low, and the rich and the poor exchanging lives for luck is not exchanging, that is helping the poor, or the ones who put out all of their grandchildren's to help the poor. What kind of people do that? Chapter 48, Blame for the Blame. Then Zhao Hao the child, old Master Zhao asked tentatively, after all, this is the bloodline of him and his own white moonlight, can pull a hand count it, don't be angry, Mr. Zhao. Tianshi Zhang deliberated for a moment, then said very directly, the best place for this child to go now is prison. There is no other place to go. Prison? Old Master Zhao was stunned. Going to jail? This is the last thing he wants to see the end. Once he goes in, his own white moonlight lineage is considered ruined. Although the previous is killing and decisive, but people will always think of children's affection when they are old. Zhao Hao first fish out and put here is not to hope that people into the prison. The future career is almost gone when you go in there. Moreover, if you have a criminal record, you may not be able to implicate the lineage of the firstborn in the future. The old master of heaven saw the old master's mind, then stroked his white beard and said, Mr. Zhao, this son's destiny has been tampered with. Continue in the Zhao family will not only continue to draw the Zhao family's luck, the future will be entangled with the first eldest grandson. I think the first eldest grandson has the capacity to tolerate others, but if this son is entangled with him in the future, he will definitely be buried in the hands of the eldest grandson. Secondly, for this child, looking at his face, although he has inherited his father's virtues, it is hard to say about his mother. According to the old Tao's estimation, his mother must be a person who is long on calculation but short-sighted, greedy and shameless, just pinpointed that this woman is still alive, and the fact that she was able to marry the child's father and have a child back then must have been something. Never love for each other. And, the old celestial master's face has more cunning said, they used this child to exchange life, probably did not think there would be this today. The child in prison is mostly in contact with what people. Exchanging lives is a two-way street. After being hit by this method, the old Taoist can't break it for a while. This child just stay in the Zhao family. Staying here will keep sucking the Zhao family's chi and exchanging lives with that family for a counterbalance. But what if that child and the prisoner in the prison? Old Master Zhao slapped his head. Fantastic. Changing lives is a two-way street, whether good or bad, that goes from high to low, and anyone who can get in there knows what they're getting into. Although the good life that was once exchanged away after going in will not feed back into the Zhao family, it could potentially change its fate for those people. It's kind of a good deed for the boy. And, Tianshi Zhang added, prisons, Mr. Zhao should not underestimate these places. Most of the cases of modern prison guards are burdened with righteousness, and the construction of the time more to be in line with the way of feng shui, in order to cut down the demons, suppress the evil spirits, and polish the evil thoughts, and more borrow the country's great chi luck to town, to the national dragon vein of gas and the suppression of national fortune, so that evil spirits dare not close. The evil idea has nothing to hide, although the people locked up inside is not good, but the prison has become a party of pure land. Demons and evil do not approach, near must be executed. Just also said, this child body not only has compulsion, but also some of the South Pacific descendants and other means. For a moment the old Tao cannot see through, and these means cannot get into our country's prisons, the government or the army of these places. The staff inside the country's chi also have the country's chi blessing, those little tricks, but if you dare to steal them, they will be reversed. Old Master Zhao nodded in recognition. Moreover, Tianshi Zhang added another yard and said, this child is afraid that the influence of those evil arts is almost deep into his bones and marrow, making his character all completely distorted. Going in and being influenced by righteousness can wear down the evil thoughts in his heart. In addition, if it can be properly transformed out before it can be considered a useful talent. When Mr. Zhao to give him some industry may also be able to take care of a good, but if it continues to be placed here, it will be the aftermath of endless trouble. Hearing Tianshi Zhang say so, old Master Zhao also made up his mind completely, beckoning the accompanying secretary to give a couple of explanations before getting up and saying, "Then I'll please trouble the old Tianshi to the humble abode to take a walk in." With that, he got up and led the way himself. The car left the Zhao family ancestral hall in no time and drove into the Zhao family's marina manor near dusk. The Zhao family members, except for Zhao Huiqi who had already been sent in and Zhao Hao who was about to go in, and those who couldn't make it back, the rest of them were in fact all there. Zhao Yan, Wan Yuyun, Zhao Xine and Zhao Ling respectfully accepted the examination of Heavenly Master Zhang. After looking around, they didn't say much, and after closing their eyes and counting half a day, they only lamented. Then accompanied by Zhao Chaosheng, he came to look outside the manor. This, Zhao Xiaosheng couldn't help but ask when he saw how Heavenly Master Zhang looked. "This, my, Mr. Zhao," Tianshi Zhang sighed and said, "How much do you care about your child's education?" This, Zhao Chaosheng was confused and said, "This, he would like to say that their children's education is also very attentive. Master teacher please, find ways to get to the key school. Interest, extracurricular tutorials and so on are not down. Can say that the elite education of the big families need things and not down. But look at Zhang Tianshi's appearance is also guessed. Probably in the words did not say straight. How did your eldest son score in school when he was in school? How many parent-teacher conferences did you go to?" Tianshi Zhang asked in return. "Where were you when his mother passed away?" Don't blame the old Daoist for speaking straight. The parasites, the exchange of lives, those are all trivial matters. Your lack of care for your child is the main cause of all this today. Tianshi Zhang said. Old Tao has to admire the far-reaching planning of the person who designed all this. The person may have started planning when you were young, and in the end, these dirty tricks, although secretive, are not flawless. Mr. Zhao, although you are not my cultivation people, if your wife is still alive, you even if you don't love her if you go home a few more times, care a little bit more will be able to find the end. If you are a little more attentive to your eldest son, you will also find that the child's personality change is different from the unusual said rebellious period. If the eldest grandson is born you do not do those schemes. Tianshi Zhang shook his head and said, your eldest grandson was right in his calculations. The spells such as parasites and subdued heads did affect them, but the real root cause is with you. You had many chances to remedy the situation. But what happened? You are the one who has pushed things to the worst step by step. Old Master Zhao couldn't help but tremble as he listened. His mouth moved but he didn't say anything, hesitating for a long time before finally just waving his hand and beckoning a servant to say, Go Zhao Yan. Hey, bring the young master here. The servant quickly left, and within a few minutes went and returned, bringing with him Zhao Yan. At this moment, Zhao Yan didn't have the slightest bit of the domineering aura of being a hegemonic chief, and said with a coy look, Father, you're looking for me? Yener. Zhao Chaosheng's mouth moved and moved before he finally said, Heavenly Master Zhang has told Father some things. Moreover, Xiao Yong has also stepped into the path of cultivation, and he has also pinpointed Yener. You don't need to hide anything either. Both Xiao Yong and the Heavenly Master have already told for Father. You hate my father, don't you? Regret STH. When he heard Zhao Chaosheng say that the Heavenly Master and Zhang Yong had already figured out some things, Zhao Yan's coy look at this time also finally disappeared, and his face became more hideous as he said, Compulsion? Surrender? Mistletoe? Guman child? In card? Blood curse? Ha 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 ha. He seemed to be demolished a hideous grin and said, My dear old dad our family has a lot of things that make you scared Some I know, some I watched Howard do, and I was deliberately unguarded, and some I'm not prudently aware of. You, Zhao Chaosheng was half speechless with anger, seemingly unable to catch his breath. He pointed at Zhao Yan and said angrily, You, sins, you shouldn't even if you have hatred for me. Hate? Zhao Yan shook his head, seemingly sneering as he looked at his old man and said, There's no longer any hate in my heart a long time ago. Back then when my mother passed away, I hated you for not coming back. Back then when I took the college entrance exam, I hated you for not accompanying me. Back then when I was engaged to Yu Yun you were too busy to come back. I also hated you. Back then, when Yu Yun was forced by you to give birth to 7 daughters in a row because she couldn't give birth to a boy, her body collapsed and she still had to continue. I also hate you. I still hated you back when Aratsuki nearly died from a hemorrhage when she gave birth to Isamu and you only cared about your eldest grandson. I still hated you when you engineered Isamu to go to an orphanage after you had a hard time having a male child. And I still hated you when you used adoption to bring your illegitimate son's child into the family. We know that Isamu is clearly in the city. But you deliberately prevented us from visiting. You deliberately had the bodyguards drive away the child when he came by himself. You are the one who made me break my resolution of love for that child. You are the one who wants us to favor the child of your illegitimate son. My old father, said Zhao Yan, shaking his head. You're saying I hate? Don't be funny. I purposely let all those things be here, and purposely didn't let them be set up in our house by those who got mixed in. I'm just going to remember. I'm going to remember all the time what you did. I hate you? No, Zhao Yan said with a deadly stare at Zhao Chaoshang. Zhao Yan, hate everyone in the Zhao family equally, including myself. And I know about someone using Zhao Hao to exchange his life. Zhao Yan's face gradually became grim as he said, although I don't know who's behind all this and why he's doing it, but I like it. I'm going to see everything you hold dear, everything you've worked so hard to preserve, destroyed. I'm going to watch your chosen heir to the family turn into a pussy-whipped, womanizing piece of. I'm the one who specialized in raising the several daughters of the Zhao family to be selfish and live only for themselves, to watch them fight to the death over the family fortune, and to hate and detest your eldest grandson. I'm just going to beat you to death for sending it out and wanting it to be a firm outside force behind the family and pillar. It's a pity, Zhao Yan said without self-deprecation. I didn't kill that kid, and a few times in the past, I made a mistake out of the variables. It's really heaven's plan, isn't it? Zhou Qiu sang? Zhao Yan looked calm and joyless. But why? He seemed to be acting like a madman. Every move, every word, it's all mind-blowing. Chapter 49, Strength. At this time, Zhang Yang had already gone home, and he still didn't know about the Zhao family manor, although that old man said goodbye to the Zhao family manor. But Zhang Yang did not have the slightest intention of wanting to go. He is a man with a Daoist heritage, not some wild origin, not quite wanting to have any contact with the celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Not so much, at least for a while. He was more interested in studying the matter of dual cultivation and the two just-arrived magic weapons made from pseudo-spirit stones. Need to create a room for dual cultivation as soon as possible. Incidentally enhance Lin Xing Evening's physique. Use dual cultivation to bring her into cultivation first, and then also need to explore Lu Ruyan's physique, and of course his own electric motor business. There's so much going on with all sorts of things. I'm really not interested in visiting that old celestial master. I had just returned home and chatted with my adoptive parents for a while, then returned to my room and took out the 2 spells that had arrived. Was planning to delve into it. Lula Lula Demasha. Zhang Yang's cell phone suddenly rang, looked at the phone number a glance and then connected and said, Yo Feiyu brother, how a few days did not go in your buddies to eat barbecue? Qin Feiyu was a bit rich now. 3 small BBQs a day, often in the A6 at night with my own friends for BBQs and whatnot. For this Zhang Yang didn't care at all. Anyway, in the future he is going to change the car. A6 in the future is Qin Feiyu's car. If he doesn't treasure it himself and just build it, then he doesn't care. Even Zhang Yang felt a bit shady, thinking that he should wait for Qin Feiyu to get the car out of trouble himself, then fine him a sum of money and finally give him the car. Well, of course that would have to wait until Qin Feiyu himself got too floaty and wrecked the car. Nowadays, I drive out to dazzle but I'm still more careful and caring. Di-chan, on the phone, Qin Feiyu asked in a very low voice, did you put it on speakerphone? Are aunts and uncles on the side yet? Well, not on the side. You directly say on the line. Zhang Yang feel a little strange. This guy is doing what to get secretive? Oh, said Qin Feiyu as if he was still a bit uneasy. Come out on your own and say you're having a barbecue with brother. Be fast, make it snappy. This, Zhang Yang felt a bit bad, though he didn't know what was going on. But for this Qin Feiyu to be so mysterious, it certainly wasn't a good thing. Did this brother of his get into trouble? Or did something else happen? I don't know. Zhang Yang changed into his clothes for going out and gave his adoptive parents a word that he and Qin Feiyu were going out for a barbecue and then left directly. Downstairs, out of the neighborhood. He soon saw his car parked at the intersection. What? As soon as he got into the car, Zhang Yang directly opened his mouth and asked, Dear, Qin Feiyu wanted to say, but after thinking for half a day, he still held back and said, let's go to the Longhai Road police station in the high-tech district first. Ha? Zhang Yang froze and said, no, brother Feiyu, you have a brother in there? Are you planning to fish for someone? Why don't he just take care of this kind of thing himself? Why do we need him? It's to fish for people. Qin Feiyu a little do not know how to say said, but never mind. You'll see for yourself when you get there. Really, what's with all the secrecy? Zhang Yang saw that Qin Feiyu did not want to say, so he did not want to ask more questions, and took advantage of the effort to go to set up a simple heartless toward heaven posture and began to cultivate. When they entered the police station, a police officer soon came over and led them into the chief's office. Longhai Road police station director is a 40-something years old, a little pressure fat uncle, surnamed Lu, called Lu Wu. See, Zhang Yang and Qin Feiyu came in and pinched the cigarette, first measured Qin Feiyu, and then dropped his eyes on Zhang Yang, up and down scanning half a day before finally said with a sad face, "Well, the main man came. Why don't you guys take a look around and we'll talk when you figure it out." With that he pushed a dossier over. Jung Young took a look at a transcript. Manhwa Hospital? Medical malpractice? Manhwa? The name suggests a private hospital. And this medical malpractice, associated with that sixth sister calling herself out of the blue today. It couldn't have happened here, could it? And even if it happens, so what? Arresting someone will do. He does not want to get involved in the Zhao family's affairs. Besides, in the future he does not intend to develop towards the medical industry. So what is the point of looking for him? Look at the medical malpractice people. Qin Fei you mentioned. Zheng Yang flipped back and said, Lu Changshan? What's wrong with this guy? Totally confused, but then looked at the photos again. Zheng Yang's face changed suddenly. It was also a privilege to meet him before. Lu Wu lit another cigarette and said rather helplessly, and he always said that the youngest master of the Zhao family in Zhanghai must be his brother-in-law in the future. With an arrogant attitude, it's really hard to do. The corner of Zheng Yang's mouth twitched as he said, "Where are the people?" Old Zhang's dormitory. Lu Wu frowned deeper and said, "I was thinking of mediating and sending it away, but this is really unmediable." Zheng Yang was even more speechless. He seemed to have been put on the spot by Zhao Ling, but it seemed like he couldn't blame her or himself. Where do people come from? From the Qin land. Lu Wu took a drag on his cigarette and said, I heard himself say that he came down from the terminal mountain, saying that it doesn't matter if we offended him, and that we all can't afford to miss the best time to save people. What was the rescue? Zheng Yun a little taut. This is not the ancient morning downhill flow male lead to do things? It's breaking into a hospital room to save someone's life, right? Acupuncture, right? And what a mess what a life-saving dozen pins, right? And you sound like you're interested in that girl from the Zhao family? Zhao Ling? Tang Shanji. Lu Wu said, I accompanied my granddaughter shopping in the morning time, when she had a heart attack and was sent to the hospital for resuscitation. He happened to be right next to her. Granddaughter. Zheng Yong on this Tang Shanji is a little bit of understanding. The principal of the Zhanghai City Academy of Fine Arts, the president of the Art Association of Guangnan Province, but also the vice president of the Zhanghai City Association of Writers, like to identify the collection of treasures, and occasionally go to the gambling stone. The relationship with his own adoptive father is not close, but also not estranged, belonging to the kind that can get along, and that granddaughter of his is called Tang Shanshan. Zheng Yang remembers that the original body was about 7 or 8 years old when he followed his father to participate in a small party organized by the Art Association had seen, leaving the original owner with the impression that it was a little bit tricky and, the same age, 8 students. This year is also a college entrance examination. Go to the vocal music. The examination is Zhanghai City Academy of Fine Arts Department of Music. I can't say what kind of study he does, but he doesn't seem to be very good, and his hobby is singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Seems pretty rebellious. When I heard my own adoptive parents talk about this girl, they used words that were neutral and neutrally skewed towards being a bit more critical. It does seem to kind of fit one of the heroines of the old morning cooler. The person is pretty, the body should be okay, while the grandfather has good local connections. And importantly, the sudden encounter also gives the protagonist the opportunity to show off his skills. Probably had contempt for the protagonist from the beginning as well. That's a lot. Zheng Yong threw his stuff on the table and said with a headache, what the hell is all this? No, can't you be normal? Even if it was a private hospital, even if Zhao Ling didn't give herself this call, from the photos and police records, this guy is a practitioner, should be into the Tao, have aura, and learn some martial arts. So the hospital security guards are completely impossible to be his opponent, but injured several hospital security guards, went in and broke a set of intensive care equipment, stirred up the intensive care unit of the peace and quiet. Zhao Ling today is to go to the hospital to find the third sister. She herself in the statement of conversation said that because not enough money to find the third sister to borrow money to spend. And this third sister's name is Zhou Jihyun, and her name is a little bit of a stick in the mud, but that's not important. What's important is that she went in there and yanked the guy out. It's a good thing that Zhou Jihyun went in. If he had gone back on the security guard, I guess the kid would have had to do it again. And the biggest headache for Zheng Yong. From the photo, it looks like this guy is basically a carbon copy of his own adoptive father. One could have no doubt that he was definitely his adoptive father's biological son. The problem now is, Lu Wu took a drag on his cigarette and said, the director of Hanha Hospital, Zhao Zhixian is refusing to reconcile, and the several security guards he injured have had their injuries appraised, and none of them are reconciling either. Old Mr. Tang's eldest granddaughter is also not going to reconcile, fail to reconcile STH. For the first time, Zheng Yong was speechless and had a headache. It couldn't really be considered that Zhao Ling had punked him. It was probably just Zhao Ling's stupid person being agitated, or it could be that she didn't have a clue to actually ask for her help either. But, ACI bar mom and dad are so smart. Zheng Yong stifled the idea of cursing. How did you give birth to such a dumbass? And listening to that tone, he should be looking at the Zhao family's daughter. I just don't know if it's Nian Shanlian, looking at the third sister, or Zhao Ling, or like the male protagonist of the ancient morning text, as long as he sees a beautiful woman he intends to take in the harem. Is there anything else? Zheng Yong rubbed his temples. It's really hard, and it shouldn't be impossible to get people out. Just, don't surprise him with this kid. There's one more thing. Lu Wu's words seemed to bring a little bit of ridicule said. He said that one of his elder sister is the director of the Changshan District Public Security Bureau. There is another elder sister is Linjiang District. What boss? Will let the old Lu I can't eat. Directly carry a bucket to roll away at night to walk at night and also have to be careful a little bit. Zhang Yang glanced at Qin Feiyu next to him, who was already speechless. What's wrong with this guy who's been living in the mountains? Let's not talk about how the branch chief of the Changshan district is in charge of the police station in the high-tech district. But what about that Linjiang district boss? The local precinct is sweeping past all have to rest. So arrogant. Does he think that his senior sister is not going in fast enough? Or does he think that his old man is living too peacefully in his retirement? It's not even a family search. It's intensity for everyone he knows, right? Now the intensity comes right up to you. Chapter 50, True or False Young Master Again. The intensity is really coming on to itself. Looking at the transcript of the conversation, Zheng Yang only felt a headache. He suddenly thought of a novel he had read in his previous life, which seemed to be similar to today's plot. The protagonist crosses is entitled to Power. The capital circle broad young man, countless fighters. The opponent is the downhill flow protagonist. And then crosses the protagonist in the face of the same plot is also a direct choice of the police. Then the injuries are identified, along with the equipment damaged by the hospital. The result is naturally that the protagonist who has just come down from the mountain can't afford to lose the money and is sent in. And the heroine becomes the protagonist's pet because of the protagonist's maneuvering. Suddenly confronted with the same type of drama, Zhang Yong was suddenly a bit uncomfortable. Because that novel in the protagonist although hit people but note did not kill, and does not seem to damage the equipment. So he is a way to deal with such a person. Do not recognize the other side of the injury appraisal and equipment firm results. His own side to apply for an injury appraisal and damage appraisal. And the female protagonist also exists a good feeling towards the downhill flow protagonist. Knowing that the other side is faking, it's pretty easy to counteract, and it's easy to accomplish mediation. But the problem he has to face is that his own half-brother is really a real person. He is real to a few security guards into the orthopedic department. He is real to destroy people's equipment, but also real in the premise of no one's goodwill to follow. Break into the ward. ACI bar. To say Qin Feiyu is just a bit naive, a bit difficult to bring flying, then this one is simply hell. Originally thought that there is the layer of adoptive parents in the relationship. Calculated this son is also the protagonist's life. Is again will be entangled with the Zhao family or something makes him feel outrageous. But it's a capable guy anyways, and should be one of his future powerhouse teammates. Now this look. Hey. Zheng Yong resisted the urge to just walk away and said, let me go meet this one. The director quickly took Zheng Yong to the small, separate dormitory, pushing the door in. I saw that theoretically can be called brother and brother of their own is hanging on the sofa. Boredom surveying the surroundings. Saw Zhang Yong came and eyes first on Zhang Yong swept away for a while and then moved away as if too lazy to talk to him. Zhang Yong also sized up the teenager in front of him. Almost a replica of his own adoptive father in terms of looks. The man had not inherited any of his adoptive parents' virtues in terms of temperament. Looking at Zhang Yong, he couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Chongshen. Zhang Yong sat across from this one and said, aren't you curious as to who I am? Why would this one be running over here? You're a lawyer? Lu Chongsheng seemed suddenly interested and said, sent by the Tang family? Or was it sent by the Zhao family? Zhang Yang said, powerless to spit. Why would you think that? That's how it's written in the novels. Lu Chongsheng smiled confidently and said, I've read a lot of novels and I know what goes on under the mountain. Someone like me should be some kind of protagonist or something, right? It seems like the protagonist of some downhill stream, right? This world and Zhang Yang's previous life are the same in most places, so the novels that existed in his previous life are pretty much the same in this one, including what Doluai and so on, just the name may be a little bit not the same, so downhill streams of fiction exist just as well. Then haven't you ever thought about being a cannon fodder male supporting character in the middle of an anti-trope text? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. The protagonist of the downhill stream is naturally the protagonist in a downhill stream novel, but if it's an anti-set piece of literature, then the protagonist of the downhill stream is a supporting character, and one of the supporting characters that could potentially die a horrible death. Thinking about what? Lu Chongsheng smiled confidently and said, I've heard from my master. In Shanghai City my dad is a big official and very powerful. My mom's connections are also very wide. My dad and my mom's adopted son is the future heir to the Zhao family. I heard from my master that he even asked for a marriage contract from the Zhao family for me. And there are two of my senior sisters who are in Shanghai City. Little master, my elder sister, is called Yang Shuqin, the director of the Changshan District Public Security Bureau. My second sister, Shanghai City, Linjiang District Underground Black Queen, the overlord of the Linjiang District, talk better than the police. In the whole Shanghai City is also well known. Little master, my medical talent is said by my master to be a rare genius in the ancient times. I have power and influence in people. Why should I not be the main character and have to play a supporting role for others? Marriage contract? Zheng Yong spat in his heart. This is really a bit of a surprise. It's not purely the kind of divine doctor down the mountain stream. Or is it the kind with a marriage contract? Hey, envy it. The corner of Lu Changsheng's mouth hooked out a kind of Dragon King smile and said, you just need to be able to set things right. I guarantee that whatever cancer or whatever you have in the future can be healed for you. Ha ha ha. Zheng Yong already had some concrete ideas about this one. It is estimated that the lower mountain did not seriously understand the world. Just read the novel, thinking that the world in the middle of the novel is the logic of the real-world operation. First, Zheng Yong sat up straight, faintly smiling and said, I'll introduce myself first. I'm not some lawyer. My name is Zheng Yong. Well, this name should actually be yours. My name should have been Zhao Yong. So I'm the one you're talking about. The future heir of the Zhao family, your parents' adopted son, the brother-in-law you're hanging on to today. Secondly, I want to tell you that the logic of how this world operates is not the logic of how it operates in the middle of the novels you read. You're not some protagonist, and what you did today has broken the law. What? Lu Changsheng said with an incredulous face. Don't rush to be surprised. Zheng Yong patted the case file in his hand and said, let me tell you what laws you flipped. Your actions today have violated the Public Security Administration punishment law, the criminal law, and the physician law respectively, and stalking Tang Shanshan's actions violated the Public Security Administration punishment law may constitute harassment or invasion of privacy, and you face a warning, a fine, or administrative detention. Forcibly breaking into an intensive care unit and practicing medicine without a license violate the Public Security Administration punishment law and the physician's law, respectively, and may constitute the crimes of disturbing order in a public place and illegally practicing medicine, and face administrative detention or up to 3 years in prison. Injuring hospital security guards may constitute the crime of intentional injury, which is less serious than administrative detention and less serious than 3 years imprisonment. Destroying ICU equipment may constitute the crime of intentional destruction of property, which is punishable by up to 3 years imprisonment or a fine depending on the value of the property, and by more than 3 years and up to 7 years imprisonment in serious cases. And you've done so much in one day that, according to Article 69 of the criminal law, multiple offenses are sentenced separately and then executed together. You're now facing a minimum of 5 to 10 years in prison. Really want to curse? Very much so. You know what? Zheng Yong said in an icy tone. If you weren't mom and dad's own son, I'd send you straight in today and then have someone investigate your two sisters. One career path will be almost at an end because of you. The other better be glad that there is nothing in their hands, or else they will also quickly go in to be difficult sisters and brothers with you. You know what the most important thing you should be doing right now is? Zheng Yong patted the dossier in his hand and said, be honest, keep your voice down, and when you let the people come over to mediate, be good and admit your mistakes, get a letter of understanding. Let me help you pay to set these things right, and then go through mom and dad and Uncle Chin to get you out of here, instead of charging here again. Master. What? Lu Changsheng didn't seem to think at all that things were completely different from what he thought. It's best if you don't do anything today. From now on you stay here and don't go there. Zheng Yong gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress all the fire, saying as pleasantly as possible, I'll go and talk to the Tang family's girl and the old man first, then I'll go and talk to the Zhao family's oldest, and after we've talked it out, then I'll go and get mom, dad and Uncle Chin to carry out the activities. If you're messing around according to the book, it won't be long before you go straight from the downhill stream to the prison stream. That's not what mom and dad want to see, and I certainly don't really want to see it either. Lu Changsheng, however, did not understand Zheng Yong's good intentions at all. His eyes gradually became cold as if he had expected it and said, it's the same as in the book. What? Zheng Yong people are a bit wooden. What with it being the same as in the book? True and false young master 1. Lu Changsheng said, I've read it, but the false young master is afraid that the return of the true young master will take away his power and position. Enough. Zheng Yong was really pissed off and laughing at this dumbass. You've been reading a novel, haven't you? What is all this bringing on? Hoping that he had to both be the aggrieved one in Zhao's family when he was in the true or false young master text, but also had to run to Zhang's family when he was in the true or false young master text as that green tea bitch. Your brain is broken from reading novels, right? Zheng Yong angrily rebuked. You know all about me and the Zhao family. Don't you know that your parents don't have any daughters? Not even a single daughter. After you were lost you only had me as an adopted son. This is not in keeping with the foundational conditions of the true or false young master text. Should. Seems like. Probably. It's not. Is it? Lu Chongsheng fell into deep contemplation, and then looked at Zheng Yong with a bit of disappointment, seemed to still be a bit reluctant to believe. My parents really did not regenerate? I don't even have a sister? First sister? Second sister? Third sister? None. Zheng Yong really felt that conversing with this one was a solid way to pull up his tolerance for stupid people. You're the oldest in the family. Zheng Yong endured and said, even if your parents are regenerated, it's still a sister. Among the true and false young master texts, the true and false young masters are the youngest one, so even if there is one, it's still your true and false 1,000 gold set, not the true and false young masters. Now, don't think or do anything, eat or drink what you want, and don't holler at anyone here. Zheng Yong stood up and said, I suggest that you'd better read more documentary novels, and then read some official power and strategy novels. Don't go looking for those network novels. Of course, there are no novels. I have TV dramas here for you to recommend. You can also watch it to relieve your boredom, and incidentally learn from it the logic of how the real world operates, which is not always true either, but it's better than the kind of novels you read. Saying this, Zheng Yong headed out, and was a bit uneasy as he went out. Even though we're not related by blood, I'm willing to recognize you as a brother because of mom and dad. As a brother, my advice to you is to stay here until this is resolved, until we lead you out. Don't mess around. Run. Chapter 51, There's no fear in not knowing. Hey, out of the police station. Zheng Yong is a headache. This downhill flow of the protagonist, for him there is not much worth paying attention to. If not for the identity of its people, he is not even pay attention to it. Di-chan. Xin Feiyu leaned sideways against the driver's seat, being to look back at Zheng Yong, and said, what are you going to do? What to do? Zheng Yong asked rhetorically. What can be done? Cool. Well, see Zheng Yong that a headache. Xin Feiyu also seems to be a lot more solemn, as if after careful consideration, said, anyway, for me, even if the disciple's future is not surnamed Zhang, I also recognize you a disciple, and my father will only recognize you. Ha! Zheng Yong has not thought about it. Xin Feiyu also said, that kid is not talking about what true and false young master text? I've read some of it recently. What with the 1-week program and the 2-week program, and I feel that my brother's persona might be the one in the text who is a brainless defender of the false young master, who recognizes whatever the false young master says, and helps the false young master bully the true young master for the sake of the tiger. Dear, don't persuade brother. Brother is a person who recognizes death. Brother is not good at studying, and I feel that my mind is not as bright as Sando's. Dear, let brother go to listen to Zhao family manners old man Wang tell stories. That is, he hopes that brother will become a person like old man Wang. Brother doesn't know if he can reach Elder Wang's level. Xin Feiyu patted his chest and said, but as long as you still call us brother, as long as you are still willing to listen to a disciple, we'll go to the mountains of daggers and seas of fire. What bums? What ancient martial arts? What cultivators? Brother is blocking in front of you. Brother is not dead. Disciple is fine. If disciple dies, brother is also surely waiting at the door of Hades. What are you talking about? I didn't ask you to read books for you to read these things. Zheng Yong kicked the seat backrest and said, we're good law-abiding citizens. We definitely won't go and do anything to bully people. Let's go back first. This is definitely something mom and dad need to know about. Protagonist? Supporting roles? Laughed. Although I do cherish my adoptive parents quite a bit, and I could love to be nice to this one. Whether this one wanted to marry the Zhao family's daughter in the future or start a harem, he didn't care. He goes his downhill stream protagonist, saves up his own money, buys rocks, cultivates, and ranks among the immortals in the future. Don't bother anyone. But, if this person really intends to make his own death, reading novels on the brain, intends to have a real or fake young master battle with himself, Zheng Yong said with a cold smile, then I wouldn't mind letting him reacquaint himself with the logic of how the world works. Not every fake young master will only use that kind of crying green tea tactics, or the kind of randomly slapping people and putting them in the hospital in public and still getting out in one piece. This one, mom and dad can help him once or twice, but there will never be a third time, and then it might be mom and dad who sent him in. Among the true and false young masters that I've read in my previous life, the true young master often does the counterattacks in the second week of the game, backslapping people in the early stages, and then directly hospitalizing the false young master or certain people in the family in the later stages. Then, because the real young master was holding the key, the fake young master or the one who was beaten had to tell the police that it was a family matter, and then the police would say a few words without any pain and leave. But in practice this will not be the case, because according to our rules, This kind of minor injuries or more. The victim is not pursued or understood, and at most, the punishment is mitigated. Depending on the circumstances, the police may open a case for investigation and then transfer it to the public prosecutor's office for public prosecution. Uncle Zhang? Qin Feiyu froze and said, "That's a real son? Who knows?" Zheng Yong closed his eyes and said, "Go back first. A person who can achieve the provincial party committee will most weigh the pros and cons. But the world is not short of the kind of shrewd life to the old because of too much to protect their children and planted a big headache. So it's actually hard to say on this one. If the adoptive parents are going to be biased in favor of the person themselves, then he'll just have to squeak out. I really hope the worst doesn't happen." He really didn't quite want to be a six-pack. The car drove slowly, traveling in the dark night of Zhanghai City. "Wait until you get to the neighborhood and get out of the car. Aren't you going back?" Zheng Yang saw that Qin Feiyu did not have the slightest intention of leaving. "Brother booked a hotel for you." Qin Feiyu took the cell phone and said, "Although brother is not as smart as dear, but brother's ability to read people is very accurate. The first time I saw that kid I felt that it wasn't someone who would stay honest. Brother, you go up first. Brother, wait here. If nothing happens you send a message. If something happens you come straight down. Brother Feiyu." You this Zheng Yang a little helpless. This Qin Feiyu sometimes look naive and very no eyesight, but sometimes have a very strong intuition in seeing people and some things. "That's a lot of. There shouldn't be anything." Zheng Yang said, "Brother, go first." "It's okay." Qin Feiyu said, "You go up first. It's okay for brother to go later." Knowing that this person is a stubborn seed, Zheng Yang is not saying anything, and when he returned to the neighborhood, he saw that the lights of his house were still on, and what made Zheng Yang feel most surprised was that his room light was actually on. Zheng Yang frowned. The original body remembers that the adoptive parents are very respectful of the original body's privacy. Unless it is a special situation, it is basically impossible to appear to enter the original body's room when the original body is not there. And with the kind of personality the original had earlier, and not many friends, it was almost impossible to have a friend come over to the house in the middle of the night and wait in the room. So now this is only one scenario. "Hey." Zheng Yang shook his head. "The one who does not know is fearless. The weather is turning cooler, and some people are trying to add clothes. Turn around and leave the neighborhood." Qin Feiyu was still waiting over there, leaning against the car with a cigarette in his mouth, and when he saw Zheng Yang coming over, he had a look "I guess that's how it looks" expression. "Let's go," said Qin Feiyu as he pulled the car door open for Zheng Yang. "Go to the hotel. Brother will go pick up your sister-in-law for you, Uncle Zhang and Auntie Zhao. It's really unlucky to have such a son." Zheng Yang didn't reply. This matter could have been resolved privately. Unfortunately, someone chose the hardest option. "Don't go to the hotel first." Zheng Yang thought for a moment and said, "Do you know the head of the Linjiang District Public Security Bureau? Do you have a private cell phone number? Can you ask him out? And where does he live?" "Ah," Qin Feiyu said with a bit of confusion. "This, brother, is not too familiar. I remember it seems like I'm living over at Yangon South Road, but there's definitely something on my dad's side, so if I make an appointment, I should be able to make an appointment. Then it's about." Zheng Yang took out his cell phone and searched for barbecue restaurants on Yangon South Road in Linjiang District, sifted through it to find one named Veteran Barbecue, placed an order to send the address over to Qin Feiyu and said, "Go to this place." "Barbecue?" Qin Feiyu looked at the address out said, "Want to eat barbecue? Brother accompany you on the line. You Linjiang District Director about out. We are not familiar with others. Eat is not painful." "Ah, ha ha ha," Zheng Yang said with a leathery smile. "It doesn't matter. It won't take long. Just eat your food when the time comes." Qin Feiyu also no longer think much to ask more questions. To his father made a phone call, casually said two sentences, hung up and said, "This person is also surnamed Zhao, called Zhao Gaoyun, is to live in Yangon South Road, prosperous Star Garden District." My dad said wait a moment to send the phone over, to disciple himself to about, said soon a burst of cell phone, looked at it and found that it was the old man to his own phone. Qin Feiyu also did not think too much to Zheng Yang turned over. Zheng Yang glanced at the phone, and then looked at the barbecue restaurant that he chose. "Well, it's okay, on the same road, not too far. From the prosperous Star Garden District to the Veteran Barbecue walking distance of more than 100 meters. Great, no need to change it, just go straight through." Qin Feiyu drove while Zheng Yang looked out the window, his face a little complicated. His mind seemed to be calculating something. After waiting a while to the Linjiang District, Yangon Road, the Veteran Barbecue, because the order in advance and marked to private rooms, but because business is very good for the time being there is no empty out. After waiting a little while for a small private room to become vacant, Zheng Yang and Qin Feiyu went in. Just as soon as he was seated, Zheng Yang directly dialed the past, and waited for a short while to hear the opposite side as a medium term full of male voice to connect. Hello, Director Zhao? Excuse me. Zheng Yang immediately spoke first. is Director Zhao resting? I'm sorry to call you so late. The caller seemed a little puzzled. Oh look, I am confused. Zheng Yang slapped his head and said, Zhao Director can answer the phone to me happy. I forgot to introduce myself. My last name is Zheng Yang. I don't know if Uncle Qin has mentioned my name to you. Oh, it's Xiao Zhang. Director Zhao said as if he just remembered. Why did you suddenly call me so late at night? Look at what Uncle said. Zheng Yang said with a smile. Where there is something you also know that Uncle Qin's son, that is, my brother Qin Feiyu and I do business together. Tonight are not home. Feiyu brother said together to eat a barbecue, chatting, coincidentally talking about Uncle Zhao. I think you happen to be Uncle Qin's acquaintance. Feiyu brother also said a long time no see Uncle Zhao, and I'm over here to do the factory may have to trouble Uncle Zhao someday. Speaking of tonight to catch a coincidence, I and Feiyu brother is in your home side of that veteran barbecue. Just ordered on. I just said can I make an appointment with Uncle Zhao? It was just a joke or something. I didn't expect that you really answered the phone. Uncle, this is really embarrassing. The phone call is out. I wonder if you, Uncle Zhao, could have the honor of accompanying us juniors for a meal? Not to say that I and Feiyu brother later still have to trouble Zhao Uncle Lu. You see I am also cheeky please you Lu. Veterans barbecue? Director Zhao was a bit surprised and said, oh it's okay to go, but Uncle has work tomorrow and can't drink. Do not drink. Zheng Yang said, do not drink Uncle can come over I am happy to die. I'm looking forward to your visit. Chapter 52, I want to eat fish. Zheng Yang met the director of the Linjiang District Public Security Bureau, Zhao Gao Yun, here at the Veterans Barbecue. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, but the man is tall and extremely fit, and appears to be a very athletic and fitness-oriented person. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zheng Yang invited Zhao Gao Yun into the private room. The two of them were seated, and the table was already set with gazpacho, grilled meat, grilled vegetables, grilled chicken wings, and a whole lot of 7s and 8s. It's quite sumptuous. Zhao Gao Yun looked a bit serious, saying that he was coming over to do a bit that was really coming over to do a bit, not moving his chopsticks in the slightest. Yeah, said Zheng Yang smilingly, there's a fish waiting, it's being roasted. Uncle will have to eat more later. I don't like fish. Zhao Gaoyun forced a smile and said, just came over to take a look. You really don't intend to eat? Zheng Yang picked up his beer intending to fill a glass for this Director Zhao first, but Zhao Director seems to not intend to give face. Directly cup a buckle leather smile said, Xiao Zhang Ayu this cannot be considered good I just but on the phone said, Uncle tomorrow to work. Today cannot drink. Ha ha said Zheng Yang with an awkward smile. I forgot. My bad 3 cups of self-punishment 3 cups of self-punishment. He said he poured himself 3 cups in a row and drank them all. Then Uncle Zhao has to eat some fish, right? Zheng Yang put down his glass of wine and said, I heard that the fish in this Linjiang district is one of the best, so I came to eat it today. Uncle is allergic to fish and these things. Zhao Gaoyun crossed his hands in front of his belly. The whole chair did not move soundly moved back a long way. Far away from the dining table is even more indicative of will not eat a mouthful of rice. Immediately leave the appearance. Allergies. Zheng Yang also did not care to say. No, in fact, today please Uncle out is to ask you, do you know Linjiang district is not a what underground black queen? I don't know. Zhao Gaoyun said very coldly. Xiao Zhen you do business here. Is afraid of running into some people? Uncle can guarantee that you as long as you obey the law, rules and regulations, no one dares to find you trouble here. Zheng Yang looked happy and said, thank you Uncle then, to show my appreciation. Saying that, he also picked up the bottle and said, I'll show off this one. Show off. For the bottle. It looks like a first-time frothing idiot who thinks he's handsome with a mouthful of booze. Alright. Zhao Gaoyun saw also stood up and said, there's nothing else. Uncle will leave first. Recently the bureau is busy. Wait a while to get together. Good lu Zheng Yang is also a face of attentive look will people sent out, all the way to the door before returning to the booth. Dear? Qin Feiyu seemed to understand Zheng Yang's meaning and said, you want surname Zhao to help you deal with that what's her name? Underground queen? Is it that troublesome? Looking at this scene he suddenly felt as if it was very similar to the day he met with Deputy Director Zhou, unable to help himself. He said, that person just now looked as if he wasn't as resourceful as the one surnamed Zhou. How about? Zheng Yang said with a glass of beer, are you sure? Why don't you think about it more carefully? With Brother Feiyu's ability to recognize people, are you sure he doesn't understand? This, Qin Feiyu seemed a bit uncertain. Of course he understands what I mean. Zheng Yang took a sip of wine and said, only, this Director Zhao but quite confident. What do you mean? Qin Feiyu questioned. Very simple. Zheng Yang looked at the plate of fish served up by the merchant, picked up a large chopstick of fish and ate a bite then took a sip of wine and said, this Zhao Director is all in the system. I think his news shouldn't be very closed. Zo Deputy Bureau so big things he could not possibly not know. I invited Uncle Zo to eat seasonal dishes. Uncle Zo not only can eat themselves but also can bring back to the bureau together. Then I invited him to eat fish, but he is allergic. How do you explain that? Qin Feiyu asked. The fish is slippery, so you can only pump the water if you want to catch it. Zhang Yong sneered. And when the water is drained, you might find a bigger fish in there. How can a fish be allergic to fish? Fish just don't want to eat fish that can feed themselves, but it's still a bit troublesome. After all, it's the senior sister of the downhill divine doctor, so it must be a bit of a divine means that the onlookers can't catch. But it's only a little bit of trouble, and the world is always full of people who want to eat fish. Eat, drink, Zhang Yong said smilingly to Qin Feiyu. Since we came out for a barbecue, it's good to eat and drink. The days to come will be long, but it's me who is a bit anxious and wants to do it all in one go. So, Qin Feiyu asked tentatively, your family, regardless of him, respond to all changes with no change. Zhang Yong said, tonight we're just out for a barbecue. We've never seen a person called Lu Changshem whatsoever. Tomorrow and 2 days later, our electric motorcycle will be officially opened for sale. And today the two of us come out to also eat and discuss future development matters. It really is not that the son is ungrateful and wants to count the two old men. I can't help it. Downhill stream of novels. Zhang Yong actually read not much, but for some of the basic settings of such novels he still understands that the underground black forces can just sink people into the sea. Lu Changxing is still a little smart, knowing that the Changshan Mountain Public Security Bureau can easily find out themselves. So said the name, but this underground queen will be difficult. Pity, pity. The real world is not fiction, and the real world is even less of a kooky movie. One way or another, one does not have to rush that moment. And at this time in the middle of the Zheng family, Lu Changxing sat on the bed that originally belonged to Zhang Yong, and he stared blankly at everything here. This was home, where he originally belonged. The parents said that because of him, they never moved away all these years, and that they stood guard, waiting, expecting them to come back. He had come back himself. He hadn't been taken away in infancy. He had gone away with a hazy but slight memory. It was still his room, but everything was different from what he remembered. Not just the room, but the home as well. He somehow felt alienated even though he was clearly at home. Somehow, he felt that this place was not yet as comfortable as the mountains even though he had just knocked on the door. And he knew himself and his own biological parents. And he clearly had the feeling of being connected by heart and blood. But why does it always feel like something is missing? Dum. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lu Changxing opened the door to look at the person whose hair was black and white and no longer matched the face he had seen in his dream. His own mother, Li Shu Hua. Her eyes contained tears, full of love and surprise, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly as if to say something but as if she didn't know what to say. Mom, you'd better call me Lu Changxing first. Lu Changxing seemed to see it. Even the call of mom wasn't that skillful. And the name Zheng Yong, this childhood name already belongs to another person. That even if he comes back, this name also belongs to him, will not be in any change. Changsheng Li Shu Hua lamented slightly in her heart. A younger was not called out in the end. She was 100 times happy and torn, and 100 times more heartbroken. The child is back, but it doesn't look like your own child. At home it was like a stranger. Your younger won't be coming back tonight, Li Shu Hua said. Take an early rest. He said he wants to discuss something with Qin Feiyu from Uncle Qin's family. Oh, Lu Changxing suddenly figured it out all at once. The family is missing Zhang Yong, less the false young master among the true and false young masters. He had expected a whole lot of trouble waiting for him when he got home. What with the false accusations, the intentional fall down the stairs, the jumping in the pool, the faking of fainting spells, the special illnesses. Having read several true and false young master texts, he was already familiar with the tactics of the false young master. Turns out the fake young master isn't coming back today. This is nothing like the novel. It was obvious that he should have returned by himself, but no one welcomed him, and everyone was consoling the fake young master, saying something about how the fake young master was the real. I don't seem to have a sister myself, and no, I do, but that's a senior sister, and it's unlikely that any of the senior sisters would favor that fake young master. His own biological parents didn't seem to be trying to be biased. I feel like I've learned 18 martial arts, but in the end, I don't think I've used anything. All ready to receive the stormy attack of the fake young master on himself, the fake young master ran away. That's not right? No. As if Lu Changsheng had seen through something his heart said. Lust for love. Therefore indulgence. Right. As far as wanting to escape, aren't there real young masters and some real and fake young master texts who just return to feel some kind of family warmth, and then all of a sudden they're out in the cold in one fell swoop? Yeah, that's it. Although he didn't have a sister, he knew medicine, could make tonics, alchemy, acupuncture, and was proficient in making soup and cooking. Wasn't this the configuration of the true young master among the true and false young masters? Well, it must be. By the way, there's one more thing to try, Mom Lu Changxing said as if he was a bit shy. I heard. Well, moms and dads give the kids at home pocket money and stuff. Pocket money? Li Shuhua's brow frowned slightly. The child was older but not working, and it looked like he was going to college as well. Pocket money and living expenses are to be had, but it's two feelings to give yourself and your child directly, especially if it's your child's first day home today. And there is one more important point. It is that the family tube is actually quite strict. Zheng Yong from elementary school to junior high school, in order to prevent children from spending money, but also to implement the principle that boys should be poor-like. At the same time, the school is very close to home. Zheng Yong go home to eat when school is over. So middle school and elementary school, they are not given pocket money. If a child wants something, just tell them and they will get it for the child. And in high school, because of the distance from home, but not live in the school, so will give $500 a month living expenses, mainly lunch and breakfast, as well as books and pens and so on, the money for study utensils. Of course, taking into account the high school children are older, there is socialization and so on. So on top of that add $300 pocket money. Now then, Zheng Yang himself is starting his own business, actually do not need their give money, but as parents they will also give, because the child is going to college, so it will certainly be more. The money is not just for living expenses and pocket money, it's their support for their children. Just at the moment, she didn't know how much money Lu Changxing could have had before he went to that university, and how much money she and her partner had to give in order not to be considered partial. Lu Changxing suddenly asked, and she still really didn't know how much to give. A little thought. In this case, Mom will transfer 300 to you first, Li Shuhua said. Wait for Mom and Dad to discuss the specifics, and then I'll tell you. Chapter 53, Preparation and Second Sister. Okay. Thanks Uncle Zhou. In the morning, Zheng Yong hung up the phone in the middle of his office in his factory. You look like you're having fun. Lin Xing evening in the office was bored and swiping her new cell phone. She cannot always live in the hospital. Recuperation almost out. Outside by Zheng Yong temporarily rent a small apartment for her to live. Of course happy, Zheng Yong said with a smile. Uncle Zhou's side said, the branch side in the court can give me a batch of good quality jadeite and jade. It's the public security side that's slightly troublesome. They provide the raw stones for gambling. It's up to me to get better emeralds and such. Oh, Lin Xing evening's face slightly reddened. He knew what Zheng Yong was planning to do with these jades and jadeites. Go to the court first this afternoon. Zheng Yong thought about the arrangement for a while. Go to the apartment in the evening. Just got 2 pseudo-spirit stones. We can use the spirit stone work preliminary spirit gathering array for gestation. I foresee a bed made of jade or something is not possible. The double take starts tonight. At first, I wanted to try to do as much as possible before coming back, but now I don't think I can. Ooh-hoo. As soon as she heard this, Lin Xing evening's face turned even redder. She clutched the phone with both hands in front of her face and said, isn't it a little, though reborn once, though spent many years in a spiritual body, but at the end of the day she's still that untouched little girl. Hey, Zheng Yong wanted to say something to coax the child, but after thinking about it for a while he gave up and said in a slightly more serious manner, if you want to hear coaxing words, I'll say them too, but I don't think I need to say those coaxing words in front of you. At first I wanted to do my best, and it certainly occurred to me to take care of your emotions, but right now we don't have time for that. Zheng Yong's face was very serious as he said, I told you that the people who captured you are not some ordinary human traffickers. Moreover, I got the pseudo-spirit stone work of magic weapon from them, which is the most precious thing in this era. Although I have friends to help me cover up, it's only for a moment. The people who want to capture you won't stop. They just had to lay off for a while because of the current situation, and they'll surely think of other ways to deal with us. And now happens to be a relatively safe period for us to raise our cultivation without the slightest care. Don't even think about it. It's probably a rare safe time. It is necessary to seize every possibility to improve strength. One should never miss this period, or one risks being powerless to resist the next round of events when they come. And it's equally important for you to improve your strength. Zheng Yong stood up and walked to the window to look at the busy workers outside the window who were moving the assembled electric motorcycles onto the cars and said, I can protect you, but we don't have that much manpower at the moment, and I can't be by your side at all times, and without any combat power for you is nothing but a big piece of fat meat. If you don't want to be this fat meat, if you don't want to be captured and used as a cauldron, then you have to improve your strength. This one was kind of lucky, but I don't know if I'll be just as lucky next time. Listening to Zheng Yong's words, Lin Xing evening also made her way up from the bed seeming a bit disgruntled, spitting out, what a boring man. Like this there is no girl to like. Like? Zheng Yong said with his arms wrapped around his chest. I don't need to like it indifferently. You wouldn't be one of those books that say. Lin Xing yes spat. A protagonist with no woman in his heart or something, right? If you think there is only bed warming value, Zheng Yang said, that's kind of true. I need someone who isn't only a bed warmer, but someone who is going to go through thick and thin with me. We're going to face a lot, necessarily more difficult things in the future than we did last time, and I can guarantee that I'll always be up front, and there are times when a tiger snoozes. So if you want me to say anything sentimental, then my biggest sentiments are to get ready for the night's practice and get strong. I'm not just giving you the genetic material that makes you pregnant, but my psychic powers as well. Aha! Lin Xingye wasn't saying much anymore. She just nodded in silence. Perhaps the man in front of her could never reach the Prince Charming that a little girl fantasizes about, but she herself was no longer a little girl who liked to fantasize after living 2 lives. Probably have to learn from the man in front of me to start thinking seriously about some things. Speaking of which, Lin Xingye suddenly thought of a question and said, on my father's side, was it you who made the move? What's wrong? Zheng Yang asked rhetorically. It's just, Lin Xingye said, I heard that my father was investigated. Oh, Zheng Yang nodded and said, it could be that my adoptive father taught him a lesson, or it could be that he was affected because of the storm of things that happened last time. I don't care about that. Let's go, Zheng Yang said. Come with me to choose jade and jadeite. Lin Xingye instantly blushed even more and said, no, this thing, it's not the night. What are you thinking? Zheng Yang gave this girl child a blank look and said, after these things are set up, it will be dark. We have to choose the spiritual plants, choose the jade and emerald, then choose the materials to set up the spell formation, and also set up. When this is all done, it will almost be dark. Not setting up early now, waiting for the night? The yellow flowers will be cold. Even if the conditions aren't sufficient now, we should maximize the use of aura as much as possible. This side starts to set up, and on the other side, Lu Changsheng wandered the streets with $300 in his pocket. Knowing the world below the mountain from books, he didn't realize in the slightest how much trouble he'd gotten into with what he'd done. Crackle! Rise of the Rondo Strong, rise of the Rondo Strong. A burst of firecrackers and gongs attracted Lu Changsheng, who turned his head to see that it was a new store opening. Out of curiosity he patted over. Pegasus electric-assisted bicycles? The store was very simple, just the most ordinary kind of small store, with a bunch of electric motorcycle-like things in and out of the store. And the name of the store was written on the small store's signboard. Tianma Electric Power-Assisted Bicycle. This thing is kind of an electric motor, right? Lu Changsheng curiously surveyed the item and said to himself, but the price is really cheap. There was no such thing on the mountain, and I only had some exposure to it when I got off the mountain. He didn't know much about these modern modes of transportation, but he did know that an electric motorcycle was a rather expensive thing. But the one in front of me feels like a much more humble, commonplace, just added pedal electric motorcycle, yet it sells surprisingly cheap. $2,600. Although he hadn't bought an electric motorcycle, $2,600 was a surprisingly cheap price. Senior. Just at this time, a woman wearing a black leather jacket appeared beside Lu Changsheng, and with a bit of a big grinning woman's feeling slapped Lu Changsheng hard on his back and said, you didn't even say a word to your senior sister when you went down the mountain. Sister. Lu Changsheng was hit by this blow and sucked in a breath of cool air. Not to mention that this blow was quite hard, almost made him plant a heel. Senior sister Lang, why are you still like this? Lu Changsheng grumbled as he looked at the woman in front of him. Lang Ruyun, his own second senior sister, the underground queen of Linjiang district, in his mouth. Ha ha, Lang Ruyun said as she wrapped her arms around Lu Changsheng. What have you been doing for the past 2 days? And without waiting for Lu Changsheng to say anything, Lang Ruyun looked at the store and said, you like this? Sister will buy you one. I have to say that this Lang Ruyun is indeed very generous. A look at the price of $2,600 also do not feel expensive. Directly bought said, this looks like a good thing. That guy's brain is good, actually think of such a method. That guy? Lu Changsheng seemed to have captured some key information. Questioned. The owner of this store? Senior sister knows? Lang Ruyun seemed to be even more surprised and said, senior brother doesn't recognize it? What? Lu Changsheng scratched his head and said, who is this person? Why should I know? Oh. Lang Ruyun seemed to have thought of his senior brother who had only just returned, so he also explained with relief. This is your future brother-in-law's industry, and his factory is open in Linjiang district. I heard that he invested tens of millions of dollars and made several whole stores. This is just the smallest, most common store. There are 2 other big stores. I don't know when they will open. On. Tens of millions? Lu Changsheng froze. There was no concept of it on the mountain, but there was a gradual awareness of money down the mountain. 10 million. It was a very large sum of money that he hadn't touched since he was a child. After feeling the $300 in my pocket, as the saying goes, happiness is a matter of contrast, and in the same way resentment and hatred are a matter of contrast. What's wrong? Lung Ruyan looked at that changing face of Lu Changsheng and asked suspiciously, "Senior brother, you wouldn't have gotten into some kind of conflict with that guy, would you? Is he very powerful?" Lu Changsheng could detect a hint of scorn in Lang Ruyan's voice. "Awesome, is not it?" Lang Ruyan frowned slightly and said, "But that guy is a cold and heartless fellow who is especially good at calculating people. Anyway, cold-blooded fellow. Ah, did you not have a conflict with him?" "Aha." Lu Changsheng's face was even more ugly as he said, "There was a little incident yesterday, and I entered some kind of police station. Originally I was going to save someone, but those foolish guys didn't even know what I was going to do. Slandered me, and had people stop me from moving. Then I moved my hand a little bit, and as a result, those people grabbed on and didn't let go, and even called the police. Then the police, who seemed to know the guy pretty well, called the guy over, and the guy got all high and mighty in front of me, and was there to order me not to see my real parents, and he obviously has the power to get me out of wherever I am, but he's not doing anything about it, and I feel like my parents are under his spell. It's like being under a spell, not caring at all about me, my own son, just thinking about him. This cold-blooded guy has my parents fooled." Chapter 54, Preparation for Dual Cultivation. Zheng Yong didn't know that Lu Changsheng had already met with that second senior sister, and he didn't want to know, because there was absolutely no need for it. And when he guessed that Lu Changsheng had run back home when he returned yesterday, he knew that the man had already begun to consume his adoptive parents' love and guilt for him. In this world, any kind of emotion does not come out of nowhere, nor is it kept permanently. It is gradually accumulated in your actions over and over again, and likewise gradually depleted in your mistakes over and over again. I wonder how wonderful the adoptive father's face will look when he realizes his son is a fugitive from justice. There's no telling what that guy will end up doing to himself. As for that second sister, she was honestly still the queen of the underground, and it didn't matter if she wasn't. There were quite a lot of people who wanted to get ahead. Also for your own electric motor. Zheng Yong didn't really care. The nature of this stuff is policy dependent, or official attitude dependent dinner stuff. It's like a guy who ran a garbage collection industry in a previous life said. Many people see that this industry makes so much money, but what many people don't see is the special nature of its industry. I go in there and make money, you go in there and die. Now the electric motorcycle industry is so. To his current play, at present he can only play so in Jianghai City and Guangnan Province, and can not only play like this. His current intention, the first step from the electric motorcycle began to open stores to hit the brand. The second step of the electric motorcycle to gradually upgrade, but the basic principle is still to ensure that the travel convenience of the main. And the third step is based on the electric motor to develop a small tram similar to the former Wuling Mini, followed by upgrading, and gradually expanding to the 2-car, 3-car, business car. If this goes well, he'll have the money as well as the technical capital to invest in the smart industries of the future. At the same time, in the gradual formation of his business empire, Zheng Yong can use his gradually accumulated funds to find and buy more pseudo-spirit stones, or find more better quality jade and jadeite. Going to the court first, he looked for the person that Uncle Zhou had contacted, and spent $1 million to buy a large pile of jade and jadeite. And then Zheng Yong went to buy some plants that were easier to convert into spirit plants. Lin Xing Evening had thought that it would be some exotic flower, cherished material or something, but Zheng Yong's choice was completely unexpected to her. Melon? To be more precise, it's the kind of sunflower with a receptacle that has been filled with squash. This thing is the plant that can very easily be converted into a spiritual plant? Lin Xing Evening looked a little incredulously at the 6 large sunflowers that Zheng Yong had bought and said, "It's not a medicinal herb or something? Actually, if it's best, the thing I want to buy is rice." Zheng Yong explained. Rice and corn should be considered our native originated after cultivation and screening very suitable and easy to convert into spiritual plants. But corn I can't grow. And rice then, because the current hybrid rice can't be left to grow, even after planting it out, left to grow and the seed will degrade. This degradation will also cause the good-for-nothing spirit plants to degrade into ordinary plants. So I'm going to start with sunflowers. Sunflowers are also plants that can easily absorb aura and turn into spiritual plants? Lin Xingye questioned. No. Zheng Yong shook his head and said, it's just a large quantity, cheap, and good to serve. Zheng Yong remembers when he first joined the police station at the grassroots level. There is a small piece of land, the above requirements to do a certain amount of greening. Colleagues planted all kinds of vegetables in it, and then it also includes sunflowers. His memories of the thing were of throwing seeds down and then the sunflowers growing on their own. Anyway, he'd seen co-workers watering and taking care of vegetables, but never anyone taking care of sunflowers. This stuff is as good as a weed with some value in the ground, and the only care my co-worker took was not to mow the sunflower as if it were a weed. The most important thing is that we can eat this stuff when it's grown. Zheng Yong pointed to the sunflowers and said, planting spiritual plants. For 1. It can improve the concentration of aura and obtain more aura, and for the other, it is either eaten or put into medicine. Whether it's eaten or alchemized, the ultimate goal is to improve the physique and enhance cultivation. Nowadays, herbs that can be used for alchemy are hard to find, and normal herbs are useless to us, so the spiritual plants that are cheap in large quantities and relatively easy to obtain for us are these things. According to my plan, the first step is to construct a spirit gathering array in the room. The second step is to utilize the dual cultivation power conversion to breed more spirit stones and spirit plants. And the third step is to utilize the spirit plants and spirit stones to construct a larger spirit gathering array. And then dual cultivation will take place inside, and so on and so forth. Lin Xing Evening said, a little unsure of how to spit. Then how do other cultivators cultivate? Relying on pseudo-spirit stones chant. Zheng Yang said, if you have the money is a large number of electricity to convert a pseudo-spirit stone out, and then cultivate the first use of the pseudo-spirit stone in the aura of cultivation, but cannot consume the light, usually save 20% of the aura, and then will be the pseudo-spirit stone with the body to rely on their own aura for nurturing. Spirit stone this kind of thing, as long as it is not completely consuming the aura inside to become ordinary jade or emerald, this thing will slowly absorb the surrounding aura and store it. Today's era is said to be aura depletion, but the word depletion is not completely accurate. There is still a small amount of aura in this world, just can't be directly absorbed and utilized by the cultivators like in the past. Zheng Yang explained, but the pseudo-spirit stones that have been converted out can slowly absorb some of them, and the cultivator himself will escape and convert a small amount of aura even if he doesn't do anything, and these pseudo-spirit stones will likewise absorb it. So on and 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 on. Of course the biggest problem with this approach is the slowness. Lin Xing Evening looked at Zheng Yang a bit strangely and said, then the way you're going to do it now, hasn't anyone tried it before? There is. Zheng Yang glanced at Lin Xing Evening and said, but this method has two options for the cultivator. The first is to utilize his own aura to allow the person he is dual cultivating with to enter the Tao. But without a special physique such as yours, the aura produced by the dual cultivation process isn't really too much nor too little. And for the cultivator right now aura is an extremely scarce resource. The Daoist instead is not that scarce a resource. So will he choose to use his own aura to nourish the Daoist first, and then double cultivate with it to feed back on himself? The second way is to raise the stove tripod. And the fate of the stove tripod? Well, you recently did not read novels? I don't know if I've read any metaphysical novels or something like that, but in reality, the stove tripod is pretty much the same. Finished. Zheng Yang thought for a moment and said, and if one of the parties mastered what evil means, then it is used up that throw are lucky. We'll use the evil practitioners will be even the life force of the pot, the flesh and blood of all of them to squeeze clean. Do not let go of the slightest. There is another point. If the stove tripod is an ordinary person, it won't be able to live for long after using it, not to mention that the amount of aura provided will be extremely small, so the amount needed will be extremely large. If there is a special physique that can be slightly better, but the stove tripod's end will definitely not be good. So it's not a matter of men having sex or finding women for money. After all, money is something that can be found in a way to earn it back, but not life. Especially since this is the kind where it's clear that there's no way to get the money. Therefore, the keeping of pots and pans has been directly involved in human trafficking since ancient times, and there are bound to be criminal cases of unlawful imprisonment and even death. Zheng Yang looked at Lin Xing Evening and said, you have a special physique. If you are captured in the past, there are two choices, either to be imprisoned and passively be this cauldron, or be more active and be this cauldron. Anyway, it's basically being locked up somewhere until death. Thanks to the different times, some things can't be too publicized. They have to be done quietly, or we might not even have that safe period. The times were different, the way power operated and the logic were not exactly the same, and the other side probably didn't expect to miss. I'm afraid I'm now thinking about how I'm going to break ties first, and then make my move after the review. Otherwise, someone would definitely come after him about the two pseudo-spirit stones. Lin Xingye was a bit startled. Don't think I'm being alarmist, Zheng Yang said. You'll find out later. Go back first. When he returned to the small apartment, Zheng Yang moved the bed to the center of the living room, and then followed by covering the bed's perimeter with various kinds of jadeite and jade in order. These emeralds and jades formed a special but simple spell, and then he placed the two pseudo-spirit stones he had obtained in each of the two formations, while scattering the sunflowers in the spell formations as well. That's good? Lin Xingye looked at the jade and jadeite on the floor that were scattered in a starry pattern that didn't feel regular. To be more accurate, it's not even close, Zheng Yang said as he looked at the formation on the ground. I can't draw. The spell formation also needs the formation master to carve. And drawing talismans, formations, especially some of the standing and commonly used formations, are required to have considerable art skills. Even if there is no art skills, it will take quite a long time to get in touch with the carving. And he, Zheng Yang, now fabric a problem similar to the last time he drew a talisman. It's just that the knowledge is all there and you know how to get it. But, hands won't, and because they couldn't carve it, this kind of temporary formation was greatly compromised. No way. Zheng Yang scratched his head and said, it looks like I have to go and specialize in painting in the future. Speaking of which, Zheng Yang suddenly thought of a problem. He looked at Lin Xing Evening and said, I remember you're in your senior year, right? Are you going to take that school? How about studying art? You can help me draw charms or get formations in the future. Ah, that. Lin Xing Evening said awkwardly, it's that. Although my grades used to be good, they've been sparse since I was reborn. I'm not going to college. Chapter 55 From Downhill to. In the middle of a modest apartment, Zheng Yang hands quickly pinch knots. Although the ability to draw charms to get a spell formation is not very good, but the original body in the pinch this piece of practice is quite diligent. Every single finger pinch was appropriately and favorably pinched, and not a single one fell. Along with the pinch, Zheng Yang also mouthed the words, Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. The 8 trigrams reveal themselves, and yin and yang are intertwined. Qian is the sky, Koan is the earth, Jin is thunder, Sun is wind, Kan is water, Li is fire, Burgundy is mountain, and Tue is zephyr. Aura of the 8 directions. Listen to my command. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, the 4 elephants protectors, guard the 4 directions. Aura to 1. Spirit gathering formation. Start. In the next second, a lime green light shone in the entire room, which then gradually dispersed. Wow. Although he had heard some secret stories about cultivation in his last life, he had never seen it, and this life was the first time he had seen it. Lin Xing Evening looked at everything around her. Every piece of jade and emerald shone brightly, and although it was only for a moment, she could feel that something seemed to have changed in the middle of this room, a look that made people feel refreshed. Is this one filled with aura? Lin Xing Evening asked curiously. Although she couldn't see the jade and jadeite glowing again, she could observe that the hairpin and jade plate used as pseudo-spirit stones to prevent them from being used in the eye of the formation had a strange lime green glow flowing out along it, followed by a slightly darker colored glow pouring in. It was very faint, but those things should be the light that emanated after the aura converged. Filling up? Zheng Yang touched his emerald bracelet and said, theoretically speaking, if you arrange this in the mountains, the aura will be a bit more abundant. And to this extent now, it's only better than nothing. The mountains. Between mountains? Lin Xingye instantly blushed red and said, you'd better be mentally prepared. Zheng Yang said, go for sure, but I'll also make a formation to protect it in advance. It's not just that you don't want to be seen, but these days an aura-filled dojo can definitely make many of your peers desperate. Go on up. Zheng Yang pointed to the large bed at the very center of the spell. Ooh. Even if she had already done the psychological construction, Lin Xingye still moved her small broken steps. Less than 2 meters of distance was hardened by her walking for 10 minutes before reaching the bed, then grind and remove the armor, until the last layer of inner armor is pushed away. Lin Xing Evening wanted to say something, but Zheng Yang had already pressed over to interrupt her and said, I'll be gentler, just to remind you, 7 times, 1 hour at a time, with a half-hour break in between. 7 times, Lin Xing Evening said with wide eyes. 7, 2, it should be fine. Zheng Yang was also a little less confident. 7 times, half-hour breaks, 1 hour at a time. Even if you cultivate the feeling, you can't carry it, at least for now. This is cultivation. Zheng Yang re-emphasized, and was saying to Lin Xing Evening as well as to himself, practicing 3 volts in the summer, 3 nines in the winter. This is not something easy. Remember the process of aura traveling through your body. Let's start now. This kind of process that is destined to be watched by no one will be omitted. Skimming 3,000 words of the plot at the same time. In the Zhang family, also synchronized with the plot is also staged, or in the Zhang Yang procurement of things, there is a plot is being staged. Noon. Boom boom boom. A slamming sound startled Li Shuhua, who was writing her dissertation. Coming. No need to guess. They've been an old married couple for years. They know who it is when they hear it, and there's only one thing that can slam a door like that. Someone is angry. Or the very angry kind. Li Shuhua hurriedly got up and went to open the door. As expected, his own old man stood at the door with a gloomy face, and did not wait for Li Shuhua to speak before directly striding in and heading towards his son's bedroom. Old man? Li Shuhua took a look and immediately felt that something was not quite right, and a hint of bad feeling rose in her heart. Boo! The old man, who never respected his son's privacy, slammed the door open today, and when he saw that no one was inside, he was furious and said, Where is that kid? What's wrong? Li Shuhua hurriedly consoled. Did my son make some mistake? The child just came back. Make a mistake? Zhang roared. Son, he's not my son. He is my father. I'm the one who's his son. After a roar, Zheng Jiangwo sat paralyzed on the bed in his son's room as if he had been drained of all his strength and said, "Hey, what the hell is going on?" Li Shuhua took a look at Zheng Jiangwo's appearance, but also knew that his own son was afraid of committing something not small. She hurriedly asked, "Old man, why don't you say something? Stop this long-winded sighing." "Say what?" Zheng Jiangwo said anxiously. "It's impossible to say for a while now. Do you have that kid's phone number? Hurry up and call. Tell him, whatever he's doing, immediately, now. Get him to the Long High Road police station as fast as you can, and go back as soon as he gets out. Hurry up and call. Don't ask what happened yet. Any later and no one will be able to help." When Lu Changsheng left, he didn't just walk away, although he didn't know much about the things under the mountain. But the book also mentioned the police station and such basic police organizations. He probably knew something about not being able to come out without police permission before if he went in. But he had also read some novels, in which there were plots that put a puppet inside, and then the real person went out to wave, in case something happened in the return on the line. So Lu Changsheng also followed the example in that dormitory with a quilt and pillow to make a human figure, and then affixed an illusion talisman. This is similar to the stone talisman kind of talisman with a certain hypnotic fraud effect. Can produce rough illusion at the same time with a certain hypnotic effect. Let a person will be affixed with an illusion talisman. Things think is the talisman with a talisman want to make him think that. Of course this has the prerequisite that the thing to be talismanized should be as close in appearance as possible to the thing to be camouflaged. Likewise such low-level talismans are ineffective against cultivators, and equally ineffective against people with strong hearts and strong goals. Although Lu Changsheng was proficient in these things, the effects of the talismans he produced were just as great even without the enchantment of the immortals, and could be said to be far beyond the current general level of talisman makers, belonging to the T0 level. But it's clear that his kind of hardwiring of the book's plot is something that has been characterized by previous generations, and it's the most problematic thing to do in a raw, bookish way. It hadn't occurred to him at all that he could be in a dormitory instead of a small single room with a door, that it was a favor to his parents from others, but also to the city council. In the morning the police at the facility brought him a breakfast and told him to get up and eat it, and the stooge definitely didn't respond. Lu Changsheng even less thought about the fact that he was able to stay peaceful until noon because Zhang Yong had indicated that he could try to maneuver around, so at first no one in the institute suspected that they did not care about him, but at noon, found that the breakfast did not eat, called and did not respond to realize that things are not good, even if Lu Changsheng's talisman got it right, but also the quilt is not a living thing after all. The police found out that something is not right. The moment they check it, it will be directly exposed. Discovering that Lu Changsheng had run away, Lu Wu, who felt that he had been teased, was furious, but it was good to hold back. After all, this Lu Changsheng is Zheng Jiangwo's own son, and Zheng Jiangwo is also Qin Lihan's old comrade in arms. It's better to try to resolve this privately if you can, taking advantage of the fact that the matter had not made a particularly big deal at the moment, and the mediation had not yet officially begun. He was hurrying to contact Qin Lihan privately, and then contact Zheng Jiangwo. In any case, let's get people back first. As long as the person goes back everything is fine, but if the person doesn't go back, there are many things that will be difficult to do, especially Tang Xin K. Although what art associations do not have much real power, but the art needs to be exposed, and thus the artist will have a lot of acquaintances of the media friends. As long as this one to the media friends, then there is no chance that can be salvaged. Coincidentally Zheng Jiangwo also went to find Qin Lihan. On the one hand, his son's account problems need to be resolved. On the other hand, yesterday and his own son to talk about. He felt that his son lost that year seems to be no accident, but someone is staring at their own son. From being lost to being adopted by the old Daoist from the final mountain. He always felt that there seemed to be some kind of conspiracy in the middle, and wished to know more about what happened back then at the same time asking Qin Lihan to help track it down. Then again the city council met director Lu Wu, and then learned about these things. The old man was instantly angry. Being a eunuch for decades and finally landing smoothly, he didn't even need intuition. He could immediately think of the consequences if he couldn't handle this properly. Returning home to see his own son is not there. The old man's heart is even cooler. You hurry up and make the call. Zheng Jiangwo said helplessly. Old man, I'm going to Tang's house first, said Zheng Jiangwo, stood up with a flash of determination in his eyes and said, tell him to either hurry up and return to the police station himself, or wait for the old man me to personally send him to prison. Go to jail? Li Shuhua said. Old man, that's your own son. It's because he's my son. Zheng said helplessly and angrily. I don't want to be the second heir. It's not easy to muddle through to a peaceful retirement. I don't want to retire and be poked and prodded. And that's more than just a spine-tingling scolding. Sinning, Zheng stood up and said, hurry up and call. But at this time Lu Changsheng simply do not realize that he is a little bit of a missed opportunity to remedy. He is the second sister for him to prepare for the reception on the feast, to eat and drink, to recognize those who are on the road. Low. Knock knock, move, knock knock. There was a vibration on his cell phone and he took it out to see that it was his biological mother's call. What's wrong? Second sister Lang Ruyun's face was probably slightly flushed due to the wine she drank, and her entire person also looked much more flirtatious. Seeing Lu Changsheng take out his phone, he couldn't help but ask, whose call is it? Home. Lu Changsheng was hesitating to answer or not. A call from home? Lang Ruyun's face carried some balls of mockery and said, why didn't I treat you as my own son when I humiliated you? Now you realize that you are the real son, or realize your value and regret? Such a parent, such a home senior sister, think go back or not have to think twice? That kind of home back to what? Not just a bit of power. Well, a retired old man still feel to Lu Gongzi pose. With Mr. Lu's talent, he is bound to be able to run through the entire city of Zhanghai, not the entire province of Guangnan. Right, this kind of home back to what back? In the midst of the seemingly complimentary words, Lu Changsheng hung up the phone and turned it off. Chapter 56, Lu Changsheng's Confidence. Lu Changsheng was on the mountain, and the senior sisters around his master treated him with sincerity. Say what you have to say, never beat around the bush, and never leave it out because he doesn't like it. So it never occurred to him that there are people in this world who are very good at reading other people's minds, people who will only say what you want to hear. And it is not coincidental that today can be Lang Ruyan invited is not what high-ranking officials, nor what rich people, but some units of the middle level and some of the employees in the 1,000 above 2,000 in the middle of the medium-sized enterprises in the following bosses. These people, especially those who make it to the top seat, are very good at reading people. Lang Ruyan's idea was that although these people didn't look like those top high-ranking officials and tycoons of Zhanghai City who were as prestigious as they were, they didn't have a lot of money in their pockets either. But since ancient times, there is a saying that the king of hell is good to see, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. A county official is better than a present official. His own senior brother can first get acquainted with these people. The future will be more convenient. If you need to start any business with these small and medium-sized businessmen, to know that the future cooperation also has a good premise. At the same time, his own father is the provincial party committee retired. A deep background. At the same time, his foster father's adopted son's right to son is the Zhao family's own son. Even if it is now a conflict with the Zhao family, tossing the Zhao family losses, but the Zhao family's Shang Richang is still a local behemoth. With such a background, the most important thing for his own senior brother to do is to strike a good relationship with the grassroots middle level and land on his feet. Able to, Lang Ruyan swept the crowd in the arena and instantly felt that the situation seemed to be a bit out of his preconceptions. She didn't really want the youngest to turn against her family when she said those. She just needed the youngest to favor the sect more between her family and the sect. All it takes is a bias in favor of the sect, a conflict with the family, and a belief that the sect is better than the family. If she really let her youngest brother break with her family, it wasn't what Master wanted to see, nor was it what she wanted to see. Lang Ruyun, however, was very clear that in this era of aura revival, the point of being able to become the queen of the underground didn't lie in the spells that were still available, nor was it one's own force value, but rather, it was the vision, and it was a matter of seeing what kind of thighs one could hold on to, if one wanted to go further. If one wanted to become the underground queen of Zhanghai City instead of the underground queen of the district Linjiang district, then one would have to let junior brother return to his original home. But right now, these people didn't know for what purpose, but they definitely couldn't be allowed to arch the fire. Humph. Lang Ruyun snorted coldly. Xiaomei tightened, not angry but self-convincing, snapping the wineglass on the table, the first to change his attitude and tone of voice. What are you talking about? Sister wants to say is that all families have a difficult to read scripture, although they have bad but still your family. Growing up some things have to think more, not because of the biological parents on the dumbfounded eyes. And if the family to call you no matter for what purpose, do not hang up directly. This will only make others think that Master has failed in educating his junior. Failure? Lu Changsheng said with great confidence. What is senior sister talking about? Didn't Master say that I'm just the most talented in the entire Guan, the best at everything I learn, and that in the future I'll inherit Master's position as the sect leader and inherit the Daoist lineage, and that senior sister I'll surely be able to reproduce the might of my sacred sect in the future world of great struggles? Everyone here rest assured, as long as everyone here supports, in the future I will surely lead you all to rank among the immortals. Looking at the confident Lu Changsheng, Lang Ruyun's frown deepened. His own senior brother was spoiled by his master. Seventh senior brother. Looking at the confident Zhang Yang. No, this should not be Zhang Yang. This is arrogant, or even can be said to be arrogant senior brother. Lang Ruyun suddenly had some sense of crisis in her heart. She is Lu Changsheng's second senior sister, proficient in the art of divination and witchcraft, also with the eldest senior sister and the third senior sister down the mountain. Remembering the time when he said goodbye at the mountain gate, His little brother was so bright, so sunny, so confident. But why? The current senior brother was so far removed from the one from back then that he could never be reunited with what was clearly the same person. He seemed to be the same simple senior brother he had been at the beginning. But now why does it look like an idiot? Lang Ruyun suddenly regretted throwing a reception banquet and introducing this senior brother of his to these people. Although he didn't know what was going on, did his senior brother really not hear any of the instigation and arching fire in these people's words? In the second half of the banquet, Lang Ruyun almost didn't say a word, as if he had handed over all control of the scene to his senior brother, watching him speak eloquently, watching him make promises to these people, and watching him enjoy the words that would only go along with his mind becoming flamboyant. Wait until after the dispersal. Senior brother, Lang Ruyun said with a worried expression. How can you just make a promise? Although the world of great struggle is about to begin, the great struggle also means a great calamity. We are still unclear when and how the great struggle will start. So if you make a promise like this, will you be able to carry this karma in the future? And senior brother, hearts are treacherous. Can't you see that these people seem to mean something else? Ha. Lu Chongsheng seemed to be very confident and said, it's just a promise and it doesn't say that it has to be fulfilled. Besides, I'm the one who is carrying the great fortune. So what is this karma? Besides, senior brother, I'm not a little cutie. How could I not hear it? Senior brother, I have my own ideas. Well, I've already read the novels. No matter what a person with great luck like himself can accomplish. Just like the protagonist in the book. Isn't there a bunch of people who come to compliment and lick themselves wherever they go? Just like this today. What is not normal? The book does write that the protagonist will always be questioned and ridiculed by a bunch of people when he does something. But those are villains, or cannon fodder who don't go all the way with the protagonist. And aren't the ones who go all the way with themselves complimentary and defensive? What's so strange about that? Lang Ruyun's silver teeth clenched, and in the end, she did not say some words out to strike this junior brother of hers. Let's hope he really does have plans of his own. Then, after thinking a little, Lang Ruyun asked, does junior brother have any plans? Counting his 3 elder sisters to go down the mountain in advance. In fact, it is to play the outpost. After the youngest elder brother came because of its body of great chi luck, with great chi luck to add, with the support of the family, first in the city of Zhanghai, this calculated future aura is the first to explode place to stand firm, to obtain the first opportunity. So now she was curious to see what this young master of hers had planned? Lottery, stocks, go to Ziyang Shanao. Lu Changshang was very confident. He had already read the book. Most of the protagonists in the book made money this way, completing the initial capital accumulation and using the capital organization to establish their own power. He did think about it, with his own great chi luck supplemented by his second elder sister's divination art. Turning the $300 in his pocket into 30 billion was no problem at all. Upon hearing this, Lang Ruyun's face instantly collapsed. Having been down the mountain and hanging around for so long on a lot of things, with the little master's chi buying lottery tickets, he might be able to make a lot of money. Indeed, he could get a considerable amount of initial money in a very short period of time. But speculation. For a little shrimp like little master to go in, whether it's domestic or foreign, I'm afraid he'll be eaten without even a crumb left. And go to Shannon. That's even funnier. Can you make money? Yes, but whether it's still profitable when it comes time to get off the table is another matter. As the queen of the underground, she knew so much more than this young master of hers. Facing those casinos and old gamblers, it's still not clear who let people shag the fat goat Lu. The most reliable and profitable thing in the 3-step program is the lottery. That's the math. No? Lang Ruyun suddenly thought of something. After hearing that something had happened to the Zhao family, she also started a fortune. The upper hexagram is Sun. The lower hexagram is Jun. This hexagram is the wind and thunder. The good and bad luck is not yet determined. Prudent behavior to keep the right, to get peace. And Junior acting like this. I have invisible wings. Just at this time Lang Ruyun found her cell phone ringing. She picked up the phone to see her heart shook. What's wrong? Lu Changsheng asked, a bit puzzled. Not much. Lang Ruyun stood up and said, senior sister still has some things to do, so I won't be able to accompany junior brother today. After saying that, she left quickly and went to the Tianshui Hotel in Linjiang District. On the 8th floor of the hotel, in room 8023, Lang Ruyun knocked on the door. After a short while, the door was opened. Lang Ruyun looked around and directly dashed in and said, Gao Yun, didn't I tell you not to meet for a while? Even if you want to, now is not the time. Is anyone following? The room opened the door to the very same Linjiang District Public Security Bureau Director Zhao Gaoyun that Zhang Yong had met before. And at this time he was sitting on a chair in the room with a serious face full of vigilance and asked, how could someone follow me? Lang Ruyun was quite confident and said, is it the one in your family who checked? Impossible? No. Zhao Gaoyun's face became even more gloomy and said, that yellow-faced woman isn't that smart, and you shouldn't call her that close. What kind of relationship the two of us have is clear in your own mind. I'm looking for you here this time because I want to ask you, how did you mess with that son of the Zheng family? The Zheng family's male son? Lang Ruyun suddenly got a little confused and said, are you talking about that? The real son or the fake son? I've never seen the fake eunuch before, while the real eunuch is my senior brother. I just met with him. True or false male? Zhao Gaoyun instantly felt surprised, but it seemed as if he seemed to have figured something out. He immediately stood up and said, are you planning to bet on the real male? Or do you intend to bet on the false male? Lang Ruyun was even more confused. There seems to be some conflict between them. What I think is, betting on both sides? Zhao Gaoyun said in a cold voice. Save it. I have some information on my side, but it's not very accurate. It's impossible to step on both feet in this matter. If you're betting on the true duke, I advise you to hurry up and leave Zhanghai City. The false male came to me yesterday and began to test me. Chapter 54, Spiritual Plants. Clams and cranes fight for fish. Lang Ruyun suddenly understood why those people at dinner today were arching fire. There are many ways to progress, such as taking credit for yourself, such as waiting for someone else to make a mistake, and such as seeing if you can pick up the pieces after a godforsaken fight. For those people, the Zheng family's real and fake male sons fight making a big fuss might actually give them some chance to pick up the pieces. Or rather, at their level, the outcome of the fight from above doesn't affect them much, but if something is revealed after half a day of fighting it could affect them. If you can't pick it up, you're just maintaining the status quo, and if you do pick it up, you're taking it a step further. Besides, judging from today's situation, his own little brother just had a problem with his biological parents. But, what exactly happened? Lang Ruyun's heart sank and said, what's going on? Didn't my young master just arrive in Zhanghai City? What the hell is going on here? Even if there was a conflict, it shouldn't have gotten this far, right? And that conflict was a family conflict. So how could the fake male specifically run to Zhao Gaoyun? The specifics aren't quite clear. Zhao Gaoyun said, this matter has been suppressed for the time being. It seems like it's over in the high-tech zone, and it's not good for me to inquire about it. But this matter is definitely not small. You'd better completely sever your ties with that little senior brother of yours from now on, and pretend that you don't know anything about today's matter at all. If not, are you going to abandon me? Lang Ruyun's face became grim as she said, Zhao Gaoyun, you are, abandon? Zhao Gaoyun sneered. You know what? That day, the Zheng family's son came to me and even brought along the Qin family's untalented one, and he asked me if I wanted to eat fish. Do you know what that means? Without the need for Lang Ruyun to answer, Zhao Gaoyun gave a direct answer saying, the Zhou deputy director over at the Marina district had a seasonal meal with this fake son of Zheng's family before he was promoted, and it's still a seasonal dish that can be packaged back up and given to the entire bureau. I turned him down last night, saying I was allergic to fish, and you can disbelieve me all you want, but now all I have to do is make a phone call over there and tell him I want to eat fish, and I'll be able to reel in a big one for dinner. Zhao Gaoyun looked at Lang Ruyun coldly and said, I'm already taking care of our emotions over the years by coming to see you today. I don't care what you think, and I don't care how you feel about that senior of yours. Zhao Gaoyun stood up and walked to the door and said, I've been kind enough not to eat the fish, but I don't want to eat it on the table. And that big sister of yours, haven't you ever wondered why she didn't go with you? Click. The door closed and Zhao Gaoyun left. He was so resolute, more resolute than ever. Not a trace of warmth, not a bit of illusion or hesitation. So what the hell is going on? Does that mean? Lang Ruyun suddenly realized that senior brother of his was no longer quite as simple as he appeared on the surface. He's hiding some very important information from himself. But this was his own senior brother, and he also had orders from the division, carrying the future of the division on his back, and for the sake of the division's plans, able to. No way. Lang Ruyun was torn for half a day. The orders of the division were important, and so was he. And count the trigrams yourself. The wind and thunder are exciting. Good and bad luck is not yet determined. Prudent behavior and righteousness are the only way to get peace. After hesitating for a moment, Lang Ruyun picked up the phone and dialed Lu Changsheng. Wait for the call to come through on the other side. The teacher brother teacher sister's 12 dad will soon be over the full moon. Is the pro 12 dad hey on seniority? A little baby became our elders. This is all called what thing Lang Ruyun immediately said enthusiastically, the village told us to go back quickly. The teacher sister side of the big rules. Do not go back not. So the teacher sister first to you to turn 100. 000 over. You first plan. If it's not enough you're on the phone with sister. It's okay. Senior sister hangs up first. Toot toot toot. As soon as the phone hung up, Lang Ruyun's first time was directly on the phone to Trip City to book himself a flight. As for the division, I am grateful to the division for raising me and teaching me. As for the division's programs and missions, give the youngest one $100,000 to test the waters. If the young master can solve his own problems and then use the money to make something of himself, then it's worth supporting. But if you can't, I'm sorry that the future of the division is like this. That still leaves you to look at your future. Lu Chongsheng looked at the arrival prompt on his cell phone and was completely a bit puzzled. But 100,000? That's not bad. 300 from my parents to buy lottery tickets, and 100,000 from my second sister to buy stocks. At this rate it will take less than a week or so to make a lot of money quickly. Master said, under the mountain. It's hard to get around without money. Money, industry, connections, just move forward one step at a time. The confident Lu Chongsheng did not intend to go home, and he completely failed to realize that he was already on a road that could be tortured or handcuffed. It won't take long for someone to teach him what reality is. And for Zheng Yong, the timeline then pushed back to the morning of completing his first duel, at which point he had begun to enjoy the not-so-great morning duel practice with a focus on repair. He worked very hard to come in for 5 rounds, and then really couldn't come in. After all, he could only be considered to have just passed the threshold of cultivation on his toes. As for Lin Xingye, she was still lying in bed at this time, tossed around enough to still be sleeping at this point. But Zheng Yong first assumed a proper 5-hearted posture and practiced for a bit. Passable STH. It should be considered okay, because there was a gap between himself and Lin Xingye. A night of cultivation would help him much less than it would help Lin Xingye. I can't say it's completely absent, but I can say it's fairly minimal. If one were to quantify it with the experience bar and realm in the game, it would be that the experience one needed to get closer to the second level of the chi refining stage before having dual cultivation was 100 out of 10. Then the experience you need for yourself after completing the duel is 100/10. 01. That means that at this rate, one needs to come 100 rounds to increase by 1. At the thought of this, Zheng Yong's face turned green. Can't really top that if it goes at this rate. Who can top that with such a double practice? How about going for the evil arts of plundering? Zheng Yong immediately had a feeling of evil from the guts, but when he touched the emerald bracelet, the aura inside was a touch stronger than before. Hey, those evil thoughts are still all suppressed. It is true that evil paths can be uplifted, but in the end they are also bound to harm people and themselves, so it's not worth it. Besides, one's own gold finger is not big, but it's not nothing. A night of double cultivation. The escaping spiritual energy replenished the bracelet's spiritual energy. No, it wasn't actually full to begin with, was it? Now it's sort of like the bracelet absorbed the aura that escaped during the dual cultivation, and now the amount of aura exceeds 1% of what it was at the beginning, so it's sort of like you can cultivate a bit more. Aha! Thinking of this, Zheng Yong then proceeded to the aura in the bracelet and began to cultivate, depleting the aura inside to a near dangerous level before stopping. Look at the others. Getting out of bed and putting on his bathrobe, he first went to check the 2 pseudo-spirit stones in the spell formation, because the duo had used them before so there wasn't much aura in them and they were of an average kind of quality. If one were to follow the classification in the novel, even if one were to nourish these 2 things to the top it would still be at the level of a lower grade spirit stone. Now words. Let's just say the aura is depleted and this thing is precious. Slightly recovered. Zheng Yong checked the spirit stone and said to himself, but it's still a bit slow. After checking out the 2 pseudo-spirit stones then check out the other emeralds and jades. Hey, there's not the slightest hint that it's going to change. Sure enough, breeding spirit stones wasn't that easy. Walk up to the sunflower. Checked down around. This? Zheng Yong was a bit surprised. He looked at a sunflower placed in the northeast corner of the spell and picked a melon from it, exclaimed. This? Mutated? Oh my god. So lucky? What's wrong? Lin Xing Evening was woken up by the sound. She sat up from the bed wrapped in her towel quilt, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking at Zheng Yong as she asked. Look at this. Zheng Yong surprised to step over to the bed as sit full of surprise. This is a melon seed? Lin Xingye looked at the melon and said, it seems, there's an aura? Yes, in her eyes. Although this melon was still not much different from other melons, there seemed to be a little bit of very thin and almost imperceptible green light surrounding its circumference. Sort of mutated. Zheng Yong got out of bed again and casually took a sunflower over and said, the rest can be eaten. This seed is reserved. I'm going to plant it in a pot first, and then continue to be nourished by the aura here. In fact, it cannot be regarded as a mutation. This thing is still far away from the spiritual plant, just compared to other melons can be more easily absorbed aura for conversion. And the sunflowers bought on the street were actually hybridized. And the sunflowers that grew after planting this melon as a seed would also suffer from trait segregation and degeneration. But he didn't need the yield now. What he needed was to mutate towards a spiritual plant. After this seed is planted, the melon that grows and then bears fruit will have a higher probability of appearing as a seed that can more easily absorb the transformation of aura. And it is easier to appear more than one. Also, the probability of occurrence is greater when cultivated in places where spiritual energy is relatively abundant. More importantly, psychic energy accelerates the growth process of the plant. And with the first seed, as long as the luck isn't so bad that you can't even drink cold water, then you're sure to get a harvest or two. All one needs to do is keep selecting seeds, cultivating them, selecting them. After entering this positive cycle, it wouldn't take many years to cultivate a real spiritual plant. How many years? Can't it go any faster? Chapter 58. His father, Zheng Jiangwo. In the office building of Linjian District, Zheng Yang sipped his tea while looking at yesterday's sales and financial reports. The sales were not very good. Only 2,000 taels were sold in one day, but that's not really a problem. No endorsements, no promotions, all uninformed about this stuff. So it's normal to have bad sales on the first day. Besides, Zheng Yang himself expected it to be a week before he could write his first order. 2,000 taels on the first day. This had greatly exceeded his expectations. It is estimated to double in the future. One can continue one's plan for the first 100,000 units and start laying out to the surrounding villages and towns. And Lin Xing Evening was looking at her cell phone on the side. Recently she was brushing up on the novels of The Real and Fake Young Master and The Real and Fake Young Lady. She was mesmerized by what she was watching, but she seemed to think about it for a moment and put down her phone and looked at Zheng Yang and said, "Did you do something to my dad?" "What?" Zheng Yang asked back a bit surprised. "Why do you suddenly want to ask this question? That is, what you said doesn't match up with what's in the book." Lin Xing Evening's beautiful eyes flickered, and she asked as if she was a curious baby. "According to the book, shouldn't there be a brother, a mother, a fake Qian Jin, or something like that at this time, taking turns to say something like, 'You just need to kneel down and apologize to the fake Qian Jin, and she will be merciful and let you go home,' or something like that? It's like they haven't paid attention to me since I left?" That's nothing like the book. Though some of the book plots did and do have 3 or 4 days before they remembered that the fake millennial had left home before they started looking or something, but it's usually a quick find. What do you think is the reason? Of course Zheng Yang knew what was going on, but since this one mentioned it he suddenly wanted to test it to see how she analyzed it. "Can't find it?" Lin Xing Evening thought about it and said, "The book says that if you sneak away, it will usually take a few days before you remember that the real Chen Jin is gone, and if you walk away in person, you'll probably encounter it when you're at school. Of course there are some older brothers who are more capable will find it quickly, so I guess it's something you've done so they can't find me? Or haven't gotten to the plot point yet? They still think I'm just gambling away for a few days and will go back?" Zheng Yang was a bit speechless. He always felt that Lin Xing Evening was moving in that direction of Lu Changsheng. After holding back half a dozen times, he didn't spit it out and said, "I think you should watch fewer dramas like this from today, and follow me around to see more of the logic of how the real world works." Lin Xingye was surprised when she said, "Doesn't that mean it's not? It was you who recommended that I read these." "Not really." Zheng Yang put down his teacup and said, "Things in novels are extrapolated based on the author's perceived logic, while in reality a lot of things are staged based on the logic of an interest. I didn't do anything on your father's side, and I even kept all the evidence I had prepared. But who let him get too close to Zhao Huichi? He even went to the Lin family the day before something happened." Zheng Yang grinned contemptuously and said, "Zhao Huichi's matter is just like a great saint's Rui weapon. Do you remember a description of this weapon in the book?" Lin Xing Evening shook her head. "That mallet weighs 13,000 white pounds. If you graze it, you will be injured. If you knock it, you will die," Zheng Yang explained. "Unfortunately, your own father was knocked by such a big stick. Now, he is a clay bodhisattva over the river himself. Even if the Lin family is free to come to you, it is also over to beg you. It simply will not appear in the book." Lin Xing Evening said as if she had thought about it and also as if she hadn't. "Your second sister was sidetracked into the country by a foreign power to be a spy or something. Isn't that a thing that's past? How could this happen? Moreover, I read that officials and officers are mutually exclusive or something. That's why I told you to read these types of books sparingly, and even more so, not to bring them into reality." Zheng Yang took a sip of tea and said, "Because the logic of the operation of reality is very complicated, but it can also be said that it is very simple, because he can provide me with benefits and have value to me. So in the middle of this matter, if you want to check the people in the investigation unit to protect your father, what benefit can he have? I don't know about this, but I know the downside, because this case is big, and the commotion is very big, and the central government knows about it, so if I let him off the hook, then someone else is bound to investigate, and then when the investigation finds out that I've let him off the hook, then I'll become the target of the investigation as well. But on the other hand, there are a lot of people watching your dad's position, and they can't wait for him to get the hell out of the way and then someone else to take his place. And investigating your dad would be a political achievement for him if he digs up something. Even if it's not this thing, What if it's something else? Zheng Yong looked at his cell phone to find a green bubble message. It was from Qin Feiyu. Your dad used to be okay. That's because your dad didn't have the possibility of turning into someone else's political success. There wasn't that much pressure from above. And even if someone reported him, he could have walked around and then covered it up and then nothing. But now, with pressure from above, eagerness from below, and people in between staring at possible political accomplishments, his entire focus now is on facing the endless two investigations. If he comes to you, even within the system, not everyone's interests are the same. When you become someone else's political achievement, instead of thinking that it's all about the system, you should pray to the gods and goddesses of the heavens. Just in case if that one manifests itself to give some good luck, you can escape it. If he does come, it's not to put on one of those boring dramas, it's to ask me to give him a favor. Zheng Yong stood up and said, but I personally feel that he should be able to get through it safely. Why? Lin Xingye asked rhetorically. How old is your brother? Zheng Yong suddenly asked. Your brother, who is a destroyer captain among the navy. It seems. Lin Xingye thought carefully for a moment and said, it seems to be 26. Well, it could also be 27. Or smaller, 25, right? Right. Zheng Yong put on his coat and said, that's why. Your father may be in trouble, but he'll certainly get through it. Go. Zheng Yong took a big step towards the door and said, come with me to meet someone. Linjiang District, still the same Song Dynasty moon. Zheng Yong rode his motorcycle and brought Lin Xingye to the restaurant. The two of them entered the door and said the number of the private room, and then went down to the restaurant under the guidance of the waiter. Push open the door to the booth. I'll let Uncle Son you wait a long time. Zheng Yong took a look and said cheerfully, I would have said that this time is to set up a banquet to thank Uncle Song Lu. Actually let Uncle Song here waiting for me. I'm so sorry. Their words. Song Zhongyi also stood up with a smile on his face and said, Xian Di is my brother's honored person. This is a discount. This is my fiancé, Lin Xingye. Zheng Yong introduced Lin Xingye, then introduced Song Zhongyi to Lin Xingye and said, this is the police uncle who rescued you the day you were kidnapped. Hello Uncle Song, Lin Xingye said. Lang talent and daughter, all Lang talent and daughter, Song Zhongyi complimented. Soon a few people were seated. Food was served, and pleasantries began to be exchanged. Wine. There's no wine. Drinks past 3, food past 5. Zheng Yong finally pulled out a photo from his pocket and pushed it in front of Song Zhongyi saying, Uncle, this is a big fish. Oh, want to go fishing with me or not? Song Zhongyi took a look and immediately frowned, while the next Qin Feiyu came over to take a look was also a bit surprised and said, no, disciple, didn't you say that what underground queen is the big fish? Big fish? Zheng Yong laughed as he shook his head and said, this formation ran away long ago. What? Qin Feiyu said with wide eyes. Dear, aren't you preparing to deal with her? Deal with it? Zheng Yong cried and laughed. There were some things he didn't want to say, especially not in front of Song Zhongyi. On the contrary, Song Zhongyi, he looked at Qin Feiyu a little helpless to put the photo away and said, unseen, do not know. There is no such thing as an underground queen, which is the best for Secretary Zhang. Qin director, in-laws, this gentleman really is a bit. Luckily, he didn't enter the system and followed the young family company into the sea. Xian Di, do you know the location? Song Zhongyi asked. Zheng Yong glanced at Lin Xingye, who was eating at his side, and asked, speaking of which, do you know this person we're talking about who's called Lu Changshang, but should actually be called Zheng Yong? He's my adoptive father's own son and the Zhao family's son-in-law. Lu Changshang? Lin Xingye thought carefully for a while and said, seems to have some impression. He seems to have founded some kind of business and university before the Zhao family collapsed. Well, it seems like it's some kind of pharmaceutical. It seems to be the husband of Zhao's third sister. Oh? Zheng Yong asked unexpectedly, how did this man get his start? And how did he know that third sister of mine? It seems like he made some kind of trouble in the hospital. Lin Xingye carefully recalled the things she wasn't very clear about and said, then I heard that at first the Zhao family's third sister couldn't look at him very well, but it was that Zhao family's seventh sister who had a bit of a crush on this guy, kept helping him put in a good word for her own third sister, and then even paid out a sum of money to compensate the Tang family out of her own pocket. It seems to be the granddaughter of that old man what's his name Tang from the art association. And then it seems like it was also under the Zhao family's seventh sister's maneuvering that he seemed to have gone to cure the Tang family's president of what's his name's art association. And it was only after he was cured that the Zhao family's third sister took a liking to him. Saying that, Lin Xingye's face revealed a particularly gossipy expression saying, I heard that later on, the Zhao family's third sister, the seventh sister, that Tang family's granddaughter, and his senior sister fought over him to be jealous of him, and I was listening to that fake Shinjin of the family talking about Lu Changxing every day. He seems to buy a lottery ticket, won the first prize, buy stocks is to buy what. The back went to Xiangshan Australia also made a large sum of money. Lu. People say he's the lucky one, the god of stocks, the god of gambling, the youngest Chinese medicine expert in the city and all that. After all, this one can be considered a sensation during the weekly program, and with gossip flying around, it's hard not to know. Oh lottery, Zhang Yong smiled and pinpointed, then opened his phone to search the map, then quickly determined the location and said, then he should have gone to buy a lottery ticket now as well. But this dumbass, he really thinks he won the jackpot because he's lucky, isn't it? Lin Xingye and Qin Feiyu said in unison. What then ushered in was Zhang Yong and Song Zhangyi looking at the little cutie's gazes, because Zhang Yong stood up and said, his father, Zheng Jiangwo, chapter 59, what the hell is this? Lotteries, stocks, casinos, entrepreneurship. Zheng Yong scoffed and said, it looks like this one has plans to replicate what happened in the book. Uncle Song, the address is sent to your cell phone. With pleasure. The two looked at each other, nodded knowingly, and stood up directly out of the restaurant. Brother Feiyu. Zheng Yong handed Qin Feiyu the motorcycle keys and said, trouble brother. This time, although Qin Feiyu took the key, but the person did not go directly. Wriggling look seems to have something to say. What? Zheng Yong saw Qin Feiyu's thoughts and asked. That is. Qin Feiyu scratched his head and said, that, Xian dear, this, brother, want to can, just, cultivate a bit? Zheng Yong was tempted to say okay, but he held back in the next second. Is he a master? Are you qualified to accept disciples? What if I say yes and it doesn't work out in the end? This is not a wild goose chase yourself, and according to the last kidnapping, the wanderers of this world exist. Then the question of taking on an apprentice still has to be taken with a grain of salt. Wait for me to go back and ask Master and Master Ancestor. Zhang Yong also said formally, I'll try to put in a good word for you. Of course I'm trying my best, but if Master Sifu and the others don't want to do it, there's nothing we can do. Qin Feiyu's face was not particularly good looking at once. He had seen Zhang Yong worshipping his ancestor, but he was still in a mortal body now, and there were some things that he could not see so well, and that, too, sounds like a lot of pushback. When I think of the few dinners I've had after Zhang Yong, he always likes to play the trick with his words. Brother Feiyu. Zhang Yong patted Qin Feiyu's shoulder and said, brother, I won't treat you like a monkey. This is for the sake of stability. If it doesn't work, then I have other ways as well. He remembered that in his previous life, these types of novels had true disciples, pro-disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, credited, uncredited, and so on. If that doesn't work out, then just get a bearer for it. And what to teach has to depend on himself. How much Qin Feiyu can learn, that's up to him, especially after what happened last time. Zhang Yong really felt that he must have a few more special people around him. Otherwise, it's a real pain in the ass. Really? Qin Feiyu said with a puzzled face. Dear, brother reads less, and not as much as you know about the human world, but brother is a piece of heart to you. You can't lie to brother. Don't worry, Zhang Yong said solemnly. Brothers don't lie to brothers. Aha. Qin Feiyu was still a bit skeptical, but Zhang Yong never seemed to have punked himself either, so he rode away on his motorcycle with fondness. Zhang Yong, on the other hand, drove an A6 with Lin Xing evening but did not go towards the intended location, and seemed to be strolling around in circles over here. Lin Xingye, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked at Zhang Yong and said a bit strangely, speaking of which, I see that those true young masters in the novels after being reborn all play like this. Why are you going so far out of your way? It feels like you know this very well. Why don't you go buy lottery tickets? Why don't you go to the stock market? Why don't you go to the casino? Isn't this faster than opening a factory to build that kind of electric bicycle? I remember in my last life that Lu Changsheng made a ton of money in less than a year through this thing, because of the favor. Zhang Yong said as he drove with one hand on the window and one hand on the steering wheel. This thing called favors is like a deposit. If you don't give a deposit in it, then you can't withdraw the money. And the Lu Changsheng in his last life could be so honorable. That was with his old man's deposit. From what I know of the man, he probably doesn't know about this. So if my guess is correct, you should have been able to watch him raise a tall building, watch him feast, and watch his building collapse in your last life. Lin Xing evening stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yong incredulously. I always think that you're the one who looks like you've been reborn. You can even guess this. Use a guess? Zhang Yong shook his head. From the time he kicked the Zhao family after using them to get started and sat back and watched them perish, Lu Changqing's end was already predetermined. He must be fine if he can just coast along all the way to the other side without any stress. But will it be smooth sailing? There was a calamity in his destiny, and after he passed it, he would be able to go further. It can be taken further provided it is spent, but with a perception and personality like his. Can you? Cut. This is one of the logic of interpersonal communication in society. Zhang Yong is very confident, also seems to be teaching said. This will not need to be born again. See more, listen more, learn more. You will also soon be able to master. And why didn't I use it? You ask? Actually, I do use it, but I have ways to keep my favors balanced. I have ways to build up my favors. It's a slower road, but it's safer. There are fewer pitfalls, and there are a lot of people who can help each other in the future. You have to remember. The corner of Zheng Yong's mouth hooked into a smile that looked a bit Dragon King-like and said, "It's easy to add flowers to the brocade, but it's hard to send charcoal to the snow. And there's something in this world that's easier than icing on the cake. This thing is called falling down a well, and the wall is falling down. So the future is predictable for such a person. Then this time we go." Lin Xing looked at Zheng Yong's side face and asked in a small voice, "Are we going to arrest him? Will you send him to jail like you did with those people from your Zhao family? Deal with it?" Zheng Yong gave Lin Xing a blank look and said, "What do you mean send? You, this is slander. Oh, is slander. I'm not a public security officer. I'm not a court of law. I don't have the power to arrest people. I don't have the ability to judge them. I'm just a good citizen who is full of justice and also exercising his lawful and legitimate power. Oh, what's it to me if they squat in? Oh, speaking of which, if this kid could easily run out of the police station and then rush to get home before he did, then he should have a spell made of pseudo-spirit stones on his body as well, right? There are so many good people these days." Lu Changsheng had yet to realize that today was probably his last day of free movement. Having read the novel and decided to replicate the novel those protagonist hairpin steps, he decided to purchase a lottery ticket today. Because the novel says that opening a stock account is a bit of a hassle. The protagonist basically encounters a bit of all sorts of hiccups when opening an account, whereas a lottery ticket is much simpler. Just go in, buy a ticket, pick your numbers, and wait for the top prize. Of course, a little camouflage is in order when you claim your prize. Just after going in, for the first time in his life, Lu Changsheng, no, I should say for the second time, he was educated by reality again. The scenario of winning the lottery is depicted very simply in the novel, which is generally that the protagonist is either lucky or knows the numbers, and then buys, wins, and collects the prize. But when he really had to implement it, he realized that it was not as simple as he thought. The process in the novel is somewhat similar to the steps of how to put an elephant in a refrigerator. In reality, the problem is much more problematic, because there isn't just one kind of lottery. Mainland China's current lotteries can be divided into welfare lotteries and sports lotteries, while the subdivided ones are instant lottery, such as scratchers, lotto lottery, such as double color balls, numerical lottery, such as 3D, Keno lottery, such as happy eights, and guessing lottery, such as gambling. Each of them is not quite the same, especially the guessing lottery and the sports lottery, which is different from the majority of the lotteries. For Lu Changsheng, who had only seen these things in books or novels, he was dumbfounded when he went in. It's not like the book. Didn't he go in, say he'd buy any number? Then the owner scoffed a little and said it wasn't even remotely possible, and ended up typing it out for him anyway? What's all that 3D? What's all that happy eight stuff? Granted, this stuff really isn't that hard, but for someone who has never been exposed to this category, he is really confused about this stuff. But if I were to ask, wouldn't that make me look ignorant? Obviously, I was all set to go through the process, but the first step seems to be a little less than stellar. Lu Changsheng intended to take a look at it first, feeling that these things were not difficult and knowing a general process would be fine. The owner glanced at the teenager and saw that he just opened his mouth and then didn't move, so he wasn't talking. After a long moment, the teenager seemed to have some ideas, was about to open his mouth. Suddenly a middle-aged man in his 30s took a step into the store. The man was well built and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's eye. Sweeping over everyone in the store, finally his gaze landed on Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng felt that something wasn't right. As a cultivator, he could clearly feel that the man in front of him was targeting himself. Not good. A sense of crisis came to him from the heart. Go! You can't leave without it. Snap! A stone talisman was put on the body and the whole thing disappeared into thin air. Snap! A sprinting talisman was pasted on his leg. A talisman that could exponentially increase his speed. A fairly advanced type of talisman these days. Although he couldn't travel thousands of miles in a day like he did in ancient times, he could run a step and still cross a distance of 5 or 6 meters. It's quite useful for escaping. Lu Changsheng raised his legs and ran, but the man was faster. Almost at the same time he had come to himself, and with great speed clicked the cuffs right on, and then only to see another talisman lined up on his body. Is it a banning charm? This thing is a modern descending version of the ancient sealing talisman, and its only function is to make the person who has been affixed with the talisman not be able to use his or her aura for a short period of time. But this thing could only seal an aura. It couldn't seal movement, so as long as one exerted one's force, one could rip it off. Lu Changsheng wanted to struggle a bit, unable to fight against the gold and iron, but it was still possible to resist an ordinary person's restraints on himself. Just, he used half of his strength, His face reddened, yet he never noticed any movement from the man. It was as if he himself was like the sun monkey being suppressed under the five-finger mountain. No matter how hard he exerted himself, there was nothing he could do. Don't bother, young boy, the man said. What you have on you, I have on me. What? Only then did Lu Changxing notice the talismans on the man's body. These were the stone talisman, the sprinting talisman, the bull power talisman, and the imprisonment talisman on himself. Although there was no aura on this person, things like talismans came with their own aura and were not picky. Able to. But the question is, can this thing even be made? What kind of no-good rune maker came up with this? And it also suppresses your own carefully drawn talismans. What the hell? No goddamned way. Chapter 60, What Kills You is Cross-Border. Marina District Public Security Branch. In the Deputy Director's office, Lu Changsheng looked at the person sitting in front of him with a gloomy face. You're counting on me. His voice was low as if he was hissing as he said, Dad, I'm your own son. Why are you going to help that outsider? Count on it? Zheng Jiangwo immediately felt like a knife was stabbed in the chest, his voice with endless anger and helplessness. It seems that at this time all of them are going to burst out, but suddenly replaced by a painful lock. General Horse with a sobbing voice said, Calculated? Younger give you analyze the pros and cons, help you around. In order to you are willing to go to the people he does not want to see? This is called calculating? What the hell did you learn from your master? Do you have any idea what you have done? Don't you know what's going on when you get yourself into this mess? Now the whole family is wiping your ass. Count on it? You call that counting? Originally his own son back he Zheng Jiangwo was very happy. This is his own son. It's his own son that he and his wife think about day and night. It is clear that you can already move to a better neighborhood, a bigger house, but just afraid of what if one day the son comes back to find the door. 10 years is one day in each two-room old house waiting, longing to be able to reunite with the dear son. How many times had he thought about it? Even adopting young Yong can't diminish the dear son who misses and prays for his return. It's safe to say that the night he saw his child return, he was already thinking about what to say to his adopted son, how to introduce him, and how to balance the two. Even he had prepared for the worst if he really couldn't reconcile the two. Then it's just a matter of being prepared to give up your adopted son. And this is how his own son turned out to be? He just came back and gave him such a big gift in less than a week's time? It turns out that his adopted son wasn't even off having some barbecue that night. This was going to give him the circumference. Obviously, as long as his son honestly stayed over there would be no problem. As long as they fought for the understanding of the Zhao family and the Tang family not to pursue this matter, and then a little bit of operation. This matter could be a big deal, a small matter, a perfect solution. But this kid has hardened this thing to this point. Do you realize that now is your last chance? Zheng Jiangmo said with disappointment in his eyes. Younger privately approached Old Song and secretly brought you here. This is to minimize the impact of everything. My son. You, Zheng Jiangwo wanted to persuade. He was bitter. For the sake of this dear son he really kind of hated to pull out his heart and hold it out to him and say, look, this is a piece of your old father's heart. Parents who love their children plan far and wide for them. He does not even want to be far-reaching now. He does not want to be the second Li Xuanzhang, also do not want to see his son to squat in jail. Save what you can. Able to. It was clearly him who followed me. Lu Changsheng was not thinking about it at all and said directly, I knew it already. He must be stalking me. He must be afraid that I will make achievements and that you will see how good I am. There is such a plot in the novel. The fake young master is afraid that the real young master's excellence will be seen by the family. They will all follow the real young masters and then plant evidence or intentionally let the family see the real young master make a fool of himself. What a nice thoughtful guy. What a great time to pick. Rushing out and interfering with your own actions when you haven't made a mark and are just getting ready to make a move. One underestimated that fake young master. I should have known that I should have acted on the fake young master in advance like the plot in those novels after the real young master went reborn. Beat him until he can't take care of himself and can't interfere with his own actions, then start moving. He's just afraid to see me take away everything that was his. Lu Changsheng roared. So he doesn't want to see me well at all. Dad, I was not expecting that you were actually counting on me as well. You didn't see through that guy's ugliness at all. You were all fooled by him. A loud roar made Zhang more and more disappointed, especially after seeing the gradually intense killing intent in Lu Changsheng's eyes. He finally felt that something in his heart had completely and utterly fallen to its lowest point. Zheng Jiangwo's figure trembled as he stood up, and he wasn't looking at his own son. Originally has always been very straight figure, at this time actually looks stooped, such as a small old man as a step-by-step moving small steps slowly out of the office. In the doorway of the office stood several men. Qin Lihan and the new director of the Binhai District Public Security Bureau, Yang Guangzhen, and of course Song Zhongyi and the hastily arrived sweaty Zhang Yong and Lin Xing Evening, as well as Li Shuhua, who kept touching her tears and crying silently. Old Han, Zheng Jiangwo said as if he had aged dozens of years at once. Do what you need to do. Dad. Zhang Yong was the first to greet and support his adoptive father. And Lin Xing evening is also very smart. As a true 1,000 gold, although the last life is a stupid white sweet, is the kind of text set for the so-called kinship for the sake of the so-called kinship abuse, body abuse, heart abuse to death. After being reborn, she didn't have the same kind of ability and chance as in the novels, but she is not a cutie. With the experience of her last life and the time that her soul body had been floating around, although there was no way to compare it to Zheng Yang, who had already told her a few things on the way, this time also rushed to meet up and walked to Li Shuohua's side, supporting this one while saying some comforting words. Son, Zheng Jiangmo grabbed Zheng Yang's hand, the old man who looked a dozen years older as if he used all of his energy at this moment, and said, compensate dad to take a walk. Zheng Yang didn't say anything either, so he just assisted and accompanied him out of the administration building and walked to the small flower bed in front of the building. Son, Zheng Jiangmo exhaled deeply and said, Dad wants to ask you something. Dad. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, it can't be calculated. Changqing's master is not an ordinary person. If he could count it out, then he could probably count it out the first time he pinched it. This person's cultivation level is much higher than mine, so I think that he also knows the art of divination very well, and there is a way to cover up the heavenly chances for himself and his dojo. So, Zheng wasn't disappointed. It was what he expected. But if father wants to ask about the purpose of these people, Zheng Yang pulled out his cell phone and said, I do have an unexpected catch here. The great controversy blah blah blah, holy religion, ignore. Zheng Jiangwo immediately frowned. The voice sounded like his own son's voice. He seemed to be somewhere and then kept saying something to someone. Wishing promises and flattery from the sidelines don't matter. It's the two messages mentioned by his own son that matter. The great controversy, the holy church. This is a message from one of my collaborators. Zheng Yang explained. It's a supplier who specializes in providing me with car seats. It's really coincidental that he happened to be among the invitees, and then he recorded these and sent them to me. This is really not the person Zheng Yang arranged, although now the electric motor began to sell, but also use the 100,000 volume of this frighteningly large single pulled. Some can be long-term cooperation partners, but he hadn't even begun to formally create his own power, and it was a real coincidence. I don't know what is in the mind of this collaborator, but this one did work quite well for him. It's not too easy to say about this holy religion. I think father's guess might be correct. Zheng Yang followed Zheng Jiangwo's meaning and said, if that's really the case, I think father can contact Uncle Qin and then inform the police in Qin province about this matter. Although this old Taoist can shield the heavenly chances and evade the probing of the divination art, but surely in this day and age we can't hide from reality detection. And the fact that he was able to take Nagisa up the mountain and let her down means there must be a connection with the outside world. And, Zheng Yang said after a slight pause, now that the aura is thin, even if people who have been cultivating for a long time could do so in the past by eating the wind and drinking the dew, now, then they definitely can't do it by having to eat, so it's bound to be external purchases as well. Although Nagisa always likes to use novel analogies for himself, his situation is really quite novel-like. As per the novel, Zheng Yang thought back carefully and said, this Taoist temple may be very small and not easy to find in the mountains, while there is a possibility that it will be rather dilapidated and there is a predominance of female disciples. If women are predominant, then he must have purchased something for female disciples for female use. Take for example the angel wing pad. Zheng Yang analyzed, so if the people around reacted to an old man, dressed as a Taoist priest, with multiple purchases of angel wing pads, it would be expected that it would be the person who brought eternal life to the mountain. And he may have purchased a larger quantity at one time, or of course he may have ordered it to be sent to the mountains, but it certainly included less of this stuff. Since cultivators these days can't reach the point where they can survive on in the northwest wind, they definitely need living supplies, and women's need for angel wing pads is immediate. So what if it obscures the heavens, covering up the sky and cannot cover up people's immediate needs? As long as the police in Qin province, more efforts to find out a cult nest is also possible. Moreover, Zheng Brave is sure that this master who hides behind the curtain will probably not be able to guess that this situation will occur, because he has to cover up the heavenly chances, and he doesn't dare to pinpoint it often. As for the reason or anything else, you don't have to think about it, just look at this old man. Surprise, it's not your peers but the crossovers that take you out. AI. Zheng sighed and said, Zhao family side, Dad I'll be there. Zheng Yang nodded and said, it's not that difficult on the Zhao family side, it was the Don family I couldn't handle, so I didn't go either. Chapter 61 More cilantro, more spice. Zheng Yang did not end up sending this Zheng Jiangwo home. Perhaps his own son's matter is really a little bit of a blow to him. Zheng Jiangwo and Li Shuhua, two people assisted, intended to walk in a small park over here. As he watched the two of them go away, Zheng Yang suddenly heard a voice behind him calling out to him. How do you get there, Sage? The person who came was Song Zhongyi. He was still wearing civilian clothes, With a smile and helplessness on his face, he walked over to Zhang Yang and Lin Xing Evening and couldn't help but shake his head and said, "AI. Secretary Zhang is also a bitter man. The child was lost and it was hard to get him back, but he was already in this state. Now it's just a matter of hoping that the kid will be properly rehabilitated in there." Zhang Yang also shook his head, but in his heart, he always felt that something wasn't right. Was this Lu Changsheng matter really over? Is this the result of your divination? Tangling with the Zhou family? With yourself as this? Always feel we're not right but cannot say. Simply also no longer want to turn to Song. Zhangyi smilingly said, "Uncle Song, this is another merit. What kind of kung fu is this?" Uncle Song shook his head, but the smile on his face has never been hidden. "Merit this thing, but there are two kinds, the obvious and the invisible. We all know in our hearts who does not say." A little silence for a short while, only to see him pull out a jade pendant from his pocket and said, "This thing is yours, right?" Oh, Zhang Yang trailed off as he took this jade pendant and said, "This is mine. Thanks to Uncle Song for helping me get it back." Jade pendant. This thing is the pseudo-spirit stone on Lu Changsheng's body-made magic weapon. Less this thing and was seized all the talismans. This Lu Changsheng has suffered an epic level weakening. Zhang Yang took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. "Can you tell anything?" Song Zhangyi asked. Zhang Yang looked at the jade pendant. The front side was a lotus flower seal, and the back side was a picture of auspicious clouds. "White Lotus Sect," Zhang Yang blurted out. "What?" Song Zhangyi was a bit puzzled, but then he figured it out and said, "There are still people in this thing now?" The White Lotus Sect is a folk religion that circulated in secret, worshipping a variety of demons and gods, and evolved from a mixture of Manichaeism, Maitreya, Taoism, and Buddhism, and was suppressed and eradicated in the Jiaqing year of the Qing dynasty. The reason for the White Lotus Sect's fame in modern times is attributed to the braided theater, as well as some of the more widely known novels. At least for Zhang Yang, his impression of the White Lotus Sect came from novels, and online novels at that, one that often appears in Ming and Chang historical novels, belonging to a group that often appears to go against the protagonist and give him experience. It should be regarded as the NPC group that has a low rate of appearances in the historical literature of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Who knows? Zhang Yang shook his head. The reason why he thought this way was because he had heard Lu Changsheng crooning about how my sacred sect is doing, the future development of my sacred sect, and so on during the dinner party. The holy sect, the white jade, and the lotus flower iconography easily reminded him of the existence of the White Lotus Sect. But this thing is of a higher quality. Indeed, although he didn't know which sect or school Lu Changsheng's teacher was from, compared to the two human traffickers, this one really did have a teacher. If it really was the White Lotus Sect, it wasn't too surprising that someone could actually pass it down to modern times. After all, the White Lotus Sect itself dates back to the Song dynasty, and the White Lotus Sect of the Jiaqing dynasty of the Qing dynasty was a major contributor to the downward spiral of the Qing dynasty, with multiple provinces, years, and huge numbers of people. It's not surprising that there are so many remnants hiding and living. Zhang Yang smoothly put away this jade pendant. "We'll go back first." Then, after saying goodbye to Song Zhangyi, Zhang Yang took Lin Xing Evening back to the small apartment. At this time, Qin Feiyu had long been waiting here. The three of them entered the room. Qin Feiyu didn't say anything as he looked at the strange arrangement inside. Zhang Yang just told him to wait and went to bathe and change himself. When it came out, the small incense burner was set up as before. Respectfully set out 3 sticks of incense. 72nd generation head disciple of Qing Wei School, Zhang Yang, honoring the incense for 3 pillars. For the consideration of our school's Daoist lineage, the ungrateful disciple grandson has appointed himself as the 72nd generation head of Qing Wei School, and wishes to accept Qin Feiyu as the 73rd generation disciple. Please also ask the master ancestor master to send down the decree. After saying that, he respectfully bowed 3 times, and then he pulled out an octagram and placed it on the ground, laid it out and spread it out. 3 $1 coins followed in the hand. Qin Feiyu on the side of the watch a little want to vomit. His memory of such fortune-telling are not all with the ancient copper coins of the sky round? How come it's a coin on Zhang Yang's side? But while it felt a little out of place, he didn't say anything, and Zhang Yang, he'd like to use it. Unfortunately, the things that the master had imparted were all types of knowledge, and there was none of the magic treasures or anything. And divination with the kind of copper coins is not to say that it is a copper coin on the line. That thing is trigram masters themselves bred or handed down from their own masters, belongs to a special magic weapon. However, this thing was initially just an ordinary copper coin, and Zhang Yang didn't have it on hand, so he had no choice but to breed it himself. The focus of this thing lies in the later stages of conception and use, and the shape and material are not so important in contrast. Zhang Yang clasped his hands together and shook the 3 coins in his hands, then tossed them toward the Bagua diagram, looked at it for a moment, before picking it up, before shaking it, before a toss. Repeat this movement 3 times. Then he solemnly said to Qin Feiyu beside him, there's a good news and a bad news. Which one are you going to listen to? Dear. Qin Feiyu's face was a bit unhappy. The corner of his mouth moved and said, good news and bad news, just say it together. Don't play this with brother, okay? Aha. Zheng Yong's face was grave as he said, let's start with the good news. Master, ancestor and master are agreeable, but you can only be counted as an inner sect. Oh, Qin Feiyu's face soothed. It was good news that he could cultivate himself. Bad news. Zheng Yong took a deep breath and said, if you cultivate, there will be a future death calamity waiting for you, and it might be the 10 deaths kind. But if you don't cultivate, in the future you're a happy family, rich and long-lived. Death tribulation? Qin Feiyu's face also became grave. Yes. Zheng Yong took out his cell phone and played that recording. Qin Feiyu listened quite attentively and quickly caught the key points of which he was supposed to hear. A time of great strife? Yes. Zheng Yong nodded slightly and said, although I'm not sure exactly what it is, but judging from Lu Changxing's movements and plans, it's possible that Jianghai City is one of the places where the Great Struggle World will be initiated. Doesn't this sister-in-law know either? Qin Feiyu turned his gaze towards Lin Xingye, hoping to get some hints from this one. I don't know. Lin Xingye shook her head and said, rather, I had heard of such a thing in my previous life, but I had only heard of it from the time I was alive, to the time I died, to the time before I was reincarnated. I didn't know what these cultivators were talking about in the great contested world. If there is any strife, it's the fact that the other big and small entrepreneurs in Jianghai City fought openly and secretly for a long time for the market vacated by the Zhao family and the auctioned-off industries of the Zhao family after the Zhao family collapsed. But this one belongs to commercial warfare, doesn't it? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like what those practitioners say about a world of great strife. No? Zheng Yong was a bit surprised. No way? Qin Feiyu suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, there's something brother wanted to ask a long time ago, just haven't had the time to ask. Brother-in-law is brother's future. That is, in your first life in the middle of the brother finally what happened? Brother Feiyu used a water pipe to make a homemade double-barrel spray shotgun. Lin Xing Evening said very directly, with admiration brought on in his tone saying, because brother Feiyu's father is from the city council, the police are very familiar with you. And he rushed out among the onlookers on the side of the main gate when Zhao Yan and Wang Yuyun of the Zhao family were brought down from the police car and escorted into the court to be tried and shot these two to death with the homemade double-barreled shotgun and clay bullets. Then arrested, sentenced to death, and your father resigned from his post. This? Qin Feiyu froze for a moment but laughed out loud and said, this is something I can do. But then again, Lin Xing Evening instead placed her gaze on Zheng Yang and said, are you really not a 2-week rebirth? Why do you think so? Zheng Yang asked rhetorically. Because in the last life you weren't like this. Lin Xingye said, if you don't have memories of your last life, then according to the trajectory of your last life you should be locked up in the basement of the Zhao family or being punished just like me right now, right? But now, this fiancé of his own not only made the Zhao family extraordinarily miserable, even the last life in the Jianghai City scenery unlimited Lu Changxing and not yet made a fortune was directly sent in, because I am the variable brought about by your rebirth. Zhang Yang also said directly, this is probably the butterfly effect. You are the butterfly that flaps its wings, and I am the effect that comes out of this wing of yours. You were reborn for a round, the world bugged who knows what when you were reborn, and then I became that variable after you were reborn. Lin Xing Evening fell silent. She thought about it carefully. It seemed true that the biggest reason she could get together with Zheng Yong in this life was because he was pulled into that family group in this life, and because of his resistance caused everything to change. Lu Changsheng did not make a fortune instead. He directly became into the prison department male lead, an important punch in life. Zheng Yang squeezed his fist and said, when you choose to resist you will find that everything is different. The sky is blue, the grass is green, and there is no gray haze in the future. When you see the light, you will pursue it all the way rather than return to the darkness. After saying that, Zheng Yang looked at Qin Feiyu again and said, brother, the future is not the same. What Xing Evening said is referenced but ultimately not the same. Are you choosing to be a rich man or do you want to embark on a path that could be certain death? Qin Feiyu laughed out loud seemingly without even considering how to choose. The head fell off the bowl of scars. Brother Mia if really cannot hide. We'll just stand guard at the Neho Bridge in advance and ask the Mona to say, more cilantro, more spice brother, I want beef. Make that 2 bowls. Chapter 62 Phalanxes or circuit diagrams. Qin Feiyu couldn't be in a hurry, because of the aura. If there was any place that had the most abundant spiritual chi right now, it would be this small apartment where Lin Xingye lived. This humble spirit gathering array's greatest use was only to provide the effect of aura increase during dual cultivation, breeding converted spirit stones, and breeding and converting spirit plants at the same time. As for using it for cultivation, the spiritual chi that this spirit gathering formation could provide would be so little that it would be unlikely to even want to use the spirit gathering formation independently for cultivation, not to mention for someone who has not been initiated. so it's hard for Qin Feiyu to step into the cultivation path. Holding a simple master worship ceremony, Zheng Yong formally took Qin Feiyu under his tutelage as his first disciple as a cultivator who had only just entered the stream. I, Qin Feiyu, am honored to be here at the time of the first division of chaos and the first judgment of the heavens and the earth, and to bow down before the tablet of my master, who is the first of his kind. In the sacred realm of the hierarchy, the first heavenly fathers set up the 3 friends to preach the way, and the 12 golden immortals performed the mysteries of the Xianmen. So I would like to convert to the hierarchy, and I would like to express my sincerity in paying homage to the master. In the beginning of the world, the hierophantism of the beginning of the sect, the golden queens open the sky, the apricot flag reflecting the light of the jade void. Although I do not have the innate Taoist body, the root bone is not clear, the great struggle will rise. I would like to hear the saints teach. Today, I would like to worship under the seat of Zheng Yong. Follow the example of Zhang Zia to assist the loyalty of the Zhou. Shitai real alchemy of the secret. Cultivate Yuding real sword of the essence of the road. I hereby make 3 vows. 1 vowed not to fall into the biased sect of the interceptor sect, and to keep the Xianmen authentic sect forever. The second vow is not to disobey the order of the feudal gods and to follow the heavenly order of reincarnation. 3 vows not to fall into the trials of the heart, and to hold fast to the law of the beginning. Disciple body no treasure. Devoutly worship 3 incense burners. 1 respect for the opening of heaven and earth's ancestral heir. The second respect for the hierophantism of the establishment of the holy virtues. The third respect for the master of the world's merciful voyage. I implore the master to give a corner of the apricot and yellow flag to prove that the disciple of the hierarchy doorwall of the body, pass down the 3 Qing mantra, to get a glimpse of the beginning of the book of heaven. The disciple should diligently cultivate the 9 revolutions of Xian Gong, to refine the invincible body of the Vajra, comprehend the Hichuluo Shu, to understand the changes of the stars in the circumference of the heavens. If he meets the demons of the interceptor sect, he will hold the magic treasure given by the master and pacify the demons. If he meets the god-sealing robbery, he will abide by the decree of the first emperor and escort the righteous gods on the list back to their positions. Now in the witness of heaven and earth, and the gods and Buddhas listen together, if the disciple violates this oath, he will be punished by the 4 sacred immortal execution sword formation, and will fall into the wheel of reincarnation for eternity, and will not be allowed to re-enter the immortal path. 3 bows, incense, and respect for the master. To be finished, Qin Feiyu suddenly feel the heart seems to have a clear understanding, although I do not know what it is but a little bit of the clouds to see the sun feeling. Then he picked up the tea again and respectfully turned towards Zhang Yong and Lin Xing evening, without the slightest sense of discomfort because of the change in identity. In fact, when the first day of the start of the business he vaguely noticed it. In fact, a shift in identity had begun to take place between himself and the little brother who had once needed his care. He Qin Feiyu just naive not stupid. He is not do not know what the human world. There are just times when you don't want to take these human emotions to heart. And now, Qin Feiyu held the tea respectfully toward the duo and said, "Please accept a bow from my disciple." Qin Feiyu, even if it was simple, it was solemn and there was no slacking off. After simplifying all the tedious rituals, the only thing that is valued is sincerity. Zheng Yong took the tea and took a sip and said, "From today, you are the 74th generation head disciple of my hierarchy, so I will pass on the jade clear immortal law to you, and then, it's stuck here, pass STH. This is also really difficult to Zheng Yong. Jade clear immortal law is the gongfu he is now practicing, and this thing belongs to the original body. Rote memorization may also have the means of the Enshu hard to let the original body to remember. And the cultivation of these gongfu the most important in addition to write down is enlightenment. His current cultivation could be said to be very basic. It was the first step of drawing qi into the body, cleansing the muscles and marrow, and shedding the bones, and there was no such thing as enlightenment for this thing called gongfu. Without his own enlightenment, it would be extremely difficult for him to pass it on to others, because if he himself was unable to comprehend it, then this jade clear immortal law was a wordless heavenly book with words, i.e., he couldn't write it and couldn't pass it on to others. Looking at Qin Feiyu with that sincere longing look in his eyes, Zheng Yong finally sighed and said, "This, I can't either. Light brain has it, but it's not enlightened, so I can't pass on the Dharma. This is thievingly embarrassing." Hey, Zheng Yong put down his teacup and said with his hands behind his back, "It looks like it's still the same problem. There is a lack of aura, so it would be fine if it was just art." According to memory and the words of his benefactor, in fact, many cultivators nowadays, including himself, had only learned a few arts, and were still far from entering the way, and without the aura to constantly wash the sinews and marrow and enhance one's qualifications, unless one is the kind of person who is gifted and surpasses the ordinary people to be able to comprehend. Otherwise it is almost impossible to enter the path. This is probably like the blind man feeling the elephant. The initial cultivation of a person with a blindfold to touch the elephant. Each time only know a little bit cannot see the whole picture. And the process of washing the essence of the marrow to enhance the qualification process is also the process of exploration and enlightenment. Is the person with a blindfold to gradually touch the elephant? The number of times, in front of the eyes of the blindfold is gradually replaced with gauze. He can see the elephant, but also in the gradual process of groping for the elephant to have a relatively exhaustive knowledge of the process. The man with the blindfold gradually touched the elephant more times. But if you don't have aura, you can't go to cultivation. You can't cleanse your essence. Then it's the same as asking someone who has never seen an elephant to describe an elephant. He will never have this concept and perception in his mind. It's still necessary to raise your aura to do so. Zheng Yang put his hands behind his back and thought carefully for a while and said, Go to the factory's research department. Qin Feiyu said with a bit of surprise, what's the point of going to the factory? Perhaps. Zheng Yang pondered for a moment and said, we can trust science. Just had a bold idea. Maybe try to realize it. Believe in science? Lin Xing evening spat, are you sure? You're not scientific when you're an immortal cultivator, and you still believe in science? No. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, actually, this is not a conflict. Immortal cultivation and science are not opposites. The essence of science is a way of perceiving the world. Immortal cultivation is not idealism. Immortal cultivation is equally materialistic. According to what the principle of mathematics says, materialism believes that matter is the origin of the world, and so does immortal cultivation. Since this thing exists subjectively, we are able to cultivate it. This is the fact that it exists subjectively. And since it is a fact and thing that exists subjectively, then there must be its objective laws. Whether it's talisman making, alchemy, or the cultivation of one's own body is a process of recognizing and cultivating the existence of objective things, and using their basic principles to purposefully utilize and consciously transform them. The more he said, the more determined Zheng Yang said. So under this era, it is possible for us to cultivate through the study of cultivation, combined with modern technology. Walk to the factory. Maybe my idea will work. Several people quickly got into their cars and drove towards the factory. Zheng Yang, on the other hand, was holding a cell phone. Just now he thought of a problem. Since this world exists so many things, skills, formations, Dan formula and so on certainly cannot be passed on by word of mouth. The era of the drying up of aura. The inheritance of the way there should be the use of paper and so on. And as we enter the new age, will someone scan and upload these things to save them online? Open up dojo and keyword things like formation, spirit gathering, Taoism and so on. Soon, Zheng Yang then found what he was looking for. Sure enough there is. Zheng Yang quickly found what he wanted and looked at the original website. Continental and Global Taoist Exchange and Development Association Network. Oh, is an interesting site. Taking a closer look at the polygonal array. The array and his own master inherited to his array is not the same. Look at the overall structure should be the end of the Qing dynasty and the early Ming dynasty practitioners developed an array based on the end of the Ming dynasty and the early Qing dynasty. A kind of array called loose spirit gathering array as the basis for the creation of a spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering formation, as a kind of basic formation among the basics, was essentially not an unspoken secret. Initially it was only for the purpose of accelerating cultivation, and then it became an important supply of spiritual chi for a number of other formations, probably similar to the presence of an engine. Each sect improved, adjusted and developed the spirit gathering formation, and finally gradually formed the basic introductory spell formations of different sects. According to what the masters said, this loose spirit gathering formation was widely spread for having the best aura consumption to output ratio at the time, and many wild cultivators would make changes based on this spell. There are successes and failures, and of course there are some sects that will draw on alterations to their own spirit gathering formations. What Zheng Yang was using now was the spell formation that Enshu had borrowed from the loose spirit gathering formation for improvement, and the picture shows what in modern terms is probably considered version 10.1 of loose spirit gathering formation, which in addition to producing as much aura as possible, has also been modernized a bit. Access to electric current, for example, and large-scale attempts at converting electricity into Reiki began with this. So this 10.1 modernized version should be considered the most common gathering formation in the ROC. The master had also learned and tried, but the problem was that there were not many that could provide electricity steadily in that era. While the power consumption was huge and the aura production was huge, the cost-effectiveness ratio is so low that the fad quickly dissipates after a while. As for any more modern attempts, guess not. But this one also just solved one of Zheng Yang's current problems. That is, he was bad at drawing and couldn't get a decent one when it came to making a spirit gathering formation. And now with this, plus now getting 3 pseudo-spirit stones at once, he was suddenly having more thoughts. Perhaps one could use this to produce spirit stones for oneself. if it could actually come to pass. Are you planning to have the people in the factory help you make the spirit-gathering formation? Lin Xing came over to look at what Zheng Yang had searched on his cell phone and asked, is this okay? I don't know. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, actually, it's not just the production, but it's an issue I've been ignoring. Look at this polygonal array. Do you have the impression that this thing resembles the circuit diagram of an integrated circuit? Chapter 63, Entering the Prison Department. Male leader and male mate. The Audi S6 slowly drove into the factory in Linjiang district. Zheng Yang went straight to the factory's research room as soon as he got off the bus. In the research room, several technicians were buried in their own work. The research lab is no longer the small team of a few people it started out as. With the establishment of the factory and preparations for a future foray into trams, Zheng Yang had already recruited more than a dozen people, and in less than a month's time, the research team had expanded rapidly and begun to be refined. What hasn't changed is the clear stupidity of these college students who have just left the campus, clear eyes and persistent hearts. The startup team will generally, because there is not much infighting and conflict, tend to be more united, have momentum, not to mention Zheng Yang, the boss, and the research and development of this aspect of the money is also given enough. So the vibe of the team is pretty good. Zheng Yang didn't have any pointers every time he came. He knew history, but he also knew that history was driven by one idea king after another. So he didn't force the research towards that. If any topics are proposed, they are basically supported. After all, failure is the mother of success. And in this present future, Zheng Yang is not sure if he will come out of a different path from his previous life because of his influence. After all, he is a traveler. The traveler always has the energy of it, even if the energy is not big now. Bringing Lin Xing, Evening River, and Qin Feiyu's group in. The people in the research room also looked up to greet them. Xia Kuan, I seem to remember that you studied integrated circuit design and integrated systems, right? Zheng Yang came to a young man wearing glasses and a checkered shirt. The young man named Xia Kuan was also introduced by Zheng Yang's mother because she knew there was a future trade war and a chip embargo. Granted, it's a thing often cried out by people on the internet as a choke point or something, and it feels like an embargo would make the continent roll its eyes quickly. But the real situation is not so. The mainland itself is a chip industry, and due to market competition, the mainland side of the chip industry is not very good. But the competition is not foreign enterprises. The result is the lack of high-end chip production capacity. Low-end, but a mixed bag. But who did not expect you to see the chip embargo? The mainland is worried about the lack of market. The results of this own market out of the way. A great kindness. So know the history of Zheng Yang also intends to try to develop in this area. He now also do not want to go to fight for what high-end, the future of their own, to go electric cars, which the chip is also needed. Thus, a little bit of people in advance, start pre-research, and then formally set up when the business grows to a certain level, both to provide chips for their own electric cars and to try to compete for the market. Zheng Yang remembers, car-grade chips are made without the need to pursue 7 nanometer and so on. The domestic can be manufactured. As long as the electric motor he brought the first bucket of gold can also try to manufacture. As he said this, he walked over to the conference table, turned on the projector, and projected the picture of Lu's polygonal spirit formation version 10, one that he had searched for on his cell phone, onto the screen. Is there something wrong? Shiken pushed up his glasses. The clear-eyed college student hadn't yet realized that his words were a bit disrespectful, but Zheng Yang did not care about this. He took out his cell phone and gave it to Xia Kuan, who also looked curiously at the pattern on the screen and said, "This, spirit gathering array?" It wasn't that he, Xia Kuan, recognized it, but the picture was labeled Ryu's concentration formation, 1941, improved by Park Song-yin. This concentration formation was the last experiment in the modernization and improvement of the concentration formation, and the experiment ended in failure. Can you do it? Zheng Yang asked. I want to make it small, so small that I can do the size of a pineapple 15x, with jade as the base and pure copper lines embedded in the jade. Xia Kuan took a closer look, then kind of didn't know how to spit it out and said, "That, boss, I think this is something you should get those students in the art department who play with rocks to get." No. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, "I'm just looking for you. Don't you think this spirit gathering formation is very much like a circuit design diagram?" Don't say it. You don't say it. Xia Kuan pushed his glasses again and took his cell phone to scrutinize the pattern on the screen. Well, it really looks like some kind of circuit diagram, but using jade and pure copper to do it is quite novel. Circuit diagram design drawing? Xia Kuan suddenly thought of something and said, "Boss, you don't want me to improve this, or use this to design a chip?" Assuming that this thing is really some sort of circuit diagram, then theoretically it can indeed be borrowed, and I can try to make improvements. But the problem is that I can't figure out the exact function of these patterns and how they are connected. It's not like he can figure it out, even if it's a little bit like that. It's okay. Zheng Yang patted Xia Kuan's shoulder and said, "You do it for me first. I want to see how small you can make it." the smaller the more. No, it can't be too small. It's best to make it the size of a dial, because I was planning to mass produce them, not just one or two. Oh, although Siak Cohen didn't want to waste his time on this, but it was the boss's request, then let's give it a try. There's one more thing. Zheng Yang sent the picture to Siak Cohen, and then said to the people in the research room, I would like to ask, is there anyone who can modify the printer? Modifying the printer? Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Zheng Yang, wondering what he was going to do. Forget it. Zheng Yang thought about it and felt that it was too abrupt to ask, so he said to Li Qingsong, who was also here, Worker Li, you came for a moment. Li Qingsong also put down the work in his hand and came over. Look at this. Zheng Yang himself took out the unused talisman he harvested from a certain good person and said, look, I want to say, can we make some improvements to the printer? You can use this yellow paper for printing, and the pigment inside is ink like vermilion ink, and then I want to use it to print these things. Qin Feiyu was watching from the sidelines and wanted to say something but held back. This? Li Qingsong took the talisman and pinched it, although he didn't know why his boss wanted to do this, but after thinking carefully, he said, with a little effort from our side, theoretically it should be possible. In theory it should work. That's fine. Zheng Yang nodded and said, change one out for me first to try the effect. Aha. Li Qingsong took these things and went to arrange people. Zheng Yang also led Qin Feiyu and Lin Xing Evening back to his office. Master? As soon as he entered the door, Qin Feiyu asked directly, those talismans and whatnot, don't you have to worship the gods and whatnot, directly with the printer out of the line? It's okay. Zheng Yang sat on his own chair and said, worshipping the master ancestor, worshipping the gods and goddesses is mainly for the purpose of adding buffs and enhancing the efficacy. In fact, even if you don't worship at most, the effect isn't that good only. And the aura, this thing is not made directly injected. Generally are made and then used before injected. Injected in advance because the talisman does not have the effect of long-term storage. So even if injected in advance of the aura will also be because of a long period of time not to use to lose the aura. And then take it out again will have to be re-injected to be used again. Like this? Qin Feiyu said with a bit of surprise. I read that in the novels. Isn't this something that can save a lot of something? Well, like one of the strong man's attacks or something, for the disciple to use to save his life? That's high-grade stuff. Zheng Yang shook his head and said, it's not easy to get the materials or anything for making talismans, and the book is not an era where auras are depleted. We're in this era now, and getting Reiki can be really troublesome as hell. Then why don't you use jade or jadeite? Lin Xingye asked curiously. Those two can be converted into pseudo-spiritual stones, so they should be able to store aura, right? The cost is high. Zheng Yang also explained, this talisman thing is a disposable consumable. Use these to get it. Too much money? And do you want to think for yourself if you carry more paper or more jade in the same volume? Zheng Yang closed his eyes and said, there's no need to ask so many loaded questions. Let's look forward to this experiment first. If it comes to fruition, perhaps we'll have a way to quickly obtain pseudo-spirit stones. And on the other side, Lu Changqing never thought that he would one day step through the door of a detention center. He'd read in novels that behind that iron door was another world, a place so full of filth, brutality, that it would hurt. In those novels, the supporting characters defeated by the protagonist would soon be educated by the inmates inside after they went in, and if they were unlucky enough to die, they would be scarred, because of that asshole, because he cheated on his parents. He became a guest here. Lu Changsheng was led by two prison guards and walked into the detention center. The building was not tall, but it gave people a heavy and oppressive feeling, surrounded by towering fences. The walls were entwined with dense electric grids, as if silently proclaiming the rules and order of the place. Going through an iron gate, each step felt like a step on the heart, full of heavy hatred. Soon he was placed in the middle of a prison cell, and there were already a few people in the cell. They were either sitting or lying down, their eyes revealing an unspeakably complex emotion. Lu Changxing found a seat against the wall and sat down, trying to make himself appear less abrupt. He was tense for fear of appearing in the novel. Without the magic weapon and talisman, he is actually just a mortal who is more powerful than ordinary people. If this group of people swarmed up, he was afraid that he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Just then, a voice rang in his ear. New here? Lu Changsheng looked up, only to see a teenager with a slim figure and a few disheveled and loathsome faces looking at him. Somehow, he could actually see the shadow of another person in the teenager's face. Don't be so nervous. The teenager sat down next to Lu Changsheng and said, "This is the second time I've come in here. The first time I thought that if I came out I wouldn't have to come back in, but who knew I'd be sent back again? It's not as scary as you think. There are rules, the guards keep a strict watch, and it's really just a staging area. Everyone is waiting for the outcome of the trial." The teenager seemed experienced, but he was also right. The detention centers and prisons in reality are actually not the same as in the novels. Most of the novels are the European and American system of prisons applied to the continent, but in reality, the continent's prison management system is perfect, and will arrange the prisoners from the opening of the eyes of the day to the closing of the eyes of the time of the day are clear. Wouldn't give the inmates the opportunity or energy to screw up, and the detention center is just a staging area, especially for people who are incarcerated here who don't spend much time here. No need for the whole bossy little brother to come out of the woodwork. Zhao Hao, the teenager, introduced himself, then looked at Lu Changsheng and said, I feel like you look like someone I know. I think it's the person who should be here the most, but unfortunately he's a real means to an end. Can't get in. Chapter 64. And say in a corner of the detention center, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Haoan ran first a burst of shock. A brief chat will find that both of them came in for different reasons, but each other have an extremely similar important reason. Zheng Yang. For a moment the two of them knew each other, embraced each other. Their emotions were high, and that was all of a sudden they found a common language. It was a frantic output against Zheng Yang. The more the two of them talked, the more they sprayed, the more they felt that they hated each other. Tilt your head back and give it a spray. All feel to understand each other's encounters. Obviously can be smooth, obviously are able to achieve a great cause, but all because of Zheng Yang, that scumbag behind bars. Brother Zhao, brother Lu. Lu Changsheng and Zhao Hao, two people know each other. Shaking each other's hands, Lu Changsheng, excited and even more emotional, said, you and I are so kindred spirits, and have the same enemy. Why don't the two of us become brothers, and from now on, we'll be together in times of trouble and storm, and together we'll crusade against that devil Zheng Yang. Brother Lu. Probably because this period of time had been too warlike, Zhao Hao burst into tears. He cried out, you do understand me, brother Lu. Bonding. It must be nodded. Not. Don't say that the appearance of these two people has caused the other prisoners in the jailhouse to sigh for a while. This prison house was specially arranged by Master Zhao's activities, and the prisoners who shared the same house with Zhao Hao were not any 10 evil people. It's all about honest people being pushed, and the wrongs committed don't merit death. So Zhao Hao and Lu Changsheng, two people, a meal of reversing black and white, forced to incriminate for their own speech but also impress the other prisoners. So you two are just going to tie the knot here? The one who spoke was a stout man with a beard. Zhao Hao came in early and also talked to this person. This person is called Chen Yukai, because his wife cheated on him, and the adulterer was extremely arrogant to humiliate him in public. Even more annoying is directly in the room he bought, in his bed to do that thing. Honest people are anxious, heart across in the night, secretly back to their own homes, holding a big stick in the hands of the two people on a beating. The end result was to beat those two into a vegetative state, and he came in. However, this person was not as silent as the other inmates in the dormitory. This person was a bit brash and talkative, so he talked more with Zhao Hao. After Chen Yukai reminded them, Zhao Hao and Lu Changsheng also calmed down. Looking at the humble prison house, it also felt like a place that was not very suitable for bonding. Brother Zhao. Lu Changsheng sighed and said with a little loss, look at the fate of the two of us. It's a pity that we can't be sworn brothers, but this place is really. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao also said with some despondency, brother Lu, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. Brother Chen is right. In this detention center, there is neither incense case nor wine and meat. How to tie the knot? Hey, Chen Yukai said with a pat on the thigh, this thing of righteousness, focus on its heart, not in its behavior, even if it is simple. But after the brotherhood of righteousness, the brothers are united. That is now simple, but also as Lu Guanzhong general efforts to seek common cause. But if the heart is not united, even today how grand the final result is, just a general Wagongzai become a laughingstock. The two of them, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Hao, looked at each other and both felt that it was not good for the emotions to be here and not to tie the knot or anything. Maybe all a bit small-minded, but the aim is the same. That's right, Lu Changsheng said. It's the brother I'm mesmerized by. Brother Zhao, would this environment be willing to be in the knot? Brother Lu, Zhao Hao also said with a heartbeat. Good. Wonderful. Chen Yukai slapped his thigh and said, in that case, I'll give you two an idea. Use the broken plastic pots given out as incense, this half-pack of instant noodles in my hand. Consider it an offering. Come, said Chen Yukai, also greeting the other inmates in the cell block. Everyone help these two little brothers out a bit. Not to mention, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. And the inmates in the cell block also seemed to be moved by the duo of Zhao Hao and Lu Changsheng, each taking a little something to contribute. Half a pack of instant noodles, leftover squash, a couple of different brands of cigarettes. It's Spartan and unorthodox, but it's a toss-up. Zhao Hao and Lu Changsheng looked at each other and smiled, then solemnly worshipped the broken plastic basin. Lu Changsheng and Zhao Hao recited, today, I, Lu Changsheng / Zhao Hao, in the detention center, although in a difficult situation, but the heart is still strong. remembering the destiny, we hereby become brothers. We, Changsheng Haoran, are willing to work together to overcome the difficulties. We do not seek riches, honor and glory, but we seek deep love and righteousness, no matter where we are in the future. We should remember the oath of this day, support each other, never leave each other. If you break it, heaven and earth will destroy you. This is an oath, and heaven and earth will bear witness to it. When the two of them have finished tying the knot, Zhao Hao sighed and said, it's rather that we can't get out here, and that asshole is on the loose outside. Can't you get out? Lu Changxing thought carefully and said, not necessarily, right? There's always a way, right? How do those protagonists in novels do it? And being a person of great fortune himself, he would always have more ways than normal people, right? And Zheng Yong in his apartment, he was holding an invitation a bit. How? Kind of scratching my head. Good friend Yang Yong, love spreads, love for life. 80 words are omitted below. Filled with joy and happiness, we hereby invite you to witness the engagement ceremony of Mr. He Chang and Ms. Tang Shanshan. What's wrong? Lin Xing Evening asked as she leaned against Zheng Yong looking at the invitation in Zheng Yong's hand. This He Chang. Zheng Yong pointed to the invitation in his hand and asked, do you recognize it? Is there an engagement in your memory? If he remembered correctly, this Tang Shanshan was one of Lu Changxing's harem group in Lin Xingye's first reincarnation. This life did not become Lu Changxing's harem. So where did this He Chang come from? He Chang? Lin Xing Evening took that invitation in Zheng Yong's hand and said, this, as if, seems like Tang Shanshan's licking dog. In this life, starting from Zheng Yong, a lot of things have developed differently from the previous life. Lin Xing Evening looked at the invitation in her hand and thought carefully for a while and said, Tang Shanshan is considered to be the school flower of their school, and there are quite a few suitors. As for this He Chang, I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I've heard that it's the kind that licks the hardest among Tang Shanshan's many suitors. I heard that as long as Tang Shanshan makes a call she'll be there, and is also very willing to spend money on Tang Shanshan, and she often lets her girlfriends toy with this He Chang. But, Lin Xing Evening shook her head and tucked the invitation back in and said, there was no such thing as Tang Shanshan's engagement to He Chang in the last life. Yeah? Zheng Yong pinched the invitation and said a little playfully, licking dogs well. Does this Tang Shanshan have any white moonlight? Lin Xing Evening shook her head. This was not too clear. What she knew was that Tang Shanshan later became one of Lu Changxing's harem group. Is there a problem? Lin Xing Evening smelled a hint of gossip from Zheng Yong. Well, Zheng Yong pinched this invitation and said, if I guessed correctly, there will probably be a runaway at this engagement ceremony, and there's also a good chance that a new reborn will appear. But of course that's not necessarily true. Maybe it could be a lickspittle awakening. What? Lin Xing Evening's eyes instantly lit up. She wasn't concerned about the new reborn but about this reborn that Zhang Yang was talking about but about the other one. Run away from the wedding? Quick, tell me in detail. It's the return of the white moonlight, or the male mistress pretending to be sick. Zheng Yang tapped this invitation and said, because He Chang's name bar in experience, it really resembles the behavior of the male protagonist in some licking dog awakening novel texts. To be more precise, it should be the male lead in Ruyan Lu's text. Zheng Yong heard a lot of this kind of text in his previous life, not exactly what he voluntarily listened to. It is the website pushed. The first time I listened to feel a little bit interesting, and then listened to 2 more. The result is that the site often pushes this type of text to him. The person the male lead is chasing is called Lu Ruyan, and after being abused body and mind to death he wakes up or something and reacquaints himself with someone who loves him. And the person who loves him is either called something like Yi Yi or Yue. And there's a very common scene amongst these types of texts. Runaway. This type of scene is basically the male lead licking to this moment thought it is to keep the clouds open to see the moon. Waiting for the flowers to bloom finally sometimes. Thought it was licking dog finally broke the licking to the end of the iron law of nothing. But in fact in exchange for only the deepest and deepest hurt. Then the hero gets desperate and sobers up. Of course there are 2 scenarios for this. The first being that the rebirth happens to be back at this point in time. And the second being that the licking dog awakens and stops licking. The male lead's name started out as something like Boda. Then there was Chen Zhe or something like that. And then the name He Chang appeared later on. Actually, the name He Chang should have appeared a bit earlier than Boda or something. Because what He Chang is most famous for is fishing. Going or not? Lin Xing Evening asked. Go. Zheng Yang said. It has to go. For the Tang family? Lin Xingye said as if she was thinking. Because of the conflict between Gong Gong and the Tang family due to Lu Changxing's matter. Withdrawal. Zheng Yang shook his head and said. Her grandfather is the president of an art association. My father personally door to door that is called Do People Stay Aligned? The future is good to see each other. Don't make the relationship too stiff. Give you a ladder quickly down. If he dares to give my dad a pose, that's called not being able to distinguish the size of the king. And he can send me an invitation just to flatter my father through me. because my father and the Tang family aren't familiar with each other. But that Tang Shanshan and I have still met a few times. So although both inviting my father and inviting me are to take this opportunity to climb the relationship, but inviting my father, it's highly probable that my father will simply refuse. But if it's an invitation to me, Tang Shanshan and I are equals, and we've met a few times. The old man of the Tang family is an elder to me, and we're at a disadvantage in terms of what Lu Changsheng has caused. At the same time, although Lu Changsheng's surname is Lu but he hasn't changed his surname yet and hasn't formally returned to his clan to recognize his ancestors, he is ultimately my father's own son. And what happens to him can't implicate my father. So my father to express his apology is not able to directly say. At the same time the Tang family wants to take the opportunity to climb the relationship is also not good to directly show. And I am the middle bridge. That's why this engagement party has to go. What's more, this He Chang. This kind of text has a long and short story, but no matter which kind of this male lead will have a crown prince of a big family in the capital circle setting. He could try it himself. Maybe this person would be a help to him in the future. It's getting late. Zheng Yong put the invitation aside and said, it's time to start practicing. Try harder today. The following cultivation process of 300,000 words, rar/unsupported downloads, Chapter 65 Explosive Growth. In a corner of the city of Jianhai City, an unprecedented change is quietly staged. Initially, no one cared if there was any more transportation on the street. It's just an everyday day, a normal commute to work, or a normal short trip. And many people don't realize that there is a short-distance vehicle on the streets that can be charged anywhere. It has appeared on the market with its own humble appearance and extremely cheap price to you. When you see an electric motor with stirrups that can be parked just anywhere and then charged with a cord extended to plug into a home or some store outlet, incestuously with stirrups, what goes through your mind is, this is interesting, I want one. And once, the streets were lined with traffic and the roar of motorcycles resounded through the clouds. Beneath those clouds, they are being subverted by an emerging force. Electric motorcycle, with its wild and savage posture, and great advantage in less than half a month quickly swept every corner of Jianhai City. 100,000 measures. Zheng Yong looked at the latest installment of the financial report and said, it feels a bit less. He believes that electric motors will be successful, and not just because of examples from a previous life. Rather, he believed that wherever the people were, the most important requirement for traveling was to have the horse run, but not to have the horse eat grass. In previous generations, many people blamed the policy of banning motorcycles when evaluating the reasons why electric motors could be successful, but that's not really the case. As someone who had worked at the grassroots level, in the townships, for a long time, he had a pretty good understanding of the psychology of the people. The people of this world are not really savvy, and a significant portion of the population has no concept of hidden costs and does not deduct them in detail. And electric motorcycle and fuel motorcycle travel costs, first of all, electricity then gasoline to save money. And secondly, if charging at home, no one will care about how much this thing to increase the electricity bill. We'll only think of running out of power to be charged. And when it comes to paying the electricity bill, as long as the amount of electricity payment is not too big, the people will also subconsciously ignore the electric motorcycle charging brought about by the additional expenditure on electricity. Secondly, if you leave your electric motor at work to charge, there is even less of a psychological barrier. Originally, it is not to use their own electricity, do not use for nothing. Besides, the unit will not be pursued because of this. And the cost of gas for a fuel motorcycle is what is realistically in front of the user. Even $1 a liter is a small heartache to fill up, let alone $1 a liter for a 92 press. On the current Jianhai City, the price of oil, 7.19/liter. Fill a tank volume of 5 liters of motorcycles also need more than $30 Lu. Don't look at it as much, but when it comes to actually giving that money away, even though it's cheap, but many people will complain twice about the price of gas. But not many people will break down the math when it comes time to merge that money into the electric bill. And the short range isn't a big deal. The thing itself is geared for short distances. Plus it doesn't need a dedicated charging post. You can charge it anytime, anywhere, as long as there's an outlet for household electricity. So this thing in less than a month's time, from the first out of the official spread to buy, began to be extremely savage and seemed to be silent posture broke into the transportation market in Jianhai City. Starting from a figure of 2,000 units a day, the number began to expand rapidly. And Zhang Yong's projected first batch of 100,000 units, with 10,000 units up front, was simply not enough. This thing is so hot. Lin Xing Evening was also surprised. We've made a lot of money now, right? Yeah, Zhang Yong was also smiling from ear to ear and said, the cost price of one, including labor, transportation and taxes, is 1,003. We sold it for 2,006 and made 1,003. From the first sold, to today is exactly the 10th day. We sold a total of 66,666 units, a total profit of 86, 665, 800, and the number of 60,000 units for the city of Shanghai City. A city with a population of 26 million people is not saturated at all. This market is big just in Shanghai City. Right now it's all about eating alone for him, Zhang Yong, so an explosive increase in sales is nothing at all. The low-cost travel advantages of electric motorcycles cannot be replaced by traditional fuel motorcycles. And the world is also populated by all kinds of little brothers, for whom it's a good choice between direct money for gas and invisible money for electricity. Besides, it's an indisputable fact that trams just cost less to run on electricity than fuel cars. For the hitman with all the loan pressures that exist, if you can spend $10 less on your daily passage, then you will never spend that $10. Oh, Lin Xingye also arched her eyebrows and said, but that's an auspicious number. The man in front of him was his fiancé and arguably his husband, and as long as the stronger he was, the stronger he would be. Hey, don't ever get into a harem where several women compete for husbands or anything, but what if he does? Feel kind of lost. I specifically requested this, Zhang Yong said with a smile. Go, gather the middle level of the company and the research department and have a short meeting. Soon all the people in the conference room were all smiles and eagerness for the future on their faces. The explosion of electric motors made everyone realize what a big market this would be. It was a market that already existed and didn't need them to bother to develop it. What followed was a day of trucks pulling money and sacks dividing it. First I blah blah blah. Zhang Yong started to say some words of congratulations and then turned to the topic. The success of the first car told everyone that there was a market for this and it was huge. So the next step was not only to work overtime to produce this car, but also to launch a new model as soon as possible. The future is going to be at least 2 models, priced between 3 and 5,000, with design and aesthetics than the current ones. In a nutshell, in one sentence, it's all about a little class. Of course, after all, this thing is an electric motorcycle. Zhang Yong does not intend to make this much more expensive, because of the civilian route, so his upper limit for his product is no more than $6,000. Then it was to tell the R&D department to go to the market and buy those 3-wheeled motorcycles and come back, and to design the electric 3 motorcycle according to the look of those 3-wheeled motorcycles. Electric 3 motor, this thing is also quite a market. Courier boy in use. Those stalls will also use. To the rural areas of those farmers will also use. It's safe to say that this thing, like the electric motorcycle, is filling every aspect of daily travel and work. The last thing is to ask the publicity department to start marketing. Choose the right spokespersons and start advertising all over the place. At its core, it is low-cost civilian travel. Oh right. Zhang Yong suddenly thought of something. Give me a separate design of a batch of electric motorcycle out. Electric motorcycle appearance to the police motorcycle close. No, directly refer to the appearance of the police motorcycle and then design. The body of the flower is the style of the police. And then the police lights and other kinds of police equipment and so on should be equipped. Give me the production of 10,000 units out. I want to donate to the public security department of our city. Donating electric motors is also publicity. And with this, as soon as the police adopt it, they will soon find out the benefits of this as well. And in a previous life the police did purchase this for use as patrol cars. His unit at the time had it. Of course, the more important purpose is to use the donation to make government departments aware of the benefits of this stuff. Then push for a ban that you want. Banning motorcycles. That is, by whom was this order made? One can rely on donations and future growth. And with his father's background, he'll have no problem getting a local representative. Zhao family's fool. As soon as he said this, Zhang Yong suddenly remembered that it seemed like the Zhao family had done such a big business, but they actually didn't even mix up a position as a representative. Is this family too stupid to realize it? Or is there something else going on? That's kind of interesting. Right. Zhang Yong added. Send someone to find Shining Mo. We can buy this business. They're not doing well, so hurry up and acquire it while you can. In this way one has a professional production line and eliminates a potential competitor at the same time. The electric motor is so hot and the technology level of this thing is not high. It is easy to be imitated. In case Flashmore goes and imitates it, it might just bring this immediately bankrupt business back from the dead. And with their production capacity they are bound to make an impact on themselves. So buy your hands on this business now while it has been losing money for years and is at its lowest point. It's one of the best things ever. However, Zhang Yong did not yet know that this Shining Mo was one of his big sister's properties. What's more, he didn't know that the old man had already made plans to transfer this business to Zhang Yong. As long as he made a move, as long as he paid a little bit of money, he could easily take it. But just because Zhang Yong doesn't know, it doesn't mean others don't know, especially his big sister, Zhao Huilan. What? At this moment, Zhao Huilan looked at the document in her hand with a gloomy face and said, 60,000? The intel on Zhang Yong's factory wasn't hard to get. A business is not ironclad, and to know something about its inner workings, You really just have to pay enough money. Zhao Huilan is preparing for the birth of her child and has relaxed a lot about business. And with her own husband, Ji Yoon, helping to look after her, there was basically no problem. It's just this Shinemore group. It was her chosen ticket to storming the emerging industry. A knockout punch if you will. It just looks like a total failure right now. And that brother, who had chosen the same path as himself, had actually succeeded. As the saying goes, I am worried about my brother suffering and I am afraid that he will drive a Land Rover. To her this brother by blood was even more of a worrying presence. If this brother of hers was the weaker and worse, the happier she was, and she was more than happy to show a little bit of her tenderness and care as a sister. But this brother, it's a tough one. Yo, it's someone who can threaten himself, threaten his interests. No, someone who's already taken benefits from himself. Gotta deal with it. Zhao Huilan put down the documents in her hands and directly called her husband Ji Yoon over. Hey hubby, let's go have a big dinner tonight. Call your brother Boda to come along.